Chapter 501. It's right to be an honest person, but no one likes it. I'm not hiding it from you. Can't I tell you the truth? Naruto smiled while holding the teacup. Forget it, I don't care about your business, anyway, you are willing. Ninkai shook his head, but what you said makes sense. If a fight really breaks out, our Hyuga clan will definitely go to the battlefield. Although going to the battlefield is for the sake of the village, it is a matter of course, but the battlefield is changing rapidly and there are risks. Naruto turned the subject back. I have my own arrangements for Hinata and Ino. Anyway, no matter whether it is my selfishness or other things, I always hope that they are safe. Hearing Naruto's nonsense, Ninkai was also a little confused. Then just find an excuse not to let them participate. Ninkai didn't care. He and Naruto had a good enough relationship, and he didn't have to be too careful about what they said in private. As the head of the clan, Ninkai's eyebrows also had a hint of majesty, and his brows were always frowned. How can that be? Naruto waved his hand. What a bad idea you came up with. Let's not talk about how smart Ino is. She doesn't even want to have children for work and said she wants to postpone it. You let her do nothing. Isn't this putting me on the spot? She is so smart that she can't guess that it was me. If that happens, I will be finished. Let's take a step back and say that Ino has no objection, Hinata will not agree. By then, you and her father will both go to the battlefield. Hinata is soft-hearted, but she is also very stubborn when she has her own ideas. Listening to Naruto's nagging analysis, Neji was really happy. Naruto, you have a lot to worry about. Hey, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Naruto is not stingy and not ashamed at all. This is it's all for the good of the village, more people, and a prosperous village. Looking at him lying with his eyes open, Neji couldn't help but feel a little funny. Do you know what the ninjas in the village say about you? What? Someone dares to say that they slander my innocence. Naruto couldn't sit still and drank the tea in one gulp. What did they say? Ahem. Neji may know that he has been a bit talkative, so he coughed and collected his thoughts. Nothing, just saying that you have taken away all the pretty girls in the village. Nonsense. Who slandered my innocence out of thin air? Naruto almost jumped up. Are Hinata and Ino the only pretty girls in the village? If other girls heard this, that person might be torn to pieces. This is so vicious, isn't it enough that I have worked hard for the village? Hinata and Ino, we grew up together as childhood sweethearts, so what's wrong with having a better relationship? Is there anything wrong with that? Who told them that they don't have this luck? Reincarnation is also a science. Fortunately, Neji is very well-mannered, so he didn't break the spell. He thought to himself that Naruto really deserved to die, and he took a sip of tea while resisting the urge to complain. Let's not talk about these vague things. Is the war really coming? It's only been peaceful for how many years? About 20 years? It's going to start again. The trend is there, you can see it. Naruto sat down and wanted to drink tea but found it was dry, so he poured himself some tea. Although he had skipped the topic, he was still getting angrier and angrier. He had stopped flirting in the past 2 years and had become more and more low-key. Why are there still people jealous? Ino Hinata is the little cabbage I have been watching since she was a child, and she doesn't know that hard work pays off? Jealous? Jealousy. When I have time, I will definitely teach these little fairy boys a lesson. Damn, they have become delicate without experiencing the magic baptism of fairies. No, tell me which bastards said these sarcastic words. What? Ninkai was startled, and after he reacted, he felt a little amused. Naruto was still the same Naruto, who would never let go of a grudge. At the same time, he secretly regretted it, thinking that he shouldn't have said too much, and now he has brought some trouble to the village. This Ninkai was a little embarrassed, but he still said it. Although he was a little worried that Naruto would make trouble in the village again, it would be better to make trouble in the village than to make trouble for him. Besides, those people also reaped the consequences of their own actions. Why did they have to provoke Naruto, the living devil, when they could have provoked anyone else? Knowing that it was the young men from the small family who were making sarcastic remarks, Naruto couldn't help but tremble at the corners of his mouth, and he took note of it in his heart. Looking for an opportunity, I have to give them a hard time. Dare to provoke the yellow-haired man, but can't beat him, and can't fight with his father. Is he tired of living? Haven't you seen the green grassland? It's not that he is stingy, but he is really angry. Who dares to tease the people he cares about? They are all those idiots from small families. In the past, he could retaliate against them every other day to make them doubt their lives and kneel down and cry. In the past 2 years, Tsunade has left, and his temper has been restrained. He feels that he has had enough fun. It's not that there is no Tsunade, but he dare not retaliate against these little beasts. The conversation between the two returned to the right track again and talked about the war. Sasuke has declared war, and there must be a force behind it. Otherwise, how could he provoke a war alone? Naruto analyzed seriously. In fact, the war was about to begin. If Black Zetsu and Kabuto Yakushi were not stupid, they would definitely trick Uchiha Sasuke into joining them. It was only a matter of time before they declared war, but Naruto just accelerated the process. He didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't know when the Otsutsuki would come. If there were internal and external troubles at that time, he would be very passive. He also had a family to support, which would make him even more passive. The laboratory was crying out for food, and continued to study the body fluids of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Aliens are not human beings. If they are caught, they are just experimental specimens, not to mention Kagaya Otsutsuki, who is half native. In order to rule better, they shamelessly fabricated some myths. What a princess in distress, they really do as the Romans do. Damn, how can two species have love? Eating shit is not outrageous. Besides, even if Naruto traveled to a world with only monkeys, he would rather masturbate for a lifetime than marry a monkey. To put it another way, at most they are used as tools, how can they become cross-species lovers? Outrageous. Not fabricated. The person who told this story is crazy, that is, Kagaya Otsutsuki is obsessed. In the final analysis, the purity of Kagaya Otsutsuki's bloodline can be guaranteed. She gave birth to 2 sons probably because she couldn't swallow the huge chakra fruit, so she made 2 backup hidden energy sources. Kagaya Otsutsuki, a foreigner, is quite good at adapting to local customs. She made a lot of fancy things in an attempt to farm and block fellow countrymen and friends and build a ninja fortress. Unfortunately, halfway through the cultivation, the 2 backup hidden energy sources turned against her. It can only be said that Kagaya Otsutsuki's cleverness backfired, and her success was due to Xiaohe. To defeat Xiaohe, he had to play the human trick. This tells us a truth. It's okay to play tricks, but read history first. There is nothing new in history. How many human kings were usurped by their sons? Then again, it's the foreigner's own business after all. What Naruto wants to do is to catalyze all this. Capture Kagaya Otsutsuki as soon as possible and start the experiment as soon as possible. Ningji listened to Naruto's serious analysis for a long time, and he actually felt that what he said seemed to make some sense. He rubbed his eyebrows and said with a headache. Hinata Ichi, the conflicts within the clan have not been completely resolved, and now we are about to enter a war. Things are coming one after another, it's really a bit. Let's talk about things that haven't happened yet. Naruto said. You are really— Niji was speechless. Didn't you say there would be a war just now, but now you are avoiding talking about it? These are 2 different things. The war will definitely come. But after all, it hasn't happened yet, and it's useless to speculate now. Who knows how many years it will take? Hearing this, Niji fell into deep thought. What you said makes some sense. If it is really a long-term war, I have to discuss it with Master Hayashi in advance so that I can be prepared. After leaving the Hyuga clan, Naruto wandered around for 2 circles and felt that Konoha was a little empty. All his friends except Niji were on missions. With nowhere to go for a while, he returned to Hungda's house. There was nothing to say. He was still not satisfied with Hungda's teaching level. He gave instructions for 3 or 4 hours before he stopped. It was midnight when Hungda came to his senses and regretted. Please, Ino Hinata is gone, can you stop staring at me every day? I have to go to work tomorrow. If I keep going like this, I will have crow's feet. Don't teach me. I've been teaching for so long that my water saliva is dry. I can't afford to offend you, young master, find someone else. What are you talking about? It's not easy to learn at all. Naruto lay in the soft chair by the stove with a beer can and took a sip comfortably. Didn't you beg me to come at the beginning? Are you destroying the bridge after crossing the river? I'm not crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, but there must be water in the riverbed below. If there is no water, it's not a river. What's the point of building a bridge? Hungdu argued. Usually, you remember me once a month, but you've been free these 2 days. I, a working dog, haven't gotten rid of the bad luck of working part-time. I have to criticize you for this. Your attitude is not serious at all. Naruto sat by the stove in this cold weather, and he felt refreshed after drinking ice beer. Anyway, I can't do it anymore. I'm so sleepy. You can find someone else to teach me next time. Hongdu yawned, his eyelids drooping. I'm going to sleep first, good night. Tisk. Naruto smiled, stood up and stood by the window, opened a little, and woke up instantly when the cold wind blew. Being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. The next day, Naruto really stopped wasting time on Anko, mainly because he was really free now. Sakura and Konan were busy in the Hidden Rain village, so they didn't need him at all. In Konoha, Hinata and Ino were both on missions, and what was even more amazing was that the fat guy Koji also went. Now he didn't even have anyone to brag to, and Niji was too boring. But he couldn't really find another one like Anko said, and open a small class for tutoring? What would that mean? He was indeed free, but he wasn't a sex addict. After thinking about it, he simply went home to sleep. It wasn't appropriate to do anything now, in short, just one word, wait. Half a month passed in a flash, and Naruto's daily routine was a routine. He either slept in his bed at home, or wore thick clothes and stepped on the snow to eat, which was very regular. This life lasted until all the people who went out on the mission came back. Seeing Koji, Shikamaru, Inuzuka Kaiba and Naruto getting up early to greet them with cold air, his eyes were filled with tears. In this icy and snowy place, Naruto stamped his feet and breathed out to wait for everyone from afar. Inuzuka Kaiba and Koji, who were wearing warm clothes, were probably infected by the atmosphere. They were about to say something when they suddenly heard Naruto ask. Are Ino and Hinata okay? Are they not injured? Inuzuka Kaiba. Koji. Uzumaki Naruto, you are a piece of shit. Kaiba was so angry that he pulled the scarf off his neck. He finally managed to gather his emotions. Why don't you ask yourself? What a joke, asking in front of the two of them. Am I crazy or are you crazy? Naruto looked surprised, and rubbed the fat on Koji's belly through his clothes. With Koji and Shikamaru here, Ino will definitely be fine, but I don't know about Kaiba. He is a mediocre person, if only he could be half as careful as his sister. He praised and insulted someone at the same time, and Inuzuka Kaiba was immediately furious. You deserve to die. Seeing that Inuzuka Kaiba rolled up his sleeves and was about to attack, Naruto ran away quickly. After running away from the three people, this guy started to flirt again. First, he passed by the Yamanaka flower shop and met Ino secretly. The two hid behind a dead tree covered with heavy snow and kissed. They laughed and played around the street for a while and then dispersed. The sky was full of heavy snow, like salt falling. Turning around, he jumped onto the wall of the Hyuga clan to tease Hinata. In a corner covered with white snow, the two kissed wetly with hot breath. Hinata's eyes were full of rain-drenched poetry, and the light reflected in her pupils Naruto's face, looking at him infatuatedly. The time together was not much, so they stopped talking. Naruto only said a few sentimental words, and Hinata shed tears. Love is like breaking it into pieces and swallowing it into the stomach, crushing it into the bone marrow, one-sided, and lasting until death. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Naruto, Koji, Inuzuka Kaiba and others sat on the snowy roof and watched the sky gradually turn into night. The heavy snow fell on their shoulders, and each of them had two white towers on their shoulders, just like a tower holding Li Tianwang. Hey, Naruto is such a damned person, how come Hinata and Ino were deceived? Inuzuka Kaiba complained, I was so good to that person, but he never being well received. Naruto is a good liar. He has escaped from Shura Field several times. Koji sighed, he also escaped by selling me out several times. He is really not a good man. What you two are saying is meaningless. What is a lie? You can figure it out. Do you think Hinata and Ino can understand it? Naruto said with a smile, you two must not understand it. You are still asking such questions. Most of them can only be regarded as. But I am good to her. I am not like you who flirts with other girls every day. I am good to her, but it is not love. Everyone wants different things, do you understand? Naruto pouted. But I am an honest man. I will definitely not let her worry. Kaiba retorted, is there anything wrong with that? But they don't like honest people. They like honest and handsome men. Naruto glanced at Kaiba, or other characteristics. No one will fall in love with someone because of honesty. What should I do? I've been sincere, but she still thinks I'm childish. Ye scratched his head and turned to look at Naruto. Do you think I'm childish? Naruto narrowed his eyes and replied, it's indeed quite childish. You was a little dissatisfied. Why don't you find someone who suits your temper? Do you want to hang yourself on a tree? Chapter 502 Ino's pregnancy is revealed, and it can't be concealed. Hearing this, Inuzuka was obviously stunned for a long time and stared at Naruto. It took him about half a minute to recover, and he blinked his eyes dazedly as if he had a big dream. Yes, why don't I find someone I like? Naruto, ... Koji, ... Then what are you talking about, Jill? Naruto stood up and was about to leave. This Inuzuka Kaiba is really a grandson. He rushed to be abused by others, and asked, what kind of question is that? Hey, wait. Inuzuka Kaiba was quick-witted and pulled Naruto in a mean way, isn't it just a moment of confusion? If I don't really like her, I can't lick her. Then what do you like about her? Naruto sat down unhappily. She's pretty and has a good temperament. Inuzuka Kaiba said. Vulgar, just staring at that face. Koji took the opportunity to speak up, and the two of them criticized from the commanding heights after marriage, whether you will live comfortably in the future is not just looking at a face, it's the same when the lights are turned off. Hearing this, Inuzuka Kaiba was a little dissatisfied. Chinkai, then why don't you marry an uglier wife? Whether she is beautiful or not is her own business, can I make her uglier? Koji felt a little wronged, besides, I don't know what beauty is. Naruto was laughing while listening to this. He thought that Inuzuka Kaiba, a senior licker, was already very explosive. Who knew that there would be another Dinkai? Chiang Dong. You don't know what beauty is. Why don't you marry such a beautiful wife? There are so many ugly ones. Why don't you find one? Inuzuka Kaiba looked unhappy. Dinkai's face twitched. Even a fool would know to choose a beautiful wife. But at Dinkai's level, it is more important to be well matched than to be good looking. Among the three tribes of pig, deer, and butterfly, deer has always played a leading role and has the most contact with external forces. For example, Shikaku and Shikamaru work in the Hokage building, one is a military advisor and the other is an assistant to the Hokage. You said it lightly. Can I decide this matter? Dinkai's IQ was online for the first time. Under his silly appearance, he showed extraordinary wisdom in arguing with people. Your problem is not that you have been competing with your family all the time, thinking about that beautiful one every day, otherwise you can try to let go now. Your sister can arrange a wife for you without your father asking, and we can go to your wedding in less than 3 days. Inuzuka Kaiba was speechless, and that was the truth. It's hard to find a true love, and it's not hard to find a wife who is well matched. As long as Inuzuka Kaiba wants, he can have any kind of wife, and the family background is there. The big family may not have so many direct relatives for him to choose, but the direct female relatives of the small family, the collateral family of the big family, are a lot to choose from. What Koji said was really not an exaggeration. Inuzuka Kaiba agreed today to hold the wedding the day after tomorrow at the latest. Naruto couldn't stand these second-generation family ninjas being so Versailles, and he sighed twice and said deliberately. I really envy you. Your family can arrange a wife for you, but you are still picking and choosing. Unlike me, I am alone and helpless and can only rely on my own ability to beg for help. Inuzuka Kaiba. Koji. The two looked at Naruto sideways, thinking, are you begging for mercy because you don't have a wife? You don't have any idea, you clearly want to snatch the two princesses of Konoha openly. What's more, both the Hyuga clan and the Yamanaka clan have only daughters. This bastard just stared at the pearls in other people's palms and ruined them, damn it. Naruto, do you look back when you walk at night? Inuzuka Kaiba asked with gritted teeth. I don't go out after dark. Naruto said with a smile. You are so ungrateful. If I were Uncle Hai, I would hang you up and beat you. Koji glanced at Naruto, thinking that this man is a real grandson. Forget it, if they want to fight, then fight. If they beat me once, I will be better to their daughter. Anyway, I am not the one who feels sorry for her. Naruto saw that there were no outsiders around, so he said his true thoughts in a mean way. Fuck. Inuzuka Kaiba and Koji took a breath of cold air at the same time. This guy is really a nuisance. The three of them chatted and went home to sleep. On the other side of Konoha, the lights of Yamanaka flower shop were bright. Yamanaka Hai stood by the window with his back to the living room and said nothing. The snow was flying outside the window, and it was falling heavily. He didn't like smoking very much. Now he was feeling depressed and had a tendency to run away. But he looked back at his daughter's closed door and his wife was sitting on the sofa in a daze. Alas! This kind of thing shouldn't have happened in the first place. It's all my fault for being soft-hearted and too busy with work to take care of Ino. In the end, this. Originally, Ino was already an adult, and as a father, I shouldn't meddle in her affairs, but the problem is that my daughter is unreliable, and the man she likes is damned. Yamanaka Hai finally realized the pain of having his daughter taken away by the yellow-haired guy. Just like that guy wrote a will-o'-the-wisp and stopped downstairs of his house, shaking his head and making a set of fancy gestures. He stomped his toe shoes on the ground twice, smiled in a frivolous way, and asked loudly. Old deng! Is it safe for my will-o'-the-wisp to stop downstairs of your house? The only thought in his mind now is that his daughter is pregnant. Would it be too late for him to chop the man into pieces and feed him to the dogs? But the problem is that it has already happened, and there is no point in saying anything. Ordinary people can still ask their parents for punishment, but Naruto Yamanaka Inoichi will never mention this. It's okay to let him swallow his anger, but you can't let Ino be so unclear, right? No matter what, Naruto has to give an explanation. Call Ino out, there must be a result. He turned and said to his wife on the sofa, it's not a solution to just avoid it, shout it. Yamanaka Rino on the sofa had a complicated expression, as if she suddenly came to her senses, and glanced at her husband blankly, and then at Ino's room. Let her be quiet, and we won't make trouble. This Yamanaka Inoichi hesitated. He usually didn't take care of his children. He was busy with work or socializing most of the time. In fact, he thought about it and it seemed that even if he called Ino out, he didn't seem to have much to say. Apart from questioning, there was probably nothing to say. Although it was not the first time to be a parent, Yamanaka Inoichi's marriage and childbirth were arranged by someone, and he didn't spend too much time on it. He was still busy with work, and his wife was taken care of by his family when he got home. Now, he sat in the position of the head of the Yamanaka family. Because his wife wanted to open a flower shop, the family moved out of the Yamanaka clan's clan land. He thought back and seemed to lack some experience as a father. After thinking a lot of things, Yamanaka Inoichi frowned and could only nod. It was late at night. The Yamanaka couple stayed in the room and talked about things. Suddenly, they seemed to be more confused than Ino. It was as if they hadn't realized that their daughter had grown up, and in the blink of an eye she was already a mother. Alas! Yamakatsu Rino sighed. It's also our fault that we were too busy with work during this period and didn't pay much attention to Ino. Yamanaka Hiichi scratched his head, still feeling a little complicated. Don't say such things, this is Ino's own choice. It was originally expected that if they could get married, there would be no problem. Mrs. Yamanaka said. 2 hours ago, the Yamanaka family had just finished dinner, and Ino's reaction to meat and fish became more and more intense, which finally aroused Yamanaka Rino's speculation. It was just that Ino didn't admit it at first, until Yamanaka Rino patiently persuaded her for an hour. Ino finally agreed to use the test paper for testing. Needless to say, in the face of the ironclad facts, Ino panicked for a while. It's not that she was afraid, but she was not prepared. Yamanaka Hai was naturally very angry, and even her good temper couldn't hold it back, and she said a few harsh words. During the period, she also mentioned Naruto, and Ino felt uncomfortable and retorted. The father and daughter had a rare quarrel, which ended with Ino slamming the door and going back. In the other room, Ino didn't look sad. For a while, she didn't know what to do. She originally used the communicator to contact Naruto to tell him the news. But then she thought that the work of the second phase of the communication had not been completed. If she said it at this time, the best result would be marriage, then they would definitely not agree to let her continue to lead the work of the second phase of the communication. Besides, Ino herself had no idea whether Naruto could get married. Amidst the worries, she actually fell asleep on the bed. After waking up in the morning and struggling for a while, she still had no idea. It was already noon when she went out. Yamanaka Inoichi went to work, and Yamanaka Rino also went out. Ino breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one was at home. After washing up, she cooked a simple breakfast for herself and ate while watching TV on the sofa. No one nagged her, so she was able to enjoy the peace for a while. Last night, because things happened so suddenly, she was still a little confused and lost her mind for a while. Maybe she had never thought about being a parent, and her father's harsh words affected her and she lost her mind. Now that I have woken up from a sleep, I think it's okay. It's okay, and I can't change anything. I should do what I should do, and hurry up to finish the work of the second phase of the communication and be a young mother. Things are not that serious. Well, actually, I have no clue. It's just that Ino thought of his irritable mood yesterday and his equally irritable father, and thought it would be better not to mention this matter to irritate him. Coincidentally, Yamanaka Inoichi also thought so. Under his wife's advice, he regretted that he couldn't help getting angry yesterday and had a big quarrel with Ino. After all, it was his daughter, and she was pregnant again. Even though Yamanaka Inoichi was suffering in his heart, and the cabbage he had raised for so many years was taken away, he still had to put his daughter's health first. So, the family tacitly chose not to mention this matter, leaving each other space to calm down. Naruto didn't know about this from beginning to end. He woke up early in the morning and went to the Hidden Rain village to supervise. In just 2 days, the money was in place and the laboratory had a prototype. Is it so realistic? Money so quickly? He looked at the Hidden Rain village, which was already building scaffolding, and couldn't help but sigh. The reconstruction plan and laboratory construction plan have been prepared long ago, but it's just a sum of money. Zionin came out from the back and explained. No need to explain, I know, I just feel a little emotional. Naruto waved his hand, I don't have any concept of money, I don't like money. Looking at Naruto, who was pretending to be cool and calm, Conan's eyebrows twitched, thinking that this man was really not serious. Why was he so cruel when he killed Uchiha Obito? Now, they are completely two different people. This person is extremely complicated. Konan was in no mood to joke with him, and did not respond. After a moment of silence, she turned to talk about the progress of the village's reconstruction. The Hidden Rain village is not big, and the sewer pipe maintenance is a big expense. It rains most of the time in the village. If people are not sent in time to maintain and repair the damaged parts of the last battle, something big may happen. Not enough money. He turned his head and glanced at Konan. Enough, I don't know if I should use it. Konan said seriously, if I don't repair it, it can still be used in 10 years, which can save a lot of money. Hearing this, Naruto understood what Konan meant. This is for his consideration. If they only use the Hidden Rain village temporarily, there is no need to bear this expense. He has good intentions. He can put the village behind him when doing things for him. But Naruto is not a person who values profit. Zionin has pledged his loyalty, so he naturally has to have an attitude. Shiu, there is no shortage of money. The Hidden Rain village has a very important strategic position. In the future, it will not only be 10 years, but perhaps decades or even 100 years of peace. Naruto said as a matter of course, turning his head back without looking at Zionin. He was almost finished speaking, but suddenly turned a corner and added. Besides, isn't that the dream of the three of you? The price is not very high, so let's complete it together. Zionin was stunned, raised her head and stared at Naruto's back, mumbling twice but not saying anything, and finally just turned into 2 words. Thank you. Yet. Naruto agreed. Hey, are you trying to win people's hearts here so early in the morning? Sakura's crisp voice came from the door, with a giggle, obviously a joke. Sakura is actually very smart, and so is Konan. After she broke through the obvious trick of winning people's hearts, she didn't feel awkward at all. What's wrong? I've tried to win you over, too. Naruto was happy. Konan pursed her lips. The blatant jokes between the two of them seemed rare and sincere, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. Sakura might not know others, but Konan had signed an evil god contract with Naruto, and she knew that Naruto didn't need to go to great lengths to win her over. Even if he beat and scolded her at will, the orders he issued were something that Konan couldn't disobey. As long as Naruto wanted to, he could easily control Konan's entire life. But he didn't force her to do anything, and he would discuss things with her. The sincerity revealed in it made Konan sigh inwardly. The more this happened, the greater the price she had to pay. But this kind of thing couldn't be explained by interests, so Konan didn't think much about it. After explaining a few words, she left to work. How is the village recently? Sakura asked with a smile. It's still the same as before. Chapter 503 If you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. That's good. I was worried that the village would find out that I was missing. Sakura found a sofa and lay down, saying lazily. That's not the case. You didn't even bring the communicator with you. Who would know where you went? Naruto didn't care and still stood by the window posing. Okay, okay. The people have already left. There's no need to keep your majestic figure. Sakura rolled her eyes at him. This guy likes to make jokes in a pretentious manner. I practice from time to time. When it's my turn to save the world soon, I can leave a better back view for the people in the ninja world. Naruto smiled. By the way, Konoha has recently released a new communicator. Really? Did you get it? Sakura's eyes lit up. I was waiting for it before, but the news from the intelligence department was always inaccurate and kept delaying. I got it, but I don't know the password. How can I not know the password? New machines don't have passwords. Sakura was stunned halfway through her words, and then she reacted. Naruto. Just kidding, the new communicator hasn't been released yet, I don't use it much. Naruto said with a smile. Hehe, you did those things in the fire country, didn't you? Sakura said, I heard some news from Konan, you like it very much doing bad things in Sasuke's name. That's different. Naruto retorted, Sasuke is a traitor, what he did is called his job, how can it be called a bad thing? Besides, I haven't been to the capital of the Land of Fire. Hearing this, Sakura covered her mouth and laughed, knowing that this person was cunning and didn't bother to say anything. Okay, I should go to work. Naruto didn't stop her, he knew that Sakura was really busy during this period, and he might be the only one who was still idle. The more so, the more he felt uneasy, as if something was going to happen. But thinking about it, there are too many places where things can go wrong. Whether it's Kumagakure or Iwagakure, it doesn't matter if there are too many holes, we'll talk about it later. Konoha. Something happened, Yamato is missing. Gang Zisha rushed to the Hokage building, his voice trembling. Yamato has a gentle and honest temper, and has a good personal relationship with the goalkeeper duo. What's going on? He was kidnapped. There are traces of fighting at the scene. Yamato is quite strong. Who can take Yamato away? Kakashi frowned, but he still had to do what he had to do. Go inform Asuma and Naruto. He didn't expect Naruto to go on missions for the village, but Naruto would take care of Yamato if something happened. The two of them had a good personal relationship, so there was no reason for Naruto to sit back and do nothing. Yamato was captured. Naruto was stunned. It was already the afternoon of the next day when he got the news. He had just returned from the Hidden Rain village and heard this surprising news from Koji before he had even eaten. Yes. Koji was worried. Others didn't know, but Naruto knew that Yamato would not die. Most likely, he was caught by Kabuto Yakushi to draw blood. After all, Yamato has the power of wood release in his body, and it is unknown whether he can extract semen. He was not so anxious about this matter. Even if he knew, he did not make preparations in advance. First, it was unrealistic, and second, it was unnecessary. Kabuto, the dream-making master, would not kill Yamato. What bad intentions could Kabuto Yakushi have? He just likes to make dreams come true in a big way. However, Kakashi called him, and Naruto would not give him face. He took the task very simply. On the way home, Naruto looked at Koji's worried face and couldn't help but kick him lightly. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he said speechlessly. Okay, Yamato must be fine, why are you worried so much? No. Koji raised his head blankly, why did you kick me? I was thinking that Ino seemed a little bit wrong these 2 days. Have you looked for her? No, I'm busy. What's wrong? He asked. It's okay, I just feel like she seems to be a little more gentle. Koji frowned and said, it's so weird, don't you think? It's not good to be a little gentle, do you have to let Ino kick you in the waist before you are happy? Naruto snorted, not taking it seriously. Girls have those days every month when they have strange personalities. Naruto said this, but he took note of it in his heart. He planned to ask Ino after dealing with Yamato's affairs. If there is any problem, it will be discovered in time. It shouldn't happen, after all, they just met 2 days ago, and if there is anything abnormal, it will be seen at that time. The village temporarily formed a 4-person team to search for Yamato, consisting of Xiaoli, Tian, Naruto, and Abarame Shino. Without saying much, they just picked up their bags and set off. Naruto knew where Yamato was from the beginning, and his expression was not too urgent. Tian seemed to have gained a little weight, but it didn't show on his face. Why was Captain Yamato kidnapped for no reason? Tian asked with some doubts. Who knows, maybe someone is attracted to Yamato's beauty. Naruto said slowly while hurrying on the road, it's also dangerous for boys to go out, so you must protect yourself. He had a good relationship with Kakashi and Asuma, and was used to calling them by their names. In addition, he didn't like small courtesy without moral integrity, so he just called them whatever he felt comfortable with. Hehe, Naruto, you are joking again. Tian Tian squinted and laughed, and the atmosphere was no longer so dull. How is it possible? Yamato teacher is not handsome. Xiao Li looked confused and turned around. Maybe girls nowadays prefer honest men. Naruto still looked unremarkable. Since the other party can take Yamato away, it means that he has some intentions. Yet, Shino has always been very quiet, and he would not speak if he could. Tian Tian always felt something was wrong, turned his head and glanced at Naruto suspiciously, and asked in a low voice mysteriously. Why do I feel like you know a lot about it? Could it be that Captain Yamato was kidnapped by you? Why should I kidnap Yamato? He rolled his eyes. Let him build me a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house, but it's not impossible, I can consider it next time. With Naruto on the way, the atmosphere didn't seem depressing. In addition, Naruto looked sure that Yamato was fine, so the other 3 were not so nervous. Tian Tian was easily led by Naruto's words, Xiao Li was more straightforward, and Naruto was clearly just a bystander. The only one left in the team working was Aberame Shino, who stared at the front meticulously under his sunglasses. At noon, the team began to rest. Watching Tian Tian and Naruto each take out a variety of ingredients and barbecue utensils, Aberame Shino finally couldn't hold it anymore, but he himself was not a person who would get angry. That. As soon as he spoke, the other 3 looked over. What's wrong? Naruto took out a bag of frozen chicken legs and asked in confusion. Shino, are you feeling uncomfortable? Tian Tian took out a bag of dried vegetables. I brought a medical kit, you can tell me where you feel uncomfortable. Shino doesn't have a stomachache, right? Xiao Li popped up. Aberame Shino. He didn't know what to say for a while, even though this scene was no different from a picnic. But seeing that the 3 people were staring at him, he could only shake his head. It's okay. That's good, let's make do with roasted chicken legs for lunch, there's really nothing to eat on the road. Naruto said as he lit the fire. I'll make vegetable soup, Tian Tian was also incited, and added water to the pot with interest. I want to drink juice. Tian Tian. Xiao Li stood at attention and raised his hand. Here. Tian Tian took out a bottle of juice from the ninjutsu scroll with a bang and poured it into the cup that Naruto had prepared long ago. Call me if it's not enough. Okay. Shino Aberame. He didn't know what to say. If it was 3 or 4 years ago, Shino Aberame might have severely reprimanded Naruto and the other 2. After all, the mission was the first priority, so how could they let down their guard? But now he wouldn't be so stubborn. The mission was not the first priority. And the mission was not his own mission, but the mission of the whole team. Just let it go, and don't worry too much. Excessive worry is not only not good for the mission, but also easy to cause conflicts with teammates. After dinner, Naruto asked about the place where Yamato disappeared, and Shino Aberame reported a place name. Kagakure village. Hearing this, Naruto's heart skipped a beat. This place is not a good place. Kusagakure village, why would Yamato go to that kind of place? What mission requires going to Kusagakure village? There won't be a trick, right? I don't know. The mission content of Yamato-sensei is confidential. Aberame Shino shook her head. The village gave the information that Captain Yamato was last seen in Kusagakure village. What happened to Kusagakure village? Why do you look like you are facing a great enemy, Naruto? Tian Tian approached, stared at Naruto for a while, and reached out to touch his forehead. And sweat, what's wrong with you? As soon as she finished speaking, Aberame Shino and Xiao Li looked at Naruto. I don't know, I always feel that Kusagakure village is a little ominous. Naruto wiped his sweat. My 6th sense tells me that it's best not to go. The so-called 6th sense is nothing more than information stored in the brain. In the huge and complex permutations and combinations, the subconscious has already reached a conclusion. But the thinking will be a beat slower, and it needs a flash of inspiration to wake up suddenly. Unfortunately, there will be no hints before that. Is there such a saying? Tian Tian was stunned for a while. I don't know either. He took a deep breath, hesitated for a while and said, let's go and see first, maybe I'm thinking too much. On the other side, Kabuto Yakushi had already sent the Yamato captured by Black Zetsu to the test bench, and successfully strengthened 100,000 white Zetsu. As for the 5,000 white Zetsu promised to Suzuki to be sent to Kumagakure, they have been shipped underwater and will arrive the next day. Suzuki had arrived at the border of the Land of Lightning a few days in advance, and he received the news that he attacked the capital of the Land of Fire while he was still on the way. hijacked the daimyo and stole the jewelry. Sasuke. There is no doubt that he wanted to put the blame on himself like last time. Sasuke's face was not very good. When he was in the rivers and lakes, he was stabbed, but he didn't say he would take so many blames. Sasuke, look at the matter of the capital of the land of fire. Kane looked at him with some concern. It must be Naruto. Sasuke gritted his teeth, showing a rare angry expression. Does that guy think I'm a fool? He keeps blaming me again and again. Uzumaki Naruto. Kori was a little surprised. It's him. No mistake. Sasuke said with certainty, his teeth grinding. Kori was a little confused for a while. She didn't really know who the fake Sasuke was. After invading Kumigakure, her mind was all on Sasuke. She tried her best to stop him from doing anything too dangerous, but she didn't expect that she would be confused because of her concern. Thinking carefully, there are actually not many people who can pretend to be Sasuke. First of all, you have to have seen Sasuke, and secondly, you have to be familiar with Sasuke. The most important thing is strength, no less than Sasuke's strength. At this point, Naruto's strength has long been hidden. It's not difficult to deduce the identity of the fake Sasuke with just a little thought. The Fire Country, strong strength, knowing Sasuke, shameless, all kinds of factors add up. The answer is obvious. Damn Uzumaki Naruto. Why did he do this? Zion Jihyo frowned. Sasuke, weren't you partners before? Even if he wanted to use a fake identity, he could have used someone else's. No, you don't know him. Sasuke looked at the border of the land of lightning in front of him, took a deep breath and said, this man has always been shameless, extremely shameless. He is deliberately provoking me. When I question him, he will definitely pretend to be innocent. Damn it. Then Sasuke, you should retaliate back. He pretended to be you, can't you pretend to be him? Shuiyu glanced at him and said casually. When he turned around, he found that Sasuke was staring at him. Why, what's wrong? Shuiyu was shocked and asked stutteringly. No, what you said makes sense. Sasuke shook his head, and then said to himself, that guy understands me because I haven't changed in these years. But doesn't that guy know me too? I also know that guy's character, and I can definitely retaliate against him. Suiyo was a little dumbfounded and reminded. Sasuke, we will invade Kumigakure later. I know, just take this opportunity to retaliate. Sasuke looked up and looked into the distance, wait for White Zetsu to arrive, and set off directly. The next day, the two Yama people got up early as usual. After washing up, she changed into a casual dress. The daily life day after day almost made her forget her imprisonment. Only when she saw Samui and Mabi would she suddenly wake up. They, including herself, were spies who had no choice. She straightened her collar in front of the mirror and went downstairs with a bag of garbage 2 minutes later. She had just thrown away the garbage at the corner, but turned around and saw Samui greeting her. You got up so early? Samui smiled. The next second, the head was separated. The two Yukatos looked cold, sheathed their ninja swords, and watched the corpse on the ground turn into a white humanoid creature. They were shocked. This is an enemy they have never seen before? When the two Yukatos realized that an enemy had infiltrated Kumigakure, this scene was happening all over the village at the same time. Hundreds of careless or distracted Kumigakure ninjas were killed by their relatives or friends. Near the Reikage building, Sasuke used the transformation technique to become Naruto's appearance, paused, and slowly walked into the shadows. Chapter 504 Kakashi, for Naruto, Ghost Lantern City is safer. The hidden cloud village was covered with dark clouds, and lightning as thick as a bucket exploded between the clouds. The wind was howling, and the black clouds like fish scales were blown away and gathered in an instant. The light in the village dimmed, and visibility was greatly affected. White Zetsu shuttled between the villages, harvesting the lives of ninjas one by one. Hasn't it been cleaned up yet? The fourth Reikage angrily hammered the table, and the table shattered into powder with a bang. The secretary Mabii on the side held the file and narrated calmly. More than 400 people were killed and injured, and nearly 1/7 of the village's ninjas were lost. The captains of each team have taken people to quell the chaos, and the situation is under control. She finished her words, and she could vaguely feel that the situation had changed. The two Yuki killed a white Zetsu, and when they were putting away their swords, they turned around and saw a familiar figure jumping from the Reikage building. That person was Uzumaki Naruto? She frowned subconsciously, and denied this absurd idea in a flash. Uzumaki Naruto was just bad, not stupid, so how could he attack the hidden cloud village openly? Besides, with her brief understanding of that guy, it was not difficult to see that Uzumaki Naruto was a person who liked to hide. Because of this, it was even more impossible for him. With a bang, the glass on the outside of the Reikage building was shattered. At that moment, the two Yuki under the building instantly turned into tailed beasts, blue flames burst, and the two-tailed cat appeared. Come! With a thud, the two-tailed beast, which was burning with blazing flames all over its body, cracked the ground and ricocheted towards the 5th floor of the Reikage building with a bang. At the moment when the fake Naruto landed, the two followed closely by wooden men. On the 5th floor of the Reikage building, the Reikage was talking to Darui, and Mabi was standing aside. Outside the door, Samui was knocking on the door with two disciples and just opened the door. They planned to confirm the authenticity of the Box of Bliss with the Reikage to avoid wasting time. The Box of Bliss is said to be the treasure of the Six Paths Sage. Legend has it that as long as you can get the Box of Six Paths and open it, you can make a wish come true. This thing fell in the Kusagakure village, and it is rumored that the Kusagakure village almost used this thing to rule the ninja world. It is not ruled out that it was written and directed by the Kusagakure village. After all, this is very Kusagakure village. It was originally a place without a habitual thief of his own ninjutsu culture. He also likes to claim to be the cultural center of the ninja world. The nobles are extravagant and control most of the economic lifeline of the grass country. The internal management is in chaos. It regards itself as a great power, but cannot deal with the internal vagrant ninjas. It is worth mentioning that this information is shared by the Fire Country and the Lightning Country. The task that Yamato participated in was to investigate the Box of Bliss that appeared in the Grass Village. The team sent by the Cloud Village was led by Samui. Several people went to the Grass Village, but found that the Grass Village was gone. The internal and external pressures were in name only. The two groups of people happened to be one after another. Yamato had just been knocked unconscious by Black Zetsu, and Samui appeared in the Grass Village with two unreliable disciples. After taking a look at the dilapidated village and asking around, I knew that there was a prison in the Ghost Lantern City. After seeing such a place, I left decisively. What a joke, I refused to work overtime. Just when I came back, Samui had a cold face, followed by two bickering disciples. In the dim corridor, there were scattered footsteps. Knocking and pushing the door continuously, Samui had no time to speak, and suddenly saw that the glass of her boss was broken by someone. The figure looked familiar. Damn, isn't this the bitch Uzumaki Naruto? The Reikage was more perceptive, and the moment he turned his head, he roared, and rushed directly towards the black shadow without even looking. With a bang, lightning flashed, and the Reikage saw the man's face clearly. The yellow-haired man with an arrogant face was dodging to the right. A long sword was as fast as lightning, and it was attacked again at the moment of dodging. The Reikage flashed, and he could not change his forward route due to inertia. The fake Naruto knelt and went directly to the Reikage with a wide-open flaw attacked the abdomen. The moment the two figures crossed, the hit Reikage turned into white smoke with a bang. It was not the real body, but a thunder clone. Who is it? The Reikage fell from the sky, and a pair of golden wrist guards hit the fake Naruto heavily. The latter could only draw his sword to resist. With a bang, the floor of the office was in a mess. Uzumaki Naruto. The fourth-generation Reikage stopped and recognized the yellow-haired man in front of him. It was only a few years after the 5 cage talks. He was not old enough to forget. After all, each cage had at least a pair of generals by his side. Only Tsunade brought someone to the talks, which was particularly impressive to him. Although it has been a long time since we last saw each other, Uzumaki Naruto's appearance seems to have changed a little, but it is not to the point of being unrecognizable. The fake Naruto did not answer the Reikage's question, but smiled at the few people and slowly retreated to the window. A backward jump, directly disappeared into the night. With a rumble, lightning flashed, and the Reikage's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The internal situation of the Hidden Rain village was still unstable, and no one went to chase the fake Naruto. The two Yukatos had a complicated expression. She was sure that the person who just appeared was not Uzumaki Naruto. No one in the Hidden Cloud village knew Uzumaki Naruto better than her. After all, she had already surrendered. They were all people who knew the pros and cons of each other. They could tell whether it was true or false with just one look. Not only the two Yukatos, but Samui and Mabi also had strange expressions. Although they didn't know Uzumaki Naruto well, they had signed the evil god contract. The moment the fake Naruto appeared, a thought popped up in their minds: who is this guy? The people of Konoha. The fourth Reikage was furious. his rough voice was deafening. It's so hateful. Uzumaki Naruto broke into the village openly and didn't take us seriously at all. What happened today was too sudden. Kumigakure lost hundreds of ninjas in an instant. What a concept. The Raikage can still sit in the office, which is his greatest self-restraint. I wish I could pull the man behind me out and throw him to the ground. Under such rage, the fourth Raikage, who is straightforward, can't stay calm. Beast. Konoha is a beast. The Raikage roared, turned around and smashed a wall with a bang. Konoha and Kumigakure have actually been trying to contact each other. They have been rubbing against each other for almost a year, and their pants are almost rubbing out sparks. In some events, the two sides can already share intelligence. The Paradise Box in Kusagakure village is the best example, although both parties sent people to investigate. That is also a major breakthrough. If the friendship deepens, the two sides can start cooperation. Konoha took a fancy to Kumigakure's energy resources, and Kumigakure took a fancy to Konoha's in general. It was like a turtle taking a fancy to a mung bean. They took a fancy to each other and were ready to join forces. The two Yukatos and the three women witnessed all this in the office. The three women wanted to say something, but they couldn't. How can I say this? I am very familiar with Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto. Isn't this a mentally retarded statement? It's obvious that he is a traitor. What Kumigakure can't tolerate the most is traitors, and they will have a bad end if they are discovered. Can't say, can't say. The three women were strangely silent, just watching the Raikage frantically. In the end, Mabi spoke first, but didn't say the doubts, but asked whether to send a letter to Konoha to question it now. Question, inquiry, one-word difference, the relationship is very different. This fierce questioning letter was finally rushed to the Hokage's desk. Kakashi took a look at it, looked up at the ceiling. Rubbed his eyes, lowered his head and looked again. How weird. Konoha attacked Kumigakure? Naruto assassinated the Raikage? Ironclad evidence? Kakashi looked back and forth several times, making sure his eyes were not damaged, and couldn't help but gasp. Shikamaru. Yes. Shikamaru raised his head from the pile of documents and looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look. Where are Naruto and the others? Has Shino sent back any news? Kakashi read the expedited document in one hand and rubbed his temple with the other. On the way to the land of grass, according to the speed of Shino's team, they should have arrived now. Shikamaru thought for a while and said. Arrived, that doesn't make sense. Kakashi rubbed his chin and glanced at Shikamaru at the same time. This is an expedited document from Kumigakure, take a look. As he said, Kakashi handed the document to Shikamaru. Kurigakure. Shikamaru was puzzled, took it and looked down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Naruto and the others are still in the land of grass, how could they appear in Kumigakure? Is this a deliberate frame-up? They have evidence, and they will send it back in a hurry later. Kakashi paced slowly in the office and said, maybe someone pretended to be Naruto and made trouble in Kumigakure. It is possible, but what is their purpose? Shikamaru frowned, facts speak louder than words, it was not Naruto, we just need to clarify it here. Try to reply a message first, and test the tone of Kumigakure. Kakashi did not answer directly, and his words seemed to indicate that there was something else. Shikamaru could not question the decision of his leader, so he said yes and went out with the documents. As the Hokage's assistant, it is his job to draft the manuscript. Half a day later, Shikamaru came back with a bad look on his face. What happened? How about it? Kakashi asked casually, as if he had expected the result. Shikamaru took a breath, opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound for a while, and shook his head seriously after a while, and said. Union insisted that Konoha was responsible for the death, and Naruto participated in the assassination, and said that Naruto must be severely punished. Otherwise, the cooperation between Union and Konoha will be directly terminated, and the use of war will not be ruled out. Hehe. Kakashi smiled. Investigate and report again, bargain with them, and show that we also have evidence here, and the evidence is as strong as a mountain. Shikamaru left again, not holding much hope in his heart. Union has always been strong. If it was evidence, Niji's father would not commit suicide. Not long after, Shikamaru returned to the office again. Kakashi was not so lazy at this time, and probably knew that this was the final result, so he asked. What did they say? Union means that both sides can intervene in the investigation, before the final result comes out, in order to prevent Konoha from shielding Naruto. Naruto must be supervised and put in the prison of Grass Country, Kizuna Castle. Kizuna Castle. Kakashi looked down in the drawer for a while, found a letter, opened it and said, Kizuna Castle's Lord Wuivai has a good relationship with Konoha. The hidden grass village has become history, and there seems to be some unrest there. Why does Kumagakure insist on putting Naruto in that place? Shikamaru was a little puzzled. Isn't it okay to temporarily detain him in Konoha's prison? Well, the reasons are a bit complicated. Kakashi scratched his head. Kizuna Castle will not agree. Of course they will choose a third-party prison to detain Naruto. Kizuna Castle is a ninja imprisonment agency entrusted by each village to Kizuna Castle. In order to prevent favoritism, it specializes in detaining ninjas who commit crimes together from each village. And we won't agree either. Naruto can't be detained in Konoha's prison. Why? Shikamaru asked. It seems something has happened. If he is detained in Konoha prison, the first responsible persons are Marino Ibiki and Yamanaka Inoichi. Kakashi scratched his head and laughed dryly. Compared to Kizuna Castle, I think Naruto will be in a worse situation if he falls into Yamanaka Inoichi's hands. Recently, Lord Yamanaka seems to be in a heavy mood. Although I dare not conclude that it is related to Naruto, it is almost certain. Hearing this, Shikamaru was speechless for a moment. That's true. He shook his head, thinking that he was so busy that he was actually worried about that guy. For Naruto, no matter how scary the Ghost Lantern City is, that guy will never suffer. If he is in Konoha prison and has contact with the intelligence department, oh no, that guy is finished. Kakashi meant that he would not be tried at all, but directly sent to Ghost Lantern City to be imprisoned. When the truth comes out, Naruto will be released. Once Konoha intervenes in the investigation, the first person Naruto will see is Yamanaka Inoichi. Is Ghost Lantern City safe? Shikamaru was a little worried. Not safe. Kakashi shook his head, but it should be safe for Naruto, at least safer than Konoha. What's more, Kumagakure also has their own selfish interests. Selfish interests? Before Yamato disappeared, the mission he received was to go to Kusagakure village to track down the information about the Box of Paradise, which is a very dangerous and mysterious ninja tool. Kumagakure also intervened in the investigation. It can be considered that Konoha and Kumagakure cooperated in the investigation, but it is obvious that Kumagakure has not found the Box of Paradise. Kakashi leaned back in his chair, revealing a dead fisheye outside his mask. The Box of Paradise is in the territory of the Land of Grass. If it is not in Kusagakure village, it can only be in one place. Shikamaru looked suspicious and asked tentatively. Kizuka Castle? Yes. Kakashi nodded. If Naruto is innocent, this is an undercover mission. Kakashi said, Kusagakure is more shameless than you think. Let's notify the mission first. Notify Shino's team that the mission has changed. Yes. Shikamaru nodded and left. Outside Kusagakure village. Why has this village become like this? Tian looked at the desolate and dilapidated village in the distance and found it hard to believe that this was the powerful Kusagakure village. It exploded? Naruto was gloating, as he had been behind this. Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo were planted here by him, waiting for an opportunity. It seems that they were lucky enough to encounter the turmoil and took advantage of the situation to destroy this place. Chapter 505 I didn't expect that you, Sasuke, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are not a good person. What about the mission? Tian had a headache. Go in and ask someone. Let's go in and take a look first. Abarame Shino said, there are people inside. I have asked the bad bug to go in and investigate, and there are still a few people staying in the ruins of the village. Xiao Li stood like a pine tree, with his hands behind his back, looking around. At the end of the low plain was a large village. It was built beside the winding and wide grass river, but now it was just broken walls and ruins. White smoke rose from the ruins. It was a dilapidated house. Occasionally, black spots could be seen moving on the ruins, probably the surviving villagers. The four approached and found that the gate of the village had collapsed. The architectural style was also the same war-damaged style, with dust and broken walls everywhere, and the villagers' faces were pale. This place is a bit weird, can't even eat. Naruto put his hands behind his head and looked around. After a little sensing, he found that Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo had left long ago. He could only sense a rough the direction, but not the exact location. It should be quite far away, maybe not even within the borders of the Land of Grass. But he didn't care. The two could go wherever they wanted. Anyway, they could be contacted if there was anything. There was nothing new in the ninja world. The two were strong enough to fight against a small team of jonin. The land of grass has taken in too many wandering ninjas. The good and the bad are mixed, which is a hidden danger. Aberame Shino said as she walked in front. So it was wandering ninjas that destroyed the land of grass? Tian Tian asked curiously. A riot? Maybe, but it has nothing to do with us. Aberame Shino stopped and looked in one direction. There's trouble. A rumbling sound came, and Tian Tian and Xiao Li's faces suddenly changed, and their expressions became alert. I saw a group of people rushing out from the other end of the street, shouting and yelling, holding all kinds of things in their hands. Swords, spears, and short spears rushed over in a black crowd, looking like a mob. But compared to the gangsters, these wandering ninjas are more powerful and insidious. The former are for money and sex, while the latter are much more complicated. Killing depends entirely on mood. They kill people who meet on a narrow road and kill the weak. To put it nicely, they are called wandering ninjas, but they can become vicious thieves at any time. They are good at robbing caravans, and they are also familiar with fighting and robbing ninjutsu. In such a big ninja world, there are always some villains wandering in the gray area. People who do so many evil things and kill people without blinking an eye should be despised by thousands of people. It's a pity that the culture of the grass country is deformed. Others kill people without blinking an eye, but they still ask if their eyes are dry. The slave culture and flattery culture in the history and culture of the grass country make them spontaneously accept wandering ninjas. Not only welcome, but also try their best to whitewash them. Women in the grass country also cater to wandering ninjas. It can only be said that one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten, and no one can control it. Where did those people come from? They are wearing strange clothes. Naruto looked a little bored and was not in the mood to play a show of pretending to be awesome, so he just opened and closed his mouth. Before Tian Tian and Xiao Li could start fighting, he directly activated the power of the 9 tails in his body. The blood-colored 9 tails, which was 10 stories high, suddenly appeared, with an extremely fierce momentum. In an instant, tons of blood-colored chakra, as thick as substance, gushed out crazily. Almost instantly, the 4-man team was wrapped in it, and a 9-tailed blood fox rose within a radius of 10 meters. Roar! The wandering ninja who was still shouting and killing in the last second was scared to death by the blood-colored 9 tails in the next second, and hurriedly braked and turned around and ran away. What a joke, they are not of the same power level. The other party is driving a Gundam, are they going to give their heads away? Several wandering ninjas were dragged and trampled in the chaos, and even those who had the ability were trampled to death. He screamed miserably, and was stabbed again and died. Tian Tian, Xiao Li and Shino stood aside and had not yet taken action. They watched the other party run away in a mess, and they could not help but be stunned. Tian Tian looked up at the bloody 9-tailed beast and turned pale. Fortunately, Naruto was able to control it and put it away in an instant. Everything returned to calm, and there were only the figures of the wandering ninjas running away in the distance, as if nothing had happened. Naruto glanced at the opposite side lazily, and he was bored to the naked eye. These wandering ninjas are no different from flies. The Kusagakuer village is so rotten, but they still stay here to suck blood. What was that just now? Tian Tian was still frightened. Ninjutsu, similar to the Koji multiplication technique, I figured it out. Naruto didn't say anything about the power of the 9-tailed beast, and made up an excuse at random. It's not that he didn't trust the 3 people beside him, but it was too troublesome to explain. In the later period, ninjas are like demons dancing wildly and Gundams flying all over the world. There is no benefit in saying too much, just evade it a little. Tian Tian and Xiao Li are both straightforward and don't think too much, and Shino will not doubt his partners. Looks so powerful. Xiao Li said with envy, and Naruto felt a little annoyed by his eager look. He thought that this person would not want to fight with him. Facing the bloody 9-tailed phantom, even if he opened 6 gates, it would be a gift. Xiao Li can't open 7 gates, right? Fortunately, Xiao Li, the martial arts fanatic, didn't say anything like finding a time to fight. Tian Tian seemed very happy, at least he didn't have to fight. Although fighting against wandering ninjas is not bad, it is always troublesome to fight. These scumbags have too many despicable means, and it is difficult for ninjas to gain too much advantage from them. Just as the 4 of them were relaxed, talking and laughing and preparing to go to Kusagakuer village, a falcon flew into the sky above Kusagakuer village and circled around the 4 of them. Hearing the sound, Aberame Shino's face changed. He knew the origin of the falcon better than anyone else. There are very few falcons in the Anbu that can fly fast, and they are all used to deal with emergencies. Right now, one of them is circling over their heads, and it is an urgent message from the Hokage building. Is that the falcon of the village? Tenten also raised her head, her face also looking a little bad. What good can it be for them to insert an urgent message at this time? If the village was not attacked, it was that the Hokage building issued new instructions for their mission. The bird in the sky. Naruto looked up, his heart pounding, and suddenly a bad feeling came to his heart. Yes. Shino blew a whistle, and the hawk landed on his hand. After a while, Shino had a piece of information in his hand, and he tore open the note and took a look. His face changed instantly, and he looked up at Naruto. But he didn't say anything for a while, which seemed very strange. What's wrong? Xiao Li was scratching his head anxiously. What happened? Tian Tian came over directly, and was stunned when she saw the content of the information on the note. After a while, she looked up at Naruto with a weird expression. Xiao Li was even more anxious. Why were they all weird? Before he went forward to check, Naruto strode over and took the note from Tianatian's hand. He glanced over and his expression suddenly became weird. Suddenly, Naruto looked up at Xiao Li. Xiao Li was immediately terrified, and his body trembled twice, thinking that this note might be about me. He trembled, and his voice was a little dry. What's wrong? The only person who didn't know what was going on at the scene was Xiao Li. Tian Tian, who was beside Naruto, wanted to laugh but couldn't. She thought Naruto was really a rogue. The note was clearly about him, but he deliberately scared Xiao Li. If it was just ordinary news, Tian Tian would probably laugh now, but... She glanced at Naruto beside her and felt worried. This was not an ordinary incident. It was a bit absurd to say that Naruto, who had been with them the whole time, had just assassinated the Raikage yesterday. This was completely impossible. The four of them were together when eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet. Could they have assassinated the Raikage in that little time? Besides, what was the purpose? It didn't make sense at all. What benefit could you get from assassinating the Kage of a village with your real face? But the information from the Hokage building had been sent over, there was no doubt about it. Let me see. Xiao Li also came over. He was stunned after glancing over it. It seemed that he was not mentioned above. How could it be Naruto? After reading it carefully, Xiao Li was also dumbfounded and stood there at a loss. Hasn't Naruto been with us all the time? How could he have time to assassinate the Raikage? Damn it, this is framing a good person. Naruto was so angry that his hands were shaking. He completely forgot that he had also framed Sasuke in this way. Which dead shameless person? He didn't know about this, but the two wooden men gave him a signal yesterday. Unfortunately, the evil god contract could not fully convey the message. The information can only be conveyed in the agreed way, such as what this means and what that means, and some useful information can be simply conveyed. After all, Naruto has the Yellow Spring Gate, and sometimes he only needs those who have contracted with him to give a coordinate, and the rest does not require too complicated operations. It is precisely because of this that the two wooden men didn't know what to say for a while, and simply sent a warning signal to Naruto without sending the coordinates. Naruto looked at it and found that there was no coordinate, so nothing serious happened. As a result, I got up and saw, wow, I became the assassin of the Raikage? This clumsy method, someone must be trying to harm me? But then again, he couldn't think of anyone else who could use such a method except Sasuke? By inference, it is not difficult to know the identity of the fake Naruto. After all, there are not many people with the same strength as him. In fact, the second pillar does not have so many methods as Naruto, and he can't gain any advantage in a real fight. Besides, he doesn't think Sasuke is a fool. After being tricked so many times, he must have guessed that he was behind the scenes pretending to be Sasuke, and the possibility of the other party fighting back is very high. Although the reasoning is reasonable, Naruto has always thought that only shameless people like him would use conspiracy and tricks. But who knows, Sasuke, looking at his thick eyebrows and big eyes, is not a good person. What should we do? Tian Tian looked a little bad. The opinion of the Hokage building is to terminate the mission. Someone will take over later. Let's escort Naruto to the prison in the Ghost Light City. The person who assassinated the Raikage must not be Naruto, right? Xiao Li stood between Shino and Tian Tian, and asked anxiously, looking a little impatient. Of course not, Naruto has been with us all the time. Abarame Shino put her hands in her pockets, wearing a pair of round sunglasses on her face, and her voice could not hear the ups and downs of emotions. Then why escort Naruto to prison? What is the Ghost Light City? Xiao Li's face was sweating. The Ghost Light City is a prison in the Land of Grass, which is equivalent to being recognized by the 5 major countries and is specially used to accommodate ninjas involved in diplomatic incidents. Tian Tian said dejectedly. This kind of thing obviously there is no evidence, right? Xiao Li asked. There is indeed no evidence, but the Hokage building has made it very clear that they will detain him first and then submit the evidence. Abarame Shino said, we have no choice. This is an order. This is too much. Naruto has done nothing, but he is still sent to prison. Tian Tian complained. The 3 were still arguing fiercely. Abarame Shino's meaning was very clear. This was an order from the Hokage building. In any case, ninjas must put their missions first. Xiao Li couldn't understand why he had to go to prison for such a meaningless thing. Tian Tian was caught in the middle, a little at a loss, and occasionally looked at Naruto. Naruto was not in a hurry at all. He didn't explain or panic, but fell into deep thought. The beginning of this scene is a little familiar. The Raikage was assassinated, and the prison in the Grass Country Ghost Lantern City? The movie version Blood Prison? But it seems to be consistent with some details in the memory. Paradoxically, the fake Naruto was Sasuke pretending to be him. Only the Raikage was assassinated, and the other cages were not affected. So where did Babian Shanhua, who pretended to be him and committed crimes everywhere, go? If this is the case, does it mean that Sasuke helped the other party and trapped himself in the Ghost Lantern City prison? No. You can't do this. How can you send Naruto to that prison? Xiao Li shouted. Abarame Shino didn't speak, his brows were furrowed. He was the captain of the team. The mission instructions issued by the Hokage building were also directly aimed at him, and he had to complete it. Don't quarrel first, ahaha, we are all companions. Tian Tian forced a smile and tried to persuade them to stop fighting. That Shino, I don't think we can. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a short stay in prison anyway. Naruto interrupted. The main person spoke, and the 3 of them looked in Naruto's direction. Tianation's face darkened. He didn't care about persuading the fight, and waved to Naruto to signal him not to speak. She couldn't care less, took 2 steps forward and pulled Naruto over, lowering her voice and whispering. Kizuki Castle is a small island surrounded by the sea in the Land of Grass. The ninja who enters it will be locked with chains that lock chakra, and cannot use any ninjutsu. If the charges are cleared, it's fine. After the heavenly prison technique is lifted, you can get out soon, but it's better to be safe than sorry. This time the situation is a bit weird, no one can tell. Tianation's meaning is very clear, who knows if it's a deliberate target. If you can't get out after entering, it will be troublesome. You don't even have the ability to resist inside, so you can be slaughtered by others? Naruto knows very well that he doesn't know the Sage Mode, and entering is a life or death situation, but nothing is absolute. Chapter 506 Everyone inside is talented and speaks well. The sealing technique is still the same after all the changes. It's not impossible to use chakra, but it doesn't mean you can't use the system. The Nine Tails chakra originally belongs to the system. Even if Naruto's own chakra is sealed, it does not mean that he cannot use ninjutsu. Let's take a step back. The system also has jutsu that does not require chakra. Besides, Kakashi probably has a backup plan. It's just that now he has only been notified to stay in prison. Most likely he will have to be ordered to do something in the future. Will he have to make a prison storm? It is definitely safe, but more importantly, the blood prison has what he wants. It's not a box of bliss. There is a system. What's the point of that thing? It's not realistic to realize the wish. It's just a box of sin. What he needs most now is the consumables of the evil god believers. The dragon tongue of the grass country Anbu is a good consumable. Now the progress of task 3 is 3 short. It would be good if the dragon tongue could be subdued. Looking at Tianation's worried expression, Naruto waved his hand. Let's see first, you don't have to go to jail. Is this a done deal? Tian Tian was a little speechless, and tugged at his clothes again. This kind of thing is not a joke. Well, I know what's going on. Naruto suddenly put a hand on Tianation's shoulder and lowered his voice. When I find the bastard who framed me, I will definitely dig up his ancestors' graves. Tian Tian was ashamed. This is really Naruto, he will take revenge for any grievance. Since the main person agreed, the tone of the matter was basically determined. The mission of Shino's team was changed midway, from investigating Yamato's whereabouts to escorting Naruto to the Ghost Lantern City prison. It's called escort, but it's actually accompanying him. It's rare to see people talking and laughing before going to jail. The closer they got to the coastline of the Ghost Lantern City prison, the more uneasy Tian Tian became. She couldn't help but tug at Naruto's clothes again, and asked the moment he turned around. Are you really sure? I'm not 100% sure, but there shouldn't be any problem. Naruto answered truthfully. It made no difference whether he said it or not, Tian Tian was speechless for a while. As long as this person started to perfunctory, he would start to talk nonsense, so she simply stopped asking. Ghost Lantern City, coastline. Tian Tian looked worried, watching the airship that picked up the prisoners slowly approaching. Ghost Lantern City prison is located on an island, surrounded by turbulent whirlpools and undercurrents. Once a person falls into it, there is no chance of survival. The prison is named after the ghost lantern grass growing on the outer coast. The fruits of the ghost lantern grass will go over the high walls when the wind blows. The red fruits can fill the stomach, and the white fruits have an anesthetic effect. Go back, I'm going to jail. Naruto waved his hand without motivation, looking like he was going to die. The three of them were speechless for a while, but there was nothing they could do, so they could only turn around and leave slowly. Tian Tian paused before leaving and looked at him deeply. Naruto didn't react, turned around and watched the prison airship approach. Suddenly, a loud cry sounded in the sky, and a black falcon flew over his head. A white note landed silently in front of him, and Naruto reached out and grabbed it. After confirming that the airship was still some distance away from him, he opened the note. The mission is to stop the high-level officials of Kusagakure village from opening the Box of Bliss. You must adapt to the situation and there are no reinforcements. After the task is completed, you can use the excuse to turn against the village. I can help you with a small favor. For example, I may have a way to solve the relationship between Yamanaka Inoichi and Hyuga Hayashi, who have been worrying about you. Kakashi. After a glance, his eyes stopped at the words no reinforcements, and his head was immediately filled with black lines. Fighting alone? While thinking, the people from the Ghost Lantern City have come. Oh no, the fierce jailer came up and handcuffed Naruto without saying anything. With a click, Naruto just struggled casually, and the handcuffs snapped and broke, falling to the ground with a jingle, which was awkward. Although the jailer was arrogant, he was not blind. He knew that this was a master who was not easy to mess with, and thought that the other party had not been imprisoned in the prison, so he would endure it for the time being. So, the two jailers showed an embarrassed smile. Sir, you need to wear handcuffs to enter the prison. This is the rule of Ghost Lantern City. Why haven't I heard of this rule? I don't want to wear it now. Naruto glanced at the jailer, looking like he was not easy to talk to, and said unscrupulously. The jailer was a little helpless, but he could only coax people in first. They had seen many arrogant prisoners who were sent over with shackles or cages. It was rare to see them without any imprisonment. This kind of people usually have a higher status in their original village and attach great importance to the word dignity. Maybe they believed that the village would clear their name when they came, but after entering the Ghost Light Island prison It's okay, sir, please follow us first. The jailer forced a smile and made way. Naruto didn't continue to make things difficult for the jailer. His attitude was a little restrained. He just spit on the ground and walked onto the airship. It's called an airship, but it's just a simple motorboat used to pick up and drop off prisoners. Generally speaking, there are more prisoners, and not many can walk out of the Ghost Light Island prison. Imprisonment, registration, assembly, warden's patrol, and sealing of the prison were all done in one go. Looking at the long queue of people entering the prison, Naruto realized that the Ghost Light Island prison was a lot bigger. The entire island belonged to the prison, except for the beach on the coast. But it was only because that beach was full of hard stone beaches, and it was very difficult to dig and transform. Even though the environment was so bad, plants, ghost light grass, still grew on the stone beaches. The team entered the body search stage, and the prisoners also showed their magical powers. Although all the prisoners were sealed with the heavenly prison seal, once the ninjutsu was used, it would burn their hearts. Even so, it does not mean that there are no other ways. If you can endure the pain and not change your expression, you can also use illusions to avoid it. For example, the Anbu of Kusagakure village, Ryuga, who stood in front of Naruto. With white hair, blue eyes, and a pirate turban, it is difficult to tell whether he is a man or a woman, but looking around, it seems that there are only male prisoners in Ghost Lantern City. Since the search process is one by one, Naruto does not know what means Ryuga will use. Soon it was the next one's turn, and it seemed that Ryuga had gotten away with it. Next. Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto was about to move forward with his prison uniform, when he suddenly heard someone laugh behind him, and he subconsciously dodged sideways. With a plop, the jailer missed and fell flat on his face. He looked back and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "What are you doing? Soul egg!" The jailer was furious, clenching his fists and growling, "Don't be so proud, don't think about getting out of Ghost Lantern City, you'll suffer in the future." "Really?" Naruto didn't stop, walked towards the body search room, and left a sentence, "I don't want to leave either. It's called a room, but it's just a curtain partition. What's rare is that this kind of place actually pays attention to the privacy of prisoners, and is even equipped with a complete health room and library. According to the warden, don't think about getting out after entering here, and the village will no longer trust them. If you give up the idea of getting out, you can still live well here. After all, the funding for Ghost Lantern City Island comes not only from the Grass Country, but also from the 5 major countries. Even prisoners are a wealth for the ninja village, and they will not be left alone. After all, whether it is to find out the truth or encounter a war, this group of people can get amnesty and continue to work for the village. Besides, other major countries have paid money, and no one will feel at ease if they don't pay. If they are not even paid, the criminals in this country will inevitably be harassed, and hatred will inevitably grow over time. If they are bribed by others, it will be an unprovoked disaster for the village. It is precisely because of this that the conditions here are better than most ninja prisons. Take off all your clothes." The fat warden with a big nose ordered fiercely with a black rubber stick, and several jailers also surrounded him, obviously having received news that they would give Naruto special care. Naruto did not hesitate, this was not the time to talk. He turned his elbow and started directly, his waist was like a steel bearing in an instant, and a whip fist with a visible strong wind hit a jailer's face fiercely. With a bang, the jailer's face was instantly deformed, and with a click, his nose bone was broken. The whole person was like being hit by a chariot, and flew backwards in a bow-shaped shrimp shape. With a thud, he hit the wall and smashed a big hole. Seeing this, the other jailers' faces changed drastically, and the fat pig warden was sweating coldly on his face. This punch even created a wind. Is it sealed? Still checking. Naruto withdrew his hand, glanced at the warden, and showed a cruel smile. I will dig out your organs with my bare hands. Fuck, the warden's legs are almost weak, what kind of monster is this? No need. The warden was terrified and swallowed his saliva, backing away. That has been checked, there is no need to check again. That's good. Naruto walked away in a pair of shorts, holding the prison uniform and hanging the pendulum, his muscles all over his body were very eye-catching. Sir, a jailer came over, and from his face, he was also very scared. Where did that person come from? From Konoha. As he said, he glanced at the corner, and the unconscious jailer had been carried out on a stretcher. If he didn't use chakra, it's just pure physical strength, it's far beyond ordinary people. No, it's not human anymore. That's Konoha's Jinchuriki, it's a mistake. The warden sat back in his chair, looking scared. The intelligence said that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki relies entirely on chakra and doesn't practice much. If that's the case, just wait for Master Wu Wei to seal his chakra, and basically he has no fighting power. What's more, there are prison rules, and ordinary people will not easily disobey them. But Master, that body of muscles, how can you see that he doesn't look like he hasn't practiced? The confidant recalled the scene when Naruto took action, and was still trembling with fear. Who knows? It's better not to provoke him in the future. The warden sighed, he probably didn't use his full strength in that punch. The aura he exuded alone is enough to give people nightmares. Sir, there's no need to be so nervous. We can find more people. The confidant whispered, no matter how strong he is just a flesh and blood. We can use ninjutsu. Forget it, at most we'll beat him up. Konoha will definitely not let him get hurt. The warden said, what if that guy catches a lone person and really digs out our internal organs? I guess it's just punishment and confinement. Hearing this, the confidant couldn't help but tremble for a moment, and didn't mention revenge. In the solitary cell, Naruto just lay down and suddenly got up again. He stretched out his hand outside the railing, swayed for a while and shouted. The one next door, come out and talk. After a while, there was no sound, and no one paid attention to him. The guy next door, come out. Naruto banged on the railing next door with his backhand, and the sound became louder and louder. The guy next door, if you don't pay attention to me, I will shout. In the next cell, Long she gritted her teeth and endured the pain of the heavenly prison seal. When searching her body, she used illusion and suffered the backlash of the heavenly prison seal. In this way, she had to rest for at least 1 or 2 days. But not long after she sat down and closed her eyes to rest, the guy next door started shouting. That person was none other than her target this time, Uzumaki Naruto, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Naruto is no longer the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, but this news has only been reached in Konoha village. At most, the other 5 national cages know some news. He did not go around the world to refute the rumor. After all, it felt a bit like trying to cover up the truth. A chaotic village like Kyuzagakure village, which is on the verge of collapse, is itself a mud bodhisattva crossing the river and cannot protect itself. In addition, Longshi is just an ordinary member of the Anbu, and it is even more impossible for him to know that the target person has long been corrupted. Listening to Naruto's shouting, Longshi originally thought that she would just ignore him, and he would naturally stop after a while. But what she got in return was even more noisy shouting, and Longshi couldn't stand it anymore. She was originally a mixed-up person, and she wanted to be low-key. If Naruto continued to shout like this, he might attract the guards. If she was exposed in this state, the consequences would be even more disastrous. What are you doing? Longshi walked to the edge coldly and opened Naruto's hand. Be quiet, you are disturbing my rest. Nothing, meeting a new neighbor. Naruto smiled, and he could not see the person but only a hand. Indistinctly, he saw that the meridians on Longshi's arm seemed to be a little red, and he immediately understood. Sure enough, this person used ninjutsu during the search, and now he is suffering from the backlash of the seal of the heavenly prison. Are you in pain now? Naruto lowered his voice and asked in a low voice with a hint of bewitching. What? The backlash of the sealing technique, you can still hold back without making a sound, your endurance is pretty good. Naruto said with a hint of sarcasm. Longshi next door felt a little cold in his heart. He didn't expect to be discovered as soon as he came in, and he was worried that other people would find out. Don't worry, I should be the only one who knows about it now. You. Longshi's pupils dilated slightly, and the other party seemed to know his thoughts. What do you want to do? Secret. Chapter 507 Ninja Hanma Yujiro, excuse me, everyone here is. Hearing this, Longshi was a little angry, and his body had been suffering from the burning pain of the seal. Don't get carried away. After saying that, the footsteps went away. Naruto smiled, didn't continue to pester Longshi, turned around and went back to the bed to lie down and rest. The air in the cell was not very circulated, but fortunately there was no peculiar smell. It would be strange if there wasn't any. Damn, he stood up and leaned over the railing, slapping the railing loudly and roaring. Which bastard didn't take a shower? Come out and fight me. I'll skin you alive. Stop making so much noise. Which rubbish disturbed my sleep? I'll kill you. A bear-like roar responded, asshole. Do you want to die? Sleep the hell out. Naruto spat trash words unscrupulously, come out if you dare. I can't kill you. What's the point of just shouting? Come out. Fuck your mother. More noisy curses rang out, and footsteps sounded from the other end of the prison passage. Next door, Longshi endured the backlash of the seal while listening to the trash talk, and he was a little numb. How come this person is different from the intelligence? Asshole. I'm going to kill you. You're from Konoha, so great? Don't leave during the breeze, I'll kill you. Too arrogant. Do you think you can deal with all of us? The prison area was noisy, and Longshi was still recalling the intelligence he had read. The description of Uzumaki Naruto was very short, with only words like extremely dangerous, and it didn't say that this person was good at inciting people. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to target anyone, I mean Naruto took a deep breath, cupped his hands into a trumpet shape, and gathered his strength to shout. Everyone here is trash. Beep beep. The noisy voices in the prison area suddenly disappeared, and the inside and outside were instantly quiet. Even the hurried footsteps of the jailer paused for a moment, and Longshi next door almost stumbled and fell off the bed. Sure enough, the angry abuse came like a tide, and the inner area of the prison became extremely noisy. It was like countless chickens and ducks roaring at the same time, making people want to take their ears off. Damn it! Longshi covered her ears. The physical backlash pain brought by the seal mixed with the mental pain, making her particularly irritable. Uzumaki Naruto really deserves to die. Such a thought came to her mind. But for a while, there was nothing she could do about him. This man. Suddenly, she found that there was no sound next door. She walked to the railing and looked out, but she couldn't see the situation next door. In the next cell, Naruto estimated that the jailer was about to come over, and he shrank back contentedly. No matter how much trash talk there was outside, he didn't know where he was anyway. To put it another way, even if they knew, they couldn't break the railings to fight in a group, right? Not to mention that they can't break the railings, even if they have this brute force, they dare not challenge the prison system. At most, they will attack me when I am out for exercise tomorrow, but even if they don't, Naruto will deliberately provoke trouble. He wants Yuvai to come on stage and fight with me. The task given to him by Kakashi is to stop Kusagakure from opening the box of bliss, but for him, it doesn't matter whether it is opened or not. He only cares about whether he can collect consumables from an evil god believer. The potential of the next door Longshi is good. Fire escape ninja, plus a secret technique of dragon life reincarnation, eyes are full of circles like the reincarnation eye. Not only are they similar in appearance, but their abilities are also similar. Regarding resurrection, every village seems to have its own secret technique. Tsunagakure has the secret technique of Chogranny, the reincarnation of life, which can not only pull people back from the line of life and death, but also revive people who have just died. Longshi's ability is similar to this secret technique, turning his own life into chakra and transferring it to the other party to achieve the purpose of resurrection. It is called the dragon life reincarnation technique, but it is actually similar to the self-life reincarnation technique. It is precisely this point that made Naruto pay attention to Longshi. If she only knows fire escape, she is at most a ninja who roasts chicken legs. But if the other party has a blood limit, the situation is very different. At least she has the potential to become a consumable. Currently, the system only has one branch line, Task 3. If Longshi Pikachu can be subdued this time, the task progress bar will reach 8/10, that is, 4/5. Only the last two people are left to complete the task branch line. According to the usual nature of the system. After the completion of Task 3, a new main task will be issued immediately, and rewards will be given. The reward for Task 3 the final result is that Naruto has a force of his own, the absolutely loyal and powerful Uzumaki Tenyang. In addition, there is another reward for Tsunade. It is a bit wishful thinking. Tsunade has never blamed him, and he seems to have just apologized. 20 years, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all went to waste in one sentence, I was just joking. He lay on the bed in the prison, his hands behind his head, staring at the dark ceiling in a trance, and seemed to be quiet in a moment. Tsunade, it's only been a year since I last saw her. The memory seems to be very far away, there is no news at all, as if she has evaporated from the face of the earth. Everything that happened in the past seems to be eroded little by little with the passage of time, like an old photo that turns yellow and old and is finally stuffed into a cardboard box. In the end, there are more feelings of indebtedness. In the end maybe there are some other emotions, fate is entangled, and it becomes more awkward after crossing time. It's like two old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time, too far away and too long, and can only avoid mentioning the past topics as much as possible to avoid greater embarrassment. He turned over and fell asleep vaguely. When I woke up early in the morning, the prison became more lively. Before the time for the exercise, there were already prisoners shouting to kill the arrogant boy from Konoha. Before a large-scale riot broke out in the prison, Yuvai would not personally suppress it. The warden did not dare to provoke Naruto, so he could only vent his anger on other prisoners. Dong dong dong, the wall of the cell next door was knocked. Naruto was washing by the pool, shaking off the water on his hands and approaching the door. He could not see the expression of Longshi next door, but could see a hand stretched out and shaking, as if to signal. He stretched out his hand and pinched it, and the other party shrank back with a sound, and was a little angry. What are you doing? Nothing, you stretched it out just for me to pinch it, didn't you? Did I misunderstand? Naruto asked in confusion, then I'll shout a few times and ask the jailer to come and ask you. Longshi didn't want to alert the enemy the most. The other party seemed to know this and deliberately controlled her. The word secret he said last night almost kept Longshi awake all night, and the cell environment was definitely not very good, so she was not very energetic when she got up in the morning. That's why she didn't have time to react and her hand was pinched. I really want to chop off his nasty hand. Longshi was in a bad mood. She cursed Naruto 300 times in her heart, but she could only endure it in the end. Why did you call me so early? Naruto asked with his hands on his hips facing the iron railings. Aren't you worried? It's almost time for the exercise. The jailer won't care so much before someone dies. Long Shi asked patiently. I am worried. There are so many of them. If the scene gets chaotic, one more punch or one less kick will inevitably cause trouble. Naruto nodded and thought, frowning. When Long Shi heard Naruto say this, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this man still has some rationality and is not completely crazy. After the release, the prison will become very dangerous. Those who have ill intentions will often choose to retaliate in groups. So after the release, be careful or... Yeah, those who are in groups want to fight, right? You can say that, but if it goes too far, the administrator will come out to punish everyone. Long Shi explained. She has a certain understanding of this prison. Before taking on this task, the Anbu provided her with some information about the prison. This prison holds some serious criminals from various villages. Unlike ordinary ninjas, they are also quite ruthless. Long Shi reminded. I know, arigato. Naruto looked like he already understood it, thinking that this is much more convenient, just find those who are in groups to fight. The two people thought completely differently, but their words overlapped strangely. Although they were irrelevant, they both breathed a sigh of relief. The time for the exercise finally came. The sound of the iron bars opening rang out. Naruto twisted his neck and strode out. Long Shi folded his arms and glanced at Naruto's back, then looked away. Fool, a complete fool with no brains. In this dangerous prison, keeping a low profile is the way to protect yourself, and he still walks so ostentatiously. Speaking of walking, the more I see this person's walking posture, the more I feel like he deserves a beating. Is there really no one who kicks him when he walks on the street? Suddenly, the other party seemed to stop again and turned around to walk towards her. Long Shi was stunned. She stared at the unruly Naruto's arrogant look, and she wanted to go back to the cell for a while. The person came to her. What's wrong? She asked a little nervously. Nothing, just a sentence I have been holding back all night, and I don't know whether I should say it or not. Naruto looked a little tangled. What? Long Shi was very nervous. Why did this guy always play by his own rules? What are you going to say? I want to say. You are really bad at dressing up as a man. Just wrapping your chest can only bully NPCs. Please wrap your skeleton to deceive the audience. Hey! Long Shi was dumbfounded, his mind was blank. Naruto was relieved, and finally said what he was complaining about. So cool, I wanted to complain when I was an audience. Do you think people are fools? Can women dress up as men more attentively? At least like in Conan. Just wrap their chests, and you can tell whether this person is a man or a woman from 800 miles away. Come on. The skeletons of men and women are completely different. This is not a bad show with a 12-episode season and the 7th episode must be at the seaside. Damn, can't you be more careful in a long series? Long Shi didn't understand at all. When she came to her senses, Naruto had already walked away. On the wind-up field. Naruto didn't even look at them, and directly rushed into the group of people without thinking. Even without chakra, relying only on the physical body, compared with this group of ninjas, he was just like an ordinary person in Hanmayujiro. 6 years ago, he could bear the same amount of training as Xiao Li. It was just because he couldn't learn the 8 gates that he gave up training. Because from then to now, Naruto's current achievements are entirely dependent on himself. System. Start. Under normal circumstances, a Jinchuriki losing chakra is like a bird with broken wings. But there are always some weirdos like Killer Bee or Naruto, who practice both magic and martial arts. However, compared to Killer Bee, Naruto has an extra system, even if he is lying down and sleeping. The system has lived up to his efforts and nourishes his body day after day. Who are you? Everyone here is trash. What? It's your kid. Brothers, beat him up. Come on, you useless bastard. Naruto was just waiting for this. A trace of heat appeared in his mouth. His fist clenched in an instant, and he punched out a visible shock wave. Bang! Like a thunderclap from the blue sky, he was so excited that he punched 7 or 8 prisoners. Then, like a raging bull, he rushed around the exercise yard. Is that kid crazy? Supreme Guy, teach him a lesson. Come on, come on. Let's go together. Kill him. Kill him. Come on. Naruto's eyes glowed red, like a monkey coming out of the mountain, excited to see prey. Let's go together, your fighting power is not as good as the old thing. What? Too arrogant. Naruto crushed the ground with one foot, and huge cracks visible to the naked eye spread across the exercise yard, which was frightening. The shock wave of 1 foot calmed most of the death row prisoners. They just wanted to have some fun, and didn't want to die of boredom in this prison, but they didn't want to be saved directly. Now they had to choose between death and old age. I believe that anyone with a brain would not make the wrong choice. The remaining people stood forward, but did not retreat for the sake of face. Naruto smiled and rushed forward directly. He punched out and made the air explode. With a whimper, more than a dozen people flew out like sandbags. He didn't want to kill people. First, it was none of his business, and second, who knew who was good and who was bad inside? It's better to do less things like justice judgment to avoid backlash. Wandering around after a full circle, Naruto loosened his fist until no one was standing in the exercise yard. He stood in the exercise yard with a mocking smile on his face, like an uncrowned king. Long Shi stood in the distance, and everyone was dumbfounded. She even suspected that this man was not under the supervision of the seal. Why does it feel like nothing happened? Did he really not use chakra? No, no, no. Impossible, ordinary people can't do this without chakra. It's too far-fetched to use only the body, right? He punched several people away, and the air made an explosion sound. Is this something a human can do? Even for a ninja who is good at physical skills, it's incredible and terrible. Long Shi was still thinking about it, and on the other side, the warden Wu Wei was slowly entering the field with his men. Chapter 508 Evil God Contract +1, the plan is through. Wu Wei looked coldly at the prisoners staggering in the exercise yard. He looked at Hanma Yujiro Naruto, who was like a beast, and his eyes were even colder. The warden is here. That kid is going to be in big trouble. That's not certain, maybe that kid can win, he's so strong without chakra. Yeah, it's completely out of the scope of humans, right? How can humans send out shock waves? This is the first time I've seen a fist wind sent out by the flesh in my life. It's too scary. The warden looked only in his 30s, a cold and serious middle-aged man. He wore a large and heavy warden uniform, which gave people a heavy sense of oppression. Wu Wei, a former jonin of the Hidden Grass Village, was a member of the Grass Real faction. Because of his reliable behavior, he was assigned to the Ghost Lantern City prison. On the surface, he was an iron-faced and impartial warden, but secretly he was a fanatic of the Grass Real faction. The top leaders of the Grass Kingdom were divided into the Grass Flower and the Grass Real, one advocated peace and the other advocated war. The country was not big, and the name was fancy, but in fact, it had similar ideas to the Anbu and the root of Konoha before. The warden of this prison supported the Grass Real faction in his early years and sacrificed his son's life for the box of bliss, but of course the result was annihilation. With his son gone, Wu Wei fell into self-blame and pain for more than 10 years. Naruto knew very well that his goal was also the box of bliss, but it was not to make the Grass Kingdom stronger, but to revive his son. At this moment, Naruto was staring at the approaching warden with a contemptuous smile on his face. Finally, you are willing to come out? Ghost Lantern City prison is just like this, there is no one who can fight. Uzumaki Naruto. Wu Wei's face was normal. It was you who caused a riot in the prison for no reason last night, and it is you who is deliberately provoking now. What's wrong? Naruto looked unconcerned. Everyone held their breath, watching the explosive scene, and swallowed nervously. Finally, Wu Wei moved. The fiery red chakra surged up, and before Naruto could react, he directly activated the heavenly prison seal. 2 cross-chain seals appeared on Naruto's chest, dazzling like magma. Ah! Naruto was kicked out by Wu Wei and fell to the ground screaming. In an instant it was solved. The prisoners watching were dumbfounded again. Naruto, who was the center of attention, did not create any miracles. Under the suppression of Wu Wei's seal, even a strong beast would fall down? Seeing Naruto fall to the ground with a bang, many people closed their eyes in despair. Even if they didn't care about Naruto's life or death, they still hoped that Naruto could create a miracle. At least give them a hope that they can still resist Wu Wei even with shackles. But now everything has turned into a bubble, and it is completely impossible to do. Even if Naruto is so strong, Wu Wei can restrict him with a seal, completely suppressed. Long Shi stood in the distance, staring at Naruto deeply, and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. This man was extremely arrogant, rushing around like a brainless person. Although he was still suppressed by the seal in the end, even he could break the seal and use chakra forcibly, there was no reason for him to fall down without even condensing chakra. At the moment, the man was just kicked and didn't get hurt at all. Besides, with such a strong body, a kick would be nothing. It's so weird, what is the man's purpose? Before leaving, Long Shi took another look at Naruto, who was completely lying on the ground without any more trouble. One day later, Naruto opened his eyes, looking at the small black room with a triumphant smile. When Muvai activated the seal, he had already found a way to unlock it. The sealing technique is always the same, there is no seal that the Uzumaki clan cannot unlock. With a bang, the small black room was pulled open from the outside. Bright and dazzling light shone in, Naruto couldn't help but squint his eyes, and several jailers dragged him back to the cell. Not eating for a day and a night did not put too much burden on his body. After returning to the cell, he took the dry food from the sealed space and ate it slowly. Not long after, the sound of power knocking on the wall came again from next door. "What's up?" Naruto walked over. It was indeed Long Shi from the next door, the stupid Kyuzagaku Enbu. "Do you have any suggestions?" "No, I just want to ask if you are okay now." Long Shi was speechless. "I heard that people who entered the punishment house had no food supply, and it was dark all around." "No need to hear it, this is the fact," but Naruto handed over the dry food in his hand. "Do you want to eat some to replenish your body? By the way, are you Enbu so poor? Don't you have no funds for infiltration missions?" Long Shi. She covered her ears and didn't want to listen anymore. This man is simply a demon. If he continues like this, his mind will be affected. Where does the Enbu get the funds? It's too stupid. Don't talk about the funds anymore. It's impossible to change your loyalty to the village. It's just a few dollars. Long Shi didn't take the dry food. He walked to the corner of the cell silently and squatted down, hugging his knees. Hearing that there was no movement next door, Naruto smiled and didn't react. Yawning, he went back to lie down. It was not until he was out for fresh air that he saw Long Shi. Small frame, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, tisk. Fresh air. He stopped and asked. Yet. Long Shi always felt weird, a little awkward. Then let's go, I just have something to tell you. Naruto motioned for him to follow, turned around and left. Ah, it must be a sunny day outside. Long Shi was speechless and could only follow. Because the prisoners in Ghost Lantern City were all extremely vicious, they were not assigned labor. After all, this group of people had never been at peace. Once they came into contact with the tools, there would definitely be trouble again. Even if they couldn't escape, they would cause trouble in the prison. In order to avoid trouble, in addition to the necessary fresh air, there were activities such as dining in the cafeteria. Some people would deliberately eat the white fruit of the ghost lantern grass to fall into a paralyzed state, and then go to the health room to rest. Why don't there seem to be many people? Naruto stood in the exercise yard and looked around. The prisoners around him hid far away when they saw him, as if they saw some plague god. Maybe it's related to your behavior the day before yesterday. No one wants to provoke you. Long Shi coughed and explained, ninja lost chakra, and relying on the body alone is actually. Recalling the situation at that time, even Long Shi was a little ashamed. What kind of person can do such a thing? What did he eat to grow up? That, I did it entirely with my own efforts. Naruto turned around and patted Long Shi's shoulder. Work hard. Can you achieve that level with hard work? She asked subconsciously. No, you still lack a deep blue point. What? Nothing, let's not talk about this first. Naruto pulled Long Shi closer and asked in a low voice, you must have a purpose for sneaking in here, do you want to tell me? I don't have any purpose. Long Shi paused for a second and said. Really? The look you gave the warden doesn't seem to be without purpose. That look tisk tisk, I don't believe there's no deep hatred. As he said that, Naruto clamped Long Shi over him and showed a treacherous smile. I didn't. Besides, this is my private matter, there's no need to report it to you. Long Shi was still stubborn, but he couldn't push him away, completely forgetting Naruto's high physical strength. In the distance, a group of serious criminals stared at the two people pulling and tugging at the other end of the exercise yard, with unfriendly eyes. Damn it, he was released so soon. No way, who made him not struggle in front of the warden? It's understandable that he was locked up for a day. We can't beat him at all, why don't we try to unite to deal with him, otherwise we will be bullied sooner or later. Let's not talk about this for now, look. Doesn't that guy have any special fetishes? Really, he's not touching that pretty boy, is he? I said that pretty boy looked unfamiliar and not right, how could he be the same kind of person with a face full of anger? What should we do? We can't beat him, What if he uses force, then we won't. Bah, what unlucky words, besides, only delicate skin and tender flesh like you will be targeted. Didn't you see that the one who was pulling with that bastard was obviously a pretty boy? The crowd was still imagining, but Naruto didn't care at all and continued to put pressure on Longshi. Really? I heard that Wuyuvi was a jonin in Kyuzagakure village and had a son. He said with a smile, he should be about your age, but he died later. What's his name? Wuyukui? Enough. Wuyukui didn't disappear at all, he was killed by his father. Longshi couldn't stand it anymore and gritted his teeth. That bastard. He doesn't deserve to be a father. Then do you know the whereabouts of the box of bliss? Naruto asked. What? Longshi suddenly came to his senses, frowned slightly, and said cautiously, I don't know what the box of bliss is. You asked the wrong person. Really? I do know something. Wuyukui was killed by that thing, right? How do you know? I guessed. I also know that Wuyuvi is now in contact with the top leaders of Kusunoshi, and they are now hiding inside the prison of Gui Lantern City. Naruto showed an elusive smile on his face. I think it's fate that we are imprisoned in the next cell. Why don't we make a deal? What deal? Longshi asked cautiously. Don't be so careful. Can I hurt you? Naruto was a little embarrassed and pulled Longshi over again. You will definitely be interested in this deal. Do you want to listen to it? I'm not interested. Really? The content you are not interested in, does it also include resurrecting Wuyukui? Naruto's smile deepened. Can you resurrect Wuyukui? Longshi was stunned and turned to look at him. Of course I can't do it, what a joke. Naruto let her go and waved his hand. What you said just now? Just because I can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it, such as Wuyuvi. Naruto snapped his fingers. Wuyuki is his son after all, and the key is that he is the only son. So what? Longshi asked. Wuyuvi is also eyeing the box of bliss, right? I remember that as long as the box of bliss is opened, one of that person's wishes can be fulfilled. He shook his finger. That box of bliss. Longshi's eyes wandered, and she was a little shaken now. If that box can really revive Wuyuki, what should she do now? Her mission is to prevent the box of bliss from opening. It doesn't matter. I have a way to make Wuyuvi tell the box of bliss that he wants to revive Wuyuki. Naruto said shamelessly. In fact, Wuyuvi was once a senior ninja in Kyuzagakure village, and was also a fanatic under the influence of Kusanagi no Shi. But when his son Wuyukui died, and the high-level officials only said that the chakra was not enough, he changed. Now, the warden Wuyuvi is still working for Kusanagi on the surface, trying every means to open the box of bliss to make Kyuzagakure village stronger. In fact, this man is good at forbearance. He does want to open the box of bliss, but not for the kingdom of grass, but to revive his dead son. Only Wuyuvi knows this secret, and Longshi in front of him is still kept in the dark. Resurrect Wuyukui. Longshi took a step back, staring at him closely. Are you really sure? 99%. He nodded. Then what should I do? Longshi finally moved and looked up and asked. Sign an agreement to serve me. Naruto smiled, revealing his true intentions. Of course, I won't force you. You can refuse. But forgive me for being blunt. You can't beat Wuyuvi. He will definitely find a way to open the box of bliss. And you, the people of Grass Flower, have been hiding in the dark. How sure are you to stop him? Don't let the mission be completed in the end and end up in a complete failure. Who are you? Longshi bit his lower lip, his eyes became sharp. How could an outsider know so much information about the village? Your village has been disintegrated a long time ago. Naruto put on a disdainful look and glanced at her. Just catch a slightly important person and integrate the information, what can't be found out? The hidden grass village is just too chaotic, so no other ninja village is interested. This is your advantage. You really? Longshi really hesitated this time. If I agree to you, can you really guarantee the resurrection of Wuyukui? Of course, I, Uchiha Uzumaki Naruto, always keep my word. He patted his chest, his eyes paused for a moment, and his hand patted her chest directly. Click, the seal imposed on Longshi by the prison was easily unlocked by him. Is this sincerity enough? Naruto asked. Some things and opportunities in a person's life will never appear again once they appear, so you must grasp them well. Don't you want to see Wuyukui again? Naruto's words were persuasive, like the whisper of a devil, and his smile became more and more intense. I'll ask you one last time. Do you agree to this deal? Well, I agree. Longshi gritted his teeth and nodded directly, remember what you said, otherwise I won't let you go no matter what. Okay. Naruto smiled sincerely. Chapter 509, Shiki Fujin. It's so easy to fool. The Anbu of Kusagakure village are really not very smart. With this idea, Naruto returned to his cell with satisfaction. While checking the system side quests, he suddenly had a little doubt in his heart. The Kusagakure people are really patient. Why don't they come to drain me? It should take a lot of chakra to open the box of bliss, right? Although I was imprisoned by that bastard Sasuke, it was obviously a good thing for them. It is rare to see someone with more chakra than him in the ninja world. How can those people bear it when such a big fat sheep like him comes to their door? Is it Liuxia Hui in the ninja world? He is here to squeeze me dry. Damn it! Don't you want to open the blind box? 3 days have passed, and there seems to be no movement from the people on the Kusanashin side, so Naruto can't sit still and prepares to start escaping from prison. What a joke, if a theatrical plot takes half a year, won't he have to spend his life in prison? Since he doesn't start, he has to force the plot forward. If the jailbreakers don't care, then he will just escape directly. Anyway, what he promised Longshi will happen anyway, even if Naruto escapes from prison and disappears. Longshi knows nothing about this. She has always believed that the warden Muvai is a heartless person. Even for the growth of Kusagakure village, he is indifferent even if his son's life is sacrificed. Little did he know that Muvai had changed, for countless days and nights. Muvai's biggest wish is to revive his son. Even if Naruto doesn't show up, or someone else does, the warden Muvai will still open the box of bliss to revive Muvai. Naruto said at the time that he would convince Muvai to open the box of bliss to revive Wugui, not that he would guarantee to revive Wugui. To some extent, it was just a loophole, not a lie. Although it was a bit too shameless, it became very reasonable for Naruto. He had no guilt at all for deceiving an unrelated girl. That night, Naruto decisively chose to escape from prison after the rounds. He was silent. It couldn't be considered silent, at least Longshi, who had been watching him next door, noticed something was wrong. That man, damn it! Longshi guessed that Naruto wanted to escape from prison, and he ran out of the prison with gritted teeth, chasing the man's back from the roof of the warehouse to the edge of the cliff. The light of the prison was getting farther and farther away, Longshi was panting, and there was endless darkness ahead. She looked at the figure in front of her that was within reach, and suddenly felt a palpitation. Stop! She shouted, her feet were as fast as the wind, and she jumped and turned over to block Naruto in front of her, opening her arms. Where are you going? There was a cliff under her feet, and a dark sea below, with thunderous sound of rapids and waves. Naruto glanced at her and frowned. Why do you care about me? What? Longshi was a little confused, and in an instant she remembered that she seemed to have signed an agreement, and she felt bad. I am your master, you can only cooperate with me, and have no right to interfere in anything I do. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and the searchlight of the prison moved slowly on the sea behind him. The sea was pitch black, completely integrated with the night. You. What me? Have you forgotten what you signed? Naruto stared at her unkindly and pushed her away without any hesitation. I'm warning you, don't bother me. Longshi was angry and anxious, shouting at Naruto's back. There's a whirlpool below. If you jump down, you will be torn apart by the undercurrent. There is no time to condense chakra. Really? I don't believe it. Naruto looked arrogant, turned back and glanced at Longshi. Just as he was about to jump, a beam of light suddenly hit him. Hurry up! Someone escaped from prison. The warden is here. Ah! The seal took effect, and Naruto fell directly without struggling at all. The seal on Longshi's body had been unlocked and was not affected. Therefore, she hid in the corner the moment the beam of light shone over. Until the prison came and dragged Naruto away, she came out of the shadows. With a complicated look at the backs of the people leaving, she turned around and returned to the prison. Inner area of the prison. I heard that someone escaped from prison. Longshi returned to the cell quietly and heard the discussion outside. The Ghost Lantern City prison is really lively tonight, with searchlights and jailers. No way, who can get out of Ghost Lantern City? I don't know, could someone go out with the seal, and can't not use chakra? Isn't that person able to not use chakra? If it's him, he should be able to do it, right? That weirdo, physical strength. Hehe, that guy is a softie. Even I can stand under Wu Vai's seal for half a minute, but that guy fell to the ground as soon as the seal broke out. Long Shi heard it and agreed with it. Not only that, the yellow-haired man is a treacherous and shameless villain who turns his face and doesn't recognize people. That face is really disgusting. But when she calmed down, she couldn't help but worry about Naruto's personal safety. Well, I suddenly felt so cheap, I was actually worried about the safety of that bastard. Ah! After wasting herself for a while, Long Shi shook her head and was about to say something. Suddenly, the prison began to shake, and with a bang, a blood-red energy column shot up into the sky. The ceiling began to break, and the load-bearing columns shook and fell apart bit by bit. Half of the prison area was directly crushed to ashes in the energy column. What happened? Long Shi was stunned. Instantly, screams and explosions rang out, and the burning walls collapsed like dominoes, and the fire spread instantly. Long Shi gritted her teeth and shrank in the cell, waiting for the fire to pass. Seeing the railings burned red, she kicked them and rushed out of the cell. She looked around in the sea of fire and found a direction. Ran out. On the other side, the paradise box has been activated. Naruto's trash talk was inevitable in the middle, but 2/3 of the chakra in his body was still drawn out. In theory, the paradise box is a bottomless pit that will drain all the chakra of the sacrificial materials. But in fact, the paradise box also has an upper limit, at least the treasure will not exceed the original owner. The 9 tails chakra is naturally not enough compared to the 6 paths sage, but the 73% of the 9 tails in its complete form is enough to fill the paradise box. To be precise, when 50% was drawn, the paradise box was completely filled. With a flip, Naruto easily broke free from the altar and jumped up like a carp. Before he could taunt a few words, he heard the sound of quarreling over there. Great! Wu Vai, the box of bliss is open. Make a wish and let the grass kingdom become the overlord of the ninja world. Quick! We have finally waited for this day. Naruto narrowed his eyes and was about to shout "Xian your mother" when he accidentally saw a stubborn little figure crawling out of the sea of fire on the other side of the prison. The clothes were burned short, and the edges of the bra straps could be seen. Although real gold is not afraid of fire, the pelvis of men and women is different, and the burning of clothes is obvious. There was only one woman in the prison, and Naruto recognized Long Shi from 800 meters away. Weird, such a big fire, don't you hide? Wu Vai. What are you doing? There was another quarrel over there, and the top leaders of the Grass Kingdom burst into a pig-killing scream, as if they had heard something terrible, and shouted together. No. The Ghost Lantern City prison fell into the fire, and more walls fell one after another. The scene was like hell. Long Shi stumbled over and ran like a lost soul. Box of Paradise, please revive my son Wuqi. Wu Vai shouted. The plot went around and around, and it still returned to the starting point. Wu Vai felt extremely guilty about his son, and no matter what happened, he would definitely revive Wuqi. But unfortunately, the box of Paradise did not have the magical effect of reviving the dead. Only demons in human skin, came out of it. To revive the dead, even Uchiha Obito had exhausted his entire life and the Samsara Eye, and more importantly, he had an old acquaintance of the god of death to open the back door to pull Nohara Lin back from the Pure Land. Reversing life is nothing. The 6-path sage did not enter the Pure Land of the god of death just because he was originally a stranger. The Otsutsuki clan did not have the concept of old age and death. The essence is to constantly change bodies, as simple as changing a piece of clothing. But humans are different. Even for ninjas, death is inevitable. Even if the body can be reshaped and life can be reversed, what about the soul? Who can put his shoulder to shoulder with the god of death and say, "Brother, I want someone"? The last person who did this was Sun Wukong, who turned around and poked the Queen Mother's Yaokai with his stick. Not to mention the treasure left by the 6-path sage, even if the 6-path sage was alive, he could only revive people who had just died. While the person had just died and the soul had not returned to the Pure Land, he directly poured back the vitality to revive. The effect of this paradise box can be imagined, it is just a demon maker. Immortal. Long Shi covered his right arm and stared blankly at the huge paradise box in front of him. The blood light carved a huge spell on the ground, and the ferocious and ugly demon phantom soared into the air, and white steam mixed with blood shadows overflowed from the gap of the box. The box opened, and a young man with dull eyes walked out. He had a cold face, a messy hairstyle, and his joints were a little stiff when he walked, which seemed a little unnatural. It was like a wolf in human skin, slowly adapting to human walking. Naruto stood there without moving. He was going to take action, but now he just wanted to watch. This box seems pretty good. He touched his chin and began to think about the box of bliss. At first, he voluntarily entered the prison of Ghost Lantern City for only two purposes. One was to complete Kakashi's commission and settle the incident caused by the box of bliss. Second, to recruit the ignorant girl Longshi and replenish the evil god believer's consumables. Coincidentally, the conditions for recruiting Longshi overlapped with the content of completing Kakashi's task. After signing the evil god contract with Longshi, Naruto's only purpose for staying in the prison of Ghost Lantern City was wait for Wuvai to resurrect his son Wukui, as an explanation to Longshi, and then destroy the box and kill the runaway Wuvai, as well as other unrelated personnel. Now, he changed his mind. He could keep the box and sell it. He suddenly remembered that the treasure of the Six-Path Sage seemed to be quite valuable. It would be better to collect it than to destroy it. As for things like Wuvai and Wukui, it would be better to kill them. Wuvai looked at the somewhat stiff Wu Zhao, and at his son who was walking towards him step by step. He was at a loss for a moment. He shouldn't be so careless that he didn't even notice such an obvious abnormality. Perhaps because he owed his son too much, he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything, and didn't dare to look at Wu Zhao's eyes. Those eyes were full of indifference and murderous intent. Wu Zhao, I'm sorry, it's Dad's fault. Wu Zhao ignored him, staggered over and stabbed Wu Vai's body directly with a slap. Wu Vai's pupils dilated rapidly without any defense, and his body was bent like a shrimp by the impact. A splash of blood fell like a flower, and his heart was completely pierced. Amid Longshi's exclamation, Wu Vai slowly knelt down in a pool of blood. Wu Vai is dead. Amid the exclamation, Wu Zhao let out a scream, the whole body swelled like a beast. The body instantly expanded dozens of times, and a huge figure that looked like a little devil beast appeared. The ferocious appearance suffocated everyone, and their eyes were fixed on the scene on the field. Devil, we released the devil. The legs of the high-level officials of Kusuno Minor were frightened. They saw with their own eyes that Wukui from the box of paradise killed the warden Wu Vai, as easy as killing a chicken. The jailer who had been prepared on the side rushed up, and Longshi also moved, pulling off the headscarf on his head, revealing a flowing white hair. Wukui! You wake up! Don't lose yourself! Naruto watched Longshi's show quietly on the side, and couldn't help rolling his eyes, thinking, are you so perfunctory in revealing your identity? Just showing a headscarf, it's not right to apologize. No, at least change your clothes, the people present are not blind. Wearing a headscarf and a chest wrap can pretend to be a man? Hey Tui! Wukui, to be precise, it should be Impman that has gone berserk. How could it possibly hang a human female? With a roar, the big claw slapped over. With a bang, Longshi narrowly avoided it, and a large cracked hole was left on the ground. Longshi rolled on the ground with a dusty face, but found that the opponent did not continue to attack. Wukui! She shouted. Don't shout, that thing is Ju. Naruto walked out of the smoke with his hands folded. The Wukui in your eyes has long been assimilated, but it still retains its memory. Why do you know this? Longshi turned his head and asked, no. You knew it from the beginning. I don't know, I was just caught as a sacrifice and almost died there. Naruto moved his wrists, and the bones all over his body burst out with a crackling sound. You should save some energy. No matter what that thing is, just drag it to hell. What? Longshi stared at Naruto, but found that he had no intention of using chakra. Not far away, the huge Jew stared at Naruto, with a mocking smile on his ugly face. Just as he was about to say a few words, he suddenly saw the equally huge the phantom of the god of death. Chapter 510. Returning to the village, the news that Dinkai secretly inquired. What era is it, are you still playing traditional fighting? The victory or defeat of the battle is only a moment, and the best strategy is of course to start the battle within 3 seconds. So, Shiki Fujin. Muku had just crawled out of the box of bliss, stabbed his father to death with a palm, and was about to go out for fun. Suddenly he turned around and found that the god of death was coming. Are you crazy? Ju or Wukui stared at Naruto, and his huge body trembled slightly. You've been dead for a long time, never come out again. Naruto said this lightly, but it sounded like a knife in Wukui's ears, and the hair on his body stood up. Seal. The huge phantom of the god of death moved, and pulled Ju over. To outsiders, Ju seemed to be bound by something out of thin air. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. Ju, who was more than 10 meters tall, screamed, and his huge body was compressed and collapsed down fiercely. Blood poured down like a rainstorm, which stunned everyone present. The phantom of the god of death with green face and fangs opened his mouth, holding the white short knife in his hand, slashing at Ju's body one by one, chopping it into pieces and swallowing it into his stomach. Ryukui had already died, and his body and soul merged into one in the box of bliss. The phantom of the god of death simply crushed him, chopped him up and ate him alive. To the outside world, Ju seemed to be crushed and disappeared. The scene was quiet, and Naruto used thunderous means to control the disaster. Maybe it was an invincible disaster in the eyes of the people of the grass country, but it could not last more than 3 seconds. Naruto did not even look at the high-ranking officials of the grass country, ignored Wuvai who had been dead for a long time, and did not care about the messy prison. He turned his eyes slightly and cast them on Long Shi. Long Shi shuddered, and had no other thoughts, not even a question. People are like this. If it is within their own cognitive scope, they will be dissatisfied and raise objections. But in the face of absolute power, they will look for reasons from themselves. Even if some details of what Naruto did were different from what he said, Wuvai did resurrect Ryukui as he said, there is no doubt about this. From this point of view, he has done what he promised Long Shi. But in terms of the result, Ryukui did not really resurrect, but the remnant was left in the box of bliss. After resurrection, the remnant lost its original heart and turned into terror. The terror did not jump a few times and was killed by Naruto himself. So Naruto glanced at her, and Long Shi could no longer think of anything else. If anyone was to blame for this matter, it was Wuvai. In any case, Long Shi did not dare to have any opinions about Naruto. He ignored the mess, put the box of bliss into the sealed space, and left directly. At night, Long Shi, who had changed his clothes, came to the door through induction. Naruto was sitting by the fire in the forest. The ashes that had burned out were filled with a scent that mosquitoes did not like. Sit. Naruto seemed to be waiting for her. Yet, Long Shi sat across the fire and sat opposite Naruto. She did not dare to say anything to Naruto, but her attitude was obviously not happy. The childhood sweetheart died again, and it was inevitable that she was sad. There was some melancholy or confusion in her heart. Across the fire, Naruto looked up at her and threw a dry firewood into the fire slowly. At the moment when sparks flew, he asked, "What do you think about what happened today?" She wanted to say that she didn't have any opinion, but she still had some complaints in her heart. At this moment, she saw that Naruto's expression didn't seem to be asking for punishment. She gritted her teeth and said, "Ryukui is still dead." She didn't say that Ryukui died in Naruto's hands. She didn't dare to and felt a little guilty. After all, there was no such clause in the previous agreement. Things have already happened, and it's useless to say more. You are unwilling. He glanced at Long Shi, or are you blaming me for not awakening your childhood sweetheart and giving him a body? Well, just find someone to sacrifice, and give the body to your childhood sweetheart. Orochimaru does have this method, but there is not enough container, so we need to find a few more. Long Shi's face turned pale in an instant, swallowed his saliva, and said in a low voice, I don't mean that. What does that mean? Naruto stared at her and returned to the question at the beginning, what does she think? You think too much and your power is too weak. Naruto stood up. 10 years ago, your childhood sweetheart was sent to the altar, why didn't you stop it? I didn't know that it would die, it was too late at that time. Long Shi suddenly became depressed, our whole village is proud to open the box of bliss, but we don't know what it is. Really? Naruto spit out 2 words. The 2 words were so light that Long Shi lowered her head instantly, as if hitting her weak spot. She didn't need to explain so much. The more she said, the more guilty she felt. This was nothing more than shirking responsibility. No matter how many excuses she made, the situation back then was better than it is now. She couldn't do something, and she didn't even realize it was a trap until Ryukui died. Now she has to blame others for not being able to save Ryukui, which is too unreasonable. She realized this, so she felt ashamed and blamed herself. People can't be resurrected after death, and even if they can be resurrected, they have to pay a huge price. Naruto never spared anyone when he was right, and his words were as sharp as a knife. Why didn't you do anything at that time? Why did you expect a miracle? The box of bliss was opened, and you saw the person, but you kept killing people. Or do you think Ryukui died too quickly, and let him kill thousands of people and then die? Are you thinking that at worst, you can be buried with him in the end, which can make your guilt lighter? Every word hit Long Shi's heart, making her keep lowering her head and a little breathless. Maybe Naruto didn't feel so much pressure before he showed his thundering means, but now Long Shi has signed the evil god contract, so he naturally understands Naruto's status. In addition, Naruto's 3-second crushing of his opponent today ruthlessly crushed the last bit of stubbornness in Long Shi's heart. The truth is for the weak, and the strong only talk about rules. I'm not stop talking. Long Shi collapsed a little. Naruto's words were like a knife as thin as a cicada's wing, uncovering the scabbed scar in her heart and slicing off a piece of almost transparent flesh and blood. After doing all this, he still handed it to her and told her. Look, how stupid you were at the beginning. This is his fate. Ryukui died a long time ago. What you saw today is just a puppet. Naruto was unwilling to let her go. He had no sympathy. Since he had signed the evil god contract with Long Shi, he couldn't keep a person who could cause trouble for him at any time around him. He had to learn to accept reality. Don't say anything. Long Shi covered her face and cried. Too many things happened that day, and none of them were within her understanding. Ryuvi resurrected Ryukui, but he was not Ryukui, just a monster that came out of the box of bliss. In the end, he was killed by that man, his flesh and blood were churned, and he disappeared without a trace. Naruto stopped talking and gave Long Shi some time to breathe. He watched the crackling of the bonfire and listened to Long Shi's low sobs, his face serious. In fact, he was already thinking about what to eat when he returned to Konoha later, he was so hungry. Things here were not troublesome, and all the tasks were completed without missing a single one. Now there was only one last thing left, to show Long Shi the way forward. In fact, it didn't need to be so troublesome, after all, Ryukui was crushed to death by him just after he came out. Many things did not surface, and Long Shi was still in the dark, not knowing that Ryuvi actually took the initiative to resurrect Ryukui. Naruto only needs to appease Long Shi, or even take her, and the other party will most likely follow him wholeheartedly. After all, he is no longer the Naruto of the past. He has seen everything in the 6 years of struggling in this ninja world. The grass on the graves of those who have offended him is already several feet high, and there is nothing he can't use. But he doesn't want to pretend. In the past, when he didn't have power, he might have used some thoughts and some interests. At this stage, he has become accustomed to using power to oppress in order to achieve his goals. In short, use your brain before you have the power, and do it directly when you have the muscles. He was too lazy to use any tricks to calculate Long Shi. Although he was reluctant to give up this hard-earned consumable, he didn't value it that much. He asked her a heartbreaking question and let her choose for herself. Of course, whether she chose or not, she had already signed the evil god contract. The difference is that if she can't figure it out herself, then Naruto will never care about her again. Gradually, Long Shi's sobbing became inaudible. Actually, it's not your fault. Naruto suddenly said this, and Long Shi raised his misty eyes on the other side of the fire. Ryukui died for Kusagakure village. In the final analysis, he died in vain. Hearing this, Long Shi was even more sad. This is your village. I can't say anything. I just want you to understand one thing. Naruto continued, the world will change. Kusagakure village will continue to exist, and everything will be blown away in time. Whether you are willing or not, it's over. Ryukui died and Ryuvi died. It's over here, so what do you think? He didn't give her a choice, but asked her thoughts again. This is the third time he asked Long Shi what she thought. What exactly is it? Long Shi's mind was confused, and the words Naruto said echoed in her mind. She had to admit that even if she was unwilling, it was over. From the beginning to the end, she felt like a small fish caught in the waves, being swept by the undercurrent and spinning in the whirlpool. She couldn't see the situation clearly, and when she looked back, everything was over. This feeling of powerlessness made her extremely frustrated, and it seemed that everything in life had lost its purpose. Ideas? What ideas could she have now? Everything was already. It's not over yet. Long Shi's pupils dilated slightly, and she recalled the scene where Naruto defeated 100 people alone in the wind-up field. The scene of him with his upper body naked and defeating everyone with his bare hands. And the scene of crushing the monster transformed by Ryukui to death in 3 seconds, which kept magnifying in her mind at this moment, dong dong dong, replaying over and over again. Is it powerful? Very strong, she also wants to be that powerful. If she had 1/10,000th of this power back then, would Ryukui not have to die? Become stronger, be stronger. People live on obsession, and the more paranoid people are, the more so. Long Shi believed from the beginning to the end that she had killed Ryukui, and she couldn't say some words. At that time, Ryukui had already noticed the abnormality of the box of bliss, and had come to her to express his concerns before the sacrifice. But at that time, Longshi did not take it to heart, and even said that it was an honor. Although everyone in the village thought so at that time, Longshi could not forgive herself after knowing the truth. She wanted to see Ryukui again all the time and say sorry. Unfortunately, the dead cannot be resurrected, and even the remnant could not last for a few seconds after being resurrected. She really had no choice, because Ryukui had completely disappeared. But she wanted to become stronger, and the way to become stronger was right in front of her. I want to follow you. Longshi stood up, walked in front of Naruto, and knelt down. I want to become stronger, please let me follow master. She finished stumbling and knelt on the ground with her head down. I don't know why I am crying, why can't I stop crying? Humiliation, regret, guilt, regret. Countless emotions surged in my heart, and it was difficult to restrain myself for a while. Looking at the kneeling dragon sheath in front of him, Naruto showed an imperceptible smile on his face, and his voice became gentler. He didn't say those heartbreaking words, but smiled. Okay. Naruto left Dragon Sheath in the land of grass and rejected her plan to return to the Anbu to lurk. Now that the grass village has collapsed, the ninja village cannot be built up for a while, and there is no benefit in returning to the Anbu to work for the grass flower gang. Although the grass village has collapsed, fortunately, the grass country is a mess, and no one will take it over. There are too many people, too small a territory, too poor an economy, and a mix of good and bad people. To put it bluntly, this is a pool of mud, and no one will step on it even if it explodes. Mud can't be helped, and there is no benefit to be gained. Anyway, if left alone for a while, the grass village will slowly establish order in chaos. So Naruto just let Dragon Sheath settle down and rest for a while. When he returned to Konoha through the Yellow Spring Gate, it was already late at night. He was so hungry that he could only go downstairs in a hurry to eat some midnight snacks, wash up and go to bed. No one spoke all night, and when he opened his eyes, it was already noon. After washing up, Naruto went out refreshed and even had a luxurious set meal at Ichiraku Ramen. Since the mission has been perfectly completed, it is time to report to Kakashi. By the way, let's take a look at what chips Kakashi holds in his hand, and he is confident that he can solve his urgent needs. If he really has a way to solve the grudges in the hearts of the two fathers-in-law, what's wrong with calling him foster father? Just when he happily appeared in the courtyard of the Hokage building, a fat hand suddenly stretched out from the corner and pulled Naruto in. It's me. Koji opened his eyes as big as green beans and stared at Naruto seriously. Chisai, stop making trouble. I will pay you back next time. Naruto reached out and gently pushed Chisai away. Don't you have some private money? Damn it. You don't plan to pay it back at all. Chisai was almost angry to death, and suddenly remembered that he had something important to do, so he hurriedly said, let's not talk about this, there is something important to do. What is the important thing? Naruto asked curiously. Ino. Chisai lowered his voice, something happened to Ino. I heard. Chapter 511. The date was calculated before, but what about today? Boom. The cold in early winter is not obvious, but it is no different from late autumn. But in the afternoon the sky suddenly became gloomy, and a large group of ink-like black clouds rolled over. For a moment, it seemed as if the ink could no longer be contained. Thousands of raindrops fell like knives, cutting the sky straight. Koji has always been simple-minded, but he is not stupid, and can even be called smart. Even though he often said that Shikamaru was too smart, so he didn't need to use his brain. He passed by the Yamanaka flower shop and noticed something was wrong before he entered the door, and got some subtle news. He thought about it and didn't tell others until he saw Naruto. I think Ino might. Koji frowned, with an indescribable expression, entangled and with some as expected, not surprising. Got it. Naruto left this sentence and turned to walk into the rain, and didn't want to care about Kakashi's mission anymore. Koji scratched his head as he looked at his back. I don't know how Naruto will deal with it, and I don't know whether it is good or bad to tell him the news now. But Naruto had to know about this, so as not to be caught off guard in the future. Shaking, Koji muttered something and went straight upstairs. The rain was getting heavier. Naruto went home first, changed his clothes and took a shower. He was not in a hurry to go out, but sat cross-legged on the sofa thinking about things. Ino was pregnant, he was mentally prepared, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Since the end of last year, the two of them have been together less and more for more than half a year, and the more they met, the more passionate they became. Some things are hard to stop once they start. Sometimes they met in the afternoon, chatting on the sofa and then whispering to each other. Sometimes they were in an empty office, but after experiencing a thrilling experience, they rarely met. All in all, it was not that frequent. Maybe it was because they were both free some time ago, so they met more frequently in private and in more ways. Being pregnant is not a bad thing, but the difficulty lies in being unmarried. Ino hadn't put on the white wedding dress yet, and Yamanaka Inoichi hadn't let go, but he had kept it a secret for a while. If he had known about it the first time, he wouldn't have been so passive. But Koji could have found out. He had a chance to find out at that time, but he didn't go. This was his habit. When he encountered something that he couldn't figure out, he would go home, take a shower, and sit quietly to sort it out bit by bit. In the end, it was his own negligence. There might be various purposes for being busy, but they were always excuses. Ino was pregnant, and the way to make Yamanaka Inoichi let go was actually very simple: get married. They were both adults, and there were too many people who got married at a younger age than them. Getting married early would give Ino and the Yamanaka family an explanation. With a bang, he fell on the sofa, looking at the ceiling and muttering to himself. "You're not senior enough. What's the point of jumping up and down alone?" He no longer thought about the pros and cons of marriage. It would definitely be a blow to Hinata, but he could always find a way to comfort her. But the problem seems to be a wedding. One elder is missing. Kakashi? He is of high status, and is also his teacher. But Kakashi is not of the same generation as Yamanaka Inoichi, and is one generation lower than Yamanaka Inoichi. If it does not involve marriage and funerals, generation is a very distant word for young people in the land of fire, but once it is involved, it is solemn. Who to find? The lecherous sage is unreliable, and Tsunade is nowhere to be found. Should I find Orochimaru? Naruto muttered to himself, distressed. Iruka Naruto got dressed early, and did not have a deep friendship with Iruka later. Thinking of this, it seems that Kakashi is the only way to go. He scratched his head. He didn't know how far Kakashi was going. If he got married before him, would it be no, it was a wedding. After thinking about it, the rain had slowly stopped. His mind was still a mess, and he finally sighed and stopped thinking about it. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Why didn't I pay attention to the family planning flyers posted everywhere on the streets before I traveled through time? In the current situation, one wrong step will lead to all the wrong steps, and there is no room for carelessness. The door was knocked after several consecutive knocks. What? Naruto woke up and suddenly got up from the sofa, his heart pounding. He walked to the door drowsily, and the knocking continued. He didn't know what he was panicking about. Although his mind was a little confused, he still reached out and opened the door. The rain was still falling outside the window, and the rumbling rain poured in. "Why are you here?" Naruto was stunned, and his eyes couldn't help but look behind her, but no one followed. "Koji told me, he said you were back." Hinata's voice was a little low, but not stumbling. "I have something to say to you. Come in first, it's raining outside." He looked at Hinata, whose clothes were wet by the rain, and a thought popped up subconsciously, but quickly dispelled it. It couldn't be such a coincidence, it shouldn't be. Yet. Hinata seemed very well behaved, but it wasn't her first time here, and she was very delicate when she changed her shoes at the entrance. Naruto stared at her white feet in a trance, and counted the days when he and Hinata had sex last time. In fact, it wasn't hard to remember, about 2 or 3 days later than Ino. Hinata bent down to change her shoes, and water drops kept dripping down from the ends of her hair. When she looked up, she suddenly found that Naruto was staring at her feet, and her face turned red. "Oh, you're wet." He came to his senses, and without going to the bathroom to get a towel, he took off his shirt and wrapped it around Hinata's head, rustling. Rubbed it a few times. Naruto was tall and had a good physique. Even in winter, he only wore 2 thin shirts. There was a fire in the young man's body, like a roaring steam engine. Wearing 2 shirts is not to avoid cold, but wearing short sleeves in winter is like a madman. He naturally wore a long-sleeved thin shirt when he returned home. At this moment, he took it off very naturally to wipe Hinata's head, which made Hinata blush. But her head was covered by clothes, so Naruto didn't notice it. Even if he found out, he wouldn't take it to heart. It's hard for others to understand the girl's mind. Hinata was not inexperienced, but she felt infected by the atmosphere and couldn't help trembling in her heart. She originally came to Naruto for something, but when Naruto dried her hair and took off his clothes, she saw a pair of blurred eyes. Before he could speak, Hinata took the initiative to tiptoe and sealed his mouth. Naruto was a little surprised. It was rare to see Hinata take the initiative. She was always gentle. No matter what, she endured it silently and rarely spoke. Although he had doubts in his heart, he still did not spoil Hinata's temper. Harmony often means mutual accommodation. Even if you don't really want it sometimes, you won't refuse if the other party is interested. Tick. Tick. Sweat dripped on Hinata, but he was not distracted and briefly threw away the troubles just now. The rain was still falling, and the accumulated water flooded a corner of the flower bed at the bottom of the building. It's raining so hard. Next to Dinkai stood Inuzuka Kaiba. He turned his head and looked at Kaiba. Getting married in winter? Not waiting until the New Year's festival is over. How can I wait? Inuzuka Kaiba no longer had the vigor of a young man. He stood in the corridor of the Hokage building, propping his head on the railing with his hands, watching the rain boredly. Boom, thunder and lightning, wind and rain. The cool raindrops floated over again and again, and the road ahead could not be seen clearly outside the rain curtain. It was probably after this winter rain that Konoha really entered winter. The cold air fell with the raindrops, floating on the railing and exploding, splashing in Inuzuka Kaiba's face. He subconsciously dodged, but realized that it was just the cold wind and cold air, and laughed at himself. Why are you so anxious? You are only 18 years old, right? Said Koji, although Shikamaru and I are married, it is completely out of our control, and it has only been half a year. It's not easy to hold a wedding before the New Year's festival. It's cold in winter and snowy, and people can't stand it outside. There are not many places that can be held indoors, and it's difficult to entertain guests. He was still persuading, but he was sincere to his friends. In winter, there is a shortage of food, most of which are meat, and it's difficult to put together a reliable wedding banquet. I don't understand, why are you so anxious? She's pregnant. Inuzuka Kaiba looked into the distance and said calmly. What? Koji's pupils dilated, and he took a few steps back suddenly, but his feet slipped and he fell. Why are you so excited? It has nothing to do with you. Inuzuka Kaiba rolled his eyes. He naturally knew that Koji was very loyal, at least better than that yellow-haired guy who ate for free. How could it be such a coincidence, he muttered and climbed up. Such a coincidence? You are pregnant too. Inuzuka Kaiba glanced back at Koji and looked him up and down. You are pregnant, how could such a thing happen so quickly? Koji complained a few words and suddenly realized that he should work harder recently. Now Ino also has a child. Inuzuka Kaiba is worried about getting pregnant before marriage like Naruto. If everyone's children are born together, it would be a companion. Just like them, they became good friends after more than 10 years. What are you thinking about? Inuzuka Kaiba gently pushed him. Nothing, what are you going to do? Koji shook his head and temporarily drove away the thoughts in his mind. He would think about having children first. He has been a little afraid to get close to his wife recently. Before marriage, he was like a vicious tiger, but now he is almost like a kitten. He wanders around outside all day and hides at home. After all, he is too idle. He has to find something for her to do. What else can we do besides getting married? Inuzuka Kaiba sighed. After he finished speaking, he seemed to realize that his tone was wrong and paused. I am actually more anxious than her, but she is much calmer than me. Why? I don't know. Inuzuka Kaiba shook his head slowly, his eyes slightly fixed, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke again, maybe I am just one person, and she has two people. She is a person with a very bad temper, but that time when I came back from buying food, I found her standing quietly at the other end of the street, looking at a baby toy and laughing. At that time, there was another side of her that I had never seen before. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Inuzuka Kaiba paused, his tone became firm, and he said word by word. I want to marry her. No one is stopping you from marrying her. Have you thought about how to hold the wedding banquet? Asked Dinkai. Hearing this, the momentum that Inuzuka Kaiba had just accumulated collapsed instantly, like a defeated old dog, mumbling a few words with a depressed look. I haven't told you yet, you know the situation of my family, my parents are fine. If my eldest sister knew about this, I'm afraid she would beat me to death. Isn't your eldest sister married? Why is she still in that temper? When Koji heard the name of Inuzuka Hana, he felt a little guilty for no reason. A big sister who trained fierce dogs suddenly popped up in his mind. She was calm and steady, but the more she got angry, the more terrifying she was. Compared with Inuzuka Kaiba's carefree mother, she was dozens of times more terrifying. Married. Inuzuka Kaiba blinked. It seems to be the case, but I can't care so much. It's useless for anyone to stop me this time. Boom. The drifting rain became more violent, and lightning flashed across the sky. Number 1, Konoha Street. Hinata straightened her instep, groaned, and finally fell on the sofa. The only sound in the living room was the breathing of the two people, mixed with the ticking sound of the pendulum, until Naruto broke the silence 10 minutes later. You just said you have something to do with me. Yet. Hinata's voice was a little light. It's not a big deal, but Ino seems to be not feeling well. I passed by the flower shop 2 days ago. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at Hinata. He knew that this little girl couldn't pass by the Yamanaka flower shop for nothing. Even though her relationship with Ino has eased a lot, she still avoids Ino's parents. Although it was all her fault in the end, Hinata never blamed herself once. Occasionally, she would be upset, but she would be fine after coaxing her. She was soft-tempered, and she probably saw something and was worried about it, so she walked past the door of the Yamanaka flower shop. Uncomfortable? He asked. I saw her secretly wiping tears, and I was worried, so I walked along the road to the flower shop. Hinata hesitated and said, I actually hesitated for a long time. Ino's crying must be related to you. I think maybe something happened, and I know that it will be uncomfortable whether I ask or not. Crying? Naruto was silent immediately, feeling the body temperature of Hinata in his arms. His mind was extremely complicated. Things seemed to be getting more and more difficult to handle. If it were someone else, they would just need to get married, but he was involved in too many things. In the end, there was not even an elder, and the etiquette could not be completed. Kakashi couldn't calm the situation, and the final result was hard to say. If it weren't for the end, Naruto really didn't want to go through Kakashi's relationship. I was afraid that things would become more and more troublesome. If the 4th generation couple were still alive, it would be fine. Even if he made a fuss, he could end it. Hinata. You're not pregnant, are you? Ah. Hinata looked confused, blinked at Naruto, and suddenly blushed, whispering, I calculated the date before. That's good, don't worry, it's okay. He comforted Hinata, and then asked, you just said you calculated the date before, then what about today? Hinata blushed and didn't answer again. The blushing and silence had answered everything. Naruto was stunned, but quickly reacted to what to say. We really should have a child, and today is actually pretty good. Children. Hinata was a little embarrassed. I shouldn't be so lucky, it's just an exception. Chapter 512 Wedding with Ino, Before the War. Hinata left, and Naruto couldn't stay in the house any longer. The rain had stopped long ago. It was reasonable for him to find a way to solve the problem in front of him. It was not a troublesome thing. This is his lifelong event, maybe more than one, but at most 2. Although he is shameless and has no moral integrity, he keeps his bottom line very tightly. Why do you think of me? Shikamaru was a little confused, sitting at the table and looking at Naruto. Let me make it clear first, I won't help you this time. Well? If you don't help me, who will help me? Naruto said slowly, let's not talk so much first, since we are here, let's eat first. Why are you so generous today? Shikamaru muttered. Which day am I not generous? Who knows? Although Shikamaru complained, he finally didn't delay the meal. Let the wine and meat be served on the table, and the two didn't talk anymore. After feasting, they started chatting casually. You won't plot against me, will you? How is that possible? We are good brothers. You said the same thing last time when you ran away without paying the bill. You found an excuse and left. I will definitely treat you this time. Don't worry, I've already paid the bill. Naruto's tone was casual, but he became more determined when he said pay the bill. Hearing this, Koji was surprised. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Naruto and asked. Not really, has it gotten to such a serious point? Shinji was a little shocked. He thought that this guy had never treated a guest before framing Danzo, but now he was pretending to be generous. This is marriage so troublesome? Why not just go and marry her? The little fat man muttered, don't worry about all the troubles. Uncle Hai has to agree anyway. Are you going to stop him? Of course I won't stop him, but I won't agree so easily. Naruto drank a glass of wine by himself. My current troubles are not limited to this, you should know that. Hinata. Koji hesitated and weighed his words. I won't persuade you. Have you thought of a way to deal with it? After all, getting married is a big deal. No. Oh, no. Koji glared at him, then why are you so leisurely? Why don't you find a way to find Jiraiya-sama to come back and do it? Koji. Are you pretending to be White Zetsu? I don't see you so smart on weekdays. You even know to let me find that lecherous sage, but it won't work. What are you talking about? Koji retorted. Naruto didn't forget to pick up the food and muttered, Jiraiya-sama is one of the 3 ninjas, why can't it work? Not enough, not enough. Koji knew what Naruto meant by not enough. He had no parents, so if the elders came to Jiraiya, his status was enough. Although Jiraiya himself had never been married, but in terms of standards, it was enough. The little fat man rolled his eyes and thought that Naruto was starting to be picky now. He didn't show much respect for the older senior executives on weekdays, and now most people would probably not help him. Did you know that Kaiba Inyazuka is also getting married, and it will be before the New Year's festival? Why is he joining in the fun? Naruto was a little surprised. How free was Koji on weekdays? He knew everything about his friends. But it was normal to think about it. This man didn't have much real power. Akimichi Koji was in charge of all the family affairs. Although Koji had a family, he was no different from when he was a teenager. Same as you. Koji's words almost choked Naruto, who was drinking. No way. Naruto asked a nonsense question. Koji didn't answer and turned the topic back. Inyazuka Kaiba has his own way. At most, he will be beaten behind closed doors. On the surface, it is still a happy event for the Inyazuka clan. I don't have much family support. Koji suddenly reacted, turned his head and looked at Naruto, and asked in astonishment. You don't want to wrong Ino, you want to make a big deal but don't want to make Hinata sad. After saying that, Koji felt more and more absurd. He had never heard such absurd words in his life. This person, what is this person thinking, how is it possible? You are planning this, does Uncle Hai know? I don't know. If he knew, he would probably beat me to death. Naruto shook his head, drank another glass of wine, frowned and said, but there is going to be a war. What? Koji didn't expect Naruto to say this suddenly. War? I heard that there is chaos in Kumagakure, it should have nothing to do with Konoha, right? Hehe, if the war really starts, how can Konoha stay out of it? Sooner or later, it will be involved. Naruto smiled, but what he said was still conservative. In fact, the Ninja World War will soon be coming. They will face powerful enemies they have never seen before, the White Zetsu clone and the Impure World Army, plus Otsutsuki. War is not a mission, people will really die. Others don't know the dangers, but he knows very well how long this war will last and how dangerous it will be. He doesn't want Ino and Hinata to be too involved, it's better for them to stay in the rear. With a child, this reason is justified. You can't just ignore your children for the sake of the village. Konoha is not so short of talent yet. Thinking this way, Naruto also has an idea in his mind. The ninja world is going to turn upside down, and he can't stop it. Even if he stops one Otsutsuki Kagaya, there are still other Otsutsuki. And he needs Otsutsuki Kagaya as consumables to solve the problem. In other words, nothing will change, and what is going to happen will still happen. The only thing that has changed is that Uchiha Obito is dead, and Otsutsuki Kagaya has been targeted by Naruto before she was resurrected. Otsutsuki is no longer a predator, and may also become a pig dog. Yakushi Kabuto is a lunatic, and Uchiha Sasuke is also abnormal. One is a lunatic raised by Danzo, and the other is a revenge machine deliberately created by Uchiha Itachi. Those people died, but the harm they left behind did not stop, and Uchiha Madara could not swallow that breath. War, I've never experienced it before, isn't it very dangerous? Koji frowned, still thinking about the impact of war. I should be able to make merit and gain fame. Don't think too much, it will kill people. Naruto reminded, do your job first, when that day comes it will be very soon, you should pay attention to safety. He didn't know how to tell Koji, many things were not easy to say in advance, so he could only ask him to pay attention to safety. I know this. The fat on Koji's face trembled, and he solemnly took a chopstick of food. I also heard some things about Kumagakure, and I feel that this matter is a bit strange. Don't say it. Why? I'm not used to the way you use your brain, it's like Shikamaru is possessed, it's scary. Naruto waved his hand and said disdainfully. At night, Ino left the intelligence department office and went downstairs. The lights on the road were not too bright. She glanced back and saw a small stall in the distance, and stopped immediately. She hesitated whether to buy another grilled onion. She ate one 2 days ago and happened to eat an undercooked one. The juice splashed into her eyes and she almost went blind. She rubbed her eyes for a long time and her tears almost dried up. Fortunately, it was a false alarm in the end. After a while of darkness, she could see things slowly. It was not a big deal. Well, it's so embarrassing. With a snap, Ino couldn't help but hold her forehead. Although it tasted fresh, she had no interest in eating it a few times. Thinking of this, she shook her head and walked to the other side. The terrain of Konoha was not completely flat. She turned into an alley, walked a winding way, and walked out from the other end of Konoha Street skillfully. Where are you going? Why, when did you come back? Ino was a little surprised. She was a little flustered when she saw Naruto for the first time. She looked at him with her smart eyes and a naughty smile appeared on her face again. I'm going home. Are you going with me? Okay. He said. No, you still dare to go. She spoke in a low voice, staring at him with her eyes. Ino's eyes were big, and there was no impurity in her dark blue pupils. Her eyes were very lively, not as empty and lifeless as others. Her little emotions would radiate with her eyes. The subtle changes are like a deer hidden in her eyes. Happiness and anger change, Naruto can read the words from her eyes. Delighted, but also a little worried. There is nothing to be afraid of. We will meet sooner or later, and we can't keep putting it off. Hearing him say this, Ino immediately understood that he already knew about it. For a moment, she was a little hesitant, and looked at Naruto with a long look. You know? She asked. Yeah. Naruto nodded. Why did you hide it from me? I didn't hide it. Ino looked away with a vague look, obviously a little guilty. It's just that you happened to be not in the village. Ah! Ino screamed, and her face was pinched by Naruto. Speak again. That's right. Who told you not to come to see me these few days? It's all your fault. Ino said with a smile, it doesn't matter if you say it a few days later. I always thought you had no appetite before. After that, she jumped on Naruto and sealed his lips. At the entrance of the dark alley, the two kissed for a long time before separating, their shadows reflected on the road, one on the left and one on the right. It happened too suddenly. I haven't thought it through yet. I don't know how to tell you. Ino looked up, as if summing up, and said seriously. Anyway, it's not something that will happen in a short time. There's still a long time before the baby is born, and others can't see it for the time being. Besides, I don't want to embarrass you. What's the embarrassment? Your parents won't eat me. It's better to get married earlier. He said, I said before that I will definitely see you wearing a white wedding gown. That's what I said, but I didn't think it was so fast. Ino muttered, as if she was complaining, I still have things to do. Besides, what about Hinata? You can't lie to me, it's just that I don't want to think about it. You're not wholeheartedly. Ino's voice became low as she spoke. She was just pretending to be wronged. She still remembered that she hadn't done something, but she got emotional as she spoke. Click, click, Ino really cried, like a water pump that had been pressed for a long time. Before Naruto saw her, she didn't think there was anything wrong with being pregnant, and she was still thinking about work. After that, her family never mentioned the pregnancy in front of her, as if the matter really no longer existed. Being busy, when she looked up and found that she still had to face it, she was a little upset. If anyone else had been entangled with Naruto, Ino would not be so entangled. Or if Hinata's personality was a little worse, she would not be so soft-hearted. But Hinata was silent, and she was the same no matter how she treated her, and she didn't seem to have any malice towards people. She was so good that she felt a little guilty, as if she had robbed her. Sometimes, Ino even felt that the two of them were supposed to be together. There will always be a way, let's get married first. Naruto comforted, I heard that Inyazuka Kaiba seems to be getting married this winter, it seems so. Isn't that a coincidence? Ino's attention was indeed diverted, and she covered her mouth and said, Koji and I also told them that they plan to get pregnant early this year. I don't know if they said that to comfort me, but I was very moved at that time. If everyone's children are born in the same year, it can be considered as having a companion. It's better to give birth earlier, the war is coming soon. He changed the subject and drew Ino's attention away again. What? Ino was stunned. No way, isn't there some unrest in the hidden cloud now? How could the war be? Besides, it can't be so soon. Nothing is impossible, the war is coming soon. Naruto paused. We have to get married as soon as possible, preferably within half a month. So rushed? Ino was surprised. Yes, 10 days is best. Naruto nodded. The fire in Kumagakure has already started. He doesn't think that Kabuto Yakushi is in the mood to use a large army to fight Kumagakure. If something happened over there, the fire country will not be easy. It won't be long before the war between the 5 major countries breaks out. I don't know if there will be a ninja coalition this time. If they fight on their own, the losses, battle lines and time will be infinitely expanded. War is a bottomless pit. Not only will it cost money, but it will also cost lives. It mainly depends on Naruto's attitude. He is confident that he can secretly provoke the ninja coalition, but he has to think about whether it is worth doing so. 10 days. Ino was already confused. She had thought of many results, but she had never thought of the sooner the better. The pace of war waits for no one. Naruto said, and then changed the subject. What if the war on the front line is tight? For the sake of the children, you should stay in the rear for safety. This man's habit of speaking is to beat around the bush. He knew that if he directly asked Ino not to go to the battlefield, she might hesitate and resist. But as long as he threw out the wedding and used the excuse of the child, he could keep Ino in the rear. It's not that he thinks Ino is weak, but the upcoming enemy is really fierce. He is not an omniscient god. The battlefield changes rapidly. Who can guarantee that there will be no accidents? If it weren't for destroying the Otsutsuki from outer space, Naruto would have no interest in such a thing as the ninja world. Wars always start and stop, and then stop and start again. Only the Otsutsuki wants to kill everyone in the ninja world. Ino was already a little panicked, pulling Naruto's clothes. Is there really that? Is it so urgent? But if that happens, everyone. Yes, really. He nodded and said against his will, it's not the first time Konoha has faced war, so it shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 513, Little Ino covering her ears and stealing the bell. If war comes, will the people have a way to survive? Ino asked worriedly. In the past 2 years, because of the communication equipment, my colleagues from the intelligence department and I have been to many places in the land of fire. Most people live. Konoha is better. Basically, as long as there is no war, everyone can have enough food and a place to live. In some places outside, the nobles are really too much. Naruto was silent. He knew very well how treacherous the nobles could be. Although the status of ninjas in the land of fire was not very high, about the same as that of warriors, they lived better than 90% of the people. Some talented ninjas only needed to afford some meat and food in the early stage, and they gradually became rich after completing the mission. However, most ninjas did not marry civilians, and usually digested the money internally. Occasionally, some ninjas were unwilling to work hard to make money and changed jobs. Serving the nobles. The stronger ones are treated as honored guests, and the weaker ones can find other ways to have sex with men and women. After all, the majority of ninjas walk in the sun, but not all of them can make it through. Those who can't make it through will naturally find ways to get close to the nobles. The nobles' way to control ninjas is also simple: let them marry and have children, settle down and buy property. Ninjas are not easy to control, but is it not easy to control their families and property? Ninja families like Ino Shikajo are naturally at the top of the ninja food chain. Ino went out for a walk and found that not every village was as stable as Konoha, so her mentality would naturally change. That can't be helped. War is not up to us. Naruto pondered, we can only hope to win this battle, and everyone will have a way out. Although Ino was kind, she was also sensible and did not mention the war again. The two walked together on the streets of Konoha openly and sent them to the door of the Yamanaka flower shop. The lights were bright upstairs, and the Yamanaka couple must have arrived home. Just send them here. Ino took a small step forward, then turned around and looked at Naruto with a smile. It's too late today, you can find a time to talk to my parents about marriage. Okay. Naruto nodded and watched Ino go upstairs. He knew that Ino was giving him time. She seemed to have forgotten about that incident along the way, and only mentioned the marriage at the end. The next day, Naruto woke up from the bed in a daze, thinking about some random things. His mind was still a little confused. He didn't sleep well that night, and he fell asleep in the middle of the night. Ino's pregnancy caught him off guard. Originally, he practiced a procrastination tactic. Regardless of whether Yamanaka Inoichi or Hyuga Hayashi were satisfied, he just procrastinated. It would be a victory to procrastinate until the Fourth Shinobi World War. At that time, everyone would be dragged by the war. When that time came, the bottom line of the two fathers-in-law would be loosened. He never thought of marrying one and aggrieved one. This is the ninja world. It's not easy to hold a wedding. It doesn't matter if there are a few weddings. He doesn't even need the recognition of the Fire Nation, so it's not a question of whether he will marry or not. Of course, he can't hold countless weddings, only 2 at most. In fact, compared to the nobles, Naruto can even be called a pure person. But now the tactic of procrastination is useless, he must take responsibility and not lose the big picture for the sake of small things. And the wedding is his attitude, no matter how much he can get Yamanaka Inoichi to agree, he has to give it a try. He knows that Ino is very smart, much smarter than ordinary people, and any clever tricks at this time will be inferior. Only sincerity can have no flaws. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Naruto compromised and got out of bed to open the door, thinking that Hinata came to him so early. When he opened the door, it was the fat guy Koji, smiling and holding a bag of beer. Rare guest. No, I just came to see if you are okay. Koji waved his hand and said, before Naruto was moved, he added, you invited guests yesterday for the first time, as if you were telling us about your last wishes. It was so scary. Fuck. Naruto made way, and the two of them drank a little in the morning. Koji also had something to do, and seeing that Naruto was alive and well, he didn't ask much, and left slowly after drinking. Naruto stood upstairs, watching the little fat man leave, and couldn't help but smile. There are still many good people in this world. Yamanaka Inoichi was not at home during the day, and Naruto stayed at home until noon, and then went out to find food. At this point, he was not going to stick to traditional etiquette. He planned to visit alone in the evening to finalize the wedding, and the sooner the better. However, things did not go as he wished. He had just finished eating ramen, picking his teeth and arguing with Shoutayul whether the ramen set drink should be replaced with soy milk or carbonated drinks. It's too much, how can the drink be changed? He said nonchalantly, boss is naughty, I won't come next time if you do this again. Then let's sell 2 models. It's not easy to get stock now. Shoutayul leaned against the counter and chatted with Naruto. It was 2 o'clock and there were not many customers in the store. What is Konoha going to do next? I don't know. Anyway, it's not peaceful outside. Shoutayul squinted his eyes and said, I rarely see you come to the store in the past 2 years. Do you have a mission outside? Yeah, doing some rubbish tasks, just short of sucking up to the nobles. Naruto occasionally blurted out a few words when he spoke, not hiding his contempt for the nobles. Oh, nobles, I have seen a few of them. Shoutayul said with a smile, the village was still very strong at that time, and the nobles often came to Konoha to buy industries. The chat stopped here. Naruto couldn't say that he hated the nobles. These people never invited him to the silver party. Hey Tui, he wouldn't go even if he was invited. At the same time, Kakashi received news from the Anbu that the other 4 countries were attacked. White Zetsu was approaching the border of the Fire Country, and the war was coming. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ino, Deer, and Butterfly, all the high-ranking officials, received the notice, but not Naruto. Uzuki Ujeo didn't find him and ignored it directly. What a coincidence, Naruto opened the Yellow Spring Gate to go to the Snow Country to pick gifts. After all, things are rare and valuable, and things brought from the Snow Country thousands of miles away must be more sincere. Hokage Building. Kakashi frowned, crossed his fingers and leaned on the table, looking a little distressed. The enemy came too fast, and the news was delayed. The enemy is estimated to have penetrated deep into the heart of the Land of Fire. The Cloud Village, Sand Village, Mist Village, and Rock Village have all sent messages, requesting to have a video call with the Hokage. Yamanaka Inoichi said in a deep voice, his face was also not good. The enemy has already reached the doorstep, and the news has only just been transmitted. The intelligence department must bear some responsibility. The most important thing now is to stop the enemy from continuing to penetrate deep into the heart of the Land of Fire, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Narashikaku made a serious suggestion. That's right, with the powerful enemy in front of us, let's deal with the enemy in front of us first. Kakashi followed suit, transfer the ninja troops from the 5th and 7th districts near the village to protect Konoha first. Konoha is not a big place, and it is impossible to station too many troops. These ninja troops are stationed in various important places in the Land of Fire, echoing each other from afar. Yes. After receiving the order, Dozuki Yujao prepared to take the documents to mobilize troops. Facing such a large-scale invasion, it is far from enough to rely on the village's ninja elites. At least in matters such as protection and guarding, the ninja troops can play a numerical advantage. Then send a team to the front to gather intelligence first. The 10th team. He turned his head and looked at Shikamaru, casting an inquiring look. I have no problem here, I can set off at any time. Shikamaru nodded. As the secretary of the Hokage, he is also qualified to participate in the meeting. Shikamaru's father Shikaku, as a military advisor, did not show any expression when he saw his son's statement. Koji is also a problem, he has never had anything to do. Akimichi Choza directly agreed for his son. He had long been tired of Koji's idle appearance every day. Besides, it was just spying on intelligence. With Shikamaru there would be no danger. It would be good to go out for exercise. Besides, he also had some selfish motives. It would be safer for his son to stay in the intelligence team than to fight on the battlefield. Ino has not been in good health recently. Yamanaka Hai pondered for a moment and refused. Then let's merge Team 8, Shino and Inyazuka Kaiba, Koji, and Shikamaru. Kakashi lowered his head lazily and wrote on the task scroll. At this unclear node, he deliberately avoided summoning Hyuga Hinata. Perhaps he thought of Naruto, or perhaps he felt that he didn't want to deal with the old guys of the main family. If he was not sitting in the position of Hokage, he would only need to obey orders when the war came. The short meeting ended here, and Kakashi got up and prepared to go to the intelligence department to participate in the online version of the 5-cage talks. Since they were facing the same enemy, the 5 major ninja villages would be surprisingly united. The Land of Snow. After Naruto chose the gift, he turned his head and glanced at Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who looked like he wanted to say something but stopped, and asked. What do you want to say? He thought to himself, she might be pregnant too. Then it doesn't seem to matter. Anyway, we each get what we need, and we have been mentally prepared. After all, Fenghua Xiaoxiu said a long time ago that she wanted a child, but this thing is not something that can be obtained just by wanting it. Naruto does not go to the snow country very often, and he does not plan to stay overnight this time. No, last time I heard that you have a man named Kurama Yakumo who can control dreams. Fenghua Xiaoxiu tried to make her words clearer. We got a set of equipment that can transmit signals like a wireless transmitter. Maybe it will help Kurama Yakumo, but it still needs to be tested. It's a small matter. I will bring her here in a few days. Naruto understood and roughly knew that something that is good for Kurama Yakumo may also be good for the snow country. But he has been troubled recently and has no time to ask too much. He just waved his hand and agreed. Just say it directly next time. There is no need to be shy. Yet. Fenghua Xiaoxiu responded. Although she said so, Fenghua Xiaoxiu was born in the royal family after all, and she knew what position she should be placed in. One more point is willful, and one less point is boring. She was at the best age for a woman, and she had a good sense of distance between her and Naruto. She would not make Naruto feel tired, nor would she be too submissive. When Naruto packed up the gifts and put them into the sealed space and left, looking at the palace that had returned to silence, Fenghua Xiaoxiu could not help but sigh. The news that Naruto was going to have a wedding with Ino would naturally not be hidden from her. In order to help Naruto choose a suitable gift, Fenghua Xiaoxiu also accompanied him and spent some time thinking. But when everything was settled, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She always felt that something was missing. But that was something she could not even dream of. Shaking her head, Fenghua Xiaoxiu threw away all the messy thoughts in her mind. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. To be honest, she couldn't accompany him like a normal wife. It's good now, at least everything is going well. If it weren't for him, I don't know what the snow country would look like now. In an instant, Fenghua Xiaoxiu regained her cold look. Naruto had just returned to Konoha when he suddenly found that the village was in a mess, and the pedestrians on the street were in a hurry. He was stunned and thought to himself that he had only been away for a few hours, right? What happened? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and looked at the Hokage building with a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. He turned around and grabbed someone without even looking at him, and asked directly. What happened? The villagers were rushing home with their things, anxious, and were suddenly grabbed by someone halfway. They were anxious, and their anger came out directly, and they opened their mouths to curse. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw Naruto's face, and immediately choked back his trash talk. The war is about to start. After saying this, the villager gritted his teeth and shook off Naruto's hand and hurried home. So soon? Why at this time Naruto stood on the main street of Konoha, his expression a little complicated. Behind him was a messy crowd and the gradually darkening sky. At night. On the second floor of the Yamanaka flower shop. Ino sat on the sofa with a little dissatisfaction, wearing home clothes, and sitting opposite were the Yamanaka couple. Don't act like a child, you are almost a mother. Yamanaka Hai said with a gloomy face, you stay in the village and don't interfere in the war. Yes, your father is right, even the rear is dangerous. It's better to stay in the village for safety, you have to consider the children. Yamanaka Liya said. Oh. Stop talking. Ino covered her ears and got up to go back to the room. She wasn't that stupid to risk going to the battlefield. Even if it wasn't for herself, for she would try her best to ensure her own safety. It was just that her parents were a little annoyed by her nagging, so she couldn't help but say a few words. Just then, the wind chimes downstairs rang. Suddenly, Ino paused, thinking to herself, didn't she ask that little fool to come back in a few days? Isn't she here to get scolded by her father? Why did she run into the gun? Yamanaka Inoichi had already stood up and walked to the balcony on the second floor. As long as he walked to the balcony, he could see Naruto downstairs. Hey! Wait! Ino suddenly screamed. What? Yamanaka Inoichi frowned and looked back at his daughter. I dropped something. Ino was quick-witted, it's very important anyway, I'm going to the battlefield, don't worry about me, I'm going. She shouted, and sure enough, Yamanaka Inoichi and Yamanaka Rino's attention was diverted, and they all looked at Ino. But before they could speak, Ino quickly went down the stairs, still shouting. I'm going out for a walk, don't follow me. Chapter 514 Father-in-law is indeed a man of vision. Going to the battlefield? What a mess. Naruto was standing downstairs, about to pull the wind chime in front of the door again, when he suddenly heard Ino's voice upstairs. Just as he was stunned, the door of the store in front of him was pulled open like a gust of wind. A familiar fragrance entered his arms, and before Naruto could speak, he was quickly pulled away. Hey! Don't talk! Ino took a few steps, carried Naruto into the dark alley next door, pressed him against the wall, and said fiercely, Are you stupid? What? Naruto was still a little confused, is the way I knocked on the door wrong? Wrong, very wrong. Ino made an X with both hands, excitedly, didn't I tell you to come back when you have time? Why are you in such a hurry? Don't I have time now? That's not what I meant. Oh, you should understand. Ino gently pushed him, are you stupid? The war has already begun. You won't be scolded in a few days. It's just a scolding, it's no big deal. Naruto looked indifferent, I hope your father scolds me. When he becomes a grandfather, I'll see if he's embarrassed. You are really Ino smiled, knowing that this person was joking. The two of them knew tacitly that the closer the war was, the greater the probability that the Yamanaka couple would give in. But at the same time, the pressure will be greater in the next few days. Whoever goes against the wind will have a hard time. Ino wanted Naruto to come back in a few days, but she didn't expect Naruto to come suddenly as if he didn't understand. If they were sitting at the same table, Naruto would definitely be the one to attract fire. What's going on in Konoha? Naruto changed the subject, I went out to buy gifts today, and when I came back, I found that the people in the village were in a panic. I don't know. Ino really didn't know, and she didn't go out at all. It's normal to have a war. I wouldn't be surprised even if someone reached the Valley of the End, but it's strange that Kakashi couldn't block the news. He muttered. Suddenly, Ino also realized the crux of the problem and turned back to look at Naruto. You mean there are spies in the village? Most likely yes, Kakashi is probably asking the Anbu to investigate. Naruto said, anyway, the village is not very safe. I will not leave the village until the situation is completely stable. You don't have to worry too much. My father has to stay in the village for a while. The intelligence department is quite far from the flower shop, there will always be times when they can't take care of it. He said tactfully, and the war is tense, and the intelligence department has to go to the front line. In fact, he can settle it with just a little thought, but why bother? If there are only some white Zetsu in the village, then he has a reason to accompany Ino. At least he has to be there for 10 days and a half months, and then everything will be settled later. He can't let others take advantage of him before leaving the village. Let's talk about the wedding later. The war is imminent, and there is no suitable time now. Ino folded her hands, standing only 2 palms away from him, with a serious face. That's not something we can decide. We have to ask your parents. He waved his hand, with an unquestionable look. Ask your father first, and see how he wants to beat me. No. My father won't do it. Ino was amused, perhaps thinking of the scene of Yamanaka Inoichi's action, or perhaps taking the opportunity of being alone to release some pressure. When war meets marriage, there are often more worries. Naruto knows some things that will happen in the future, even if they are not very accurate, at least he has a bottom line in his heart. But for Ino, this is her first time facing war. It happened that she was pregnant again at this time, and she had concerns in her heart, and many things could not be done. The emotions of being a mother are very complicated, as if the life of a girl was suddenly completely taken away. Even if you don't think about it in your heart, but various emotions will continue to surge. Fortunately, the ninjas have very good physical conditions. For most female ninjas, giving birth is easier than for ordinary people. Recovery will also be faster, and the probability of leaving sequelae is very small. But after all, it is pregnancy, not a movie. The child is born in a few scenes after spring and winter. This is a very long time, so long that a night can be divided into 7 or 8 time periods. After shaking off all the thoughts in her mind, Ino looked at Naruto, and Naruto also looked at her. Do you want to listen to the baby's heartbeat? She asked. Yes. Naruto agreed, squatted down and listened for a while, but found that he heard nothing. Looking up, Ino was covering her mouth and laughing, with a smug smile on her face. Just like the girl who had the upper hand at the entrance of the alley 6 years ago, she tapped his forehead. It's not even 3 months, where is the heartbeat, stupid? It seems that after becoming a mother, Ino has become more open-minded about many things and has become more tolerant. This is especially true in the context of the war. The lights were flickering, and Naruto still carried the gifts upstairs and was scolded. He kept his head down and pretended to be a grandson, thinking that he could get back at his grandson or granddaughter in the future. Anyway, he loves his grandson more than his son, so he should be a strict father and beat his grandson, daughter, when he grows up. Finally, Yamanaka Hai was tired of scolding, and his face was still ashen after taking a sip of tea. What are you going to do? Get married? Stupid. Father-in-law is right. What do you mean I am right? And don't call me father-in-law. Who is your father-in-law? Yamanaka Hai was furious, and he wanted to slap this shameless man to death. It's a pity that the other party was too shameless and had already cooked the rice in advance. Yes, yes, father-in-law. Naruto still ignored what he said, but his attitude was still good. Ino kicked him under the table to make him calm down. He then stood up to refill Yamanaka Ino's tea, while Yamanaka Rino was still preparing snacks. Life is a deep and peaceful spring, no matter how turbulent the situation is. As long as you don't make trouble, everything will be fine. Before his daughter met the scumbag, Yamanaka Ino thought so. Even if he had experienced some things when he was young, he would still live a routine life when he got older. But he didn't expect that the peace would be broken in the end, and it was still in the form of an unmarried pregnancy. He regretted and reflected on it, and sometimes thought that if he had cared more about Ino 6 or 7 years ago, things might not be like this. He was busy with work, but in the end he didn't seem to get anything, and what was even worse was that he didn't like work that much. He was just busy to the point of paralysis just to have something to do. Because life was too smooth, his wife was virtuous, his daughter was sensible, and he had a few old friends around him. It seemed that as long as without work, life is just a stagnant pool. As a result, when he found out something was wrong, things had already gotten serious. Naruto's reputation in the village was not good, but his reputation was limited to Konoha. Maybe he had some bad reputation in the capital of the Land of Fire, but it was only a matter of a moment. In general, Naruto was still very disciplined, at least he was only in the ninja circle. At his age, Jiraiya and others had already made a name for themselves as the Three Ninjas. In other words, Naruto was arrogant, but only in Konoha. Outside, he made very little noise, and there was not even a big splash. If it was just that Naruto's ability was limited, Yamanaka Inoichi would not look up to him. But he knew that Naruto's ability was not inferior to the Three Ninjas back then, and it was rare for a young man to act so calmly. It's not that the father-in-law and son-in-law like each other more and more, but it's the conclusion that Yamanaka Inoichi came to after accepting the reality during this period and calming down and thinking carefully. At his age, for some things the situation is very clear. After all, there is nothing new under the sun, and some things don't need to be hidden at all. The reputation of the three ninjas is indeed well known in the ninja world, but it is also a shackle. They work hard for the village and then leave. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Some truths are not easy for him to say. After all, young people have the sharpness of young people. You can't say in short, Yamanaka Inoichi is quite satisfied with Naruto's style of doing things. At least he knows that he is a bully in his own nest and won't cause any trouble. Besides, Naruto is now working for Tsunade and Kakashi rather than for Konoha, and all the tasks are given to him by the Hokage. In this way, Naruto doesn't seem to be so righteous as to pay for the village regardless of the consequences. Yamanaka Inoichi doesn't object to Naruto's sense of belonging to the village, but he doesn't want him to be like the fourth Hokage. When he was young, he had seen all kinds of geniuses. The Uchiha clan had many evildoers, but in the end, they were all wiped out. Everyone has selfish motives. Although Yamanaka Inoichi said it harshly, he couldn't let his daughter be a widow. He didn't want Naruto to be a Jinchuriki and die in a fit of rage. Yamanaka Inoichi thought a lot, but it was only for a moment when he raised the cup. When he put it down with a thud, his thoughts stopped. Now is wartime, the situation in the village is not very clear, and it is not ruled out that enemies have already sneaked in and spread the news. Therefore, for safety reasons, the wedding cannot be held in the short term. Uncle is right. Naruto also changed his words appropriately. No matter what Yamanaka Inoichi said, he would follow him without thinking, and he was not afraid of being considered stupid. Pleasing the father-in-law and mother-in-law is not a matter of one day or one night. It is similar to falling in love. If the confession is just the horn of launching a charge, then half the battle is lost. If you don't behave well at ordinary times, but just hope to show the image of being knowledgeable, humble, and capable when you meet, it is indeed more difficult than getting into Tsinghua University. Anyway, whatever the father-in-law says is right, and it's over. After Yamanaka Inoichi finished speaking, he seemed to feel that Naruto was too easy, and frowned and thought for a while. The wedding still needs to be held. We will find a suitable time to make it up, preferably within these 2 months. If the war can be calmed down, the sooner the better. Yes, just one word, yes. After coming out of the Yamanaka flower shop, Naruto walked a distance and looked back. Suddenly he exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his whole body was relaxed. I originally thought that my father-in-law was very fierce, but who knew that he didn't even send out an invitation to invite Hinata Hayashi to come. It seems that I still underestimated my father-in-law's pattern. The next day, the village was still in a mess. Naruto slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon as usual. When he got up and washed up, he found someone sitting in the living room. What a rare guest, Captain Uzuki Yujeo. He slipped on his slippers and walked slowly to the bathroom without even looking at Uzuki Yujeo. I looked for you yesterday, but you weren't there. She answered directly without any extra nonsense. I went to prepare the gift yesterday. You know that the greater my ability is, the greater my responsibility is. I'm under a lot of pressure to get married recently. Naruto boasted, and the door was not closed. He brushed his teeth and washed his face while talking to Mao Uxi Yan. Choosing a gift is also a science. Expensive ones are too abrupt, and cheap ones don't show your heart. Things must be rare and valuable, and they must be something that the other party can't refuse. Something happened in the village. Mao Uxi Yan said calmly. That's a pity. Naruto didn't respond. There are a lot of white zetsu hidden in the village. They were screened once yesterday. Now they should be almost clean. Mao Uxi Yan was very smart, so she didn't mention anything about Hokage or the village. She knew Naruto's temper very well. It was useless to say these things. She just put what she knew in front of him. As for the result, he would decide it himself. At the very least, just mention it. The war on the front line of the 5 major countries was tense, and it took a huge price to repel the White Zetsu coalition. After the 5 cage talks, they all decided to form a ninja coalition to fight. In Konoha, it is estimated that all the White Zetsu will be found and dealt with tomorrow. Uzuki Yujeo was still chattering about the situation in Konoha and reporting the latest news to Naruto. But there was a muffled thud, and the bathroom door was closed. Then the sound of the shower sounded, and Uzuki Yujeo simply shut up. She didn't give up so easily, and she was not a pedantic person. In her mind, she quickly analyzed what benefits she could bring to Naruto and what help she could give him. In this way, it would be smoother to make another request. After Naruto came out of the shower and dried his hair, Uzuki Yujao spoke again. The village lacks main forces, and no one can hold up the situation on the main battlefield. What does that have to do with me? I'm very busy now. I care more about whether I can get through this situation safely than the war. I can help, any help is fine. Mao Uxian said without hesitation, as long as I can be used, any help is fine. War is such a dangerous thing, it's not a joke. Naruto meant to refuse. Mao Uxian was not too frustrated. Her promise was not worth much, at least not worth Naruto going to the battlefield for it. She didn't have any expectations at all, because this promise was given for free. It was not a transaction, but just a prize. Because she understood from the beginning to the end that Naruto might not care about Konoha, but he would never care about the enemy's pressure to threaten the safety of Ino and Hinata. All she had to do was to tell him the news truthfully, tell him the situation of the battle, and then make a promise. If it was a deal, her promise was worthless. But if it was a free gift, Mao Uxian also knew that the current scumbag Naruto probably needed the help of her reliable colleague who had been with her for 6 or 7 years. Because her cold face was the best endorsement of trust, it would be of great use to him at certain times. Chapter 515, Hinata scored twice. I won't do it. The answer Naruto gave was very different from what Mao Uxian thought in her heart. She was stunned for a while before she realized that he refused. Why? The village. What does the village have to do with me? Naruto interrupted, I don't want to get involved in these troubles now. The ninja world has united, and it's no big deal if I'm missing. I have more important things to do. Ino is pregnant. I must stay here to ensure her safety. The Anbu will. I don't trust the Anbu. Don't even mention you coming in person. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's simply impossible. He said first, the village needs an Anbu captain, not an ordinary jonin. Ordinary? Ordinary? Uzuki Yujao almost wanted to vomit blood. Do you know that your participation may change the direction of the war? She still didn't give up and continued to persuade. Then do you know that Ino is very important to me? If anything happens to her, I will turn around and join the opposite camp. He paused and said, it can also change the direction of the war. Uzuki Yujao. With mouth persuasion, no matter how many Uzuki Yujao are, they are not Naruto's opponent. When she realized that she couldn't reason with Naruto normally, she chose to be honest. She looked up at him and said sincerely. What do you want? The safety of Ino and Hinata. We will ensure that it is absolutely foolproof. She said hurriedly. And. I haven't thought about it yet, but I can't leave now. I have to stay in the village for a few days. Naruto also gave in. He had to go to the front line sooner or later. But the difference is that one went passively, and the other went after getting enough benefits. Going to the battlefield is not a good thing. No matter how powerful a person is, he will be killed by the round-the-clock battle. The third generation of Lei died, Kinkaku and Ginkaku also died, and the second generation of Hokage also died on the battlefield. No one will not die, unless he cheats. You can ask, as long as you promise to contribute to the village. Mao Uxian said. Yet. Naruto didn't say much. He couldn't say that he didn't plan to contribute too much, but he knew Mao Uxian didn't hold much hope. Some things are better if everyone understands them, and there is no need to explain them too clearly. Uzuki Yujao looked at Naruto deeply and turned away. Colleagues were just former colleagues, and she knew that this was probably the last time she would talk to Naruto like this. There would probably be no such opportunity in the future. Afternoon. Naruto was still calm, and did not take Uzuki Yujao's words to heart, and even forgot about them as soon as he turned his head. He didn't care about any promises, but he knew that he couldn't leave now. Yakushi Kabuto, that shady guy, 6 years ago, he persuaded him to move forward and greeted his mother in a friendly manner. With his personality, he would never let go of grudges with a smile. In a sense, Yakushi Kabuto is a genius who has not been favored by fate. He is more dangerous than Uchiha Obito, that madman. From the beginning, Naruto has never forgotten Yakushi Kabuto. 6 years ago, he was not strong enough and could only barely help Tsunade block a sword. During that time, he had no chance to kill Yakushi Kabuto to eliminate future troubles. Since then, Yakushi Kabuto has disappeared without a trace as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Maybe even Tsunade doesn't remember this little character, but Naruto does. The one who worked under Danzo and was able to escape death, worked for Orochimaru as a second job. These two qualifications are unique in the ninja world. Such a person, to use a more elegant word, is a dragon that changes into a dragon when the wind and clouds meet. Besides, now Kabuto Yakushi has really turned into a dragon. Damn, it's really Jackie Chan. Even though he didn't have much dealings with Kabuto Yakushi, he left a deep impression on Naruto. He looks angry and speaks arrogantly. It's obvious that he is not a good person. Kabuto Yakushi lives only to pursue status. With this obsession, he can keep working under Orochimaru. If such a paranoid person has a target of hatred in his heart, it would be a very scary thing. Naruto doesn't know if anyone has asked about Kabuto Yakushi's mother, but he knows very well that the arrogant man will not let him go easily and will definitely use insidious means. If he makes a move, he will definitely make the biggest move. This is Kabuto Yakushi. He needs to be seen and acknowledged by others even if it is fear. Before this, Kabuto Yakushi could shrink in the dark and hide underground. This time is very long, and Kabuto Yakushi doesn't care at all. He only cares about one thing. Who is he? And this question was answered by Naruto 6 years ago. Naruto stomped his foot hard at the softest part of his heart, spitted and cursed him. Since then, Kabuto Yakushi no longer keeps asking who he is, nor is he in a hurry to seek revenge on Naruto. Instead, he turned to another thing. He wanted to kill so that the ninja world would remember him. Just like Orochimaru is famous, and he also wants to be remembered like Orochimaru. For him, this is the best answer he can think of. Naruto didn't know what Kabuto Yakushi was thinking. He thought to himself, the fighting outside is so fierce, and almost all the lairs of the 5 major countries have been attacked. It must be very difficult. If someone who doesn't know, they would think that Kabuto Yakushi is a great strategist. He kills and burns everywhere, joins hands with Black Zetsu, and recruits Uchiha Sasuke, that fool. Everyone wants me to leave the village and go to the front line, but he has been staring at me, how can I not know? I just grew up, not my brain is broken. Kabuto Yakushi, you are so fucking vicious, you are almost catching up with me. Naruto spitted, hit on the beam of the Hyuga clan's house, and watched the 2 white Zetsu figures slowly emerge from the wall. The war had already begun. More and more white Zetsu emerged from the wall without warning, grinning, and rushed towards Hyuga Hayashi's house. With a few sharp rustling sounds, 2 white Zetsu were knocked down. Uzuki Yujao jumped down from the roof with her men, exhaling 2 puffs of white smoke, her eyes slightly cold. She made a promise to Naruto, but the fact is that she can't keep it at all. Naruto drew his sword and cut the last white Zetsu in half, turned his head and glanced at Uzuki Yujao, the meaning of his eyes was self-evident. Giving you a chance is useless, what's the use of promises? Uzuki Yujao was very frustrated, and she didn't have the confidence she had when she spoke in the morning. What could she offer in exchange? Nothing. This was forcing Naruto to disregard the safety of Hinata and Ino. She couldn't do this. Apart from the responsibility of communication between her and Naruto, the two also had a personal relationship. At night. Naruto's house, living room. Sorry, I take back what I said this morning. Uzuki Yujao bowed her head, with a look of shame on her face that had never changed. She suddenly felt stupid, not like an Anbyo captain at all. Her mind hadn't been working properly recently, and she was always driven by the village's position and interests. This made her extremely irritated. She became an Anbyo captain to become stronger and to have a more prominent status. One day, she would be able to meet Maki, the teacher of the 3 siblings of Sand Village, and kill him with her own hands. But now it seems to be a bit contrary to what she has been doing these days. Being led by the enemy, the 5 cage talks and then gathering people to investigate the white Zetsu in the village. Everything was normal, and even made her a little complacent, but now it seems to be a slap in the face. Did she check it out? She fell into another trap. What did you say this morning? Naruto didn't care, holding a cup in his hand and drinking ice water. The temperature outside was not high, and it was even closer to 2 or 3 degrees after nightfall, but Naruto still liked to hold the ice water and drink it slowly while thinking about things. There were not many things that could make him think, and Kabuto Yakushi was a match for him. You said you would guarantee the safety of Ino and Hinata, but you couldn't even deal with a few scattered white Zetsu soldiers, and you were played around by them. Naruto said. Yes. Uzuki Yujao had nothing to say, and that was the fact. Now she has accepted the fact that she is indeed incompetent. She may be able to handle things well at ordinary times, but she still feels exhausted when facing such a roundabout struggle. She is too embarrassed to mention letting Naruto go to the front line now. She can't even solve his worries, so what qualifications does she have to speak? Uzuki Yujeo left, almost losing face. At the same time, she also realized that the enemy is not as simple as it seems. This war was chosen to start in this long winter, and there may be a deep meaning. Hokage's office. Kakashi had a headache and rubbed his temple. There were several large display screens not far from him. A plump woman also looked serious and said solemnly. The sea has begun to freeze. Our people can't come over. It will take at least a month to arrive. 1 month. The war will have been decided in a month. Why support? After the 5 shadows decided on the joint matters, they often contacted each other when they organized their own teams to start the army. The intelligence department simply moved the meeting equipment to the Hokage's office. Even late at night, the 5 shadows were still discussing military information. Due to the freezing winter, it is difficult for ninja troops from various countries to converge. The outer sea area of the water country has frozen. It will take 3 months to send troops, and at the earliest 1 month. The situation in Kumagakure is not much better. The warriors of the Iron Country are not afraid of the cold, but they are useless. Generally speaking, wars rarely break out in winter. People have to eat, and the marching environment in winter is also extremely harsh. If you are not careful, you will fall into a blizzard. No one would choose to go to war in winter, and that's the reason. But the White Zetsu don't need to eat, they are just clones, and they obey the orders of Kabuto Yakushi completely. How is the situation in the Land of Fire? Hokage. Hearing someone calling him, Kakashi opened his eyes quickly and suppressed a yawn that was about to go out. He has been working non-stop for 2 days and hasn't closed his eyes for a moment. Ahem, the situation in the Land of Fire has temporarily stabilized, and the 5,000 White Zetsu from the border have been temporarily repelled. Kakashi said seriously. In fact, it was not them who repelled it, but the White Zetsu retreated automatically. The White Zetsu of Konoha have been screened, and it is impossible to judge whether there are any more for the time being. Just when Kakashi was distracted, the 5-cage meeting was over. Dong dong dong, the office door was knocked. Hinata carefully opened the door, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the person coming was Naruto. Come in first. Okay. Naruto was also a little curious, what did she want to do so anxiously, and lowered his head to change his shoes. Unexpectedly, Hinata had already squatted down and naturally helped him put on warm cotton slippers. What's wrong with you? He asked. Do you remember what I said to you last time? Hinata looked a little nervous, rubbing the edge of her clothes. Don't want. You are so annoying. Hinata hit him with a red face, and then pulled him to sit on the sofa. This is her room alone, but it is bigger than Naruto's living room and room. Damn, how can she be so rich? Not this sentence. She said angrily. That's hard to guess, you like to endure and don't like to speak. Naruto smiled, not realizing the seriousness of the matter. Naruto. I seem to be pregnant. Naruto was stunned. He really couldn't laugh now. First, Ino was pregnant, and then Hinata was pregnant. Although they were mentally prepared, they didn't expect the explosion rate to be 100%. Are their offspring so active? Naruto, what's wrong with you? I'm happy. But your expression doesn't look like you're happy. You don't seem happy. Hinata said with rare grievance. That's because Ino is also pregnant. Naruto felt a little numb. He wondered why it happened now the things in the village haven't been dealt with yet. The vicious little thing, Kabuto Yakushi, didn't know what means he would use to continue assassination. No, absolutely not. Naruto quickly calmed down and quickly made up for himself. I was thinking that the village was not safe either, so I was even more worried about you. The village. Hinata thought of what happened during the day. Although the Anbu dealt with those White Zetsu, she knew that maybe the next time today's plot would be repeated again. If she was alone, she wouldn't be afraid. Hinata herself was a jonin, not a weak woman who couldn't even lift a chicken. But now she was not alone, so she was inevitably worried. Then what should we do? She asked nervously. It doesn't matter. I know a place that is absolutely safe. It's lively and suitable for raising a baby. Naruto smiled and reached out to hug Hinata. But I don't want to leave the village. My father and everyone else. Hinata hesitated. Can't I stay in the village? No. Naruto took out the plan he had prepared long ago and said softly, the situation in the village is very complicated now. Those white Zetsu are coming for me. 6 years ago, I offended someone. Now he wants to hurt you to make me suffer. If he knew you were pregnant, he would definitely harass you at all costs. As long as you are safe, everyone is safe, your father and everyone will be fine. Be obedient, okay? Hinata, things will be over soon. Really? She asked. Yet. Naruto nodded. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, looked up at Naruto and asked. Is Ino okay? She's fine. Naruto's face was calm. He had to separate the two of them. She was just not feeling well at the time, but she's fine now. Chapter 516 The fiery giant ball opened its 9 tails. That's good. Hinata stroked her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Hinata's ears suddenly turned red when she noticed the direction Naruto's eyes were looking at. She didn't know what she was thinking of, and she turned her face slightly away and didn't dare to look at Naruto anymore. Naruto glanced at her and forcibly looked away. He almost ignored Hinata's inherent lethality. Now is not the time. He still has to get through the dilemma that the Yakushi Kabuto has laid. If you are angry, just save up all your anger and chop it on the Yakushi Kabuto. Damn, it's all the Yakushi Kabuto's fault. This bastard is just for a plate of vinegar dumplings. In order to avenge himself, he took the lead with Black Zetsu and acted slowly, like chasing prey. Maybe he was still proud at this moment, he was in the light and he was in the dark. He could still do a lot of things, and he could make the ninja world turbulent with just a move. Naruto thought of this, and his eyes became fierce the moment he turned his head. Sasuke drew his sword and killed a jonin with one blow, and the blood spilled on the snow and stirred up a ball of hot air. The Scarlet Mangeki Sharingan stared at the more than 10 Kumigakure ninjas, and finally couldn't help showing the fierce and unruly side of Uchiha. The snow was heavy and the cold wind was rustling. Come on, all of you must die. For some reason, Uchiha Sasuke felt a sense of relief in his heart. He had lived for more than 10 years, and had been living in all kinds of lies, enduring every day. After checking it out, it's better to destroy this rotten world and people. When ninjas have power, they start fighting for power. When they build a family, they have no time to worry about trivial matters, so they can only go along with the nobles. The two behemoths are fighting each other, and the people are living in misery. He doesn't want to see the faces of the 5 major ninja villages anymore, and he doesn't want to see the nobles. Sasuke has only one idea in his mind. Break this world and reshape a new world. Damn it, let's go together. Kill him. A senior ninja from Kumigakure shouted and took the lead. Dazzling lightning flashed on the body of the Kumigakure Jonin, bang bang bang, the naked eye could not catch the moving figure of the Kumigakure Jonin at all. Almost with one sound, one position, approaching Sasuke at a high speed with the trajectory of a dragon and snake. This is the unique lightning ninjutsu of Kumigakure, which compresses the chakra in the body to make the body burst out with unlimited potential. The Jonin moved, and everyone moved, and explosions came one after another. The air was distorted by the lightning, as if even more than a dozen human figures were twisted and swaying like ghosts. Sasuke still drew his sword monotonously and chopped down all the people. 10 minutes later, the scene was a mess, with broken limbs everywhere. Sasuke was stained with a lot of blood, and the whole person seemed to calm down because of this. He didn't even look at it, and put the knife back to his waist blindly. With a click, the blade slid into the sheath. Let's go, the people from Kumigakure will be here soon, go and kill the next batch. Sasuke walked slowly forward, and Kagura followed him closely. Kumigakure did repel the 5,000 white Zetsu who had sneaked into the village, but they couldn't stop Sasuke and his men. The Eagle team split up, with Sasuke taking Kagami and Suijutsu taking Jago. This was imitating the Akatsuki organization's 2-person team format. Although the destructive power was limited, it was more flexible. Kagami and Jago each had a set of chakra sensing skills, and their anti-detection methods were much better than Kumigakure. It was early winter now, and Kumigakure wanted to send troops to form a ninja coalition with the other 4 major countries, but they also had to guard against another counterattack by White Zetsu. Even though the 4th Raikage was very courageous, he still couldn't do anything about the Eagle team, which was moving around like a bone-cutting knife. In just the past few days, the Eagle team had taken down 7 or 8 outposts in various parts of Kumigakure. The Eagle team's style of action was full of Sasuke's coldness, and they almost put the knife on the Raikage's neck, as if to say, if you dare to send troops, I will sneak into the village in the middle of the night when the defense is empty and chop you to death. Xiang was the one who felt Sasuke's change the most directly. It seemed that after the Fire Country daimyo case fell on his head, Sasuke changed. Became more rogue? Acting without restraint, she didn't know how to say it, but she felt that Sasuke seemed to be more and more like a person, a very shameless person. It seemed that he was forced into a corner and became the person he didn't like. Others might not know it, but Xiang was with Sasuke every day. She naturally knew that Sasuke's condition had been wrong since Uchiha Itachi died. If the previous Sasuke was like a piece of ice, like a high-pressure bomb, then after that, Sasuke was like a punch on cotton, and the whole person was a little timid. Uchiha Itachi's death was related to Danzo, so Danzo died. After a narrow escape and revenge, Sasuke could have returned to normal, but Xiang found that Sasuke's condition was getting worse and worse. Confused, without a goal, didn't want to care about things, and was controlled by emotions. For a long time, the three members of the Eagle team could clearly feel that Sasuke had lost his leadership spirit and was like a self-exiled madman. Until he was framed by that man again and again, and caused trouble everywhere under Sasuke's name, Sasuke could no longer bear it and lost his temper. It was from then on that Sasuke seemed to have changed. Uchiha Sasuke. The fourth generation Raikage stood up and was furious, and was about to smash the table. Lord Raikage, this is the last table. Mabai reminded him suddenly. Ah! The Raikage had nowhere to vent his anger, and he roared to the sky with red eyes, evil Uchiha. Hiding like a bug. It seems that he was not blamed from the beginning. From beginning to end, it was Uchiha Sasuke who directed and acted by himself. This rogue's methods are too familiar. Mabai on the side did not comment, not knowing what to say. She knew that it was not Uchiha Sasuke who attacked Kumagakure at the beginning, but now forget it, he is already a traitor, so she won't worry about it. It's strange that after she betrayed and obeyed the shameless yellow-haired man at the beginning, she could not sleep all night. All kinds of shame and guilt surged in her heart, but later she got used to it. Maybe that man also likes to let her go, and he took a few of her in and signed a contract to work for her, but he didn't use her often. Originally, I thought that man wanted to deal with Kumagakure, which was also agreed at the beginning, but later it seemed that he forgot. The yellow-haired man only said to wait for the opportunity, and it has been delayed until now. If it weren't for the contract, Mabai almost forgot that she had another master. Occasionally, she remembered and realized that the top leaders of Kumagakure were infiltrated by the three of them, and she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Where is Samui? Let her lead the team to find those bugs. Is there any news? The voice of the fourth Raikage pulled Mabai's thoughts back, so she straightened her body. They should still be on the way. The news came back half a day ago. The station in the southwest was attacked. Mabai calmly reported the collected information, and her thoughts were scattered again. Among the three of them, Yu Muren had already made up his mind to join that person and had already handed in his loyalty. Sam Yi was cold-tempered and did not show his attitude without handing in his loyalty. It seemed that this matter had no effect on her, but she was often restless. The north wind was rustling, and heavy snow fell from the sky. It just stopped and it started again. What a weather! The female ninja with fiery red hair and black skin, Karui, looked up at the white sky and complained. Maybe the enemy has escaped with the heavy snow, or set a trap somewhere waiting for us. The brown-skinned Imwa with short white hair said depressing words, looking listless. You guy! With a bang, the dark-skinned, red-haired female ninja Karui punched Imwa hard and stopped him. Can you stop saying depressing words all day long? It's annoying to hear. The three people stepped on the snow and left messy footprints. Samai squatted down and dug through the thick snow in the forest, revealing the barely perceptible bloodstains. Her eyes suddenly became serious. The snow had not stopped for long, and the people had not gone far. After all, they were mortals. No matter how powerful they were, the hidden cloud village was not made of mud. Shut up! Samai turned around and stared coldly at the two useless disciples. The enemy has not gone far. Stay alert, otherwise you don't know when you will die. As ninjas, these two are not cool at all, she secretly added in her heart. The scope of Kumagakure is not too large. It is an isolated island in the sky built on the top of a mountain. The further you go to the back of the mountain, the steeper it becomes. Samui and the other two walked along the bloodstains, and saw more and more corpses. Kojuro turned over a frozen corpse, and his face changed. Even though he had seen many corpses, he couldn't hold it anymore and retched for a while. What's wrong? Kojuro. Ching, who had luckily grabbed a white eye, rushed over, looked down, and saw the corpse. This is. The face was gone, and the head was messed up, looking very scary. The enemy has changed a batch, stronger than the previous batch of white Zetsu. The voice of Mizukage Terumi Mei came, with a graceful figure and lotus steps. Are they evolving? Ching's face changed, and a chill suddenly rose on his back. This is not a power that ordinary people can possess. The bones and flesh were crushed together. Kojuro shuddered, and his voice was also filled with fear. Yesterday no, it was lost the day before yesterday. Terumi Mei had no expression on her face, but squatted down to carefully examine the body. Mr. Terumi Mei. Kojuro shouted. It's okay, the body has been frozen, there will be no danger. Terumi Mei said lightly, and ordered without turning her head, Kojuro, Ching, go back to the village immediately to organize 10 elite teams, I can be of use to you. Yes. The two responded. 20 miles outside the Valley of the End is the Immortal Forest, where Konoha has left a line of defense. Moriwa is just an old chunin, and his family is all in the north. Counting from the battlefield, it has been 40 years. It is indeed a miracle that he has survived the Third Ninja World War. The Fire Country has been peaceful for too long, nearly 20 years, and people have even forgotten what war is like. He has been staying in the border for almost 10 years, drowsy and messing around all day. But the war came so quickly that the village transferred him from the northern front of Konoha to the west with a transfer order. Many people around him had the same experience as him, transferred from the southwest or further south. He didn't understand the strategy, but after years of rooting in the border, Moriwa could vaguely realize that this mission might be a little dangerous. The enemy was so fierce that Konoha had to withdraw its troops and shrink its defense line. This was something that had never happened before, even in the life and death of the village. When the enemy was about to die, no troops were transferred from the border. When he first arrived, he was a little nervous, and everything looked like an enemy. The companions from the north liked to make fun of him, whistling at him, saying that he was like a woman and was scared. Murihi didn't care about this, shrugged his shoulders, and joked that if he turned into a woman, he would let his brothers have fun. For 4 or 5 days, everything was normal on the defense line. He was no longer worried, and at the same time he found that there was a small village of 34 households not far from the defense line. There was a clever little girl who looked about 10 years old, and she always came to the edge of the camp to sell wine with courage. Men he bought several times, and this time he saw the little girl touching the edge of the camp again, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. He thought that his daughter was only this age, but she was not so clever, always dull, hiding when she saw people. He bought wine and booked the amount for tomorrow with the little girl. The camp was not strictly managed, and it was okay to drink some wine after the shift. The girl smiled sweetly and nodded heavily. Then I will come again tomorrow. Come on, hee hee. Murihi smiled. At night, screams came from the west of the defense line. When Murihi realized something was wrong, it was too late. The fire burned the sky of the western forest red, and the heat wave melted the snow on the defense line. The ninja rushed over, and a large number of white Zetsu climbed out of the cold river and attacked the village beside the river. The whole village fell into chaos, and the sea of fire submerged the corpses. When Murihi arrived, he saw the chest of the villager was crushed by the white Zetsu, and half of the body was broken. The blood mist floated in the fire, and the whistling wind sounded overwhelmed the screams. He roared, drew his knife and rushed forward, with fear and anger in his heart. He himself didn't know why was he angry. Maybe it was because the villagers died miserably, or maybe it was because he knew he would die tonight. He always boasted about his experiences of surviving the battlefield, and sometimes even thought that he was destined to be not an ordinary person, and that his survival was the blessing of the immortals. He felt a chill in his lower abdomen, and before he could look down, adrenaline protected him for a few seconds. Before the pain reached his brain, he killed the white Zetsu in front of him with a knife. But before he turned around, he felt half of his brain being hit, and fell to the ground with a bang. He opened his only eye, and half of his head was gone. He wanted to take another look at this, the last look at the world. War is never reasonable, he understood, but he was unwilling to accept it, until he saw the girl selling wine pushing open the door from a ruin and running towards him. Behind her were 2 ferocious white Zetsu. That thing could no longer be called a monster. He wanted to move but realized that he was dying. So he could only shout silently, "Run!" The life fire that was about to go out seemed to last a few more seconds. He had only one thought in his mind, "Run!" Seeing that White Zetsu was about to catch up with the girl, suddenly a buzzing roar came. A huge red ball fell down, shaking the earth like the sun. The last glimmer of spirit bloomed in his slowly withering eyes, his eye sockets widened, staring at the giant ball and opened 9 tails. Chapter 517. Every word is true, and he has a clear conscience, but the first half of the sentence. After Naruto kicked the 9-tailed fox out of the yellow spring gate, he left without looking back, regardless of how badly the 9-tailed fox would fall from the clouds. He didn't want to see the battlefield under the clouds, and the immortal forest was just a small line of defense. 50 miles east of the Valley of the End and 20 miles north of the Moon Belt, the border of the Fire Country, there were fierce battles everywhere. War means constant death. He is not an octopus, so he can't care so much. Throwing a fat pig 9-tailed fox to suppress the spring water refreshed by White Zetsu is already the biggest concession he can make. If the Fire Country ninjas alone rely on their lives to block White Zetsu, more people will die. White Zetsu will not think and will still climb ashore from the bottom of the river. This is also the terrifying thing about White Zetsu. They don't think but obey orders. They don't need to breathe even when marching underwater. This is no longer something that humans can do. It is completely an alien monster. It's been closed for so long, is it too much? If that guy hadn't insisted that Konoha was dying and there was no more wine, it would be better to cut off its wine from now on. It was obviously nonsense, but he pretended that I couldn't hear it. But I didn't care, that bastard was not sure. So, just sweep away all the white bugs here. Kyuubi had a plan in mind and was ready to let go and do a big job. But he heard someone screaming and roaring behind him. Where did the giant pig fall? Get out! The war ahead was intense, and Naruto didn't have so many worries for the time being. He was alone, and now he finally had the opportunity to deal with Hinata and Ino. Everyone seemed panicked when White Zetsu invaded, only Naruto had expected it, but he couldn't explain it in advance. No one believed it even if he said it, so he just waited. This was an opportunity for him, so he was not panicked, but seemed to be in order. Uzuki Yujao didn't know, so she was wasting her energy from the beginning. Naruto had already made plans for what to do after the war started. He estimated that the 5 major countries should be able to hold out for a while after the war started. The Impure World Reincarnation Army has not yet arrived at the battlefield, and Kabuto Yakushi may still be digging graves everywhere. He can completely create a time difference. Very few people know that he has the ability to travel freely along the coordinates, and they are all his own people. It just so happens that Uzuki Yujao still owes him a few favors, so he can just take advantage of it and place Hinata in the Snow Country. If he came forward, Hyuga Hayashi would not listen to a word Naruto said. Only what Uzuki Yujao, the captain of the Anbu, said had weight, and Hyuga Hayashi would listen to it. So far, no one else has known the news of Hinata's pregnancy. When everything is over, it will be a done deal. As for Ino, he has other arrangements. And he vaguely feels that the relationship between Hinata and Ino is not that bad. The real incompatible thing is the rules. The face of the ninja clan, Hyuga Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoichi will never agree. But it doesn't matter, take it slowly, there is still a lot of time. The current situation is not bad, and it is not yet facing despair. The cruelty of war has not yet shown its fangs. This is not what he should worry about. You said you would help me, remember? Naruto turned and looked at Uzuki Yujao, with a tone that could not be refused. In the light of the living room, Uzuki Yujao's face changed a little. She looked up at Naruto, seeming a little puzzled. Where are you taking Hinata? The Snow Country. How is it possible? The Snow Country is thousands of miles away. Thousands of miles away, what can we send over there? Said Mao Uxi Yan. It has nothing to do with you. I have my own way. Okay. Mao Uxi Yan compromised. The next thing was much simpler. The captain of the Anbu came to the door in person, analyzed the pros and cons in front of Hyuga Hayashi, and took Hinata away smoothly. The excuse she used was certainly not to go to the Snow Country. Hyuga Hayashi would only think that she was crazy. Mao Uxi Yan said that she would move Hinata to another place for easy protection. At present, the war in Konoha was intense, and the Hyuga clan also made a lot of efforts. Hyuga Hayashi also attached great importance to the family's face. Mao Uxi Yan came to the door in person to lobby, and he couldn't refuse. When he thought of the village now, the situation is indeed short of manpower, and the Anbu can't stay in the clan every day. After hesitating for a long time, Hyuga Hayashi finally agreed. The situation is urgent and he can't do it anymore. Hyuga Hayashi also realized that this White Zetsu's assassination force seems to be aimed at Naruto. Hinata staying in the Hyuga clan will not only not be safer, but will involve more innocent people. The best way is to let the Anbu take Hinata away and move to a safer place for protection. Hinata has been received, I have done what you said, then what? Uzuki Ujio frowned, what about Ino? Ino will be fine, I'm still in the village. Naruto responded, and it's not a solution to be on guard all the time, I will solve those troubles. That's good. It's great, it's thick snow. Tian Tian stepped into the deep snow with an excited look on his face. Tian Tian, is it so fun? Xiao Li was a little speechless. He kicked his legs a few times to stretch his body and exhaled a breath of white air. So the border of the fire country is so cold. How come I never noticed it before? We have never been here before, okay, Xiao Li, you are so stupid, your memory is really bad. Tian Tian turned around and made a face. Stop playing, we will gather later. Ningkai wrapped a scarf with a dignified look. The scarf was knitted by his wife. The marriage was not deep for half a year, but he knew the cold and warmth. After more than half a year, the Hyuga clan no longer had the saying of the main family and the branch family. At this time of war, the Hyuga clan actually had a sense of prosperity after breaking out of the cocoon and rebirth, which was also extremely rare. What's more rare is that Ningkai didn't have to go to the front line. He was the head of the Hyuga family. At this time, it was more meaningful to stay in the rear. But there was a shortage of people in the front, so Hyuga Ningkai simply let Hyuga Hayashi act as the clan leader and went to the front line in person. He did this for the sake of the village, but also for his own selfish reasons. Although Niji solved the long-standing caged bird problem of the Hyuga clan, he was young after all and his prestige was not high. If he wanted to go further, Niji needed more things to rely on, such as military exploits such as murderous aura. Going to the battlefield was also the result of his discussion with Hyuga Hayashi, who did not object to him going to the front line to gain some experience at the beginning of the war. Now that the war has not reached a fierce battle, there will not be too many accidents, just be careful. I know, Niji has become so serious. Li retracted his legs, wearing a green tights, looking strange. Tenten sighed, thinking that Nisi was already the clan leader, of course he was different. But she didn't want to make fun of Li, so she could only follow. The third team was tasked with frontline reconnaissance. The three of them were no longer genin, so naturally they didn't need Might Guy to lead the team. The happy time in memory was gone forever. In the blink of an eye, the three of them grew up, and even each of them could stand on their own. There were 3 Chunins and 4 Genins following the 3 of them. The mission was not too dangerous, and Genin appeared in the team. Those who could participate in the reconnaissance mission were probably the best among Genin. The eagle in the sky passed by at low altitude in the heavy snow, and there was a vast expanse of white ahead. Nisi stared at the front for a long time. Suddenly, he was startled and shouted to stop. Everyone stopped and turned to look at Nisi. Too many enemies, surrounded, retreat quickly. Ningkai turned around and ran without hesitation, and a group of people quickly turned around and broke through. The genin didn't know what happened, he just ran wildly following the order, chakra condensed on his legs. He almost used all his strength to keep up with the jonin, and didn't dare to hold back at all. Before the mission, the serious-looking Hyuga clan leader also told them not to keep a backup when escaping. The jonin would not take the time to take care of them. If they fell behind, they would be doomed on the battlefield. He reiterated this many times, so even though these genin and chunin were nervous, they still didn't forget to run for their lives. The group was not slow, but the white Zetsu all over the mountains behind them was faster, rushing towards them like an avalanche. The genin finally saw the enemy clearly, and their faces became even more terrified. They had never seen such a crazy enemy, it was simply a monster. Quick! Move faster! Ningji roared, his eyes were fierce, and he led a small group of people to charge left and right in the forest. Damn it! There are too many white Zetsu. When did they surround us? Xiao Li ran and looked to the left. In the forest, it seemed that there were white Zetsu everywhere. Often when they ran to a place, hundreds of white Zetsu appeared there. No one dared to stay and fight. They only had a few people. If they really fought, they would be exhausted to death here. Don't shout, save some strength to break through. Ningji said, but he was actually very nervous, thinking rapidly while running. Way out. Where is the way out? No matter how many white Zetsu there are, they can't surround the whole forest. There must be a gap. As long as they find the gap, they can break out. At that glance, he saw the white Zetsu like a devil. With sharp claws and fangs, holding weapons in their hands and chasing like mad dogs, that look is not normal. If there were fewer people, Niji would tear off their heads and take them back for research, but unfortunately there were too many of them. It's not even enough to describe them as all over the mountains and plains. The dense figures behind him made Niji's scalp numb. He didn't need to judge at all, he turned around and ran. He wished he had an extra pair of legs. If he ran slower, he would be left with nothing. Tian Tian. How are you? Xiao Li turned his head to look at Tian Tian, who was a little out of breath. Before he finished speaking, a scream came from behind. The last Chunin was knocked down by the white Zetsu, who jumped up in the snow, and then was torn to pieces by a dozen white Zetsu. His death was horrible. Those Genin and Chunin were exhausted or unable to dodge, and all of them died. Only the 3 Jonin were left to deal with it. I can still hold on for a while. Has Niji found the exit? Tenten looked pale, but her speed was not slow. The 3 of them almost left a shadow in the forest. No one dared to slow down at the critical moment of life and death. The only backbone was on Niji. Is this the snow country? Hinata was a little confused. Looking at the land in front of her that was like spring all year round, she suddenly felt that she was a little silly wearing a thick winter coat. Yeah, how is it? Beautiful, right? Naruto smiled. You Naruto, you are so mean, you deliberately didn't tell me. Hinata's face flushed, and she turned to look at him. I was wearing so much, but you didn't tell me. It's okay, only the capital of the snow country is like spring all year round, and it's just because of the geothermal generator. Naruto explained, it's still very cold outside the capital, and you bring winter clothes to be prepared, just in case you have to go out of the city. Isn't the snow country very far away? How come it seems like it only took a short while to get there? Hinata asked with a red face. Space ninjutsu, nothing special. He waved his hand and said, unwilling to waste time on this topic. I have a history with the Queen of the Snow Country. I took over the mission of the Snow Country and participated in the restoration of the country by accident. Restore the country? Yes, the situation in the middle is very complicated. Anyway, it is safe here. He said, even if the enemy is idle, they will not travel thousands of miles to come here. You can rest assured to take care of your pregnancy here. I will come to see you often. If you feel bored, you can go to see the Queen of the Snow Country. Women's intuition is always sharp. Hinata frowned slightly and raised her little face to ask him. Naruto, are you familiar with the Queen of the Snow Country? Hearing this, Naruto looked serious and shook his head. No, I saw her when I was on a mission before, and I haven't seen her for 6 years. Every word he said was true. He did see her when he was on a mission. The 2 missions he had done were related to Fenghua Zioxu. After the failure of the first mission, he and the 3 women drifted on the sea for a month, and knew everything he should and shouldn't know. Later, everyone knew each other well. Sakura, Fuka, and Koihoki became his helpers. Red Bean, forget it, stupid woman, let's not talk about it. After the mission, he and Fuka and Koihoki had not seen each other for 6 years, and they only contacted each other in the last 6 months. Every word was true, and he was particularly confident when he said it. Oh. Hinata blushed a little, afraid that he would dislike her for being suspicious. Seeing that he looked serious and didn't seem to be lying, she was relieved immediately. Suddenly, she thought of something and spoke. It seems that Brother Niji has also gone to the front line. They. Chapter 518. The White Zetsu hidden in the village. Uzuki Yujeo still hates the 3rd generation. They will be fine. Niji and his men are so strong. Unless they encounter thousands of enemies, who can stop them? Naruto comforted. Who knew that his words would come true? At this moment, Niji and the other 2 were running away in embarrassment. Naruto didn't know these, and even if he knew, he didn't know the specific coordinates, so he couldn't do anything. There were so many unexpected situations on the battlefield, and whether he could survive depended on his own ability. The war has begun, and I can't do anything here. Hinata was a little unhappy. It's good that you are safe. No one knows that the war will suddenly break out. He persuaded, maybe the war will be over soon, and I will take you back. But, the New Year's festival will be here soon. She said. New Year's festival, I'm afraid it won't be celebrated in the village. Can I come here alone to celebrate with you? His voice was a little gentler. I can't bring anyone here, I only trust you. Hinata felt much more at ease, looking at the warm sunshine in the capital of the snow country, she felt that the whole person seemed to be a lot slower. Noticing Naruto's inquiring eyes, she smiled gently. Remember to come back to see me. Of course, I won't break my promise. Naruto also smiled, and reached out to touch Hinata's head. Just rest here, I'll watch over the village. Yet. What kind of monster is that? Amwa gritted his teeth, tore off a piece of clothing, and forcibly tied up the wound. We won't die here, will we? What depressing words, you will die here. Karui slapped him on the back of his head and said angrily, those monsters haven't caught up yet. Even though he said that, Karui still looked around with some palpitations. They walked around the hidden cloud village for a while. Circle, and was later led out of the village and into the hinterland of the forests of the land of lightning. In the depths of the storm forest, they were ambushed and hunted by the white Zetsu, and almost capsized in the gutter. There were a few white Zetsu that seemed to be different from the ordinary white Zetsu, both in appearance and strength. Even the three of them found it extremely difficult to deal with those mutant white Zetsu. They were impossible to kill, and were as difficult to deal with as a dogskin plaster. Some of the white Zetsu could actually hide their aura. They didn't catch up. Only a small number of white Zetsu have the ability to hide their aura, and most of them are not strong. Samui was slightly injured and walked over slowly, looking at the two useless disciples. Then should we retreat back to the village? Amwa asked. He has always been a pessimist. There are too many white Zetsu, and they can use tricks. The three of us can't deal with them. Wait a little longer, let's see first. Samui's eyes were steady. After all, he was an elite ninja who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses, and he was not afraid of death. Samui made the decision, and Amwa and Karui had nothing to say, so they could only seize the time to recover their strength. The snow gradually stopped, and the forest became quieter and quieter. Suddenly, Samui spoke. Go back to the village. What? Amwa and Karui looked up at the same time, looking at their boss in shock. It's been so long since they caught up, I'm afraid something happened in the village. Samui frowned, let's go, there's no point in staying here, let's go out and try it out. Konohamaru, what are we going to do? Yuden stared at the back in front of him, and said in fear, my mother told me to go home before dark and not to stay outside. Coward. Konohamaru pouted, he had grown up. How old are you, and you still keep saying mother all day, you have no ambition. Yuden opened his mouth, but didn't dare to say anything else. He knew that Konohamaru had been without parents since childhood, and Yuden rarely mentioned words like parents on weekdays, so as not to make Konohamaru sad. But this is too risky, and the village is not safe. Mohwang said cautiously. The sun sets in the west, and the fire is red. The main street of Konoha fell into an orange dusk, and the three little shadows looked back at the busy street on weekdays, and could only see an empty space. It was dark, and the doors and windows were closed. Mohwang looked at the dimly lit Konoha street and shuddered. He didn't think the village was dark before. Now, he felt that the very familiar village was a little gloomy. Konohamaru forced the two to come out, saying that he wanted to find the monsters hidden in the village. Yuden and Mohwang always followed Konohamaru's lead, and they ran out after hearing his encouragement. The three hid in the big tree at the corner of the street. There was no light nearby, and they couldn't see them clearly even if they got closer. But there are street lights in the farther places, and the situation in all directions can be seen clearly. Once there is any movement, the three of them can find it hiding in the tree, which is also a good position for reconnaissance. Konohamaru, where are the monsters in the village? Yuden whispered, looking in the dark, looking particularly nervous. The Anbu has cleared the monsters long ago, and the village is safe. Safe as hell. Then why did the villagers seal the doors and windows? Many people nailed up the windows. Konohamaru cursed in a low voice. Besides, my eyes are not blind. I really saw the enemy. Konohamaru frowned. He still remembered the black shadow he saw in the alley when he looked up and glanced at it. It was clearly a white face. There was no breath of life at all, which was really scary. He was very scared at that time, but after the fear, he was angry and wanted to prove that he was not weak. He could become the shadow of the village and a hero like his grandfather Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now he was not sure. The village became quiet at night, and the Anbu soldiers disappeared. He was a little panicked, not knowing whether it was right or wrong to come out alone. Konohamaru, Konohamaru. Mohwang pulled Konohamaru's sleeve with the smallest sound she could make. Look over there, is there a monster coming? Hearing this, Konohamaru's heart thumped, and his heart started beating suddenly after just one look. Under the street light 200 meters away, a white humanoid monster walked out of the darkness. It was slender, and its whole body seemed to be coated with latex, with fangs in its mouth. There was a facial bone on its face, which was deformed like armor, covering the face and leaving only a pair of eyes. Monster! Mo Huang murmured. It seems to have discovered us. Yuden was a little panicked. Don't talk. Konohamaru gritted his teeth. He was not afraid of monsters. This was his chance. You cover me. I'm going to kill that monster. No. Konohamaru. Mogi and Yuden spoke almost at the same time. Konohamaru moved. He didn't even try to avoid it and rushed over. In the howling night wind, he was hit hard by white Zetsu. With a bang, the hit Konohamaru turned into white smoke. It turned out to be just a clone. At the moment when the clone was broken, Konohamaru shouted above white Zetsu's head, and the air was compressed and rotated by the raised nan, making a bang. After the gathering was successful, it hit white Zetsu very neatly. With a loud bang, the ground was like a crispy pastry, and it exploded layer by layer in front of the huge torsional force brought by the raised nan. A huge shock wave exploded with Konohamaru as the center, and the naked eye could see the storm that was seen was particularly eye-catching in the dark night. Where did the explosion come from? Mao Yuxian looked up and looked at the southwest corner of the village. She didn't hear it very clearly, but she was also worried that someone might do something bad. It's not good. Anbu appeared beside Mao Yuxian. Captain, the white Zetsu has retreated, and the southwest corner is Konohamaru killed a white Zetsu. Damn it! Mao Yuxian clenched her fists, wishing she could fly over and step on Konohamaru to death. Isn't anyone watching them? Let a bunch of idiots do bad things. Her identity is different now, and she doesn't have to worry about the grandson of the third generation. Now it's a war, and what she hates most is the naughty kids. They are good at doing bad things, and they can't explain it if they die. When the Anbu members left, Mao Yuxian looked at the thick night and cursed indignantly. She rarely loses her temper like this, but I don't know why she can't control herself today. Maybe it was because she had been planning for today for a long time and spent a lot of effort, just waiting for the intelligent white Zetsu hiding in the village to come out. Or maybe it was because the naughty kid was so self-righteous and annoying, and ruined her big plan. But after thinking about it, she couldn't hide her true thoughts. She hated the Sandame. It seemed that the little people were never worth mentioning. If they died, they died. If the plan was ruined, it was ruined. It was like this when Moonlight Gale died, and it was also like this when her own plan was ruined. Because it was the Sandame, and this time it was the grandson of the Sandame. They were all unintentional, and maybe it had nothing to do with them at all, it was just that they were unlucky. Uzuki Yujio also knew that even if it wasn't Konohamaru who did the bad things today, there was no way to pursue too much. At most, she would punish him, not to mention Konohamaru. She knew the reason. The Sandame had no selfishness and was a hero who died in the battle to protect the village. Konohamaru's parents died in the war. He was a poor child. But for some reason, she still hated him. Hate the fickleness of fate, hate that big people never take the lives of small people seriously, hate that I am incompetent and can't take revenge at all. Taking a deep breath, Mao Yuxian suppressed all these messy thoughts. The war is important, so let's remedy the task first. What are you doing here? What? Mao Yuxian jumped away suddenly, but found that the person coming was Naruto, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She was distracted just now, and she didn't have time to distinguish the sound when she suddenly heard it. Looking at Naruto's surprised look, Mao Yuxian asked seriously. What's wrong? Nothing, I just heard the noise and passed by. Naruto looked at Mao Yuxian. How long have you not slept? Your eyes are red. No, it's okay. Mao Yuxian was a little panicked in her heart, but it was not because she didn't sleep. Okay, I'll go first. Naruto nodded and left on his own. He saw Mao Yuxian in a daze on the way and thought she was in trouble. Seeing that she was fine, he naturally wouldn't waste time. He still had to find Konohamaru. Damn it, he insisted that the raised nan was taught by me, can't he say that he realized it himself? Damn, this kid looks smart, but why is he so stubborn? Naruto rushed to the scene cursing, and Kakashi asked him to give an explanation, saying that such a dangerous ninjutsu could not be taught to a kid like Konohamaru. It was extremely rude, he couldn't even remember which year he taught it. Just after Hinata was settled over there, he returned to the village and had no time to take a breath. He was originally planning to go see Ino. As a result, he encountered this incident, which was really unlucky. From a distance, Naruto saw Konohamaru's 3 short and thick melons. While the Anbu members left, he squeezed forward and knocked Konohamaru's head directly. Ah! Naruto, why did you hit me? Konohamaru covered his head. Brother Naruto! Brother Naruto! Meng Huang was a little excited and wanted to pull his clothes. He stretched out his hand and stopped. Seeing that no one saw him, he quietly took it back. His tone was still very happy. How dare you say that? Naruto pulled Konohamaru over and looked at him thoughtfully. He seemed to vaguely know why Uzuki Yujao was like that. But Konohamaru is really a man who doesn't care about people. He is used to being lawless and no one takes care of him. I killed a white Zetsu. Konohamaru said excitedly, Brother Naruto, do you think my raised nan is powerful? That big hole over there. Powerful. Naruto was also a little angry, but then he thought that it was useless to blame him. The hole I pee in is bigger than the one you made, and you are still showing off. Impossible. Konohamaru was not convinced and shouted with his neck stiff. You said it's impossible, then have you ever thought that you will kill Mogi and Yuden by doing this? Naruto's tone suddenly became stern, and he pushed Konohamaru to the ground. No, isn't it okay? It's okay. Where do you think the Anbu people went? Naruto cursed, do you think there is only one white Zetsu in the village? You are so complacent here, go home. He was too lazy to educate the children, even though Konohamaru and the other 2 were already 12 or 13 years old. Naruto was already able to beat Kabuto Yakushi at this age, but Konohamaru was still playing Ninja House. A few words could not wake Konohamaru up, he just asked Konohamaru not to mention that the raised nan was learned from him, and he couldn't afford to lose that person. After all, it was a small matter, and Naruto didn't stay for too long. After warning Konohamaru, he left in a hurry and rushed to the Yamanaka flower shop without stopping. After confirming that Ino was safe, the 2 talked for a while outside the flower shop. Yamanaka Inoichi turned a blind eye upstairs and ignored them. The war was getting more urgent, and Yamanaka Inoichi was under a lot of pressure, so he had no energy to pay attention to the 2 little ones. Although he wanted to rush to the 2 of them, take Naruto away alone, and shake his shoulders violently. What's the situation now? There's a war, aren't you in a hurry at all? Hey? Don't you have any ambition at all? Are you trying to gain fame just to marry my daughter? But these thoughts can only be thought of in Yamanaka Inoichi's mind. Naruto is not in a hurry to go to the battlefield, and can he, as a father-in-law, force him to go to the front line? If something unexpected happens, Ino will hate him to death. The outdoor temperature is not high in winter, and Naruto didn't talk to Ino for too long, urging her to go home. Ino turned around reluctantly and left, pulling down the curtain on the first floor. It would be safer for Ino to stay in Konoha. Yamanaka flower shop is in the center of Konoha, not far from the Hokage building. The buildings around were not densely packed, so White Zetsu couldn't get around. Pa, Naruto returned home and fell directly on the sofa. Chapter 519 Konoha Sword Princess lost to reality, and the evil god's followers were missing one. After lying on the sofa for a while, so long that Naruto almost felt that he was about to fall asleep, a sound suddenly came from the balcony, which made him open his eyes. The balcony glass window was pushed open. Because of a certain 9-tailed fox fat pig, the balcony is not locked all year round. As long as you push it from the outside of the balcony, you can enter Naruto's living room. He noticed someone, turned around and saw the person coming, but was a little surprised, and stood up and asked. Why are you here? I came when I wanted to. Mao Uxi Yan took off her mask and removed the short knife on her back. This is my home. Naruto was happy. Captain Mao Uxi Yan, you should understand that this is not your living room. Are you going to take off all your clothes? That's fine, do you want to see? Mao Uxi Yan's face was light, and she was really considering it. Hey? Are you crazy? Naruto felt a little unbelievable, looking up at Uzuki Yujao, are you here for Konohamaru? Let me make it clear that I have nothing to do with that guy, don't blame me. He caused the Anbu to lose the opportunity, and the White Zetsu hiding in the village will only be more cautious. Uzuki Yujao looked cold. If you are really upset, you can beat him up. Naruto couldn't take the blame on himself. If you beat him up in private, you won't find any evidence. I have tried very hard, why is it still like this? She asked, standing in the middle of the living room. Naruto fell on the sofa when he came back. The living room didn't turn on the lights, only a trail of moonlight came in from the balcony. It just covered Uzuki Yugeo's lower body, and her upper body was trapped in the dark. Because Uzuki Yugeo was facing the balcony, he couldn't see her face clearly, nor could he see the expression on her face. Only from her slightly trembling voice can one hear the ups and downs of emotions, which seems to be a little. I'm not good at comforting people, nor can I help you. Naruto pondered for a moment and said, this is your job, Captain Uzuki Yugeo, not mine. And you don't need to be so anxious at all. When I have time, I will clean up the white zetsu in the village without you asking. He frowned and said. Besides, I have helped you once, and I don't want to have anything to do with you again. It's really troublesome, very, very troublesome, and I'm not the savior. To put it bluntly, war will kill people, and I don't have any sense of belonging to Konoha. You asked me to work for Konoha once, twice, and 3 times, I really. The first time he helped Uzuki Yugeo take the position of captain of the Anbu, she paid him 1 million ryo, and settled the bill on the spot. Later, Naruto promised to participate in battlefield affairs and threw the 9 tails to Zion Renling. This time, Uzuki Yugeo helped him convince Hyuga Hayashi and handed Hinata to Naruto without telling anyone. This is also the price, and the 2 sides are even after the transaction is completed. The 2 transactions are not equal, and what Naruto paid is not proportional to what he got. Uzuki Yugeo is also very clear about this, so she never speaks easily. Before the war started, it was fine, and the relationship between the two was pretty good. Naruto asked her to open a few back doors, which made it convenient to do things. Usually, the Anbu would turn a blind eye when they saw Naruto at night. This has nothing to do with how strong one's own power is. It is easy to get things done if you have someone in the court. As long as you are in the ninja world, the world's number 1 has to eat, and Jiraiya can force a half-sage to do tasks. But when the war started, Uzuki Yugeo always liked to persuade him to take action to help Konoha gain an advantage on the battlefield. Naruto was really tired of listening to her and didn't want to pay attention to her at all. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is no longer subject to transfer orders. Unless Kakashi personally orders, how could he personally go to the front line to lead the charge? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield, watching the white zetsu trained by Kabuto Yakushi ambush the ninja troops of various countries in a mysterious way, but no one saw the danger hidden behind the white zetsu. What if they win? It doesn't make sense for Konoha to win and Tsunagaku to lose. There are too many white zetsu, and only a ninja coalition can compete with them. But the problem is that it is winter now, and the countries cannot send troops to join together. Kabuto Yakushi divides his troops into 5 routes to attack the 5 major countries, with the purpose of not giving the 5 major countries a chance to breathe. The current situation is not to the point where Naruto must join the war. Everyone thinks the war is intense, but only Naruto knows where it is. The time when the war is really intense has not yet arrived. Now Kabuto Yakushi has not even created the Impure World Army, and it is obviously still some time before he can become the Impure World Uchiha Madara. It is precisely because of this that Naruto did not show up too early. Once if he shows up, Kabuto Yakushi can determine his movements. The more Naruto does, the fewer cards he has. For example, in Huangquanman, few people know that Naruto has the ability to travel through coordinates. But once he uses it frequently, Kabuto Yakushi's intelligence is faster than everyone else, and he will definitely be able to see the clues. In this way, Hinata, who is hiding in the snow country, is in danger. Similarly, where should the pregnant Ino be hidden at that time? How can we fight a war if we are passive everywhere? These words are naturally not worth telling to outsiders. The 5 major countries have united to form an army, and it is highly likely that Naruto will not have anything to do. Therefore, Naruto has no reason to go to the battlefield. I am not here to persuade you to participate in the war. I want revenge. She said hesitantly. What did you say? Naruto was stunned for a moment. I said I want to kill Maki, the senior ninja of Sand Village, and chop off his head. Uzuki Yugeo gritted her teeth. I can't care so much anymore, I just want revenge. Then you can find a way to sneak into the Sand Village and find a chance to kill Maki. He quickly calmed down. Maki was just a small character. If Uzuki Yugeo wants to kill him, then she can do it with her real ability. Anyway, he won't meddle in other people's business. He is not a saint who cares about other people's private grudges. Indistinctly, he seemed to realize the purpose of Uzuki Yugeo coming to him. I can't do it. If it was 6 years ago, I might really do what you said. Uzuki Yugeo's voice trembled, but I am already the captain of the Anbu, and I can't do this kind of thing. Whether success or failure will implicate the village, I can't. You are looking for me, don't you want me to help you kill Maki? Naruto frowned, changed his posture on the sofa, and looked at her with a scrutinizing look. You may not know that Maki is Gaara's teacher. I know. Her voice calmed down. Then do you know that Maki's disciples are the 3 siblings of Sand Village? He showed an embarrassed expression on his face. I have some personal connections with the Sand Village princess, although not much, but... Is she your lover? Uzuki Yujao was silent for a while and asked directly. That's not the case, it's not to that extent yet. Naruto's mind flashed Temari's appearance, and he didn't know how to describe the relationship between the two for a while. It's a bit embarrassing to say the relationship, it's easy to be accused of being perverted. Anyway, the relationship is good, and the relationship may go further in the future. You know, I have a lot of acquaintances, all over the 5 major countries. He said carefully. You make me embarrassed, why don't you find someone else? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, just pretend I didn't hear anything tonight. I can be your lover. She said suddenly. Ahem. Naruto was drinking water from a cup and almost spit it out. What? He knew that Uzuki Yujao would not give up easily, but he did not expect her to be so reckless. Based on Naruto's understanding of her, this woman is stubborn but not inflexible. Even if he rejected her request, Uzuki Yujao would find another way. But this is not the way to think, lover? Is it not possible? She asked, don't you always like to stare at me? These are 2 different things, and I don't lack. Naruto did not say those 2 words, anyway, he would not agree, one thing for another. In order to get a woman, killing the teacher of the Kazekage, this deal is a big loss. Not to mention how high the risk of killing Maki is, leaving evidence, the 3 siblings of Tsunagakure will definitely fight to the death. Besides, Maki is not an ordinary person. No. Are you talking about Sakura? Or Red Bean? Uzuki Yujao said something shocking. What do you mean? Naruto's tone turned cold, staring at Uzuki Yujao, his eyes gradually turned cold. Are you threatening me? I'm not threatening you, I didn't find out this news. Uzuki Yujao looked calm. Red Bean was drunk and told me. As for Sakura, I guessed it. Noharolin mentioned it in front of me some time ago, saying that you and Sakura really have a tacit understanding, and I almost thought you were a couple. Hearing this, Naruto was speechless for a while. What do you want to say? I know you won't stay in Konoha forever. You often disappear in the village suddenly, and sometimes come back suddenly. Uzuki Yujao said calmly. So what? He curled his lips, thinking that this woman is quite observant. Sakura has quit her job and hasn't been seen for a long time. You need someone you can trust to help you cover up. Mao Uxian continued. I know you are ambitious and your eyes are not on Konoha. When you stripped the 9 tails, I saw that you didn't like Konoha. It's wartime now, no one cares about those details. Naruto said. Details determine success or failure. The more you do, the more loopholes there are. Mao Uxian said, I can help you do a lot of things, you can rest assured to leave it to me. Even if I can do better than Hongdu. I'm still in my body. If you don't believe me, you can try it now. She is a reasonable woman. She has been silent for 6 years. Usually she also looked cold. She had long since learned how to seduce a man, and she would not show weakness. So she chose the field she was best at, and even when asking for help, she would reason and present facts. She put all the interests on the table, and even the first time could be used as a bargaining chip. For adults, there is no need to talk about feelings, it is too brain-consuming. Naruto automatically ignored her last sentence, and only thought about whether it was worth it. He was really too rough in his usual work. Because he was always alone, and there was no trustworthy helper in Konoha. Kurama Yakumo was too weak, and her identity was a bit sensitive. Red Bean was too stupid, and it was really unreliable to leave things to her, not to mention that she was just a teacher in a ninja school. Uzuki Yujao? She was able to climb to the position of Anbu captain, although he contributed a little, but generally speaking, Uzuki Yujao was still capable. Careful, high status, maybe she can be promoted to a higher level after this battle. Although he was extremely reluctant to have too much relationship with Konoha, his relationship was in Konoha after all, and it was impossible to completely abandon it within 10 years. Uzuki Yujao's conditions were very convincing. He needed someone to help him handle the details. When Kakashi retired, he also needed someone to hold a high position in Konoha. Even if the 7th Hokage was likely to be Shikamaru, Naruto and Shikamaru had a good relationship in private, but it was not to the point where he could be infinitely partial. And people would change, and Naruto had never thought of following Shikamaru's path. 10 minutes passed. Naruto had thought it through, raised his head and stared at Uzuki Ujio for a long time, and spoke. "You're right, I do need people in Konoha. I can do anything, I'm very capable." Uzuki Ujio further said. "Well, but the risk of killing Maki is too great." Naruto didn't look at her, his eyes wandered in the dark corner of the living room. "He is Temari's teacher, maybe. Still not working?" she asked, seeming a little disappointed. "Not really, you have to pay more." Uzuki Ujio. "I've just said what I can offer. I don't have much money. If you're interested, you can take it all," she said, "as long as you help me. I won't beat around the bush with you. I don't trust you. You have to sign a contract." Naruto said bluntly, "After signing the contract, you will belong to me from head to toe and even your soul." "I'll sign." Uzuki Ujio didn't hesitate at all. "Okay." He nodded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, to complete task 3, only the last consumable is missing. The process of signing the evil god contract is not complicated. Uzuki Ujio is also very obedient. With a ding, a panel belonging to Uzuki Ujio popped out in front of Naruto. Uzuki Ujio. Konoha Village Jounin, female 30 years old. Evil god believer operable, options hidden. Talent, Konoha style swordsmanship. Evaluation, a swordsman who strives to move forward, and her goal is revenge. Konoha sword princess? He stared at the evaluation at the bottom of the panel, and looked up at Uzuki Ujio. She obviously felt the bond brought by the evil god contract, and looked at Naruto in amazement. She originally thought that the soul that Naruto just said also belonged to him, and those second-year words were just exaggerations. Who knew it was true? But Uzuki Ujio soon calmed down. The soul was useless to her, as long as the purpose was achieved. "I'm going to take a shower." She threw down a sentence and went into the bathroom. Even if the lights in the living room were not on, it did not prevent Uzuki Ujio from finding the location of the bathroom with ease. With a click, the bathroom light turned on, and the orange light overflowed through the glass. Under the shower head, white mist rose, and Uzuki Ujio's expression did not change much, still looking cold and deserted. She had imagined today's situation before she came. Konohamaru was just the last straw that broke the camel's back, and she completely accepted the reality. Chapter 520, As fierce as ever, keep calm. She looked back and found that she had gone astray since she vowed to climb higher in Konoha to see what the third Hokage and the others were thinking. Originally, she just wanted revenge, but later it became a rage. Now she has seen the scenery that those adults in high positions have seen, but she is also bound by the high position and is getting further and further away from the path she wants. As the captain of the Anbu, she must first consider the interests of the village, and then think about her own interests. Especially in the war season, it is not easy for the people to survive. She can't bear to make the relationship between Konoha and Tsunagaku stiff because of her relationship. Even if it is a small misunderstanding, many people will die in the middle. Naruto lay on the sofa with no change in his expression, and there was no love in his heart. He didn't care about Uzuki Ujio's dedication, and he looked a little lazy with his hands supporting his head. His little finger tapped his forehead rhythmically, thinking about whether he should make do with the last evil god believer. Find Tsunade first and give her back the 20 years she lost. But time, what he lacks most now is time. The white Zetsu hiding in the dark doesn't give him a chance to breathe. As long as he leaves Konoha for a while, Kabuto Yakushi will most likely turn around and attack Konoha. He knows Kabuto Yakushi too well, a shameless villain, not much better than himself. But if he were Kabuto Yakushi, he would probably do something more extreme. No, if he really was Kabuto Yakushi, he would never be so stupid as to be deceived by Danzo and Orochimaru. Restrain. Cannot leave for the time being, unless Kabuto Yakushi is exhausted. As long as that damned dog has room to breathe, he will definitely not let him go. He thought a lot, and his thoughts drifted away from Konoha little by little, drifting to a farther place. Konoha entangled his arms, making him unable to break away, but it also gave Naruto nutrients. Friends, teachers, lovers, little by little restrained his temperament. What was he like originally? The things before the crossing are already very far away, and the memory is already vague. I don't know why, but I often think of it recently. Maybe the progress of the enemy has reached a difficult stage, and Kabuto Yakushi pressed his throat, making him a little tired to deal with it. But the two of them are still attacking from a distance, and they haven't really faced each other yet, which makes people feel more uncomfortable. Or maybe it's finally time to see the outcome, and the peaceful days are over. The relationship with Uchiha Itachi and the Akatsuki organization a few years ago now seems more like a small fight. Orochimaru retired, Kabuto Yakushi became even crazier, and Uchiha Obito was killed by him. But Kagai's steps to revive did not stop there, and it was unknown when Otsutsuki would counterattack the ninja world. Bigger troubles were waiting one after another, but he couldn't do anything at this time. Haruka remembered that before crossing over, he worked very hard, and he worked until his death to earn money for his boss's wife. After crossing over, it was more dangerous than living like a cow or a horse, but he became lazy. It's not that he doesn't want to work hard, but as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the village has already covered him with layers of shackles. He broke free from the surface, and there are also those in secret. He knew all these, but some of them were not clear, and he slowly figured them out later. Tsunade treated him well, and Koji also took care of him. Hinata and Ino were actually very smart, and some tricks could not be hidden from them, but everything was calm so far. The village made him a Jinchuriki, originally intended to fight for the village or to use him as a nuclear weapon to deter other ninja villages, and they hoped that he would fight to the death to become Hokage. It is not important whether he can become Hokage in the end, but it is really important that he is loyal to the village. So Naruto has been lazy all the time, he does not move if he can, and jumps when there is benefit. He is too lazy to even look at things that are beneficial to the village but not to him. From a long time ago, Naruto's ambition was to dig into the village. He only takes and does nothing, speaks less, does less, and sleeps more, all in preparation for today. He has been lying for many years, living a leisurely life, but it is not that he can't work anymore. In terms of involution, the people in the ninja world are just younger brothers compared to me. Naruto muttered to himself while lying on the sofa, and he had made up his mind. With a click, the bathroom door opened. The orange light shot out like a silk thread, and Uzuki Yujao stood there in pajamas, her expression still cold and indifferent. Naruto stood up and stared at Mao Uxian in a daze, as if he was stupid. "Where did you get the pajamas? I forgot to tell you, you were not at home before, I was covered in blood, and I could only take a bath at your place." Mao Uxian's face was still expressionless. "I was afraid that you would get confused, and I didn't want to take the pajamas with me, so I simply put them in the closet of the guest room." Naruto didn't know what to say, and suddenly found that it seemed that this was also good. With more patience, things would soon turn around. At night, Naruto took a bath, and the two still sat on the sofa. Although the two knew what would happen next, no one was in a hurry. This was a transaction, and there was not much fun. Besides, it would be too difficult for Mao Uxian to show much emotion. Naruto didn't see her have too many emotions, as if she was always cold and deserted. From a distance, there was always a faint loneliness, as if she was called a widow. He didn't ask what Mao Uxian thought. After all, this was a deal. Naruto worked for her, and she sold herself to Naruto from head to toe, including her soul. How to use it, of course, doesn't need to consider Mao Uxian's thoughts. With a click, Naruto closed the comic and turned to look at Mao Uxian, who was waiting quietly. She also looked up, and their eyes crossed in the air, and she understood. Before Naruto got up, Mao Uxian walked towards the room by herself. Not long after, he also got up and walked towards the room, closing the door. "You are quite patient." No. As expected, you are the captain of the Anbu. Ordinary pain is nothing to you. Say less useless, hurry up. Useless. Naruto stood up, letting the sweat drip down, looking at Uzuki Yujao with some dissatisfaction. "Your words are quite insulting, the captain of the Anbu is quite stubborn." He. "I don't believe you can still endure it, unless you bite your teeth to pieces." "What's that snapping sound?" Koji turned his head to look outside the tent, lifted the curtain and saw that it was already dawn. Tenten was catching a fish that kept swinging and looked a little embarrassed. Tian, what are you doing?" Xiao Li was seriously injured and just woke up. "I plan to make a pot of fish soup for him." Tian said pitifully, "But this fish is too slippery and has slime all over its body. I can't catch it at all. It's not easy to catch a fish in winter. The nearby river has long been frozen. I can only eat, I can't help you." Koji was a little embarrassed, and suddenly asked, "By the way, how is Niji? Is he awake?" "No." Tenten's eyes darkened for a moment. "If it weren't for Niji and Xiao Li's desperate cover, I might have died there." "Ah, this kind of thing." Koji was not good at speaking. He scratched his head. "We are partners, it's okay, Niji will wake up soon." "Yet." Tenten responded, obviously in a bad mood. Koji regretted leaving the tent. He really didn't know how to deal with this atmosphere, so he took advantage of Tenten's removal of fish scales. He looked around and saw no one, and moved towards the tent with a guilty conscience. He was relieved when he entered the tent. It's not that he didn't care about his companions, but... how to say it, he didn't know how to comfort people. It was awkward to stand there alone. It would be great if Naruto was here, he is best at this kind of thing. Afternoon, snow was flying in the sky. Tian walked towards the medical department's tent with the fish soup in her hand. Koji watched her leave and then slowly came out of the tent. "Why are you hiding from Tian?" Shikamaru's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "You're scaring me to death." "Shikamaru. It's you who's sneaking around here. Did you make Tian angry?" Shikamaru asked again. "How is that possible? Then why are you hiding?" "I'm telling you, this is what happened." Koji gestured and said a lot of things. "I'm in a bad mood every day, you know, Niji and Rock Lee are injured. You can't help but say something when you see this kind of thing, otherwise it will be embarrassing, but I don't know what to say, which is even more embarrassing. After thinking about it, of course it's better to hide. Actually, Rock Lee and Niji are fine, they just need to lie down for a few days." He added, "She's like that, most of the time she feels guilty, alas, this kind of thing is really..." Shikamaru held his forehead when he heard this, thinking that Koji and Naruto have been together for too long, and his whole mind is full of these messy thoughts. It's not childish, anyway, it's quite boring. More and more people have died recently, and even Asuma will go to the front next month. He suddenly felt that this war was ridiculous. For half a month, even the person behind the scenes of White Zetsu couldn't be found. White Zetsu is elusive, and every time he goes out, it will cause large-scale casualties. Sometimes when White Zetsu landed in the market town, the ninja troops not only had to deal with White Zetsu, but also had to evacuate the people. Everything was very passive, and White Zetsu was not afraid of death at all. But ninjas are human beings, and they will naturally feel fear when facing monsters that are fearless of death. How can this war be fought? What's more terrible is that he can clearly feel that the war is not over yet, and this winter seems to have become particularly long. When will Naruto come? Shikamaru suddenly asked. I'm not going. Naruto went into the kitchen and poured a glass of ice water. The living room was heated, and he was used to drinking ice water even in the winter. You have a way, right? Uzuki Yujeo didn't know if it was because of back pain, lying on the sofa and couldn't get up, and her usual cold tone softened a little. Yes. Naruto leaned against the window and opened a small gap. The cold wind whistled, and the cold wind of winter blew in, and Naruto's fingers were icy. Looking at the white outside the window, his eyes narrowed. Then Uzuki Yujeo wanted to say something, but suddenly her waist felt sore and she stopped talking. She was no longer the simple captain of the Anbu. Everything about her belonged to the strong young man in front of her. The butt determines the head, there is no need to stop. Whether it was the interests of the village or the people of the Land of Fire, she had already made her choice yesterday. The past is gone with the wind, and the flowers fly without wind. You want to say that people are dying on the battlefield, right? Naruto was only wrapped in a bath towel, his body was as strong as a knife, and he turned to look at Uzuki Yujeo. So what? War is always going to kill people. His voice became colder, as if echoing the cold winter. I said that the man who controlled White Zetsu was coming for me. Do you believe it? No. Mao Uxian shook her head, as if her wound was touched, and took a breath of cold air again. How did you offend him? I asked about his mother. That's it. She looked up at Naruto with a puzzled look on her face. That man is stingy. You should know him. He is Danzo's old subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi. He explained, he used to be an external member of the root, and was later chosen by Danzo to be a swear word. His mother can't be called mother. Kabuto Yakushi was originally an orphan. The director of the orphanage at that time was Nono. You should have heard of it, or at least have an impression. Yes. Mao Uxian really had an impression, but it was too long ago, and some of her memories were unclear. Kabuto Yakushi regarded her as his mother. Nono could only see Kabuto Yakushi's growth trajectory through photos, and Denzo used some tricks in secret. Naruto smiled and continued. Nono has blurred Kabuto Yakushi's appearance. Even if Kabuto Yakushi stood in front of her, she couldn't recognize him. Why did Denzo do this? Uzuki Yujao was slightly stunned. The Anbu didn't have so many twists and turns. Sealing ring. Naruto uttered 2 words. Kabuto Yakushi did too many dirty things for Denzo, and it's not suitable for him to continue living. Nono is also a former member of the Root. She knows too many secrets that are unfavorable to Denzo. Denzo doesn't want her to live in the world. Sousing Kabuto Yakushi as a threat, he forced Nono to assassinate Kabuto Yakushi. Nono had retired long ago, and was killed by Kabuto Yakushi. Unfortunately, Kabuto Yakushi escaped in the end, and Denzo did not successfully complete the ring. You seem to be particularly patient today. Uzuki Yujao suddenly said. Because the position is different, you are not the captain of the Anbu, Captain Uzuki Yujao. Naruto turned his head and looked at her again. I thought you wouldn't shout. You. Uzuki Yujao rarely broke the spell, her hands clenched, her silver teeth were about to break. She wanted to say something and hit back fiercely, but the idea went around in her head and settled down again. She was not good at arguing, and she was too lazy to say those shameless words to him. Do you understand now? Naruto returned to the topic just now. I offended Kabuto Yakushi to death, and he must avenge me if he is alive, and White Zetsu is his handiwork. If he doesn't move, I won't leave Konoha. I won't lose my temper just because a few people died and be lured by him to run around like a dog. Things on the battlefield must be solved by battlefield means. Not by tailed beasts, nor by the power of some Jinkriki. Well, do you have a way to deal with it now? She asked again. What to deal with? Naruto was a little surprised. Yakushi Kabuto. I guess I have one, if I see him again. He frowned, then turned fierce. I will definitely ask Nono to reincarnate. Why the hell did you exchange your life for such a useless thing? Chapter 521 Shin the Shrine Maiden. After 2 days of rest, Uzuki Yujao still felt sore in the waist, and she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She shouldn't have held on to her breath and insisted on fighting with that guy. That guy was like a tiger or a wolf, and he was fine, but her waist was almost broken. On the table were the intelligence reports sent in the past 2 days. The battle on the front line was fierce. The most tragic thing was that the ninja troops were always attacked, and the White Zetsu didn't have a camp at all, and they were always elusive. In short, the ninja troops never lost in frontal battles, but the fact was that they were always beaten. She didn't go out much in the past 2 days, staying at home and resting on the pretext of illness. Naruto has cleared out the White Zetsu in the village. This man still keeps his word. Uzuki Yujao raised her cup and suddenly thought that this man didn't seem to be doing anything big. But soon she dispersed the chaotic thoughts in her mind and didn't need to worry about it. I'm already lying down. Why think so much? Just obey the orders. I seem to have lost a lot that night. Now I don't think about anything. My mind is empty. Although a little unambitious, it's really relaxing. Why are you becoming more and more like Hongdu, that silly woman? Uzuki Yujao shook her head and regained her clarity. Don't be stupid even if you kill me. It's too hard, isn't it? Koji groaned. It's almost the New Year's festival. When can I go home? I've been guarding here day after day. Stop making noise. Shikamaru turned his head and stared at Koji, feeling a little irritated. In front of him were a number of drawings with full annotations, which were covered with small words. Koji remembered that they were still white when he brought them yesterday. Shikamaru actually didn't sleep all night and filled the maps with writing. Shikamaru, why don't you take a rest? Koji advised in a low voice. I can't sleep, get up and take a look. Shikamaru's eyes were red, staring at the map without blinking. Find me another map of Sand Village, and Kumagakur, anyway, the more the better. Ah. Those are all confidential. Koji was shocked and scared, his chubby cheeks trembled, and his small eyes narrowed. Shikamaru, your father would beat me to death if he knew. Father and others are discussing matters in the Central Army tent, how can they care about us? Shikamaru's voice was very steady. He didn't look at Koji when he spoke, but stared at the map. This map marked all the places where White Zetsu appeared. There was nothing strange about it. Narashikaku and other Konoha think tanks had a more detailed map. Confidential information could not be leaked. Shikamaru was not qualified to sit at the table and brainstorm. His father was still there and could still take charge of the overall situation. Kakashi stayed in Konoha and stayed in the Hokage building to reassure the people. There were also a group of elite jonin who stayed in Konoha. When White Zetsu caused chaos, Konoha only transferred the ninja troops of the Land of Fire to assist in defense, and did not send out the main force. The real Hokage, Asuma, and others who could fight were all guarding Konoha. The battle situation on the front line was indeed tragic. But the risk was not too great, so he and Koji came. Shikamaru, are you okay? Looking at Shikamaru's crazy look, Koji was worried, thinking that this was just a war, he wouldn't go crazy. I said I'm fine, don't ask any more. Shikamaru was a little impatient, but he took a deep breath and held back his temper. Can you help me get a few maps? That's not taking, it's stealing, you'll die if you're caught. Koji corrected. Okay, help me steal one. Koji. He was sure that Shikamaru was crazy. Narashikaku was in charge of the war, why did you, Shikamaru, join in the fun? Even if you want to understand, there's no need to fight so hard. If you really want to participate, you can just ask your father. If you have to use this method, if you are accidentally discovered, you'll be finished. He went out and hurried to the big tent, where the first generation of Inoshikajo were discussing matters. Koji tried not to make any noise and prepared to get a few a blueprint. The new blueprint is not a secret. After all, each of the 5 major countries has a detailed map of the other side, but the detailed layout is a secret. Those blank blueprints, it depends on the situation. Anyway, the enemy we are facing now is White Zetsu, and the 5 major countries have prepared a coalition. Detailed intelligence will definitely be shared in the future, and blank blueprints are nothing. He went in quietly, poured water for several uncles, and rolled up a few blueprints from the side and slipped away. Some people noticed him, but didn't care. This little fat man is full of humor, and he looks timid when holding a blank map, like a mouse. Koji. Akimichi Choza couldn't stand it anymore and called him out. Father Koji looked guilty and hid the map behind him. Why are you in such a hurry? That Koji looked at a loss, wishing he could hide in the cracks in the ground and slip away. Just when Koji was at a loss, Narashikaku sighed and spoke to help him out. Chaozhu, don't scare Koji. Shikamaru must have asked him to come. This child has been obedient since he was young, so he was ordered around by Shikamaru and the others. Koji, ask Shikamaru to come and see me. Koji didn't respond, but instead glanced at his father. Seeing that Akimichi Kozu didn't look unhappy, he hurriedly nodded and agreed. Okay. He hurried out of the tent, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he took out the map hidden behind him and sorted it out. Just as he was about to look for Shikamaru, he suddenly saw a group of people pushing a corpse covered with a white cloth passing by the tent. Perhaps the person carrying the stretcher was too tired, and accidentally pulled off the white cloth, revealing the horrible corpse. Koji's face turned pale, his throat surged, and he almost vomited. I don't know when this war will end. We're just getting started. Kabuto Yakushi turned his head and looked at Black Zetsu calmly. After the New Year's festival, when they are relaxing, my impure world army will be ready. But winter is about to pass. Black Zetsu was a little dissatisfied, thinking that this snake-skinned monster was crazy and fussy. Why not start early? Don't worry, I haven't collected enough corpses yet. Kabuto Yakushi has been obsessed with digging graves recently, and he enjoys it, with a sinister smile on his face. Are 100,000 White Zetsu a lot? They can't accomplish anything if they are scattered. As for joining together to conquer Konoha? It's meaningless if you can't kill everyone. Besides, Konoha has no tailed beasts, only that guy. If you don't mind, you can take 20,000 White Zetsu to attack Konoha. The premise is that you can conquer it. Why bother? The 9 tails is not here. What you should do now should be to collect the tailed beasts, not to urge me to send troops. It's tiring to control so many White Zetsu. Wait until I dig that guy out. Haha, even the 5 cage can't defeat him. Black Zetsu folded his hands and watched from the side, feeling very dissatisfied with Kabuto Yakushi. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, as Kabuto Yakushi said, you can do it if you can, don't talk too much. That shameless yellow-haired man is still in Konoha and has no intention of leaving the village. 100,000 White Zetsu sounds like a lot, but in fact Kabuto Yakushi can only control 70,000 White Zetsu with puppets. The Samsara eye was not placed on Kabuto Yakushi, but through a puppet. Kabuto Yakushi did not show an attitude of trusting Black Zetsu from the beginning. Black Zetsu, Kabuto Yakushi, and Hawk Squad, each of them has their own thoughts, but they are gathered together because of similar goals, not allies. Kabuto Yakushi asked him to take 20,000 white Zetsu to fight Konoha, and Black Zetsu would naturally not be fooled. Winter has no effect on Konoha. If the fight gets urgent, the Wind Country will send troops to reinforce. The three countries, the Thunder Country, the Water Country, and the Earth Country, which are really blocked by the cold winter, have a geographical climate that is not as hot as the Fire Country and the Wind Country. The five major countries are not soft persimmons. Although White Zetsu attacked the five major countries, it did not hurt their bones. Only Kumagakure was tortured by the Hawk Squad and was somewhat unable to resist. The other four major countries were not actually out of breath. Kabuto Yakushi's intention is very clear. It is easy to dig up corpses in winter, and wait for him to gather the Impure Land Army to officially fight the five major countries in the spring of next year. This kind of lunatic likes to do this, enjoys strategy, and likes to defeat the opponent psychologically. Dead pervert. Black Zetsu had no expression on his face, and cursed Kabuto Yakushi in his heart. He felt that the human heart was ugly. The yellow-haired man was also ugly. There was no limit to his inner ugliness. Suddenly, Black Zetsu suddenly thought that if this was the case, this snake-skinned monster would be a match for the yellow-haired man. I can't wait, I'll take people to collect a few tailed beasts first. Then you can figure it out yourself, whatever you want. Kabuto Yakushi smiled, sinister, and made people feel uncomfortable. Naruto pulled out all the white Zetsu hiding in the Konoha village, and found a reason to beat up Konohamaru, who liked to join in the fun, thinking that he was just a white Zetsu in disguise. Konohamaru ran away crying all the way, shouting, "Brother Naruto, it's me, I'm not white Zetsu, help me, someone is killing people," and so on, and rolled around the village. When Uzuki Yujeo saw it, she didn't react much, she just put on the mask of the Anbu and disappeared on the roof. This man acted without reason, there was no need to guess. He really acted without rules. For example, he ran between Ino and Hinata for several days. Basically nothing to do. But that night, he had passed through the Yellow Spring Gate and arrived at the Ghost Country. He was actually very reluctant to come here, and he didn't encounter any tasks related to the Ghost Country. He thought he could avoid everything, but he didn't expect that Naruto would deliver himself to the door in the end. One believer is missing. He muttered to himself, and entered the territory of the Ghost Country against the night wind. The reason why he was so disgusted with the Ghost Country was that he had originally traveled through time and space, and he was very disgusted with these prophecies and other things, and he didn't want to make trouble for no reason. In fact, he had a better choice. Looking back 20 years, he brought Noharanao and Princess Sarah of Lulin out of the dragon vein. If he signed a contract with Sarah directly, she would not refuse. But Naruto remembered that he had promised the queen to treat Sarah well. Although the queen had been dead for more than 20 years, he could not break his promise. There was only one last one left. Naruto thought about it and decided to go to the Ghost Country to avoid more trouble. So far, there has been no news from the Ghost Country, most likely it is still in a stalemate. In fact, he didn't care whether the Ghost Country was destroyed or not, nor did he care about the army of the dead. He just wanted to sign an evil god contract with the Ghost Country's Shrine Maidenshin. The situation in the Ghost Country was not complicated. A man named Huang Chuan once used the power of the ghost to create the Ghost Army. This kind of monster is invulnerable to swords and guns, and is fearless. The only one who can destroy them is the Ghost Country's Shrine Maiden. Huang Chuan was very brave and invited the previous generation of the Ghost Country Shrine Maiden to join his camp, trying to use the Ghost Army to conquer the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, ideals are full, and reality is very skinny. The Ghost Country's Shrine Maiden refused, saying that she would not do such a low-class thing. Not only that, you are so ugly, die. The Shrine Maiden defeated the undead army with powerful witchcraft, and sealed the ghost's soul in the ruins of the Ghost Country, and sealed the body in the temple of the small country next door, the Swamp Country. To some extent, Wu Yang is a dead spirit, and the dead spirit army is just a puppet. Because of its inferior skills, it was separated by the Shrine Maiden, which can be called the ninja version of Xing Tian. This subordinate relationship is somewhat similar to being an accomplice to a tiger. Wu Yang is the tiger demon, and the dead spirit army is its accomplice. Huang Chuan is a fanatical believer of Wu Yang, who is obsessed with resurrecting Wu Yang to dominate the ninja world. According to common sense, Naruto should find Shin and protect her all the way to the temple in the Swamp Country. During the period, he used the pursuit and the suspension bridge effect with the Shrine Maiden Shin. Finally, facing a strong enemy, he was defeated first and then seriously injured, and finally rolled dumplings with Shin. This routine is similar to the New Year's Eve skit making dumplings, which is first funny, then crying, and finally thought-provoking. The father and son are reunited to make dumplings, which is full of routines. But Naruto has long lost his patience. He has seen too many women and too many strong enemies. Now he has no thoughts, holding a knife in his hand, who can restrain him? If Huang Chuan wants to revive the ghost, then find him first and chop him with a knife. Then go back to find Shin and tell her that Huang Chuan is dead. Be smart and sign the contract quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You don't want your mother's hard work to be ruined anyway. This is simpler, more direct, and more appropriate. This is the way to be a hero. Since he is here, he will not just give Shin a favor and leave. As the saying goes, you are here. He wants not only Shin to sign the evil god contract, but also to swallow up the ghost country. As for how to govern it later, that is not what he needs to consider now. The last one, only the last one left. Naruto repeated again, looking up at the capital of the ghost country in front of him. 10 miles away from the capital, there is a forest. Outside the forest are several high mountains, and the ruins that seal the ghost soul are also hidden in the mountains. When he was climbing the mountain, he suddenly heard a shocking sound. Naruto could not help but stop and looked up to the north again. What a coincidence, did Huang Chuan take action at this time? He actually did not know Huang Quan's location, nor did he know whether Huang Chuan had unlocked the seal of the Wu-Yang soul. He just used the power of the god of death to sense it slightly. He found that there were violent soul fluctuations on the other side of the mountain, and he guessed that the Wu-Yang might not have been resurrected yet. His idea was simple. If it was not a coincidence, Huang Chuan did not come or did not appear for various reasons. Then he would directly throw the Wu-Yang into the sealed space, which to some extent solved the problem from the source. Unfortunately, Huang Chuan was unlucky and happened to run into it. Chapter 522 Mission 3 completed, Ninja World. First glimpse of the power of the evil god. The location of the ruins of the ghost country is halfway up the mountain, and it is not difficult to climb up. Naruto did not use the Huang Chuan gate, the coordinates were too small and it was easy to jump to the next mountain range. Along the way, there were noises coming from the hillside, but Naruto looked normal. He seemed to have heard nothing, and he was still walking up step by step. He suddenly remembered that there was still a large sum of money in the sealed space, so he didn't need to throw the monsters into waste space, and could just seal them in the stomach of the god of death. There are always all kinds of monsters and ghosts in the ninja world, and all kinds of powers. Whether it's a Miko or a ghost, everyone wants to destroy the world or save it. After this job, I'll stop. After dealing with the Otsutsuki, I'll hide and enjoy myself. Whoever cares about the mess in the ninja world is a grandson. He muttered and shook his head. Go up the mountain. Bang! A wooden house exploded, and dozens of white zetsu flew out, their bodies bent like roasted shrimps. With a loud bang, a 100-meter-long pit was blasted out of the street. The heavy snow on the street was instantly flattened, attracting passers-by to watch from afar. In the smoke and dust, a figure in a wide green robe slowly walked out, loosening the fist in his hand. Another woman in black was holding a pig in her arms, her face was pale, and she was muttering something like she had to pay money again. Shizuan, don't say these discouraging words, it's really boring. Tsunade-sama, I'm not saying discouraging words, we are really running out of money. Shizuan wanted to cry but had no tears, and pulled Tsunade's sleeve and begged, no more gambling, Tsunade-sama. Shut up, just borrow some money from someone. Tsunade pouted, mercilessly shook Shizuan off, and shouted, I don't care, I want to gamble. Tsunade-sama. Woo. Shut up. This scene is really funny, Shizuan's resentful plea, Tsunade is like a stubborn gambler. With a red flush on his face after drinking, he turned his head and saw that the white zetsu over there had actually climbed up. Tsunade-sama, those monsters are not dead. Don't make a noise, I have eyes. Those are. Boom. White zetsu was blasted into slag by the huge force, and finally dissipated in the territory of the country of peace. Tsunade's face was not very good, but she didn't care too much. Shizuan, is there any news from the village? Tsunade stopped and looked at the drifting snowflakes, and suddenly asked. No, we walked too far. Shizuan was a little flustered, Tsunade-sama, you said you didn't want the people in the village to know our whereabouts, so you got rid of them 3 months ago. Well, let's try to contact them. Tsunade said slowly, her expression gradually becoming serious. Yes. Shizun agreed, but still couldn't help asking, Tsunade-sama, are those monsters related to the village? I didn't seem to see them along the way, and today is the first time. Because we passed through small countries along the way, we deliberately bypassed the 5 major countries to avoid those people always pestering us. Tsunade analyzed. Then I'll go and ask. Shizun walked away with Tuntun in her arms, and Tsunade was the only one left on the street walking towards the inn where she stayed. She frowned and had a bad premonition in her heart. Originally, she didn't like staying in Konoha, but that was the village left by her grandfather and her home. The position of Konoha Hokage was vacant, and there were external and internal troubles, so she had to go back. Originally, she didn't think so much, and just threw away the burden and left early. Anyway, Danzo and the 2 old guys were pulled down by him and abdicated with her. Tsunade didn't care about power or whether the village was prosperous. She just wanted Konoha to last forever. At least she could see Konoha last for a long time, and she couldn't control it in the future. Even though her grandfather and his people never explicitly asked Tsunade to protect the village, her relatives died one after another and bled for Konoha. How could she ignore Konoha and let her relatives bleed in vain? She had to care, but she couldn't keep holding on to it. Konoha was too big. It was a country with the most prosperous power in the ninja world. If it was said that in the past, Kumagakure could only be regarded as a wild land. Back to the inn, she skillfully sat by the window and stared at the monotonous scenery outside the window. Dong dong dong, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Tsunade turned her head and stared at the direction of the shoji door with a calm face. She could already guess what Shizun was going to say later. She opened her mouth and silently lip-synced. Tsunade-sama, it's not good. Swish. Shizun panted, her shoulders shrugged, and one hand held Tuntun. Her face changed drastically, like a frightened bird, looking at Tsunade and shouting. Tsunade-sama, it's bad. Something happened in the village. Come back to your breath first. You're already an adult, why are you yelling all day? Tsunade rolled her eyes and sat aside calmly. White Zetsu, we met a lot of White Zetsu on the road. 20,000 White Zetsu attacked the land of fire, and the battle has been going on for a while. Shizun said with exaggerated gestures. Did they get in? Ah. Did the Fire Nation perish? That's not the case. Then never mind. Tsunade answered very straightforwardly, folding her hands and said, nothing serious will happen to Konoha, why are you in such a hurry? But... do you think Kakashi is dead? Besides, isn't that bastard also in the village? Konoha won't suffer any big loss. Naruto. Shizun hesitated, does he really care about the village? No, I mean, Naruto doesn't seem to have a very good attitude towards the village. Of course he won't care about the village, but he won't watch Konoha fall. Tsunade said slowly, he has no sense of belonging to the village at all, I know that. It's useless to treat him well, he hates the village from the bottom of his heart, there is no doubt about that. Then Shizun was stunned. But he hides it very well, never shows it, and always looks nonchalant. Tsunade said lazily, reassuring the Jinchuriki is one of Konoha's important strategies. When I took over, the high-ranking officials told me this directly. The Uzumaki clan will have no more people in the future, and they can't take in the 9 tails. All the previous Hokage were worried about this until that kid pulled out the 9 tails. He is cruel, cruel to himself, and even crueler to his enemies. It's probably impossible to hold him back with some small favors and friendship. Hearing this, Shizun's face showed a layer of worry. What should we do then? I can't control it. Tsunade glanced at Shizun, the village insisted on doing this, and he was bullied by others and showed some small favors. People grow up and have their own ideas, so they can figure it out naturally. But those have nothing to do with Tsunade-sama and Naruto, and Tsunade-sama have a good relationship, right? So what? I don't want to do some small favors and appear stingy. Tsunade jumped down from the window, stretched her waist, showing her curves, and her flesh pool was surging. Shizun was stunned and wanted to say something else. Suddenly she thought of Ino and Hinata, and she figured it out in an instant. Naruto's hatred of Konoha did not seem to conflict with protecting their home. If someone used their friendship to make him charge for Konoha, that would be a real conflict. After a while of silence, Tsunade suddenly looked up and stared at Shizun for a while, which made Shizun a little scared. She suddenly talked about a topic that was not related at all. Shizun, you should get married too, right? Get married. Shizuan stepped back a dozen steps, looking at Tsunade in shock. Tsunade-sama, why did you suddenly say this? Nothing, I just remembered it suddenly. Tsunade frowned and thought, and asked, how about Kakashi? He seems to be planning not to get married. Kakashi. Shizuan snorted, waved her hand and said, who wants to marry this boring person? He has been like that since he was a child. In fact, there are many ninjas who don't get married. Not everyone is so lucky. They can keep a sincere heart and be full of hope for the future. Most ninjas are actually very pessimistic. After experiencing too many casualties, they are no longer very interested in worldly things. Then forget it. Tsunade said helplessly. She just remembered it by chance. Just let it go. The guard Ashiho was excited and shouted at the Mycoshin, that bastard is too much. Can the great ninja village bully our demon country like this? I'm going to Konoha to find the Hokage. Be quiet. It's so noisy. The shrine maiden Shin turned around and looked at Zuho indignantly, so what if he bullies me? He killed Huang Chuan and the ghosts were also sealed. Shin was born very well, with purple eyes, long milk tea-colored hair, and bangs at the same level as her eyebrows. Her face looked well behaved, but her eyebrows and eyes had a hint of innate charm, which seemed a little willful. The shrine maiden dress she was wearing was a little immature, and the white base on her chest could not cover her curves, and the ravines were difficult to fill. But even so, he can't. Zuho stuck her neck out, obviously very angry. Why, is there no one to bully our demon country? Yes, there is no one in the demon country. Shin spoke very directly, frowning and said, I can't deal with Huang Chuan, he helped me kill him, and now he puts forward conditions to me, I can't refuse. There must be another way. Asho persuaded, looking anxious, we can. No need to say, I have decided. Shin walked into the room, turned his back to him and said, it's worth it to exchange me for the peace of the demon country. When Shin appeared in front of Naruto, he didn't react much. From the beginning, he knew that Shin would surrender. Now there is a war outside, who will give them justice? Although the means are not very glorious, it does not prevent Naruto from accepting this last contract. Instead of procrastinating and persuading, it is better to make his attitude clear from the beginning. Well, since you are here, there are some things I want to tell you in advance. Naruto said after thinking for a moment, sign this contract, you. Forget it, it's too troublesome, sign it first. He waved his hand and said, there is no need to say more after signing, you will know, anyway, you are here to agree. Shin could sense his irritability, but she didn't know why. She wanted to ask, but when she thought of the man who came to her yesterday with a bloody head, her courage suddenly disappeared. He was really a vicious monster. Naruto didn't know what was going on. He became more and more irritable the more he killed Huang Chuan yesterday. When he sealed the demon, he cut it several times and let the god of death swallow it bite by bite. Recently, the tricks of Kabuto Yakushi almost wore out his little patience. He was actually very annoyed and wanted to find Kabuto Yakushi to kill him. But this grandson was like a turtle. Naruto didn't have many people under him, and they were scattered. He didn't know where Kabuto Yakushi was hiding, and he was almost annoyed. But after calming down, Naruto knew that now was not the time to act rashly. Wait. Mission 3 now, no, it will be completed after signing the evil god contract with Shin. After completing Mission 3, I don't know if this damn system has any response. Up to now, the system seems to have been silent for a long time. It's also his fault that he didn't want to compromise. Mission 3 was delayed for several years before it was about to be completed. But he is not in a hurry to complete tasks. His intuition tells him that it is better to have nothing than to have something bad. The benefits brought to him by the evil god believers are far more generous than the rewards. The 10 people who signed the evil god contract will never betray Naruto in this life. On the contrary, some of them are still in high positions in the 5 major ninja villages. No one knows what the future will be like, but Naruto has seen the more distant future and knows what he is doing. He wants stability, peace, and then find a place where no one knows, lie down and enjoy. Play whatever is luxurious, eat whatever is expensive, indulge in sensual pleasures and ignore worldly affairs. Shin cooperated, and the evil god contract was successfully signed. It seemed that a lot of information was pouring into her mind, and Shin was stunned and didn't come back to her senses for a while. Shin, the witch. Demon country, genin, female, 18 years old. Evil god believer, operable, options hidden. Talent, prophecy, sealing technique. On the left side of the panel was a full-body 3D image of Shin, and the system evaluation was only a few words, prophecy witch. Before Naruto finished reading Shin's panel, he suddenly heard a ding in his mind, and several panels popped up in succession, stacked one after another. Ding! Mission Line 3 has been completed. Evil God Believer. The evil god has sent you an invitation. Gather 10 believers. Reward, Hashirama Cell Activation Technique, Full Body Activation once, return to 18, has been delegated. He glanced at the panel. Sure enough, after the end of Task 3, a new task popped up. Ding! Task 4 has been opened. He did not click on the panel to take a closer look. He turned around and closed all the panels. He turned his head and looked at Shin, who was standing aside. After thinking for a while, he asked. Do you understand now? Shin was still a little confused. The content of the evil god contract was still drilling into her mind. Her superficial understanding was that she could not betray. Then you can understand it slowly. I'm still very busy. You go back first. Naruto waved his hand and turned to leave. Wait. Although Shin was a little scared, she still summoned up the courage to shout out. She didn't understand why the person in front of her didn't ask her anything. As a descendant of a Miko, although she has always been pessimistic about prophecies, she has her own pride. But from yesterday till now, she always felt like a tool. Shin wanted to ask Naruto why. What's wrong? Naruto looked at her. In fact, he probably knew what Shin wanted to ask, but he really didn't want to pay attention to her, and he was too lazy to indulge her. If you have something to say, just say it. Chapter 523 Terumi Mei, you really deserve to die, Uzumaki Naruto. Shin didn't know what to say for a while, and stammered a few times, wondering if you look down on me. I can predict, and I can also seal. All kinds of thoughts went around in Shin's mind, and she couldn't help it after all. Don't you have anything to say to me? What? Naruto turned his head and looked Shin up and down, thinking that she had a good figure. But that's all. Although he is not Lu Ziawai, he is not a person who has never eaten meat. On the contrary, he eats a lot anyway. You signed that contract with me, didn't you just want to use me? Why don't you use me? Shin couldn't tell why she was angry, maybe she felt that the other party looked down on her. She was lonely and proud, lonely because she was the daughter of a shrine maiden, and everyone was afraid of her ability to predict death. No one wanted to know when they would die, but Shin could accurately predict the other's death. This was undoubtedly no different from the god of death, making people feel scared and unlucky. Shin herself felt the same way, even if she didn't want to admit it, but she still felt that she was ominous. Originally, when Naruto killed Huang Chuan and sealed the ghost, she was relieved. This was originally her mission, but she couldn't do it, and now someone did it for her. So, when Naruto threatened her to sign a contract very bluntly, Shin didn't have much resistance in her heart. Women in the land of demons admire the strong and respect the strong. As a shrine maiden, the burden on her shoulders is too heavy. Another ominous person, the people of the land of demons saw her as if she were an evil ghost, and they all avoided her. Naruto showed great strength, which was in line with Shin's imagination of a strong man. She naturally thought that the other party would not be afraid of her ability, but rather wanted to take her away because of her ability. But in the end, he was unwilling to say a few more words to her. In Shin's view, Naruto was afraid of her ability just like those people. Even the most powerful people would be afraid of death, and they would be afraid of her prophecy and would not want to talk to her. Shin was very familiar with that look, exactly the same as that group of people. Didn't I say it? Naruto said patiently, I'm very busy, and signing the contract does not mean that you are a slave, you stay here. I will contact you if there is something, and you can do whatever you want if there is nothing else. Shin clenched her palms, do you think I'm ominous? Hey! Naruto was confused. You despise me. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Naruto was horrified, I didn't do anything to you, don't say such nympho words. Shin said a lot of things with tears in her eyes, and Naruto's frown slowly loosened, and then he knew what this woman was crazy about. Why do you think so? He asked, I'm not afraid of death, and I haven't thought about what you said. This is only the second time we met. I have 9 people like you under my command, and you are the last one, the 10th one. You don't have to think too much. The world outside is very chaotic now. I will need you soon. And I am really busy now. If you don't believe it, you can try to predict how I will die. Listening to Naruto's explanation, Shin was a little embarrassed for a while. It sounded like she really misunderstood, and it was a bit embarrassing. I'd better not do those. It's a bad prediction, I will really die. It doesn't matter, I know how I will die even if you don't predict it. Naruto shook his head, without any fear, thinking that he would definitely die on a woman's belly in the future. He himself no longer had much fear of death, probably because the system was always dealing with some forbidden techniques of the god of death or some blessings of the evil god, and he had become numb. As long as a big enough price is paid, people can be resurrected from the dead. Whether it is witchcraft or evil god power, it is not enough in front of absolutely powerful power. If it is strong enough, it will not be so easy to die. You know. Shin was surprised. Of course. Naruto was a little proud and shameless. You said, is Naruto still in the village now? Koji was bored and fiddling with a stick of coal. The coal in the brazier was just burning red. The temperature in the tent gradually rose, and the flames danced on Koji's resentful little fat face. The border of the fire country is close to the wind country, and there is a semi-desert area in the middle. It is even colder in winter. The temperature difference between day and night is large, and people can be frozen into coffins in the middle of the night. The Konoha ninja troops are stationed in the border area of the fire country in different defense lines. Koji and Shikamaru have been on this defense line for a month and a half. White Zetsu often attacks the defense line, and also tries to cross the river and sneak underground. Every time he was beaten back by the fire country ninja troops, he could be considered to have barely held on. The low clouds during the day mean that it will snow again. The water plants by the big river north of the defense line have formed a thick layer of white frost. In another day, it will be the New Year's festival. You are also a married man, why don't you miss your wife and think about Naruto every day? Shikamaru stopped writing, looked away from the map, and looked up at Koji in silence. How can it be the same? Koji didn't care, it was a hasty marriage, and it's not clear that she likes me that much. Compared with Shikamaru and the others, I'm neither good-looking nor smart. Marriage is just like that. She has a family behind her. Just like when I went to the front line this time, she went back to her mother's family. It's called marriage, but it's actually living in the same house. Staying at home is far less fun than playing with friends, drinking and dining together, even if Naruto always runs away without paying. But I also learned a few tricks, and I can escape occasionally. Speaking of those interesting things between friends, Koji was obviously much more energetic, and he talked about Ninkai's payment with great interest. Everyone tacitly found an excuse to escape and went to the toilet for 2 hours. Ninkai believed it and waited for an hour. It was said that he trained with a sandbag for 3 days after returning home. Those few idiots were so scared that they dared not approach the Hyuga clan, and they walked around when they saw the costumes of the Hyuga clan. Listening to Koji's rambling, Shikamaru couldn't help but sigh. Koji was married, and so was he, but it seemed that his wife should like him very much. The two of them get along harmoniously, and maybe they will have children soon. Shikamaru. What's wrong? I saw you seemed to be in a daze just now. Koji scratched his head, what are you thinking about? The New Year's festival is coming soon. Yes, the New Year's festival is coming soon. Koji sighed, I don't know what Naruto is doing. He shouldn't come to the New Year festival. He might accompany Ino. Ah. He deserves to die. You deserve to die, Uzumaki Naruto. Mei Terumi dismissed the people around him, stared at him, and suddenly gritted her teeth. A kettle was thrown over. Lord Mizukage, what do you mean by this? Naruto was shocked. You're still pretending. Mei Terumi slammed the table, do you think I don't know it was you that day, and you were wearing someone else's banner? I recognized you when you stood here. Naruto just pretended, he knew that Mei Terumi recognized him, but he just wanted to perform for a while. Oh, Lord Mizukage, long time no see, how are you these days? Haha, I didn't expect you to have the courage to come. Mei Terumi's eyes were a little cold, her figure was still as plump as ever, just the age when women are most charming. I didn't want to come either. Faced with Mei Terumi's tough attitude, Naruto did not choose to bow his head and admit his mistakes. No matter who he faced, he was used to taking the initiative. Mei Terumi's oppression was very strong, with a slender waist and plump legs. If you move a little closer, you can feel that extremely destructive body. What do you mean? Hey! Mei Terumi's smile was almost unbearable, as if she was about to turn her face at the next moment. Something happened. He spit out 2 words. Don't worry, before that, I think we should take some time to resolve our personal grievances first. Mei Terumi still had that smile, looking a little cold. Fortunately, Mei Terumi's temper was not so small, so she didn't get angry immediately. Hey? When did you do me a favor? Naruto pretended to be surprised, as if he didn't understand. Does Mei Terumi also enjoy it? That's not possible. I'm not that kind of person. Go to hell. Mei Terumi was furious and spit out a mouthful of burning lava jutsu without holding back. The lava jutsu passed through Naruto's figure and landed on the table, setting the tent on fire. Naruto was gone, so he must have arranged the flying thunder god again. Damn it! How could the fourth Hokage's moves be learned by such a person? Mei Terumi cursed inwardly and turned around and walked out of the tent. She knew that the man hadn't said anything yet, and would come to her door later. With his cautious personality, who knows who he will disguise himself to sneak in. It's on fire. Mistress Terumi Mei, are you okay? Kojuro and several guards looked in the direction of the big tent and ran over in a hurry. I'm fine. She waved her hand and looked away. Go check every part of the tent, don't let anyone sneak in. Yes. At night. The coastline of the border of the water country has been completely frozen, thousands of miles of ice, and people can walk on the ice. To some extent, it also relieved the pressure on the defense line of the water country. It's really troublesome, I've been guarding for almost 2 months. Ping Guomyu complained, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. Fortunately, it will be my turn to change guard in a few days, and I can finally leave this damn place. Yes. Another person echoed. It's deep winter now, and those monsters can't be active. I don't know when we'll finish fighting. Ping Guomyu's eyes dimmed and he sighed. Hold on a little longer. Didn't Lord Mizukage come to the front? The man said. Yes. Ping Guomyu was refreshed. It's rare for Lord Mizukage, such a noble man, to go to the front in person at this time. By the way, I heard that Mei Terumi is a great beauty from the land of water. I haven't seen her yet. What about you? I haven't seen her either. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. You'll see her sooner or later. Ping Guomyu laughed, patted the shoulder of the man next to him, and laughed loudly. After laughing for a while, Ping Guomyu suddenly came back to his senses and stared at the man for a while. By the way, what's your name? I don't think I've seen you before. I just came here a few days ago. My name is Yu Suzuki. The man smiled and shook Ping Guomyu, who nodded in confusion. I secretly thought that this guy looked pretty when he smiled, and he must be very popular with girls. When I thought about myself being in my 20s and still not having a wife, I felt a little depressed. Suzuki, why does your name sound so familiar? Ping Guomyu muttered. Haha, there are many people named Suzuki in the ninja world, who makes this name so popular. The man laughed heartily. I don't know why my parents chose this name, it's too silly. It's really silly. Ping Guomyu laughed. What are they doing over there? The man pointed to a noisy place and asked. Oh, I heard that they were checking some rebel ninjas who sneaked in this afternoon. Ping Guomyu didn't care and said casually, it's just checking the identity cards, it's nothing serious. Oh. Ching, who was wearing an eye patch, was leading people to check the identities of tents one by one, on the one hand to find Uzumaki Naruto, and on the other hand to screen the white Zetsu who mixed in the army. Ching walked up to a person, first looked at him, and then asked. What's your name? Show me the wooden sign. Okay, my name is Ping Guomyu. The man smiled and handed over the wooden sign very naturally. Seeing this, Ching carefully checked it and found nothing wrong. So he handed the wooden sign back to the man, and saw that man smiled again, muttering to himself that this man looked pretty when he smiled. It was late at night. Mei Terumi sat in the big tent, the candle light flickered, and a densely marked map was placed on the table. She was the only one in the tent, which seemed quiet. The new year is approaching, and in order to stabilize the morale of the frontline troops, she had to rush here from the Hidden Mist village. But she can't stay here for long, and she has to leave here tomorrow. The current situation is not bad. The 5 major countries have arranged frontline to block the White Zetsu army. After enduring that difficult month, White Zetsu is also weak in the follow-up. Kirigakure has agreed with other ninja villages to form a ninja coalition in the spring to fight the enemy together. Now they haven't found the person behind White Zetsu yet, and they don't know what other killer moves he has. While thinking, she suddenly felt something, turned her head suddenly, but was blocked by a kunao. Uzumaki Naruto. You dare to come? Why don't I dare? Naruto smiled. I said I have something to say. Why is Mizukage so irritable? There is no need to be like this even if there is a personal grudge. How did you get in? Mei Terumi asked angrily. Didn't I ask someone to check the token in the afternoon? Are you still here? Nothing happened, I walked in openly. Naruto smiled, and did not move the kunao in his hand, which was now against Mei Terumi's neck. Why should I leave? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Mei Terumi's eyes were cold. You also said that we have a personal grudge, you are looking for death. You don't have to say anything, I will kill you sooner or later. It's a matter of mutual consent, but you are a naive Mizukage. He said. What do you mean? Mei Terumi wanted to kill him immediately. That's what I mean, Mei Terumi, you can't be. Naruto originally planned to anger Mei Terumi, he knew that people like Mei Terumi were not so naive. The more he angered her, the more she would pay attention to the news he brought. To put it another way, the two of them had some personal grudges, even if Naruto begged for mercy in a nice voice, it would be useless. He didn't need to do this, it was a war now. Shut up. Mei Terumi gritted her teeth. By the way, Mei Terumi, I happen to have some information to tell you. Naruto said, it's about the person behind the White Zetsu army. If you are interested. Chapter 524 New Year Festival, the extreme operation of the Master of Time Management. Mei Terumi is a woman with a strong character. She will not look back on the gains and losses of the past. She only cares about the things in front of her. When she heard the news that there was someone behind the White Zetsu from Naruto, her attitude changed. Mei Terumi doesn't care about any personal grudges. She wants to quell the war. Who is it? She asked. It seems that the Mizukage is very interested in this information. I guess we should put aside the past and sit down to have a good talk. He said with a smile, but the kunao did not move away at all. Okay. Mei Terumi agreed very straightforwardly. But Naruto didn't dare to let go immediately. He was silent for several seconds before slowly moving the kunao away and slowly sitting opposite Mei Terumi. Although he was not a human being, he was still cautious. He was not afraid that Mei Terumi would suddenly kill him. He was not so easy to die, and it was difficult for him to be injured. There were too many ways to save his life. Not to mention Flying Thunder God, there was also Izanagi. But he didn't want Mei Terumi to lose her mind because of anger. Tomorrow was the New Year's festival. Mei Terumi could not care because the Land of Water did not pay much attention to the New Year's festival. He will return to Konoha tomorrow, traveling between the two places to accompany Ino and Hinata to celebrate the New Year festival. How to celebrate is still a problem. Without some time management, he may not see the sun the day after tomorrow. Anyway, he is not free tomorrow. If he does not have a chance to talk to Mei Terumi today, then let's talk about it after the New Year. The two sat down, not calmly. In the big tent, Naruto glanced at Mei Terumi and found that the other's eyes were still cold. After thinking for a moment, he simply confronted her. I have a condition. Say it. Mei Terumi responded. I haven't thought about it yet. How about asking Mizukage-sama for a promise? Naruto said. It's not that he didn't think about it, but he was sure that Mei Terumi would not agree. Besides, it was originally a matter for the future, and he needed to do something else to make Mei Terumi agree. The war will subside in the future. Naruto has no confidence in Kirigakure village. If he wants to influence Kirigakure, he must go through Mei Terumi. And in the future, Kojuro will definitely take over the position of Mizukage. Kojuro is cowardly and weak, and listens to Mei Terumi the most. The promise is too big, I dare not agree. Mei Terumi's face became colder. Naruto knew at a glance that this person had thought wrong, and hurriedly stretched out his hand in front of her. He wanted to explain, but what he said turned into a teasing habit. It's not that kind of thing, Mizukage-sama is a little dirty. Get out. You're anxious, you're anxious. Uzumaki Naruto. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Mei Terumi's eyes flashed with cold light, and she seemed to be ready to do it. Okay, let's talk about business. He coughed. The man behind White Zetsu is Orochimaru's old subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi, and in addition there is Akatsuki's old subordinate, Zetsu. As for Uchiha Sasuke who is attacking the Hidden Cloud Village, that was a complete accident. First of all, he is a traitor and has nothing to do with Konoha. Secondly, he is not very smart, and was deceived by Kabuto Yakushi and Zetsu in a few words, and wants to destroy the ninja world. Is Konoha trying to shirk responsibility? Mei Terumi was still very imposing when she was serious, with a look of contempt in her eyes and a domineering aura. Uchiha Sasuke is still a ninja of Konoha in the final analysis, and whether he is a traitor or not is still a question. This if Lord Mizukage has any questions, he can directly hold Konoha accountable. Naruto said with an attitude that it has nothing to do with me, spreading his hands. Let's not talk about this, let's continue to talk about Kabuto Yakushi. Okay. Mei Terumi didn't hold on to the topic. Killing Naruto with one sword couldn't change anything. The matter had already passed. Mei Terumi didn't care too much about it. Who took advantage was still unclear. Anyway, both of them were confused. It was just a fleeting love affair. The people of Jianghe were not particular about trivial matters. She cared more about intelligence. The defense line of the Water Kingdom was wide, and there was also a coastline, which was basically impossible to defend. It was precisely because of this that the Water Kingdom was the most difficult one to deal with White Zetsu. The ninja troops of Kirigakure were scattered in major towns. They not only had to protect the nobles of the Water Kingdom, but also had to run around between major defense lines. Kigakure was already in a period of transition. Kojuro's generation couldn't even gather the 7 ninja swordsmen. They were barely okay in fighting, but facing White Zetsu monsters like Zetsu seemed to be struggling. White Zetsu has no emotions, no fear, and only knows how to charge into battle. If they just passively block, the morale of the army will be worn out sooner or later, and the morale will probably plummet before the beginning of next spring. That's why Mei Terumi went to the border to boost morale at the end of the year. War is fought on people's hearts. Only by believing that they will win and uniting as one can they survive. But this is also a helpless move. Boosting morale is always a temporary solution. Kirigakure must find the person behind White Zetsu and defeat him or stop him from continuing to use troops against the Land of Water. In this way, the information brought by Naruto is actually very important to Mei Terumi. Kabuto Yakushi is a man insidious and vicious, and good at disguise. Naruto summarized it from a high vantage point, and then said, he is digging graves now, preparing for the impure world reincarnation of a group of Jonin. Imperial world reincarnation? Mei Terumi was surprised and opened her mouth slightly. Isn't that the evil trick of the second Hokage? How can Kabuto Yakushi know it? If Orochimaru knows it, Kabuto Yakushi will know it too. Naruto smiled and said silently in his heart, I can do it too. Ha, your fine tradition of Konoha. Mei Terumi couldn't help but sneer, why is this forbidden technique of fiddling with the dead allowed to spread? You have to ask the second Hokage about this, maybe it's to restrain the evil Uchiha. He said calmly, and even joked. Konoha likes to be suspicious. She said. Kirigakure is not much better, there are few clean villages in the ninja world. Naruto retorted lightly, stop talking about these useless things, Lord Mizukage better make a decision. Wait until the beginning of next spring to stop Kabuto Yakushi, it will be too late. By then, the Land of Water will not only face the White Zetsu, but also the Impure World Army. Soon, Kabuto Yakushi will enter the Land of Water and prepare for the Impure World reincarnation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mei Terumi was silent. The situation in the Land of Water was very bad, even worse than that in the Land of Wind, where those kids were running the country. After the Blood Mist village, the strength of Kirigakure was already very weak. Mei Terumi had worked hard to drag Kirigakure out of the Blood Mist in the past, so naturally she didn't want Kirigakure to experience another heavy blow and couldn't afford to lose. This was also the reason why Naruto had to choose to find Mei Terumi to reveal the information. As for what Kirigakure would do, he couldn't care less. Can I believe your news? Mei Terumi asked again. Of course, I have no intention of telling lies. Naruto said, I just came here to give a reminder today. Whether or not to fight is none of my business. At this point, Naruto disappeared. Mei Terumi had seen Flying Thunder God, but she didn't react much. She was still thinking, considering the authenticity of the news. Perhaps while speculating on Naruto's movements, her eyes had already crossed the water country and cast towards the distant Konoha. She didn't know whether Uzumaki Naruto represented the interests of Konoha behind him. At present, it seemed that he had contacted her without telling Konoha. In any case, this news is indeed very important to the water country. The next day, it was the New Year's festival when he opened his eyes. Naruto was lying in bed, and he had completely forgotten about contacting Mei Terumi yesterday. As for why he chose Kirigakure, it was only because Kirigakure didn't have anyone of his. The mission of the evil god believers has been completed, and Naruto has no better way to control Kirigakure. After receiving the news, Mei Terumi will most likely attack Kabuto Yakushi to prevent him from reincarnating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the impure world reincarnation. To some extent, it can delay Kabuto Yakushi's. The footsteps can also weaken the strength of Kirigakure. This is the result Naruto wants. The weaker Kirigakure is, the more he can take the initiative. For Mei Terumi, knowing the news of the person behind the White Zetsu can greatly relieve the pressure faced by the water country. Both sides can be regarded as getting what they need. Even if they cannot kill Kabuto Yakushi, when spring comes, the 5 major countries will face the White Zetsu army together. It's a new year again. Naruto washes in front of the mirror. The room is cold and deserted. The moment he looked up, he suddenly thought that he hadn't been to the rain country for a long time. Kakashi didn't seem to care much about Sakura's disappearance. Although Sakura had found a reason in advance and wanted to go around like Tsunade, it has been almost half a year. Today is the New Year festival, and Sakura should still return to the village. After making a plan, Naruto took a deep breath and walked out the door with a firm look. Are you here? Ino sat at the counter with a smile, glanced at him, and then retracted her gaze. You came so early, maybe you will be scolded again. It's okay. When the child is born, I will beat his grandson or granddaughter. Naruto smiled and put down the gift in his hand. Where are your father and mother? He knew that Yamanaka Inoichi had returned from the front line, and the battle on the defense line was not too intense. Considering how much Yamanaka Inoichi cares about his daughter, it is not surprising that he chose to return to the village to report on his work during the New Year festival. Humph, you dare. Upstairs, probably busy preparing gifts, and will go out to visit later. Ino peeled a lollipop and held it in her mouth, squinting her eyes comfortably. It's only been a short time now, and your belly doesn't show at all, look. As she spoke, she pulled up her clothes, revealing the outline of her slightly bulging belly. Since she became pregnant, Ino has not worn waist-revealing clothes, and she only wears loose casual clothes. Today she was wearing a pink home pajamas, wrapped in thick cotton wool, and a kitten-style hat. The warm winter sun shone through the glass door, and Ino seemed to be completely wrapped in pajamas, with a delicate and innocent look on her face. Naruto reached out and rubbed her face, and took the lollipop out of her mouth. Eat less of these, it's unhealthy. He put the lollipop into his mouth with his backhand, and it was unexpectedly sweet. How shameless, snatching my candy. Ino became more and more like a girl, lazy, and her tone became more and more childish. Give it back to me. Otherwise. She pointed to her belly and said fiercely. Otherwise I won't eat today. Helplessly, Naruto could only return the candy to Ino, who was very proud. She had never lost to Naruto and always had the upper hand. She had family, friends, and a lover. She enjoyed the feeling of being loved unscrupulously, and even Naruto was willing to spoil her because it was worth it. Stop making trouble. You are so old and still fighting for candy. Yamanaka Rino walked down the stairs slowly with an elegant step, and glanced at the 2 people at the counter in silence. Come and have breakfast quickly, Ino. Spit out the candy. Omitted. Ino was still a little afraid of her mother, so she could only spit out the candy. Obediently she hid behind Naruto and pushed him, signaling him to move forward. Aunt. Naruto, like a magician, took out a bunch of gifts and handed them to Yamanaka Rino. These are picked from the snow country. Naruto never hesitates to give gifts, although he really has no money for a while and always likes to evade the bill. But during festivals, he never fails to give out gifts. It is because he gives gifts diligently that Yamanaka Rino has become accustomed to Naruto giving her some rare beauty and health products when he has nothing to do. Gifts must be returned, and it is too late to reject the son-in-law. Over time, Yamanaka Rino actually has a good impression of Naruto, at least the gifts are given to her heart. Okay, stop joking here, go upstairs to have breakfast first, Hai is waiting for you. Okay. Naruto was about to move forward when he suddenly felt his hand being held. Looking back, Ino was calm and coughed. Instead, he pretended to say, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Naruto smiled and pulled Ino upstairs. Yamakatsu Rino looked at her daughter's useless appearance and rolled her eyes in her heart, thinking that they should be affectionate at home. Are you trying to piss off your father? Yamakatsu Inoichi's reaction was not as big as Ino imagined. He just stared at their holding hands and quickly looked away. He muttered a few words in his heart, and Ino was pregnant with his child, so he suppressed his murderous intention. Sit down, and come with us to visit some elders later. Yamakatsu Inoichi said calmly, although it is wartime now, the procedures should not be lost. Okay, listen to uncle's arrangements. Naruto has always been very obedient. Whatever Yamakatsu Inoichi says is what it is. Anyway, it's some insignificant things. Taking advantage of the gap between visiting the elders of the Yamanaka clan, Naruto found an excuse to go out, and the next second he shuttled through the Yellow Spring Gate and stepped into the capital of the Snow Country. How is Hinata doing lately? Naruto asked as he walked. You've sent her here, what could go wrong? Fenghua Xiaoxia followed him, saying with a somewhat resentful tone, why don't you take care of me? Oh. Naruto said, how are you? Not very good? Unless I have a child. Fenghua Xiaoxia snorted, and the queen of the Snow Country also seemed a little childish at this moment. Don't make a fuss, I'm busy now, I'll definitely do it next time. Scumbag. Fenghua Xiaoxia muttered in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. Who would have thought that he ran out during the break of drinking tea? He had to return to Konoha in 15 minutes. He had to find a suitable reason to face Hinata. The reason he just found was to go out for a walk, and he sternly refused Ino's company, asking her to finish the soup cooked by Yamanaka Rino. Chapter 525 New Year's Snow, next year. Go back, I'll find you later. Naruto stopped and turned to Fenghua Xiaoxia. Humph. Fenghua Xiaoxia looked resentful and finally left. Only 10 minutes left, the coordinates can't be more accurate. He muttered to himself, with a hint of regret in his tone, time is too tight, it's really too tight. Naruto has absolute say in the Snow Country, even though most people don't know him, or even haven't heard of his name or what he did. But the top leaders of the Snow Country know that there is a man standing behind their queen, and it is because of this man that the Snow Country has restored the 4 seasons like spring. Not only that, the first sum of money injected into the economic development also belongs to that person. In other words, the Snow Country has been privatized to some extent. It's just that Naruto came too quickly today, and the top leaders didn't have time to lick it, otherwise someone would have opened the door for him now. Before entering the door, he seemed to have thought of something and deliberately messed up his hair. He got some cosmetics from the sealed space that were originally intended for people to give away, and gently smeared some green under his eyes. He looked extremely haggard, and there was a layer of blue-gray eyeshadow under his eyes. Naruto seemed unsatisfied, so he took off his clothes, threw them on the ground and stepped on them twice. After doing all this, he finally felt relieved and reached out. He gently pushed open the door and saw Hinata sitting on the sofa near the French window reading a book. The fireplace in the room was burning brightly. In fact, there was no need to burn so brightly, and it was not cold outside. The maids in the room had already withdrawn in advance, and Hinata also knew that Naruto was coming, and turned around when she heard the noise. Seeing Naruto's haggard appearance, she couldn't help but be startled. Naruto. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. He waved his hand, pretending to be tired. Knowing that Hinata would be worried, he deliberately said, it's just a small matter, don't worry. Are you bored here? Naruto stepped forward and took Hinata's book, leaned down and hugged her. Are you not used to living here? After not seeing each other for a while, physical contact is the fastest way to get closer. No. Hinata shook her head, her expression was still so gentle, I'm fine here, but I'm a little worried about the village. I don't know if my father and the others. They're fine. Naruto did know, Ningji and Rock Lee were injured, but fortunately they're not serious, and the village is almost safe. That's good. Hinata looked up, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped, I think. If you're bored, how about I take Hanabi over to accompany you? Naruto interrupted her. He knew what Hinata wanted to say, which was nothing more than going back to the village. It's impossible to go back to the village, at least not now, wait a little longer, it won't be too long, just wait until he finds that shady guy Kabuto Yakushi and Konoha will be safe. After the incident with Uchiha Obito, Naruto understood that when facing a strong enemy, especially a shameless strong enemy, you must never put your weaknesses together, you have to separate them. Kabuto Yakushi has no mother, so he naturally doesn't know what it means to not bring disaster to his wife and children. Facing such a person who doesn't follow martial ethics, Naruto has to be cautious on the one hand, and on the other hand, he has to be more extreme than Kabuto Yakushi. Let Kabuto Yakushi be afraid and never dare to attack Naruto again. No, it's too troublesome. Hinata shook her head and no longer insisted. Just now, she saw that Naruto was so tired because of the war, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Naruto. Besides, Hanabi might not like this place, and bringing her here would alarm her father. Why would it be troublesome? He pinched Hinata's face and said with a smile, anyway, Hanabi will be free in the village, and Lord Hayashi will be enough for the clan affairs. Won't father be very tired in that case? Hinata said worriedly. Tired? It's right to be tired, so that Hinata Hayashi won't have to think about it every day. In times of war, isn't it good for people to trust each other more? Naruto hoped that Hinata Hayashi would be busy, preferably the kind that doesn't touch the ground. It shouldn't be, Lord Hayashi is still very capable, you don't have to worry so much. He touched Hinata's head and said with a smile. It's good that Hanabi is here, at least there is someone to talk to you. Yet. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Naruto naturally shifted the conversation to the supplements that Hinata took every day, saying without a trace. By the way, I know there is another place in the snow country that sells tonics, which are very good for your health. Wait, I'll bring it back and then we'll have dinner together. I'll go with you, it's a good opportunity to go out for a walk. Hinata was about to get up, but was held down by Naruto. Don't worry, let's go for a walk after dinner, that place is too far. He said, wait for me here, I'll be back soon, be good. Okay. Hinata agreed. Watching Naruto's figure disappear behind the door, Hinata frowned a little bit, and couldn't help wondering if Naruto was going to take the opportunity to go somewhere. It seems that he doesn't seem to be going to buy tonics, maybe he is overthinking. After going out, Naruto turned over and jumped down from the outer wall of the palace, found a servant arranged by Fenghua Xiaoxia here, and arranged some things casually. Half a minute later, his figure appeared again in the clan land in the Konoha mountain. It wasn't too late, so Naruto changed his dirty clothes and washed the grey under his eyes. He walked into the yard as if nothing had happened. Ino was eating snacks on the second floor. When she turned around and saw him coming in, she immediately waved at him. Where did you go? Walked around nearby and almost fell. Naruto looked natural. Before Ino could ask anything else, he sat next to her and took the snacks from her hand. Where's your father? Why? Ino was distracted and said dissatisfiedly, you ask me where my father is every day, but I don't see you care about him that much. Are you afraid of being scolded? Knowing where your father is will at least make you prepared, and it will be easier to find the direction when you run away. Okay. You want to run away and leave us mother and son alone, right? Woo. How do you know it's mother and son? Baby told you in advance. Intuition, my intuition. Ino raised her head and snorted, what about you? Do you want a son or a daughter more? Daughter. Why? I can't say, intuition. The two chatted in a low voice for a while, and lunch had already started over there. The elders of the Yamanaka clan didn't have a good impression of Naruto, and they just said hello and didn't look at Naruto again. The banquet was a bit boring, and he was not in a good mood, so he just chatted with Ino. Fortunately, no one jumped out to blame Naruto until the end of the meal, which was considered smooth. Taking advantage of Ino's break, Naruto returned to the snow country again. He changed back into his dirty clothes and rubbed them against the wall, only then did he feel satisfied. He looked around, called the attendant he had arranged earlier, and asked. Are all the things ready? Everything is ready, Naruto-sama. Okay, we can start when I come in. He glanced at the attendant and felt a little worried, what time is it now? Have you had lunch? The snow country is thousands of miles away from Konoha, and there is a 2-hour time difference between them. Although he is a little full now, he is still worried that it will be past lunchtime, after all, he promised Hinata. Not yet, there is still some time before lunch. The attendant replied. Yet. Walking to the door, Naruto put a little blue ash on his eyes, adjusted his expression, and took out supplements from the sealed space. Similar supplements were piled up in his sealed space, and there was no need to buy them at all. The reason why the supplements in the snow country are so precious is largely because he took away most of them. The artificial hoarding has caused the scarcity of things to be expensive. I'm back. Naruto pushed open the door, carrying the supplements in a hurry. You must be hungry, let's go have lunch together. Okay. Hinata stood up, took the supplements, and felt a little sorry for Naruto's tired look. Actually, I don't need those things. It's too troublesome to run around. It's okay, I don't feel tired, let's go. When the two of them went out, Hinata suddenly saw roses all over the corridor. The last bit of doubt in her heart disappeared. Shikamaru, leave some for me. Koji picked up a piece of barbecue and swallowed it in one gulp. Where are Niji and the others? Why are there only 2 of us? They went back to the village. Shikamaru said unhappily. This year is the New Year festival. Only we are left in this damn place to continue guarding. You also said this is a damn place, so I said it. Koji ate the barbecue in big mouthfuls, mumbling in his mouth, it's really restrained to be watched by my father and the others. It's not like you can't find a reason, why don't you go back to the village? Shikamaru glanced at him sideways, as if asking why you don't leave during the New Year? I'm just worried about you. If I go back, Shikamaru will be left alone here. Koji smiled. Shikamaru sighed, turned around, took the map and spread it on the table, deliberately staying away from the barbecue. He pointed to the marked locations on several maps and said with a firm face. That group of white Zetsu is controlled by someone. They appear in different places and times every time. When Konoha is in turmoil, the other 4 major countries stop. Maybe the person behind the scenes cannot completely control white Zetsu. Then what? Koji was still eating barbecue and didn't care much about white Zetsu. After fighting for so long, people are already a little tired. What white Zetsu, black Zetsu, purple Zetsu, blue Zetsu? Who cares? Anyway, there are smart people like Shikamaru to think about it. He just needs to fight. The person behind the scenes seems to be moving all the time. If the time and location of white Zetsu's activity are marked out and connected with the map of the 5 major countries. Shikamaru seemed to have thought of something and was faintly excited. Koji was not surprised and ate another piece of barbecue. If that's the case, Shikamaru buried his head in the map again, muttering to himself, it's true. Sure enough. It's clear when everything is connected. The place where that person disappeared last is Water Country. Hearing this, Koji looked up and secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that it was Water Country. It's okay if it's not in the Fire Country. It's still winter and it's the New Year festival. If we participate in the battle at this time, it will be really uncomfortable. There's no way. The Water Country is so far away from us, and the roads are frozen. Koji said lazily, why don't you tell your father about this news first and let him decide? Well, this is the only way for now. Shikamaru said, this is just a guess for now. There is no concrete evidence. I'm afraid my father won't believe it completely. Looking at Shikamaru's serious look, Koji suddenly recalled what Naruto said. He said that Shikamaru will be a Hokage in the future, which is different from their ambitions. Shikamaru. Yet. Are you going to be a Hokage in the future? Koji asked. What? Shikamaru was a little surprised and instinctively wanted to deny it, but he couldn't say it when he thought of the words of the clan elders. Why are you asking this? Nothing, I just thought of it suddenly, and I feel that if you want to be a Hokage, it should be easy for you to do it. I don't know. Shikamaru didn't deny that he wanted to be a Hokage. Maybe he never thought about it, but he was used to doing it first instead of setting a goal. Hokage, it's great. Koji sighed. Naruto also wanted to be a Hokage before, and he told everyone he met. I asked him if he wanted to eat popsicles, and he asked me how I knew he wanted to be a Hokage. That guy was a complete idiot at that time. Thinking about it, it was quite annoying. Yet, Shikamaru didn't want to talk about the topic of Hokage anymore, it was a bit awkward. What do you think Naruto is doing now? Koji asked. Shikamaru thought for a moment and blurted out, eat. I can't eat anymore. I can't eat a single bite. Naruto walked along the main street of Konoha, holding onto the wall. It was already dark. He had eaten 5 meals that day. But he had to eat in front of the Yamanaka couple. He had to eat at least a little. Naruto was almost exhausted after a day. Fortunately, the first day of the New Year's festival ended successfully, and he squeezed out twice as much time in a day. Rayan. What's your posture? Sakura looked at him in surprise, leaning against the door and laughing at him, why are you holding onto the wall when you walk? Don't ask. Today is the New Year's festival. Naruto took 2 steps without looking at her. I'm going back and forth between Ino and Hinata, and I have to hide it. I feel like I'm going to die. What if they guess it? Sakura said. That won't happen. I spent a little bit of thought. Anyway, I won't say it. Naruto waved his hand, not sure if he was tired or frustrated. She saw Naruto straighten up and seemed to be mumbling to himself, but she didn't hear clearly what he said. What did you say? Nothing, today is the New Year's festival. He sighed and turned to look at Sakura. So. Take you home, what else can I do? Naruto said, next year there will be more things, it won't be so peaceful anymore. Okay, Then I'll go get something. Sakura lowered her head and pursed her lips. The lights outside the corridor were dim, outside the building was a silent steel tower, and fine snow fell from the dark sky. The footsteps were hard, like crushing crispy biscuits. I said. Sakura walked a few steps into the house, and then walked back quickly. The footsteps sounded crisp, like a stick hitting a stone quickly. What? He looked over. Did you come back to pick me up on purpose? Sakura stood by the door and asked with a smile. Chapter 526, Fireworks that are easy to fool, Princess Sarah's wish. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and looked at her seriously. What nonsense are you talking about? How could it be possible? It was just by the way. Sakura, Okay, the filter is gone. Sakura went back to pack her things angrily, and Naruto just smiled and didn't care. He leaned against the wall, looking at the dense snow outside the building, thinking that another year had passed. After the New Year's festival, I will find Kabuto Yakushi and fuck him. It's too frustrating to wait. If it weren't for this great opportunity, I could still solve the problems of Ino and Hinata. If they weren't pregnant, Naruto planned to stabilize the situation. Now Kabuto Yakushi has become a corpse, and now he deserves to die. Sakura turned over and grabbed the upper position, her mouth slightly open, and her long pink hair fell down, sticking to his chest that had been tempered countless times and was like steel. I want a child too. She leaned close to his ear and said in a hoarse voice. No one is stopping you. If you are not diligent, what can I do? Diligent? Naruto was a little speechless. I have things to do, I can't stay together all day long. If it wasn't for the New Year festival, I wouldn't come. You are too realistic. She said, sweat dripping down. I'm just telling the truth. I've told too many lies. I usually tell some truths to balance it out. He hugged Sakura, but I did take you home for the New Year festival. Is it true or false this time? The truth. I'm really happy. She said. Hey. Even though I know I only have a small place in your heart, there is still a little place that belongs to me, and I feel happy when I think about it. You don't have to do this, I will feel pressured. Naruto made a joke and reached out to touch Sakura's face. In fact, I am greedy, and I always feel that everything should be mine. I thought so from the beginning, it's never too much, as long as I like it, it's mine. Then didn't you hide from me at the beginning? Sakura asked, leaning over and hugging him. You hid for a long time, as if you were going to run away when you saw me. To be honest, I hated troublesome things at that time, so I didn't hide from anything. Naruto seemed to think of something and stared into Sakura's eyes. Who are you? What? She is still her? Naruto asked again, thinking that he was so stupid that he forgot that Sakura would change her personality repeatedly when she was stimulated. Now I realize that Sakura seemed to be very stable from beginning to end. Sakura suddenly became shy. Fuck. The next day. When Naruto woke up, Sakura had already left. He was too busy last night, and for a moment he couldn't remember what time he went to bed yesterday. It seemed that he went to bed at dawn, and now. He propped himself up and looked out the window. Sure enough, it was almost dusk outside. With his hands covering his eyes, Naruto recalled the scene yesterday and still felt a little After a while, he took the initiative to get up and wash up. The new year is almost over. His daily life became miraculously regular. He got up early every day to have breakfast with Ino and chatted at noon. He took time to leave and then went to the snow country to accompany Hinata. He had already decided to trick Hanabi into the snow country and couldn't care less. Hinata's pregnancy reaction was not that big yet. Pregnant women like to have wild thoughts and need family members to accompany them. Hanabi has an active personality and a good relationship with Hinata, so she is naturally the best candidate. The capital of the snow country is not desolate, but on the contrary it is very lively. Hinata's safety is under the responsibility of a special person. In addition, Hanabi is a mediocre chunin, so there is basically no problem. That place is covered with thousands of miles of ice and snow, and no strangers have entered. So far, it is considered one of the pure lands in the ninja world. Are you looking for me? Hanabi poked her head out from the other side of the backyard wall, looking confused. Come out first, don't let Master Hayashi find out. He waved to Hinata Hanabi familiarly, and the two were not unfamiliar with each other. Oh. Hanabi responded and retracted her head. About 10 minutes later, she walked over from another road leisurely, obviously taking a detour. If it was Ino, she would have directly climbed over the wall. Hanabi was not a rigid person, but she took a detour because of the etiquette of the big family. Now Hanabi is 14 years old, and she is very graceful, no longer the boy-like appearance before. She wears a bright yellow yukata and has long hair. The baby fat on her face has also faded, and her chin is tighter, outlining the unique contours of a girl. What do you want to talk to me about? Where is my sister? In the snow country. So far. Hanabi shook her head, her face slightly dissatisfied. We have to take a boat on the way? My sister is still pregnant, even for her safety, you can't. Hanabi was very angry and snorted. Scumbag. No boat. Ah. You won't even let me take the boat, you're so stingy. I misjudged you, my sister is pregnant with your child. Hi Tui scumbag. Huahuo's face became even more not good enough. Hearing this, Naruto was speechless, thinking that these two sisters really have two different personalities. But then he thought, Hanabi would know about Huangquanman anyway, so it would be hard to hide it. It's a space ninjutsu, so there's no need to travel long distances. Space ninjutsu. It's good there, but Hinata needs someone to talk to. Do you want to go to the snow country to play? Naruto asked tactfully. Snow country yet, I do want to. Hanabi looked up at Naruto, it just so happens that I also want to see my sister, but this village. Hayashi-sama is very strong, and you are completely useless. That being said, the war is imminent, and I am still a ninja of the Hyuga clan after all. Hanabi's attitude has loosened, father's side. It's precisely because of the war that Hinata has to be taken care of. Naruto's face was stern, and he said seriously, I have me in the village, and the Hayashi clan has Hayashi-sama. But. No buts, you know how far the snow country is from the fire country? Naruto asked back, and added, no one can control you. There are snow-capped mountains, igloos, and a capital city with spring all year round. Hanabi's mind went blank, and she started to feel dizzy, holding her face. No, I am a member of the family, I have to work for the family, the main family. Now there are no branches of the main family, aren't we all one family? He started his best trick, talking nonsense, we will soon be one family, no one will be different from you. Is that so? Hanabi's mind was full of snow-capped mountains and all kinds of delicious food. Yes, can I lie to you? Naruto said in a bewitching tone, think about it, I'm already in Konoha, how can Konoha not be stable? What about you? A chunin, staying in Konoha can only do some odd jobs. But when you go to the snow country, Hinata also needs you. Publicly, if you don't go, the Hyuga clan will have to send someone over. Privately, you are Hinata's sister. Besides, even if there is a fight outside, you are still a chunin. Lord Hyuga will never let you go to the battlefield, and it's boring to stay in the village. Facing Naruto's sugar-coated bullets, Hanabi became more and more confused, mumbling something in her mouth. Finally raised her head and made a final struggle. Will it be bad for me to do this? No. Naruto said firmly, you are contributing to the Hyuga clan, Lord Hayashi will definitely be proud of you. Well, okay. Hanabi had forgotten that a few minutes ago, she was still scolding the scumbag in front of her, and in the next few minutes she had been completely bought. When are we going? Now. Ah. Hanabi was confused and looked at Naruto again, now? I still have to tell my father, what if he doesn't agree? I'll tell him, don't worry, there's nothing to disagree with. He made a quick decision and used the same logic just now, Hinata is your sister, you take care of your sister, how could your father disagree? It seems so. Just go there, there's no time. He said this deliberately, and didn't give a specific reason, anyway, it was just that there was no time. Perhaps Hanabi felt that she had hesitated for too long, and agreed after a slight hesitation. It was during this moment of hesitation that Naruto directly opened the yellow spring gate and pulled her in. In midair, the yellow spring gate flashed by. I haven't brought any change of clothes yet, why are you in such a hurry? Hanabi finally realized it and complained, and there's more. Just buy it now, we don't need anything. Naruto didn't waste words, someone will arrange it for you, spend whatever you want, put it in my account, no need to save. Really? Do you have money in the snow country? Hanabi immediately became interested. Normally, half of the city is mine. He answered casually, telling the truth, my nickname is Uzumaki Half City, spend whatever you want, anyway, the money will come back to me after you spend it. You're kidding. Hanabi didn't care. Turning around, she had been taken out of the Yellow Spring Gate by Naruto. The first second she saw the snow-capped mountains, Hinata Hanabi was stunned. Under the grey sky, the snow-capped mountains were scattered outside the plains. That's a snowy mountain. Yet. Now Nohara looked back at Sarah and said casually, the New Year festival has passed. It's okay to go out, but it seems to be quite chaotic recently. Chaotic? Sarah glanced at her, what chaos can happen in the land of fire? Now Nohara propped up her chin and thought for a while, it seems to be a war or something, but I definitely can't go to Konoha, I will be regarded as a suspicious person. Will there be a war in the land of fire? It is obviously a big country, will it also usher in war? Sarah asked doubtfully. Yes, it is because of being a big country that it keeps participating in and provoking wars. Now Nohara said helplessly, I heard that it was finally peaceful for 20 years, and now it seems to be chaotic again. But haven't you contacted your sister? Sarah thought for a while, but still couldn't remember the person's name. Linear. Yes, Nohara Rin, it's amazing that people can be resurrected after death. Sarah sighed, and then she didn't know what she thought of, and suddenly closed her mouth again. Nohara now put the dishes on the table into the kitchen sink, pinched her sleeves and took in Sarah's reaction, knowing that she was thinking of the Queen of Lulin. Lulin was destroyed 20 years ago, and the Queen of Lulin had been dead for 20 years. The desert buried bones, and people could not be resurrected after death, so Nohara now couldn't say anything. As for what happened to Nohara Rin, she didn't understand it now. The letter sent by Nohara Rin was also vague, and it seemed that even she herself didn't know. In short, bizarre things often happen, and it's a good thing that people are still alive. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and the water in the sink was flowing. Nohara now suddenly thought there was one thing that happened. She hadn't told Lin about her time travel. The dragon vein was not a big secret, but not many people knew about it. In addition, the matter was complicated, so she didn't explain it in detail. In short, the current situation was that she knew Lin was resurrected. Nohara Lin learned that her cousin who had been missing for many years was still alive, which was also a reunion of relatives and friends. Thinking of the content of the letter, it detailed Nohara Lin's condition. She calculated carefully and found that her cousin was probably younger than Lin now. She was a little amused. She thought to herself that this was a ridiculous thing. Leaving the kitchen, now Nohara walked to the sofa and sat down. Sarah, after this New Year's festival, you have come of age, right? Yet. She was a little depressed. She just remembered her mother who died in the war. I am an adult and can be allowed to drink. Drinking is not good for your health. Nohara now smiled gently. Having experienced war, she was more mature than Sarah. I have adapted to this world. Do you want to visit the ruins of Lulin this year? Really? Sarah raised her head, as if she thought of something, and her eyes dimmed again. But I am not a ninja, I will hold you back. Sarah. Nohara now walked forward, gently held her face, and said seriously, you are a princess, you have your own shining points no matter what. But Lulin is gone. Sarah sighed and said, what can I do if I go there again? I don't have the ability to rebuild Lulin. Those villagers who fled probably have a stable life now. It will not be good for everyone if I show up again. The reason why Lulin is because of the existence of the queen. Nohara now said, I will ask that person for you, maybe there is hope. Sarah hesitated, it's too troublesome, that kind of thing is too big, It's okay, as long as we are together forever. Nohara now touched her face and said with a smile, I don't want to be separated from you, do you understand? We are both people who have come back from the dragon veins, and we have similar secrets. Although that person is sometimes lazy and afraid of trouble, as long as he takes responsibility, he will not be perfunctory. Well this. Sarah suddenly understood, her face turned red, and she thought to herself why now Chan suddenly said such a thing, so embarrassed. Are you going to refuse? Nohara now stared at Sarah's eyes, her pupils seemed to hide a deep spring, shining with a faint light. That I'll think about it. Sarah lowered her head. Chapter 527 It's all Kabuto Yakushi's fault. Considering is no different from agreeing. Sarah was confused and couldn't accept it. But there seemed to be no better choice. They were stowaways. Living was probably just living. First adapt to the world 20 years later, and then find the meaning of living. Sarah's only wish was to go back to the ruins of Lulin to take a look. Even though she knew that Lulin had been destroyed, she still wanted to take a look. But she was just an ordinary person, and her good friend now Nohara was just a chunin. No matter what, she couldn't get out of the land of fire by herself. Compromise was not a difficult thing for her. At least the only people she was familiar with were now Nohara and Naruto. The Queen of Lulin asked again. He took Sarah away, which was no different from entrusting her. Naruto had not spoken to Sarah much, and they usually just chatted. Even in the face of disaster, she could still feel Naruto's respect for her. After weighing the pros and cons, she gradually had an answer in her heart. Everything had been arranged in the snow country. Except that Fuka and Koihoki were jealous of him all day long, everything was normal. Fuka and Koihoki, let's talk about it later. I'm busy recently. He is really busy now. Konoha only has summer and winter, and the winter snow will thaw soon. He doesn't know if Mei Terumi has encountered Kabuto Yakushi in the water country. Kabuto Yakushi won't be around for long, and he estimates that he can make some preparations now. Why are you here? The two wooden men pushed open the door and saw a yellow-haired man lying on the sofa. They were stunned for a moment. I'm going to take a shower now. Wait a minute. Naruto was ashamed. Is his character so obvious now? I have something important to talk to you about. He paused on purpose, different from her previous behavior. How are you getting along with the two-tail? Not bad. The two Yukato didn't know why Naruto asked such a question. What's wrong? They earliest to have a relationship with the tailed beasts was probably Konoha, but then it was cut off, and it was picked up by Kumagakure to develop into a tailed beast fighting force. As a Jinchuriki, the two Yukatos often didn't think too much. Even when they were training or enduring the pain brought by the backlash of the communication with the tailed beasts, they gritted their teeth and endured it. Those painful memories have almost faded, and occasionally when they think back, they think it's natural. The village's Jinchuriki should fight for the village. I want to help you extract the tailed beast. Naruto said. Ah? Why? The two Yukatos were a little confused. Hearing this, Naruto thought, why? How could I know why? The fourth main line of the system task is to extract the tailed beast. You ask me, who can I ask? Of course, he couldn't tell the truth. What system task sounds very foreign? Ahem, why are there so many whys? The tailed beast in my body has also been pulled out. Naruto said seriously, besides, can I still hurt you? You have a tailed beast sealed in your body, so never think about becoming a Rikage. In the end, it's still a weapon, no matter how you think, it's not a cage. The two Yukato were silent. She didn't know whether Kumagakure would do this. But in Kumagakure, there is indeed no precedent for a Jinchuriki to become a cage. In the combination of A and B, the Rikage is always the A, and the B is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Isn't the Kazekage a Jinchuriki? She asked weakly. How can it be the same? Gaara is the only one who can fight in the Sand Village. Now that the Kazekage is dead, he will naturally compete for the next Kazekage. Besides, how much blood and gore will be involved? Can the Sand Village leak it to outsiders? He frowned and glanced at the two Yukatos again. Come here, sit down, and talk, don't stand. Oh. After the two Yukatos sat down, Naruto thought about it and continued to fool them. In the short term, the two tails staying in your body can enhance your combat effectiveness. But in the long term, you know what it means to embrace the wall. Forget it, say something you can understand. Someone is capturing the tailed beast Jinchuriki and preparing to forcibly extract the tailed beast. Do you know this? Are you talking about Uchiha Sasuke? The two Yukatos were in a trance for a while, turned around and asked. While speaking, although Yukato's reaction was subconscious, Naruto still saw a trace of disdain in her eyes. I thought to myself, damn, Sasuke is already so shameless. He is so lame that even Yukato can diss him. He is really the worst of the worst. No, Uchiha Sasuke is just a supporting role in it. He immediately shook his head to deny it. To tell you the truth, you are no match for them. Who? The person behind White Zetsu. Naruto just took advantage of the situation. He didn't care what Kabuto Yakushi was doing. He would take advantage of it if he could. The ninja war was a disaster for most people, a little bit of water for the nobles, and an opportunity for people like Naruto. The news of Kabuto Yakushi's rebellion had not spread yet. He only revealed it to Mei Terumi. As for what happened to Mei Terumi, he didn't care at all. He wished that the 5 major countries would share intelligence, so that they would all know that the person who started the war was Kabuto Yakushi. In this way, all the rebellion could be blamed on Kabuto Yakushi. Someone died, it was all Kabuto Yakushi's fault. As for Naruto, what he is best at is fishing in troubled waters. The more turbid the water is, the more excited he is. Anyway, no matter what happens, it's all Kabuto Yakushi's fault. The one behind White Zetsu, the two Yukatos, were still a little confused and looked at Naruto. It was with this look that Naruto concluded that Kirigakure did not share intelligence with the 5 major countries, at least not with Kumigakure. Otherwise, a jonin of Yukato's level would never show such a puzzled look. One of the main functions of the evil god contract is honesty. The contractor cannot lie to the person blessed by the evil god, and even has no idea of pretending. However, Naruto, as a beneficiary, can play tricks, which is extremely unfair. However, the evil god contract is an unequal contract, and there is no fairness to speak of. Kabuto Yakushi, a subordinate of Orochimaru. Naruto threw out some evidence appropriately. There is also a former member of Akatsuki, Zetsu. Behind Zetsu is an old immortal, and I don't know who it is for the time being. I guess it's probably Uchiha Madara. What? The two Yukatos were a little confused. The amount of information was too much, and she couldn't react for a while. Seeing this, Naruto stopped talking and gave the two Yukato a little time to think. He looked at the fish tank in the room and began to be distracted. Until a quarter of an hour later, the two Yukato broke the silence. Didn't Uchiha Madara die a long time ago? Yet. Naruto nodded. I can't tell you too much, I can only tell you that Uchiha Madara will be resurrected soon, and the good days of the Jinchuriki are over. They need the tailed beasts, and the way to get them is of course to directly peel them from the body of the Jinchuriki. But by then, do you think the Jinchuriki can still stay alive? Then I extract the tailed beasts. Naruto said firmly, I will help you extract them, it will be fine. Don't you still trust me? I separated the 9-tailed beasts on my body by myself. In fact, it was the system that gave him the prop evil god running dog, so that he could completely extract the 9-tailed beasts. After completing task 3, the system gave him 8 sets of evil god running dogs. No matter if it's 1 or 2, just treat them like dogs. But this is not a big deal. Easy things first require people to cooperate. Well, actually, you can force it after knocking them out, but it's not necessary. Okay, but without the tailed beast, my strength will be greatly reduced. Yukato frowned slightly and expressed her worries. The strong are respected in Kumigakure. If you want to become the Raikage, you can't convince the crowd without strong enough strength. Even I, a jonin, may not be able to protect you. Don't worry about this, I have my own way. Naruto smiled. Do you remember the contract you signed? It's not completely without any benefits. Yukato looked up. Of course she remembered the evil god contract. If it weren't for this contract, she wouldn't have fallen into the current situation. But she no longer has that kind of thought now. She has already surrendered her body, so what resentment can she have? Since people are alive, they should look forward. She betrayed the village and there has always been a thorn in her heart. She was afraid that this matter would be discovered, and she might be worse than death when it was made public. So in order to avoid this from happening, she decided to eliminate this possibility from the source and directly usurp the throne of the Raikage. As long as she becomes the Kage of the Hidden Cloud Village, no one can gossip. Anyway, you will know when the time comes. The contract allows you to share power from me. The power of the 2-tail is too weak. Why not try the 9-tail? Hearing this, the two Yukato were dumbfounded. She even suspected that she had heard it wrong. Really? It's true. When have I ever lied to you? Well. The sudden silence made both of them a little embarrassed. Some unbearable past events came to mind. For some reason, Naruto felt a chill on his neck. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Don't worry. He said. Yukato pondered for a while. When exactly will you start extracting the tailed beasts? Do we need to find a secluded place? Yes. Then wait until tomorrow. There are ANBU everywhere in Kumigakure. Find an excuse to leave the village tomorrow. She said after thinking for a moment. Okay. Naruto had no objection. He looked back and saw Yukato staring at him. He was stunned. What's wrong? Is there anything else? The two Yukatos looked a little erratic and asked in a low voice. Do you want to take a shower? After hearing this, Naruto understood what she meant and nodded. Okay. In the bathroom, the hot water shower head flowed, hitting Yukito and stirring up a pool of white mist holy light. Her mind was in a mess, and her heart was beating unconsciously. After tasting it once, Yukito found it hard to forget that feeling. At that time, she had also heard some of what the female ninjas of Kumigakure said, but she found that her situation seemed to be different from theirs. This was thanks to the selfless popular science of the female ninjas around her. They firmly told Yu Ren that it was not so easy to reach the top, and that the feeling in that aspect was mostly very sloppy. That aspect was related to physical fitness, but most male ninjas were just so-so, and most of them did not pay attention to the feelings of the other party, and were more inclined to satisfy the desire to conquer. All kinds of things made Yu Ren feel guilty the more she talked about it, and she was embarrassed to say it out loud. No one would believe it if she said it, and it would probably be regarded as a joke. Well, I won't say it. At night, Naruto suddenly touched Yu Ren and asked curiously. Why are you silent? No, I don't know. Tisk. He curled his lips. I thought you didn't feel anything, your face turned red, are you silent mode? Don't say it. Yu Ren felt a little embarrassed and buried his head in the quilt. It was not until the second half of the night that the two Yukito fell into a deep sleep. She had a dream in which she kept climbing around a mountain, from one end of the mountain to the other. After reaching the top, she returned to the foot of the mountain for unknown reasons and climbed again as if she had lost her mind. She vaguely heard someone calling her the Rakage, but she didn't bother to answer. In a daze, she found that the nine-tailed fox had blocked her way. The nine-tailed fox looked teasing and asked her if she was mute. Ah! The two Yukito suddenly woke up from their dream, thinking about the bizarre dream, her heart pounding. She shook her head and found that she was the only one in the room. After pausing for a few seconds, Yukito looked out the window. It was already noon. Shaking her head, she thought that Naruto should have left in the morning. She remembered the agreement with him and had to find a reason to leave the village today. Although she didn't know whether it was reliable to extract the tailed beast, she knew that she had no right to refuse. She had to compromise in the end whether she agreed or not. Fortunately, the man was willing to discuss with her and explain to her. He did not violate what he said at the beginning. Even if the contract was signed, he would not treat her as a slave and would give her enough respect. In the bathroom, she washed in front of the mirror and suddenly thought of Samui and Mabi. The man was like a devil in lust. But he did not force Samui and Mabi, and he didn't even talk to them at all. It seemed that it was really as he said. The contract was just a shackle at the beginning, but there would be endless benefits in the later stage. How to do it depends on their personal wishes. Yu, Naruto will not force, as long as the task is completed. There are probably only a few people like her who have surrendered. At the same time, can she also get corresponding benefits? Thinking about it, the thoughts in her mind became more chaotic. Sunset. The two wooden men took a task and left the village. White Zetsu has not appeared for a while, and the village's control over personnel has also been relaxed. She estimated that Naruto should follow her, so she didn't look around and headed straight for the giant forest east of Kumigakure. When she hurried to the edge of the giant forest, the moonlight was already very bright, and it fell on the plain with a layer of silver light. She turned her head and saw the familiar figure. Don't waste time, find a place to start. Naruto took off the black cloak on his head and said as he walked, it may hurt a little, but you should be able to bear it. It's best not to make too much noise, anyway, you are always good at keeping silent. Yu Ren. Chapter 528, 2 goals scored, the male dog warned, the two-tailed man looked ashen. The two Yu Ren. She found that this man was really hateful. As long as he caught someone's embarrassing thing, he would never let it go. It seemed that he couldn't be satisfied without mentioning it several times. Let's start quickly, I can't stay outside for too long. Okay. Naruto nodded and stopped talking nonsense. In that case, let's start now. Stand back a little. Back. The two Yu Ren were a little confused, but still obediently walked back a few steps. Bang. A black-tailed beast ball with the power to destroy the world instantly wiped out the grass between the two people, and the smoke and grass debris dissipated in the white light. The two Yukitos felt numb at the moment when the tailed beast ball was formed. At the critical moment of life and death, the tailed beast two-tailed Matadabiki in their bodies was even more restless and ran away directly. Yukito originally just wanted to avoid it, but she didn't expect that the two-tailed Matadabiki in her body would run away. The huge tearing feeling in her body almost made her die of pain. In a trance, she recalled what Naruto said, that the tailed beasts are tailed beasts after all. No matter how well they get along, they are just a more comfortable container for the tailed beasts. The severe pain made her lose consciousness. She didn't scream and fainted directly. From Naruto's perspective, there was no trace of the two Yukatos on the grass, only a huge blue flame cat, two-tailed Matatabiki. The expression on the two-tails' face was almost distorted at this moment, and the blue flames around it shot up into the sky, and it turned around like a mad bull. A tailed beast ball directly blew out the two tails, unlocking it from the Jinchuriki form all the way to the complete form. Roar! Shut your mouth, it's so noisy! Naruto didn't indulge the two tails, and threw the evil god's lackey directly over, and the two tails disappeared with a bang. The complete form of the two tails probably hasn't figured it out yet, and suddenly found that it has returned to the body of the two tails Yukato. What's more terrifying is that it is now half sucked into a fur cover, and the huge suction is pulling it out little by little. Roar! Be quiet, can you follow your master to turn on the silent mode? I can see that you two are not suitable to be together. Naruto nagging, standing aside and watching the show. The evil god's lackey has been activated and is slowly pulling the two tails out, and the two tails Yukato is still in a coma floating in the air. All that was left was to wait. Naruto simply took out a table, chairs, and a coal stove from the sealed space and started to make tea. Time passed by little, the aroma of tea wafted in the air, and Naruto took a sip of hot tea slowly. Thinking about the next move in his mind, he brought up the panel by the way. Task 4, gather all 9-tailed beasts, reward, evil god item filth, disorder madness potion. His eyes stayed on the evil god item for a long time. He asked Sakura to build a laboratory in Yuyan in order to research a potion that would lower the Otsutsuki bloodline. However, he did not have high expectations for this, but just thought that he would give it a try first. If it really didn't work, he could only be prepared for a life and death battle. Even if he failed in the end, he could still develop a potion that would make those foreigners sick. As long as he could kill them, it would not be too much to use all means. But now that the reward for Task 4 came out, Naruto felt a little more confident. This disorderly madness potion obviously cannot lower the bloodline of the Otsutsuki, but it can make them crazy. A brainless beast, dangerous but not deadly. The Fourth Ninja World War will break out soon. He doesn't know how far Kabuto Yakushi will go, but Naruto is ready to add fuel to the fire. He will not attack civilians, nor will he let the war blow to ordinary people. His target is the nobles, and a lot of money and materials under the name of the nobles. Last time, Naruto attacked the daimyo of the Land of Fire and robbed him of the gold and silver treasures in 3 warehouses. But this is the limit of what he can do. This time he can do more. Even if the outbreak of war will make the overall life of the ninja world difficult, it's all the damn blame of Kabuto Yakushi and Uchiha Sasuke. What does it have to do with him, Uzumaki Naruto? Besides, this crisis is destined to pass. For civilians, it may just be a difficult time. After all, the ninja troops will take over if something happens. But for Naruto, this is also an opportunity. He didn't think of himself as a savior, he just prepared the means to kill Otsutsuki just in case. In this case, the chaotic war will always pass, and life will go on. The question is, what can he get in this chaos? Naruto thought carefully about what the ninja war would bring. Death, chaos, property, and a reshuffle of power. As for how far it can be achieved, it depends on how far Kabuto Yakushi can achieve. He can completely regard the upcoming war as the end of the world. After all, the enemy this time is not a ninja from any country, but the Otsutsuki. Facing an irresistible enemy, the other party is still a madman who destroys the world. In fact, there is no difference from the end of the world. The difference is that when that time comes, the nobles will definitely die last. Naruto actually has no prejudice against the nobles. Even if the nobles hold 8 silver parties a week, he will not be jealous. But he wants to be a superior person, so that no one above him can point fingers at him. War is a good opportunity. He wants to erase the name of the 9 tails Jinchuriki and even erase the existence of the tailed beast. Isn't this a monster-killing game? After the monster is driven away, Ultraman will sleep in the sea? No, he wants more. Or rather, he has been lazy for so many years and has been waiting for this day for a long time. It's not that he didn't try, but all his efforts were in vain. What if the people of Konoha dare not mention the topic of Jinchuriki in front of him? Can he control what they say in private? Let's take a step back. Even if he can stop the people of Konoha from talking, what about the Land of Fire? What about the ninja world? There are many things to change, and we have to do it step by step. Although the nobles will not disappear from now on because of the loss of property, as long as people still exist, the nobles are just a group of people. But Naruto, who got the property, can become a new noble. No one can change the ninja world, but Naruto can occupy a small country with this property, change some people to create his own country, and be the king of the ninja world. There is no need to unify the world, and he doesn't have the energy. He just wants to create a paradise according to his own ideas. It's not that he is hypocritical, the ninja world is really too weak. It obviously has the foundation of industrial technology, but there is not much decent entertainment, and food, clothing, housing, and transportation are not very good. Saying it is similar to the cyber style is too flattering to the ninja world. His utopia should be a place where people live and work in peace and contentment, with convenient life and developed entertainment, so that he can sleep soundly and lie down smoothly. Just as he was thinking, the scream of the two-tail came out, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. He glanced at the two Yukatos, and the peeling of the two tails was almost over. The seal on the Yukato's stomach was slowly shrinking, and the last trace of the two tails' blue chakra was being drawn away by the evil god's lackey. Seeing this, Naruto stood up and walked over, and put away the tables, chairs, and other things. The two Yukatos were still in a coma, and there was no sign of waking up for the time being. The two tails were still struggling, but the matter was finalized, and it was useless to shout at the top of his throat. Roar! The two tails had been put into the skin of the evil god's lackey and became a blue dog. Blue dogs and wolf dogs are not the same species. In short, after the blue cat, the blue dog entered the ninja world, and the two-tailed beast turned from a fierce-tailed beast into a fierce lackey. Who made the tailed beast essentially chakra, and the evil god lackeys are specifically designed to defeat the tailed beast. After becoming the evil god lackey, no one can extract the tailed beast without Naruto's permission. Now it's good. So far, Naruto has gained 10 evil god believers and 2 evil god lackeys. With both disciples and lackeys, he is more than enough to be the leader of the evil god. Woof woof woof. Don't shout, no one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out. Naruto said calmly, you unfair thing, why are you acting cute? Be careful, I will beat you. As he said, he ignored the barking two-tailed beast and walked straight to the unconscious two-tailed beast. The two-tailed beast was always very irritable and had no intention of rushing over to protect the beast. Again, humans are cages and shackles for the tailed beasts. A comfortable cage can't make them grateful. Facing a more ferocious enemy, they have to use both kindness and force to make them willing to be dogs. Human. You deserve to die. Hee. Naruto didn't care, turned around and looked at Yalv, the last one said so, and now he has become my dog, and you will be no exception. Dream on. I want to kill you. The two-tailed cat demon was furious and rushed towards Naruto, as if he could bite him to death. I advise you to be careful. You are just an ordinary dog now, not a tailed beast. He did not hide his sarcasm at all, and laughed, you are slower than a dog, and you can't bite me even if I ask you to. You. Stop barking like a dog, face the reality. Naruto looked at the two-tailed beast and said sarcastically, don't force me, you don't want to be ridden by a dozen male dogs, right? You dare. Alas. You tailed beasts are really. Naruto held his forehead and shook his head, you are really ungrateful. You don't think I can't do such a thing, do you? You can bet, but you can only lose once. Try it, maybe I can keep a secret for you, it doesn't matter, the other tailed beasts won't know. You despicable human. Let me go, sooner or later I will kill you. The two-tailed beast was furious, and now it really concerns his life and dignity. It can endure the humiliation of being locked in a cage, even if it is used as a tool, but it can't stand becoming a dog. Are you trying to wag your tail and beg for mercy? No. Absolutely impossible. Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of talking to me about life and death. You are just a dog. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm playing house with you? Naruto's face turned cold, staring at the two-tailed beast, and said sarcastically. Your dignity is worthless to me. No one knows that you have become a dog now. Why don't you kneel down and beg for my forgiveness? Why are you still barking at me? I think you will get the 10 male dogs you want. Just wait and see, you useless thing who can't recognize the situation. The two-tailed beast started to panic, thinking that this guy would not be serious, right? Looking at his ferocious face, it didn't look fake at all, and the two-tailed beast couldn't help but shudder. The tailed beast will not die, even if it wants to die. If Naruto said he would kill it or torture it, the two-tailed beast might sneer, but humiliation is a real spiritual magic damage. Anything that can move must have its weaknesses. After living for too long, these tailed beasts have become very concerned about their face, and Naruto gave a thumbs up to this. If it weren't for the nine-tailed beast, he really didn't know that these tailed beasts loved face so much. Anyway, they were invisible. Who knew that they could really be frightened by the male dog's warning, and it worked every time. You can't. At least you have to have a bottom line. The two-tailed beast said viciously, but his voice seemed a little weak. Hee, bottom line? Naruto grinned, don't worry, I understand. I don't have any other advantages, but I have a bottom line. After saying that, he rolled his hand, and the two-tailed cat demon was instantly put into the sealed space. The red vines rose in the sealed space, and instantly drew a circle around the two-tailed cat demon. This cell used to hold the nine-tailed, and now it is more than enough to hold the two-tailed. However, the two-tailed did not have as good treatment as the nine-tailed, and the cell was only a tiny size. It could not restore its original form, and could only be imprisoned in the form of a blue dog, and it was extremely nervous. Thinking of Naruto's male dog warning just now, the two-tailed suddenly regretted it. Now it is not much different from a dog, and the strength of the whole body cannot be exerted at all. If it is really placed in front of 10 male dogs, the picture is too beautiful, it makes people oh no, it makes dogs terrified. Awake. Naruto turned and looked at the two wooden men who climbed up in the tent. How long have I been unconscious? Ren didn't ask what happened. She was a smart person. What happened had nothing to do with her. It was useless to ask more. Since Naruto was here, it meant that everything was fine. In comparison, her identity in Kumagakure was more important. She couldn't let anyone see her flaws. She went out on a mission this time. If she didn't have enough time left, things would be troublesome. You fainted at night. It's not dawn yet. You can still sleep for a while. Naruto set up a barbecue grill, and tea was boiling on the stove next to it. Ren took a look and stood up silently. I'm not sleepy. I'll do all this. Yet. He simply let it go. It was easier to wait for food than to do it himself. Ren was more perceptive and smarter than he thought. It was not difficult to see that she was a material for being a shadow in the future. A simple mind and strong limbs could not become a Raikage. Similarly, it was impossible to become a shadow if you were pretentious. The coal showed orange flames between its breathing. The temperature was extremely low in the winter night, and it was as quiet as if the mute button was turned on. There was only a tent, a pile of fire, and two people left in the snow. I have taken in the two-tail. It is very irritable and doesn't care much about you. Naruto said, you don't have to think so much. I will compensate you for what you should give. I understand. She nodded, and added in her heart that I am very obedient. Chapter 529 Make a small change and spread intelligence. It's not that she didn't struggle, but in the end she found that it was in vain. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If she looks back, she has already gone a long way. There is no way back. Ren is a smart person. She knows her own value and knows what she should do in this situation. There is no use arguing and regretting. The ninja world does not believe in tears. Well, you go and rest first. We can talk about it tomorrow. Naruto waved his hand and said nothing more. It was late at night, and the two Yokotos didn't make any pretentious remarks. They went into the tent and went to sleep. When they opened their eyes, it was already dawn outside, and there was no one outside the tent. She looked around and made sure that Naruto had left. She couldn't help but look down at her palm. The surging power in her body seemed to have disappeared and could no longer be felt. The two-tailed beast had indeed disappeared, and from now on she was no longer a Jinchuriki. This meant that the tailed beast in her body would not go berserk and die faster due to serious injuries. There was no need to worry about not being able to suppress the tailed beast and exploding when she was old, and there was no need to feel guilty about the village. Guilt, I am no longer a Jinchuriki, I don't need to think so much. Task 4, gather all 9-tailed beasts, 2/9, reward, evil god item filth, disorder madness potion. Naruto looked at the progress bar of task 4 on the panel, and he knew what was going on. The rest was easy. He just needed to collect the tailed beasts everywhere. The only drawback was that there were not enough people. In addition, there was one thing that should be put on the agenda. The reward for task 3 was still quietly lying in the system backpack. Boom, the weather outside suddenly changed early in the morning, and the rain fell like it was free. It was already raining heavily, and a mist rose outside the balcony. He thought about it, and still went out with a big black umbrella. As usual, he had to go to the mountain flower shop every time he came back. If he didn't leave the village, he had to go every day regardless of wind or rain. Generally speaking, the first half was to see Ino at the mountain flower shop, and the second half was to go to the snow country to talk to Hinata. "Hey, it's raining so hard, why are you still here?" Ino opened the door of the flower shop and quickly called him in. "Are you wet?" "No, it doesn't matter if it rains, I miss you at home, so I might as well come here." Naruto hung his half-wet coat on the coat rack and placed his umbrella on the umbrella rack. "Well, come and have breakfast. I saved it for you." Ino's eyes narrowed into crescents, and she pulled him upstairs. "My mother also said that you wouldn't come if it rained heavily, hehe. I'm worried if you don't come. I'm always thinking about you." Since Ino became pregnant, Naruto deliberately said less sweet love words, and most of the words he said were such steady and restrained. "Okay." Ino smiled and tiptoed to kiss him. Too many frivolous love words inevitably give people the feeling that they have not grown up. At present, Naruto deliberately creates a feeling that he has become calm after having a child. He knows very well that pregnant people like to think wildly, and being more stable will make Ino feel more at ease. Moreover, the Yamanaka couple will feel satisfied when they see his changes. A steady new father naturally looks more reassuring than a noisy and playful father. Although this is just a detail, details often determine success or failure. "I'll cook at noon, so that Aunt can have a rest." Naruto was warming Ino's feet on the sofa, and suddenly looked up and said, "I just learned a new dish, let you try it." "Okay." Ino agreed with both hands and feet, and her eyes looking at Naruto were almost sweet. Considerate and family-oriented, this is the perfect man in Ino's mind. She doesn't care whether her man is a big shot or not, she just wants a warm family. As long as he is not like her when she was a child, her parents only saw work and endless tea parties and dances, and there was never a place for her. Be sensible and obedient, and you have to be wronged after being labeled, and you can't cry when you go home in the rain. Only when you take a shower can you cry for a while. Although the wedding was postponed due to the war, Ino was not disappointed at all. In her free time, she was already planning her married life and what kind of house to buy. She has saved a lot of money, and her parents will definitely help her. If she buys land in Konoha, she wants to buy a big house and be happy every day. When Naruto was cooking, he was thinking about which tailed beast to capture next time. The 8 tails of Kumagakure would definitely not be suitable, so he couldn't be impatient now. The combination of the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee was too eye-catching. If he did it again, it would be easy to expose his identity and leave evidence. Besides, the 8 tails and Killer Bee had a high degree of compatibility, and they had many ways to escape. They were as slippery as loaches and hard to catch. For a while, no one could catch the 8 tails. Except for the 1 tails of Sand Village, Shikaku, it was more troublesome to obtain. After all, it was an acquaintance. The other few were simple, and it was nothing more than using tricks. After lunch, Naruto left the land of snow. Hanabi was sitting on the sofa playing hopscotch with Hinata. She said she was playing with Hinata, but in fact, it was just that Hyuga Hanabi wanted to play. Naruto was cooking in the kitchen, and the dishes he made were the same as those at Ino's house. In the kitchen, Naruto was almost numb from cooking, but he could only complain in his heart. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. Material things can be bought, but feelings can only be gained through hard work. Although he is a scumbag, he is very down-to-earth in dealing with feelings. Except that his heart cannot be whole, there is nothing wrong with him. If the rear is not stable, he will not go out to make trouble. As the saying goes, you can't do porcelain work without diamond drills. The dishes are here. He took a breath and carried the hot dishes out of the pot. Go wash your hands, you just touched the chess. Naruto opened the firefly who was about to take the chopsticks and said unhappily, wash your hands first, otherwise don't eat. Tisk. Hinata Hanabi was a little dissatisfied. Sister, look at him bullying me. Since coming to the snow country, without the control of her biological father Hinata Hayashi, Hanabi is like a bird out of a cage. She is crazy all day long, and the naughty nature of the girl is revealed. Go wash your hands, it's time to eat. Hinata smiled gently. Look at how dirty your hands are, you're already so grown up. Naruto looked disgusted, saying that his hands were not inferior to others, and he also served Hinata a bowl of soup. I want some too. What do you want? Soup. Do it yourself, wash your hands first, otherwise don't touch the spoon. Sister. Tisk. Hinata watched the two bickering, but she didn't feel annoyed. The quarrels every day were lively. She liked this kind of life very much, a stable life. But sometimes she would worry about how to support the family after giving birth to a child. She knew that Naruto would not take tasks, and she didn't want to force him to do things he didn't like. She would only plan in her mind that after giving birth to a child, she would occasionally take some tasks to supplement the family expenses, and her father should also give her some money. With the money she saved over the years, maybe she could buy a house in the village. After dinner, Naruto stayed in the house for a while. After going out, he found that Fenghua Xiaoxiu still had that resentful look on her face. There were two maids around him, who seemed to be waiting for him, and they seemed to be just happened to pass by. What's the expression on your face? Nothing. Fenghua Xiaoxiu said lightly, I'm just walking around. Who told me to be idle? I'm old and ugly and can't compare to a young girl, woo. When this green tea trick came up, Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes. Stop it. I'm really busy these days and don't have time to accompany you. I'm not making a fuss. I just came to see you. Fenghua Xiaoxiu felt a little guilty, and then shook her head, Humph, I'm busy too, leaving. After saying that, Fenghua Xiaoxiu really left with her people. Naruto didn't care about it. Hinata and Ino needed to be coaxed, but the rest of them could be left alone. It depends on the mood and time. Anyway, well, he knows what Fenghua Xiaoxiu likes. It's better to give her a boy than a money boy. This person is actually not idle all day long, just thinking about children. But Naruto understands that everyone has some selfishness. The snow country is so big, it is normal for Fenghua Xiaoxiu to want an heir, and both men and women can inherit the throne of the snow country. After all, most of the snow country belongs to Naruto, and the other half belongs to Fenghua Xiaoxiu. If the heir takes over, the snow country will not fall into the hands of others. But now he really has no time at hand, except for Hinata and Ino's affairs. The important thing is nothing more than system task 4. When can't you give birth to a child? When she is really free, Fenghua Xiaoxiu can stand up straight, and Naruto admires her. The front line of the fire country. Chisai was leaning outside the tent to drink water weakly, and suddenly the water bottle was taken away by someone, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Who took my water? Chisai, why are you so dead? Naruto smiled and shook the water bottle, looking down at Chisai who was standing guard. Your level of vigilance is really terrible. I'm afraid the enemy has reached you, but you haven't reacted yet. Why are you here? Koji took a step back. Although he was fat, he was not stupid at all. He knew that the White Zetsu gang liked to pretend to be familiar people to attack. Some time ago, the front line was in such a state, but Naruto didn't go to the front line. It's not long after the New Year festival, and Naruto came. This matter is somewhat strange. Naruto looked at Koji's defensive look, but he didn't get angry. He pondered for a while and said, You last time. Fuck. Koji quickly jumped forward and covered Naruto's mouth, looking around for fear of being heard. Damn, this person is so mean, it must be Naruto's grandson. I believe it, stop shouting. Koji was convinced by this grandson. It's okay to talk, but can you speak a little more quietly? What if someone hears us? Okay. Naruto replied vaguely, I came to take a look. I heard that the situation on the front line is tight. How can a young man like me who shoulders the will of fire sit back and do nothing? Go away, where are the White Zetsu now? Koji said unhappily, when the battle was the most intense, there was no rest for 3 days and 3 nights. You don't know what it's like to have 10,000 enemies. Once the torches are thrown outside the defense line, the mountains and plains are densely packed with White Zetsu. You can't kill them all. Koji has been on the battlefield now, and he talks non-stop. Alright, look at your useless look, it's just a few White Zetsu. Naruto snorted, not caring, when you encounter more troublesome things in the future, you will probably go crazy. Do you think everyone is the same as you? Really? Koji complained, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Did you just say later? After the White Zetsu retreats, there will be more troublesome things? Don't talk nonsense, ba. Unlucky. Dead man. He didn't mind reminding Konoha. What? The little fat man was confused, why are you talking so mysteriously? Didn't I tell you? You have seen the dead who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Naruto patted the shoulder of Koji, who was not very smart, and reminded him earnestly. Do you remember the Chunin exam 6 years ago? The first and second Hokage of the impure world created by Orochimaru in the barrier were dead. Hearing this, Koji broke out in a cold sweat, looked at Naruto in doubt, and his voice became thinner. Really? Why would I lie to you? Is it necessary to scare you? That's right, but why are you here? Koji asked. He knew Naruto's nature too well. He said the will of fire, but he didn't know what he was saying in his heart. Only he could take the initiative to go to the front line, even Asao could climb a tree. I have something to do, so I came to see you. He coughed. You can tell Shikamaru and the others about this news, but don't tell them that I said it. Why? Don't tell them anyway. You have to ask me again, which is too much trouble. But you know I won't lie. It's easy to be exposed if I tell a lie. Koji was a little embarrassed. If they ask a few more questions, I'll be exposed. Forget it, just tell them that I said it. Naruto waved his hand. As for why, just say that this group of white Zetsu was controlled by Kabuto Yakushi behind the scenes, and Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation technique was learned by him. Oh. Koji wrote it down. Do you want to stay here? No. By the way, what is the place in front? Naruto pointed to the northwest and asked. I saw that there seems to be a line of defense that doesn't belong to Konoha. That's the line of defense of Tsunagakuer. Be careful and don't cross the line. Koji reminded, although Konoha and Tsunagakuer are allies, White Zetsu likes to pretend to be a ninja to assassinate. On the battlefield, the trust between the two sides is almost gone. Got it. Naruto said and left. I'm going back to the village. Hey. Koji was confused. He thought that it took 3 days and 2 nights to get from the village, and Naruto just came and left? This is too rude. What's the purpose? Just to pass a message to himself? This information can be told to Narashikaku and others, why did he say it through his mouth? Koji was still puzzled. Naruto had already arrived inside the Tsunagakuer village. He didn't hide it, met Temari first, and explained his purpose. Information? The light in Temari's eyes dimmed a little bit, and the smile on her face froze. Even if she tried her best to control it, she couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. Fortunately, after she adjusted her mood, she listened carefully to the information Naruto said and realized the seriousness of the matter. She pursed her lips and asked someone to invite Kazekage Gaara over. Chapter 530, Changes, Suspicion from Sand Village. Temari can only passively apologize. There were only Temari and Naruto in the conference room. He did not hide his fatigue at all. It was too exhausting to walk back and forth every day. He was always energetic in front of Hinata and Ino. Even if he was very tired, he would force himself to talk. He would go home to rest after accompanying the two of them. Now that they had arrived at Sand Village, there was no one else in the conference room, so Naruto simply lay on the table and slept. Tell me before people come. Oh okay. Temari was a little reserved. After thinking about it, she got up and went out to give a few instructions. When she entered the meeting room again, she found that Naruto seemed to have fallen asleep. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She wanted to talk to Naruto, but now it was impossible. About 20 minutes later, Naruto woke up first without waiting for Temari to call him. There was no way. It was a bit tiring to lie on the table. It was far less comfortable than the bed. Are they here? He asked, rubbing his eyes, and he was visibly sleepy. He propped up one arm and almost buried his head in his arm, covering most of his face. In this posture, his body stretched forward, his shoulder blades were raised, and you could see the line of his jaw and the bulging and explosive back. Temari took a look, his mind went blank, and he bit his lower lip. What? Are they here? Naruto asked again, looking up at her with a tired face. Not yet, not yet. Temari stood there, some dream scenes kept flashing through her mind. She swallowed her saliva and suddenly reacted after she finished speaking. He seems very sleepy. How about postpone the meeting, you go wash up and have a rest first. Temari said with concern, you look very sleepy now, I can take you. No, let's talk about it after we finish the work. Naruto's voice was a little hoarse, his attention was not on Temari, and he was still thinking about how to get the Shikaku of the Sand. The degree of integration between the Shikaku of the Sand and Gaara is not harmonious, far less than that of the previous generation of Jinchuriki, Monk Banfuku. At present, Gaara has to pay a price for using the power of the Shikaku of the sand. The price is insomnia. Shikaku is not a good bird and accepts the reality of becoming a tool. But this does not mean that it will be obedient, and it will still make a fuss from time to time. Although taking away the Shikaku of the sand has no effect on Gaara's control of the sand, after all, Shikaku is completely sealed in Gaara's body, pure it is just a sealed item. But Naruto was too embarrassed to ask to borrow the tailed beast in your body. At least the high-ranking officials of Sand Village would never agree to such an absurd and rude request. The tailed beast is the secret weapon of Sand Village, used to balance the other villages. It is impossible for Naruto to take away Shikaku of sand just by talking. So from the beginning, he never thought of using conventional methods. Not long after, Gaara and a group of Sand Village high-ranking officials appeared in the conference room together. Gaara looked more mature. When he entered the door, his eyes met with Naruto's, and he nodded slightly as a greeting. Although Temari had nothing in her hand, she has real power, but she is also qualified to attend the meetings of the Tsunagaku high-level officials. Naruto looked around but didn't see Kankuro. He was probably playing with dolls somewhere. Tsunagaku Jonin Maki was also present, sitting next to Gaara. As the teacher of the Kazekage, after Gaara successfully ascended the throne, his status in Tsunagaku was no different from that of the ancient prince's tutor. Not only did it rise all the way, but it also felt like being a farmer in the morning and ascending to the throne in the evening. From a distance, Naruto could already see the noble aura around Maki. He silently marked it in his heart, this man must die. There was no special reason, Maki killed Moonlight Gale. But Uzuki Yujeo came to him and showed enough sincerity, so Maki should die. Since you kill others like this, it is normal for you to do so today. Since Maki can kill Moonlight Gale for the benefit of the village, even if he was guided by Orochimaru, it is normal for Maki to be killed. If you often wander in the world, you will be stabbed. There is no reason between life and death. Maki frowned slightly when Naruto looked at him. He didn't know why he felt uncomfortable. But he didn't take it to heart, and didn't even look at Naruto. Temari sent someone to inform Gaara, and Gaara notified again. The high-level officials of Sand Village. The process of transmission in the middle naturally takes some time. Even though they knew that Naruto was here to deliver information, the high-level officials of Sand Village still had a sour face. After sitting down with a serious face, they did not ask questions in a hurry, but instead examined Naruto together. Temari noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and her heart was panicked for a moment. She looked at Gaara and then at Maki. Gaara's face did not change much, as if he was thinking. Just now, Naruto only told Temari that he had information about the person behind the white Zetsu, and knew that person's next action plan. It was precisely because of this that Temari put aside her little thoughts of love and quickly sent someone to tell Gaara. She knew that she had no right to convene a meeting of the high-level officials of Sand Village, so she just sent someone to inform Gaara. As for what Gaara did, it had nothing to do with her. When she waited for a long time and still didn't see anyone, Temari had guessed that Gaara was probably summoning the high-level officials to come together, but she didn't expect the high-level officials to react like this. Time passed by, and no one spoke in the meeting room. Gaara, the Kazekage, didn't say anything, and neither did the higher UPS. Naturally, Naruto had no reason to rush to get involved. This almost literal silence almost suffocated Temari, and a worried look appeared on her face. She was anxious, but she didn't know what was going on. After a long while, when Temari was about to speak, a high-level official from Tsunagaku broke the silence. Jinhyuriki of Konoha, what information are you delivering to Tsunagaku? Yet. Naruto didn't look happy when he heard the title of Jinhyuriki, and glanced at the high-level official. The person who controls White Zetsu is Orochimaru's former subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi. We already know this news. Maki said. No. Naruto was slightly surprised. Yes, the Land of Water just shared the information. Maki nodded. The Mizukage severely injured Kabuto Yakushi, and Kabuto Yakushi is currently fleeing in the Land of Water. Hearing this, Naruto didn't respond, and the other party obviously didn't want to reveal too much. The problem is that this information is obviously false. It is impossible for Mizukage Mei Terumi to seriously injure Kabuto Yakushi, or Kabuto Yakushi wants Mei Terumi to think that she has seriously injured him. The research of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi has already involved the soul level. It is not that easy to seriously injure or even kill Kabuto Yakushi. However, Naruto did not speak out his doubts. Instead, he observed the expressions of the high-level people in Tsunagaku and faintly smelled a sense of distrust. Konoha and Tsunagaku are allies, right? he asked. Yet. Maki answered him. In this conference room, it seems that everyone has pressed the mute button, and only Maki speaks as their mouthpiece. Everyone else, except Temari and Gaara, seems to be looking at him. Gaara sat in the position of the Kazekage and didn't know what he was thinking. He kept his head slightly lowered and looked at the finely textured tabletop of the long table, frowning. Kabuto Yakushi has a backup plan. He is preparing the army of the impure world reincarnation. Naruto said. White Zetsu has withdrawn from the territory of Wind Country, and Kabuto Yakushi has been defeated. Maki interrupted Naruto and said impatiently. There is no evidence for what you said. The current situation is that Kabuto Yakushi has no ability to control White Zetsu. The momentum of the war has been controlled, but Konoha does not seem to have any intention of withdrawing troops from the border now. While saying this, Maki stared at Naruto with sharp eyes. At that moment, Naruto suddenly understood why the faces of these high-level officials were so strange and abnormal. What a bunch of shibai! They thought that Konoha was going to break the contract by taking advantage of the war and attack the Wind Country. Don't these high-level officials have any brains at all? They think about intrigue all day long, and they don't hesitate to use the greatest malice to guess their allies. Although Konoha is not a good bird, the problem is that his intelligence is wrong. Konoha is more likely to believe Naruto's intelligence, and did not easily withdraw troops because of the retreat of White Zetsu. After all, Narashikaku is also a veteran of strategy, and he is worried that the intelligence on the side of Water Country is false. At present, the damage caused by White Zetsu to the ninja world is not too great. On the contrary, this has pushed the troops of various countries to the frontier. When White Zetsu attacked fiercely, the 5 major countries shared the same hatred and resisted White Zetsu together to build the defense line of the ninja world. But when White Zetsu retreated, the enemy was gone, and the ninja troops of neighboring countries could be seen across several lines of defense. A group of people looked at each other, and began to murmur in their hearts. The gang on the opposite side is not a good bird. Will they cross the border and attack in the middle of the night? It is understandable to have such thoughts. After all, the 5 major countries have always been so grassy. As long as they can take a breath, they will think about whether they can cut a piece of meat from their neighbors. Naruto didn't expect that Kabuto Yakushi would come up with such a trick. By mistake, it actually achieved the effect of cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. When the 5 major countries confronted each other, Kabuto Yakushi was the one who benefited. Then what did Kabuto Yakushi lose? Just some skin fragments, which is just a drop of water for the snake-skinned monster. Grass, extremely grass. Originally, Naruto showed up in the sand village without a word to deliver intelligence, and the more he hurried, the more urgent the intelligence seemed. But now White Zetsu ran away, leaving the 2 sides in a standoff. The current situation is that Sand Village wants to withdraw troops to rest, and Konoha is deploying troops in the wild. And at this time, Naruto appeared in Sand Village at an inopportune time. There was no sign, and no defense. Before Kabuto Yakushi was defeated, Naruto was a friendly army of the allies, and now the enemy has disappeared. Friendly troops quietly appeared in their own base camp. Isn't it scary? The faces of these high-ranking officials were extremely ugly, and they stared at Naruto, looking him up and down, as if they were looking at the reincarnation of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. That madman had done this before, sneaking into the enemy's homeland behind the enemy. Do you really believe that Kabuto Yakushi will be defeated? Naruto took a deep breath and said seriously, he is Orochimaru's subordinate and has learned all the true teachings from him. Not only that, he is a genius who is no less talented than Orochimaru, and is much more cunning than Orochimaru. This man used to. Anyway, Kabuto Yakushi used to belong to Konoha, right? A high-ranking member of Sand Village said, Orochimaru was also a traitorous ninja of Konoha, as was Uchiha Itachi, and now Uchiha Sasuke. The ninja world is so chaotic. To put it bluntly, it's because you Konoha can't control the ninjas, which has led to the current situation. What you said has nothing to do with what happened today. We are talking about Kabuto Yakushi now, not the traitorous ninjas of Konoha. Naruto said coldly, I am only here to pass on information. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can negotiate with Konoha. Do you suspect that the Mizukage gave us false information? Maki asked back. It's not false information. Is it possible that Kabuto Yakushi has a strong self-healing ability? The serious injuries in the eyes of ordinary people are nothing to him. Naruto said with his temper. Impossible. We in Tsunagakure also have an Anbu. Kabuto Yakushi is just a medical ninja. Maki said, anyway, the current situation is that Konoha will not withdraw its troops. Yakushi. Forget it, I won't say it anymore. Naruto leaned back, and his chair slid a little away from the table, with an expression that looked tired and ready to be destroyed. I care about something very much. Why did you come to deliver information at this time? Maki asked. You can think whatever you want. It's not that we are suspicious. We in Tsunagaku still cherish our alliance with Konoha. Maki said carefully, it's just that the situation is more sensitive now, and you are Konoha's Jinchuriki. I'm not a Jinchuriki, and I haven't been one for a long time. Naruto corrected him out loud, staring at Maki, thinking, you wait, it's best to keep your left and right eyes on guard in turn when you sleep. The atmosphere became tense again. Naruto looked unkind, considering whether to overturn the table. Okay, let's talk about this first. Gaara stood up, I believe in Konoha, and I am willing to believe in Uzumaki Naruto, let's go. The high-level officials of Sand Village stood up with dark faces and left their seats, leaving in groups of 3 or 5. Gaara still stood in his original position, smiled apologetically at Naruto, and said. It's almost time for dinner, let's eat first. No, I won't leave for the time being. Naruto sighed, arrange a place for me to stay, and talk later. Before Gaara agreed, Temari said first. I'll arrange it, just in time for me to do nothing now. Gaara didn't think too much about it, thinking that it would be appropriate for Temari to arrange it. After all, there was almost a conflict just now, and with Temari watching, there was no need to worry about the high-level officials instigating it. Come with me, this is it. Temari took the key and pushed open the door. This is a luxurious apartment, specially used by Tsunagaku to receive VIPs. As she said that, Temari turned around and sent away the maid who followed her. She showed a relaxed smile on her face, but just turned around and found that Naruto had already walked in, and he didn't stop on the sofa but went straight into the bathroom. Temari was stunned, and just when she was about to raise her foot to walk over, she suddenly remembered that the door was open. So she closed the door gently, her heart pounded for a while, and she slowly walked towards the bathroom. The sound of splashing water sounded, Temari bit her lower lip, and spoke through the glass bathroom door. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that kind of scene today. Chapter 531 The Most Vicious Revenge. Who is Kabuto Yakushi? No such person. Naruto didn't answer, and there was only the rustling sound of the shower in the apartment. The bathroom was filled with smoke, and the warm light was like a thread falling from the top. The hot water hit Naruto's body, stirring up more white smoke and warm air. Temari leaned against the glass door of the bathroom, her face looked a little uneasy. The lights in the living room of the apartment were not on, and it seemed a little cold. She was a little panicked, holding the thick hem of her skirt, not knowing what to say later. It was obviously a good thing to send intelligence, and Temari knew how important this intelligence was to the Wind Country. But White Zetsu retreated at this time, and Kabuto Yakushi also fled. Everything came too suddenly, which made people a little caught off guard, and even a little strange. It was not too surprising that a good thing turned into a bad thing. It was just that Temari was caught in the middle and it was inevitable that she would be embarrassed. When she thought of the suspicion and vigilance of the high-level officials of Sand Village at the meeting, she felt a headache. With a click, Naruto walked out of the bathroom and glanced at Temari. You haven't left yet. She wanted to stay and explain, but she didn't know how to explain when the words came to her lips. He walked towards the sofa and wiped his wet hair with a towel. The moment he sat down on the sofa, he seemed to ask casually. Are you still keeping an eye on me for them? No. I didn't. Temari hurriedly denied, waving her hands repeatedly, I just. She hesitated for a long time, she herself didn't know what to say. What? Just what? A statement? But she can't represent the attitude of Sand Village, nor can she. The Kazekage is Gaara, he has senior executives and teachers around him, and he doesn't need her to tell him what to do. Besides, business is business, and private is private, and they can't be mixed up. If you have nothing to do, go away, don't stay here. Naruto's tone was a little cold, he wiped his head with a towel, leaned on the sofa without drying his head, and slowly closed his eyes. Temari was even more at a loss, and felt aggrieved when she heard it, but she didn't dare to say it. She could only stand there stupidly, not daring to make a sound. Naruto didn't care about her, and rested on his own, as if he had fallen asleep. He was already a little tired, and he had ignored Temari standing, and his mind was all about the defeat of Kabuto Yakushi. He didn't try to guess Kabuto Yakushi's intentions, but was planning. The sudden situation did not catch him off guard, because no matter what Kabuto Yakushi did, it would not affect Naruto's plan. Suddenly, he remembered the crazy face of Kabuto Yakushi and the so-called identity he claimed. Kabuto Yakushi was like a fire, burning more and more vigorously. Eventually, this fire would sweep across the entire ninja world, allowing everyone to see him and fear him. By then, Kabuto Yakushi's goal would have been achieved. But it was impossible for Naruto to satisfy him. Kabuto Yakushi wanted to be recognized and let everyone in the ninja world know that he was much stronger than Orochimaru. Then do the opposite, blur everyone's memory and confuse the audience. A few months ago, Naruto killed Obito and wiped out the traces of Uchiha Obito's existence. So far, the meaning of Uchiha Obito's 20 years of hard work has been wiped out. At that time, Naruto was able to do it smoothly, largely because Uchiha Obito was used to wearing a mask. Wearing more masks, naturally no one would know who he was. But Kabuto Yakushi was different. He just acted low-key, but never concealed his face or even his identity. Soon, people from the 5 great nations will know that Kabuto Yakushi is the mastermind behind the creation of White Zetsu. If Naruto wants to profit from this and take the opportunity to step on Kabuto Yakushi, it is not so easy. After thinking about it, Naruto suddenly had an idea and remembered Danzo Shimura, whose grave grass was 3 feet high. How did Danzo deal with Kabuto Yakushi? He did not let Nono meet Kabuto Yakushi and only let Nono know about Kabuto Yakushi's growth through photos. This old man is very scheming. He replaced Kabuto Yakushi's photos little by little. Children grow up and change a lot, so Nono did not doubt it. Over time, Kabuto Yakushi in Nono's eyes was magically replaced by Danzo and became another person. Even if the grown-up Kabuto Yakushi stood in front of Nono, she could not recognize him. Switching the pillars, without anyone noticing. 6 years ago, when Naruto was persuading Kabuto Yakushi, he did not think deeply, but just sighed that Danzo was a bit of a good guy. Now that I think about it, Danzo is a genius. Naruto can use this method now. It is not that difficult to replace the original with the new. The key is to grasp the timing. Just like the timing of Danzo replacing the photo of Kabuto Yakushi, the substitution was completed imperceptibly. The current situation is somewhat similar to the situation when Danzo replaced the photo. A small number of people in the Land of Water and the Land of Wind know that Kabuto Yakushi is the mastermind behind the scenes. To be precise, this small number of people accept that Kabuto Yakushi is the mastermind behind the creation and control of White Zetsu. In their minds, there will be a direct subjective consciousness that the enemy is Kabuto Yakushi. Have they seen Kabuto Yakushi? A small number of people among a small number of people. Do you know Kabuto Yakushi? Even less. Just know a name, features, and a general appearance. Perhaps he is wearing a cloak or something, with snake pupils. White scales on his face and a tail behind him, which are more prominent features. At present, Orochimaru has disappeared, and the number of people who are familiar with Kabuto Yakushi can be counted on one hand. Among them, Naruto is one of them, and he even knows his subordinate better than Orochimaru. First of all, the prerequisite is met. For most people in the ninja world, Kabuto Yakushi is a relatively mysterious existence. All speculations about Kabuto Yakushi can only be based on the analysis of his behavior. Assuming that the information spreads, most people only know that Kabuto Yakushi is not a good person, and they blame Kabuto Yakushi for the war outside. Obviously, this is in line with Kabuto Yakushi's demands. If he becomes famous in the ninja world, even if it is a bad reputation, at least more people will investigate him. Then they will find that Kabuto Yakushi is a subordinate of Orochimaru and is now more difficult to deal with than Orochimaru. If Kabuto Yakushi before he turned into a snake was just a shadow of Orochimaru, a vassal who could only hide in the dark and a small character who did not deserve an identity, then what he wants to do is to attack the ninja world and use the bad reputation as an anchor. Let those who want to kill him take the initiative to find his past, understand him, and then reversely give him an identity. Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto will not let him have his way, and will certainly not let the above conditions happen. Then he only has a little time left, and he must act before Kabuto Yakushi releases the Impure World Army. As for how to do it, the method is also very simple. After all, Danzo has already set an example for him, and Naruto only needs to follow suit. Since Danzo can rely on the fact that Nono cannot meet Kabuto Yakushi, and his impression of Kabuto Yakushi only stays in his youth, he can use this to do something. Then Naruto can also take advantage of the fact that the ninja does not know Kabuto Yakushi well, and the information about Kabuto Yakushi only stays in 3 aspects: a name, a sentence about the mastermind, and Orochimaru's subordinates. So, it's back to the question at the beginning. Who is Kabuto Yakushi? The answer is, there is no such person. Naruto can be, the 2 Yukato can be, and Kurama Yakumo can be Kabuto Yakushi. In other words, Kabuto Yakushi is just a name. You can be, I can be, and we are all Kabuto Yakushi. If 10 Kabuto Yakushi appear in the ninja world at the same time tomorrow, then the name Kabuto Yakushi will become a code name. It is as ordinary and silly as the Akatsuki organization and the Hawk Squad. If you ask anyone in Konoha, who is Uzumaki Naruto? They may give different answers, such as Fox Demon, Monster, Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, Bad-Tempered Disciple, Greedy Scumbag, and King of Running Away. But it is these little traces that accumulate together, giving the name Uzumaki Naruto uniqueness. Even if he changes his face, he is still Uzumaki Naruto. But what about Kabuto Yakushi? He was an orphan in his youth, without a father or a mother. He joined the Root at a young age and was active on the battlefield as a spy with 1,000 faces. Lurking, assassinating, obtaining intelligence incognito. Countless identities, countless faces, countless personalities. In the last second, he can be a melancholy genin in Sand Village, and in the next second, he can be an ordinary villager in Kirigakure. Except for Nono, no one remembers his past. But unfortunately, Nono died, Danzo died, Orochimaru disappeared, and Kabuto Yakushi's past was blank. He wanted an identity to let the ninja world see his existence. Naruto just wanted to erase his existence and let him return to his previous false life. If Kabuto Yakushi wants to achieve his goal, he needs to give himself a past, do evil and start a war that can destroy the world to find an anchor point to prove his existence. On the other hand, if Naruto wants to destroy Kabuto Yakushi's hard work, he only needs to keep injecting more messy information into the name of Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi ran naked on the streets of the capital of the Land of Fire. Kabuto Yakushi attacked the Sand Village. Kabuto Yakushi helped an old lady cross the road, and Kabuto Yakushi ate a pig in 3 bites. When the above information appears at a high frequency in the same period, the name of Kabuto Yakushi becomes confusing. When the complicated information reaches a certain level, the character of Kabuto Yakushi will become vague. At that time, no matter what Kabuto Yakushi does, he is just one of the millions of Kabuto Yakushi. Isn't it just starting a war? Who can't do it? The water becomes turbid, and Naruto can also take advantage of the opportunity to gain benefits. In that case, it would not be too difficult to erase the existence of Kabuto Yakushi, such as changing the name a little bit. The speech is a little vague, with hundreds of ways to pronounce Kabuto Yakushi. Whose intelligence will study the specific name of the enemy? Yao what Kabuto? Yakushi what? Is it important? Not important. When the war comes to an end, the intelligence agencies of the 5 major countries meet. What is that person called? See Bull. Oh, yes, it's him. Thinking through all this, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and the fatigue on his body suddenly lightened. Suddenly turning his head, he was slightly stunned and found that Temari was still standing there, with her head down, as if she had not moved. She didn't listen to me when I asked her to leave, and she didn't make any other moves. Ah? Are you awake? Did I fall asleep? No, I don't know. Temari suddenly became embarrassed, turned her head away and didn't dare to look at Naruto. Probably not, I saw you frowning just now. Didn't I tell you to go back and rest? Naruto asked. I don't want to go back, she whispered, paused but found that Naruto didn't answer, so she nervously answered, don't chase me away, okay? I'll be obedient. Hearing this, Naruto rubbed his temples and looked at her and suddenly had a headache. Whatever this person said, everything was good. I shouldn't have scared people for no reason. It was my first time as a ninja, and I was afraid of bullying in the ninja world, so I couldn't help but be a little fierce. Who knew that I scared people, but I blamed him. Actually, Temari is not bad. She has grown up in the past few years, and her thin face looks better. Her figure is thin where it should be thin, and big where it should be big. But every time Naruto sees her nervous look, as if Temari will lose her pearls if she says one more word, he can't help but feel a headache. He doesn't like trouble, especially troublesome things and people. Temari's habit is trouble in Naruto's eyes. Temporary pleasure is nothing. What if he is responsible for it if she wants to commit suicide at that time? I can be responsible, but I can't marry her. He has refused many times. He has not come to Sand Village if he can avoid it for 6 years. He usually talks to Temari normally when he meets her. Occasionally, he still has that thought, but he gives up when he thinks of the uncertain things. There is no need to cause trouble and end up unhappy. I don't mean to drive you away. You can really go back and rest. Naruto took a deep breath and said, I won't blame you for Sand Village's decision. It has nothing to do with you. You are driving me away. It has something to do with me. Temari still lowered her head, her voice a little hoarse. After she finished speaking, she suddenly took a few steps forward and quickly approached him. Don't you like me? Temari raised her head, tears accumulated in her eyes, about to burst out in the next second. Her voice became extremely aggrieved, with a crying tone and intermittent speaking. You don't know how much I like you, you always avoid me, I know all this. If you treat others like this, then I won't tell you. Don't say anything. But. With the word but, Temari's emotions almost reached the edge of collapse, like the prelude to a storm. Her eyes relaxed and tears flowed down. Her whole face was wet with tears, and even the crying of emotional breakdown was suppressed. You only do this to me. You. After crying for a while, Temari was already exhausted and squatted on the ground. Sniffing her nose, she cried and said aggrievedly. I don't know why do you hate me so much, I didn't do anything, what you asked me to do I obviously did it. You still want to drive me away. Why are you driving me away? I can obviously do anything. From Temari's collapse to her squatting on the ground crying and talking, Naruto always sat on the sofa and watched quietly, without getting up or saying a word. He knew that as long as he waited for Temari to finish crying this time, he would ignore her or say something harsh, and she might be able to think more open-mindedly next time, but that would not be him. With a slight sigh, Naruto stood up and walked to her and hugged Temari. Chapter 532 Temari, you are a good girl, but... Gee? Temari was stunned, tears stopped on her face, she looked up and found that he had been pressed on the sofa. She subconsciously wanted to struggle, but found that she was embarrassed and did the opposite in a panic, her legs seemed to hook Naruto's waist. Perhaps this action was too provocative, and Temari's face turned red. Naruto didn't seem to think it was wrong, he lifted her up slowly, changed to a comfortable position and hugged her. He leaned back and squinted his eyes comfortably. Although Temari was crying just now, sad, but Naruto knew what was going on. Crying means that she is not so stubborn. It means that she has grievances in her heart. If she has grievances, it is easy to deal with, at least she can talk about it. He is most afraid that Temari will not be able to let it go. It will be troublesome if she turns love into hate. Temari's crying made Naruto feel relieved, and his tone became gentle. While hooking her in his arms, he leaned over and kissed her earlobe skillfully. He began to coax her in a low voice over and over again, and comfort her over and over again. This comforting method is more effective than saying anything. After a while, Temari stopped sobbing. Really? Temari's voice was still a little tearful. Why would I lie to you? Naruto didn't even need to draft his words, of course I liked you a long time ago. It was that kind of situation at that time. Who can not be moved? Hearing this, Temari was in a trance for a second, and suddenly remembered the past and her face turned red. She didn't know how to answer for a moment, and her toes curled up in shame. Then why do you always avoid me, every time as if avoiding disaster? Temari asked. I was young at that time, and I was afraid of making mistakes. Naruto rarely told the truth. It depends on how Temari understands it. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether it is horizontal or vertical. Temari smiled happily after hearing it. As for who made the mistake, it is unknown. The two talked in private for a while, and there was a feeling of affection in the air. Temari struggled for a while and whispered that she wanted to take a shower first and asked him to wait for a while. Naruto thought about it and didn't agree with her. There was still something that he hadn't confirmed. But he didn't say he had something to say, but hooked his hand with her and said to chat for a while. This was the second time that Temari was so close to Naruto. Her mind was a little fuzzy when she was whispering to him. How could she chat? After talking about it, there were only those topics that could be talked about. There were some left, but she was embarrassed to say it. The two chatted for a while, and Naruto kept answering casually, his hand wandering around her waist, until he heard a question, his eyes changed. How much do you like me? Temari asked shyly. Third. What? She was stunned. You are the third in my heart, and there are two in front of you. Naruto held up 3 fingers, and said this without feeling guilty or blushing, and his face remained calm. Tsunade once said this to Shizune with a look of emotion. She said that if Naruto could put the thoughts he spent on women into business, he would be fully capable of being a qualified Hokage. Just from the point of view of shamelessness, the cunning nobles in the capital of the Land of Fire could not beat him. After Naruto finished speaking, Temari's face turned pale. The inexperienced girl had never heard such shameless remarks. But this person was serious and didn't think how outrageous these words were. She opened her mouth silently, as if she wanted to say something but no sound came out. I was going to get married, but it was delayed because of the war. Naruto said slowly, his hand moved away from her waist without leaving any trace. That was why he had to pull Temari to chat before, waiting for her here, wanting Temari to ask that question in person. After all women would ask, when the love is deep, they would ask with affection, how much do you love me, how much do you like me, and so on. The usual answers are nothing more than a few, I took off my pants and you asked me this? Let's talk about it later, let's talk about it later, of course I like you the most. It's just urgent. He is so careless that he cannot digest it even if he eats it. Although Naruto is a scumbag, he is not stupid. The most important people are Hinata and Ino anyway, and everyone will say the same thing. As for the third and fourth, it is consensual, and whoever loves is whoever loves. He will not lie to others. Maybe he likes her a little, but he definitely does not love her much. More importantly, he clearly played a little trick. He did not say it himself, but waited for Temari to ask that question and said it out loud. This time he was honest. As for what Temari thinks, he does not care. Anyway, he has not done anything to cross the line so far, and now he has pulled out his hand from his waist and slowly distanced himself. This pull made Temari feel even more uncomfortable, and she was completely confused. She was mentally prepared at first, knowing that Naruto could not have someone he liked, but she had never wanted to think about it before. Maybe she had never had the opportunity to get closer, so she did not think so much. Just now, she just asked that question casually. Logically, even if Naruto told a lie, she would not take it to heart. After all, the atmosphere was there. But Temari never expected Naruto to say this out of the blue, which made her stunned on the spot. She was filled with mixed feelings, thinking, why did she still say she liked him? Was it really a lie? Even if it was a lie, couldn't it be more thorough? It made her feel uncomfortable now, and she didn't cry, but forced herself to hold it back. Then there can only be one. Temari still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, and said hesitantly. No, it's two. Naruto frowned, tut, and leaned back on the sofa. I plan to marry two, but both parents don't agree. Ah. Temari didn't understand, but was shocked. Normal couples choose one, and Konoha seems to be the same. She didn't know what to say, and almost gave up struggling, thinking what on earth was she talking about? What does this have to do with her? It's already like this, can't she leave in a decent way? She wanted to wipe away her tears, then stood up and smiled and said that she was tired and wanted to go back to rest. Go back and take a shower and sleep, maybe it will be fine tomorrow. But, she can't do it at all, it's just a little bit away. Are you kidding? It's just a little bit away, after waiting for so long, it's almost there. Her mind was blank, she stammered, and she didn't even know what she was saying. The dry conversation, the awkward scene, every second was torture. At some point she wanted to get up and leave, but there was always a voice in her heart saying, wait a minute, wait a little longer, maybe he has something to hide, or maybe there will be other opportunities. Temari knew that she was very useless, but she still held back. I know, so I don't plan to stay in Konoha in the future. Naruto said as a matter of course, I heard that the Snow Country and the Rain Country can get married twice. Nonsense, those two places are his, so naturally what he says is what it is. This made Temari a little confused, thinking, are these two places like this? Why haven't I heard of it? But she didn't think deeply about this insignificant detail. Twice, Temari heard this quantifier repeatedly, and she couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. It's already twice, why don't you consider 3 times? She asked inexplicably. Because his eyes became clearer than usual, and he smiled and said, I wouldn't have survived until now without them, and no one else can replace them. And they are pregnant, and I will be a father soon. After saying this, Naruto stopped talking. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Temari bit her lower lip, not knowing what she was thinking. Naruto leaned on the sofa and stared at one direction in a daze. He was waiting for Temari's choice. No matter what Temari chose, Naruto might not make money, but he would never lose. In love, whoever takes the initiative is humble, and those who are favored are always fearless. If Naruto blurs the details today and goes with the flow, there may not be any trouble, and it will be okay to spend some time hiding it later. Even if there is a problem, it is likely to be forgiven. But he doesn't want to do so much. The more lies, the thinner the relationship will become. One more lie can only be covered up with more lies, and in the end, the paper can't cover the fire and burn it clean. Again, although he deserves to die, he is not stupid. He knows what to do and what not to do, what to say and what not to say. He won't say the Uzumaki Tenyang, because it has nothing to do with Temari. Sakura is a good sister, and Feng Hana and Zioxu just happen to know each other, ordinary friends. She took the initiative, and I can't help it. The atmosphere was so bad that I don't remember it. Time slipped away quietly, and Naruto's index finger drooped on the edge of the sofa, slightly raised and then rhythmically tapped slowly to kill time. Temari pursed her lower lip and broke the silence. Every word just now is true, I like you, but we are not suitable. Naruto interrupted her and said, you are a good girl, and I am happy to know you. You go back and rest first, and calm down for a while. I can treat you as a sister. He reached out and patted Temari's shoulder, his voice became gentle, and he said with a smile. Can we keep it the same as before for now? Same as before? Temari's mind was full of this sentence, her heart seemed to be hit hard, and her face turned pale. Even though she had tried so hard to endure, after 6 years, if it's still the same as before. Then, what's the point of what I've done all these years? Thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel more uncomfortable, as if she had swallowed a stone blocking her. She didn't reach out to wipe her eyes until her tears blurred her eyes. But Naruto had already reached out to wipe her tears and added. I'll take you back. Don't she lowered her head. What? Naruto didn't hear clearly, only saw Temari's mouth move. The next moment, Temari threw herself into his arms, trembling all over but unable to suppress her tears. Today, this is the second time she cried. She cried more and more painfully, but she couldn't blame Naruto. Because the meaning of his words made her suddenly realize that it wasn't her who stayed with him for the remaining 6 years. That was also unavoidable. Konoha and Tsunagakure were originally 2 villages. Even if they became allies, she couldn't visit them frequently. No. She cried, I don't want to go back, I have always liked you and waited for many years, I don't want to regret it later. Don't make trouble. Naruto pushed her gently, but failed to push her away. Temari held her tightly and refused to let go, so he just pushed her symbolically. I'm not making trouble. Temari raised her head, looked at him with red eyes, and said, I want to give you a child, no. 5. Don't be willful, you are the eldest princess of Sand Village, you can't have the final say on this matter. Naruto began to chat, it's okay, we can still be friends. I don't want to be friends. Temari shook her head desperately, her face crying like a little cat, and hurriedly kissed Naruto's ear, the girl's hot breath was vigorous. Really don't regret it. Naruto straightened her shoulders, tilted his head and asked with a smile. No regrets. Temari's tears on her face haven't dried yet, and she laughed again. Naruto leaned over, held Temari's lips, kissed her carefully and densely for a while, then raised his head and said seriously. You have no status to follow me, you still have time to regret it now. Temari didn't say anything, just kissed back heavily, as if she wanted to give herself to him completely. Half a quarter of an hour later, Temari ran into the bathroom with a red face. I take a shower. She lay down by the bathroom door and whispered. Okay. Naruto said lazily, with a smile on his face. You don't laugh. Don't laugh. Temari blushed and was a little angry, I have read the book, isn't this a very normal thing? Yes, 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 you say yes. Naruto couldn't help laughing again, and then realized something and asked one more question, what book did you read? It's that kind of book, what's there to ask? Temari felt a little guilty, and her voice became smaller and smaller, don't everyone read it? Naruto's eyelids couldn't help but jump, and asked. Isn't this a paradise for making out? Bang! The bathroom door suddenly closed. In the bathroom, Temari leaned against the door and slid down to sit on the floor. Her face flushed, she took a long breath, and suddenly smiled. After making the decision, she felt much more relaxed. It doesn't matter whether the result is good or bad in the future. A happy marriage is too far away. She just wants a moment of pleasure. Even a moment of pleasure is better than a lifetime of dignity. At night, Temari's eyelids were heavy, and a few strands of hair on her forehead stuck together. She didn't know what time it was. There was no concept of time in her mind. Is it dawn? She asked in a low voice. Well, it's almost done. Naruto responded, you should have a good rest. Well, this time you may really need to have a good rest for a few days. It's all your fault. I see that you seem to be very serious. I don't want you to think I'm perfunctory, so I have to take a more serious attitude. Who knows you? Naruto stopped talking halfway to save her face. Don't say it. Temari's face turned red again. She thought that this night was too long. Her emotions fluctuated many times. She cried 2 or 3 times and her tears were almost dry. All for him, she thought secretly in her heart. She heard Naruto seem to speak again in a daze. She forced herself to listen for a while. When you wake up, do me a favor. Okay, whatever you say. She closed her eyes and murmured, I'm so sleepy. Chapter 533 Yakushi Kabuto, who is pretending to be me? What can I do for you? Temari slept soundly this time. After waking up, she carefully moved to the bathroom to wash up. Suddenly, she remembered what Naruto said before she fell asleep yesterday. A small favor, come here. Naruto was eating breakfast. It was already past noon. He didn't remember how many shots he had made. Anyway, he was very serious. Tsunagakure and Konoha are allies, but in essence, they are 2 big countries that can backstab each other at any time. Naruto does not belong to either side, and he is already a little angry about what Tsunagakure did yesterday. Damn it, they turned their backs on me. Looking for trouble with Konoha, what does it have to do with me, Uzumaki Naruto? You bastards are calling me Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I really want to twist off their heads to see if there is pulp inside. Confused. I came to deliver information, not to surrender. Besides, even if a fight breaks out, what can they do? They won't kill the messenger when the 2 armies are fighting. Just wait, a bunch of dogs, I'll give you a big surprise. Okay, you've been so secretive, can you tell me now? Temari chuckled and sat next to Naruto, her movements still a little stiff. It's not because of embarrassment. We've known each other for 6 or 7 years. We can't be considered childhood sweethearts, but we've known each other for a long time. There are all kinds of entanglements, and now that we've got what we want, how can it be embarrassing? It's just that Naruto was too serious yesterday, and she was too shy, so she was embarrassed to stop. It's similar to drinking soda. At first, I wanted to drink it, and it was sharp and spicy and uncomfortable in my throat. Drinking a few more sips makes me feel that all the cells in my body are alive, and drinking too much will make me uncomfortable. Sagakure doesn't need my information anymore. There are still some things I haven't said. Naruto hugged her, paused, and a smile appeared on his face. Yakushi Kabuto is not a person, it's a fake identity. What? Temari was slightly surprised, but she didn't care that much. She knew too little information, and it was not enough for her to make a judgment now. Just remember these. Wait. His eyes changed, and he lowered his eyes and said slowly, wait until they have nothing to think about before telling them, understand? Okay. Temari hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. After a few seconds of silence, Temari couldn't help but add another sentence. It's not that the top leaders don't believe you, but... I know, I'm always an outsider. Naruto interrupted her and said, I know it myself, but I don't plan to stay in Konoha in the future. It's not like that. Temari was a little panicked, holding his hand and said hurriedly, how can you be an outsider? Wait. When I give birth to your child in the future, you will also be a member of Sand Village. Hearing Temari's panicked words, Naruto smiled silently, thinking that this is a good relationship, maybe the position of Kazekage will be his child in the future. But he only thought about it as a joke, and didn't really think about it. It's hard to say whether he and Temari will have a child. It's just one night. How coincidental would it be to have a child? Besides, he will be very busy recently. If some things are not handled well, it will be embarrassing to break up with Sand Village by accident. It's not good to get involved too much. It's the most important thing to get out of it as soon as possible after making these arrangements. Kabuto Yakushi took off his hood, stepped on the land of Wave Country, and squinted his eyes at the bridge in front of him. Naruto Bridge. This name is quite ugly. Black Zetsu stood not far from Kabuto Yakushi, also looking at the bridge in the distance and sighed. Aren't you going to collect the tailed beasts? Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Black Zetsu, and the smile on his face became even bigger. I've caught them. Black Zetsu said calmly, except for the 1-tail, 2-tail, 8-tail, and 9-tail, the rest of the tailed beasts are already in my hands. You're so quick, it's only been half a month. Kabuto Yakushi had no interest in the tailed beasts, just a few ordinary compliments. Of course I'm not slow, but Black Zetsu glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, the remaining tailed beasts are a bit troublesome, just waiting for your impure world reincarnation army. The last 2 people, you should have an impression of them. Kabuto Yakushi said. Zabuza and Haku from Wave Country, almost joined the Akatsuki organization back then. I don't care much about that kind of thing, just finish it quickly. Black Zetsu looked down on Kabuto Yakushi's behavior of fiddling with corpses, not that he thought the impure world reincarnation army was meaningless, but he didn't like Kabuto Yakushi's fake smile. This winter was spent killing time, pushing and refusing to use the Samsara Eye, just controlling the White Zetsu army from a distance through a puppet. If this person had not been useful for the transformation of the White Zetsu army, Black Zetsu would not have endured until now. He had no idea what this person was dawdling about. Was he just trying to show off? But it didn't matter. Soon the 5 major countries would be at war and would have no time to care about the tailed beast Jinchuriki. The weather is getting hot. It will be disgusting if it's too late. Black Zetsu added. The Hidden Mist Village. Thanks to the Fire Kingdom's security line, White Zetsu did not enter here, and the people living here are relatively safe. At dusk, in the orange sunset, someone saw a woman wearing a black cloak and a mask walking from the other side of the horizon, followed by a large group of dark corpses. The Hidden Sand Village. Uzuki Yujao's eyes turned cold, she put on a mask, and wrapped her upper body tightly with bandages. Behind her, the corpse wearing the hidden sand headguard was approaching the village little by little. It happened very suddenly. Naruto found her, explained the specific task, and left. He seemed very busy. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. But this is not important, what is important is. She now has a chance to kill that man, Maki, the Jonin of Sand Village. This incident has trapped her for 7 years, and it is no longer a simple matter of revenge. Outside the Konoha defense line. Ryosho turned his head and glanced at the group of corpses behind him, feeling a chill in his heart, but he could only put on a black cloak and rush to the largest defense line of Konoha. As long as it attracts attention, it will attack the defense line of the 5 major countries at all costs. To fish in troubled waters, of course, the more turbid the water, the better, in order to benefit. For a while, the army of the impure world reincarnation of Kumagakure and Uegakure was approaching, and at first glance in terms of numbers it's quite scary, but in fact, they are just some small fish. At the same time, Naruto touched the center of the capital of the Land of Fire. It's all the fault of Kabuto Yakushi, it's all the damn blame of Kabuto Yakushi. As he said, he walked towards a noble mansion, his eyes slightly gloomy. The reason why nobles are nobles is that their wealth is inexhaustible. And most of the wealth of nobles is real estate. As long as the capital is still there and the people in the capital are still there, they can earn it back no matter how much money they spend. If you can't take it all, you can only take it little by little. On this day, half of the ninja world fell into chaos at the same time. The next day, Kakashi rubbed his forehead and looked at the important information sent from the capital of the Land of Fire, and felt a headache. Something happened on the front line, and something happened in the back. Even more weirdly, the other 4 major ninja villages seemed to have been attacked, but this time it was not White Zetsu, and the information became more and more messy. Fortunately, the village was not affected, and there seemed to be no major losses on the front line, just some active corpses. Impure world reincarnation? There is new news, Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru knocked on the door and came in. He had returned from the front line with Koji since Naruto passed the information to Koji. If it's news from the capital of the Land of Fire, don't tell me. We have already sent people there. It's useless to urge them. Kakashi was fed up with those nobles. They always treat ninjas as servants, isn't it just a loss of money? Those guys just sit there every day and make a lot of money. Half of the Land of Fire belongs to them. Even Konoha secretly has these black-hearted nobles' industries. Even the Intimate Paradise has started to increase prices. Damn it, why don't ninjas' commissions increase? After complaining a few words in his heart, Kakashi was ready to lie down for a while, and suddenly heard Shikamaru say. It's not from the capital of the Land of Fire. It's the news from Sand Village. It seems to be the work of Kabuto Yakushi. I heard that he used the impure world reincarnation. Then the casualties were not large, but the Sand Village's senior ninja Maki died. Kakashi vaguely remembered that the name of the teacher of the three brothers and sisters of Kazekage seemed to be Maki. After a while, he looked at Shikamaru again and asked. Maki? Is it Maki, the senior ninja of Sand Village? Yes. That's strange, Maki of Sand Village. Kakashi remembered one thing. 6 years ago, Sand Village launched an attack on Konoha, and Maki was the leader. Although it was later confirmed that it was Orochimaru's conspiracy, Maki did lead the ninja to kill many people from Konoha, including Konoha's special senior ninja Gekkou Heiate. Why is it strange? Shikamaru asked. Nothing, maybe I think too much. Kakashi shook his head, thinking how could Uzuki Yujao run to Sand Village, maybe it was just an accidental death. The battlefield is also a fair arena. Everyone has only one life. If you step into it carelessly, you will die. Ignore it for now, Shikamaru. Organize the information sent by the intelligence department and give it to me. Kakashi casually ordered, the more chaotic it is, the less you can move. You must first see clearly what those people want to do. Yes. Shikamaru sat respectfully at his workstation and began to organize the information. One by one, the information was sent to the Konoha Hokage building, and the intelligence department sent it to the Hokage's office through secret channels. Finally, Shikamaru sorted out the clues. All the information points to one person, Kabuto Yakushi. Shikamaru concluded. No, this is just our guess. Kakashi interrupted Shikamaru and pondered, there are too many false information about Kabuto Yakushi, and it is impossible to tell them apart. There are two groups of people. Shikamaru looked up and asked in surprise. Maybe. Kakashi flipped through the information and said slowly, there is not much information left by Kabuto Yakushi in Konoha, almost all of it is blank. Based on the experience of a winter confrontation with Hakuso, if it is Kabuto Yakushi, he will not do such a pointless thing. Compared to Konoha, where the information is more comprehensive, the other four major countries have completely different views on Kabuto Yakushi than Kakashi. What? Kabuto Yakushi is a woman. Where do so many Kabuto Yakushi come from? How can it be a woman? Iwagakure is not passing on false information to us, right? Stop arguing. What are you still arguing about at this time? Mei Terumi slapped the table and said in a deep voice, her eyes scanning the top leaders of Kirigakure. The intelligence can't be false, these people are all Kabuto Yakushi. Ching frowned and analyzed, perhaps from the beginning to the end, Kabuto Yakushi was not the name of one person. Even men and women can't be distinguished. Now it seems that this may be the case. Ching glanced at the senior executive with his one eye, Kabuto Yakushi is just a code name, but someone deliberately led us to ignore this from the beginning. Yes, this is possible. Mei Terumi nodded, agreeing with Ching's guess. Suzuki, were those people sent by Kabuto Yakushi? Suijutsu stood up, squinted his eyes and looked at the dwindling group of corpses in the distance, and smiled with gloating. I don't know. Suzuki stared at the distance for a while and shook his head, not very likely. Someone is attacking Kumigakure in the name of Kabuto Yakushi. Kori was a little surprised, no way, if they have such ability, why do they use the name of Kabuto Yakushi? Aren't they defeated? Suzuki pointed to the front from a distance, it's just some ninja corpses with little combat power, probably forbidden technique. Suijutsu looked at Suzuki with some doubts and smiled, speaking of forbidden techniques, Suzuki, the village with the most forbidden techniques should be Konoha. I remember that Orochimaru also has a ninjutsu that controls the resurrection of the dead, called the impure world reincarnation. Kori added on the side. Who could have done it? Chugo said in a muffled voice. Uzumaki Naruto. Suzuki had no expression on his face and almost spit out the name by intuition. He was too familiar with the scene in front of him. That bastard did a lot of things in his name, and finally put all the blame on himself. Even though Suzuki didn't care about the bad reputation at all, he was still full of anger towards Naruto and swore to kill that bastard if he met him. Impossible. The person in the black cloak in front is a woman. Kori said. Uzumaki Naruto pretended to be. Suzuki said firmly. Impossible, the color of chakra doesn't look like him. Xiang shook his head, turned to look at Chugo, and asked, Chugo, what do you think? It doesn't look like the previous person. It's indeed a woman, and it doesn't seem strong. Chugo said. Well, let's go. Suzuki turned and left. Don't you want to take a look? Waste of time. Suzuki said coldly. Say it again? Yakushi Kabuto looked up at Black Zetsu, and his unchanging smile froze on his face. Someone is organizing a group of corpses to attack the 5 major countries in your name. Black Zetsu seemed to be telling a funny joke. The nobles of the capital of the fire country were also robbed by you, and a lot of property disappeared. Who is it? Who is impersonating me? It's not someone, it's a group of people. Black Zetsu looked at Kabuto Yakushi. A group of people suddenly appeared, but it has no effect on you. After all, you don't need to care about your reputation now. Kabuto Yakushi's face almost instantly sank. Is this a matter of reputation? Who is it? Chapter 534 The Girl Who Returned from the Wasteland, Teiwaya. Kabuto Yakushi? A figure in a grey cloak pulled the knife out of the corpse of Baizetsu. There were hundreds of corpses of Baizetsu lying on the ground in front and behind him. A strong wind blew, blowing up the man's cloak, and his dark red long hair fluttered. The girl subconsciously reached out to touch it, but only covered part of the long hair. The perspective was pulled up at a 45-degree angle. Duoyuya was standing on a cliff, with an endless wasteland behind him. The dark yellow land was dull and broad like the night. The flowing white clouds were like eggs with yellow eggs shaken apart, floating in the low sky. There were green grass and water sources in the farther places, as well as herds of cattle and sheep. A year passed, and she climbed many mountains and went to many places. She saw the river bursting and the small bridges and flowing water, and the hometown of hot springs. She saw many people see a lot of things. She knew that she was not very smart and had no luck. She didn't understand a lot of things, couldn't figure out a lot of things, and couldn't understand feelings. Even if she liked someone, she didn't know how to treat him well. When she thought of the many people around him, she might soon forget herself. After a long time, she would worry about gains and losses, as if she lived only for one person. Her brain was not working well, so she rarely thought about things and just acted on her intuition. Naruto said he loved her, but she also knew that this love was not strong, maybe just like. But this was also precious to her, but even for this love, she didn't know how to repay it. In the end, she would only hold out her favorite money and hand it to him. Maybe he didn't like money just like it myself. Every time I think of this, Teiwaya will feel a little uncomfortable. She doesn't want to be given that, she also wants to give Naruto some thoughts. She saw couples kissing under the tree in the town of Fire Country, and saw couples holding hands while shopping, and she felt as if she understood. But no matter how she thought about it, hiding in the house from morning to night, she still had no thoughts, so she chose to walk. Walk thousands of miles to see how others do it. From forest to desert, from high mountains to wasteland, she walked for hundreds of days and nights. She met many people and saw many things, and finally there was a budding consciousness in her heart. She seemed to understand how to love someone, so she started to walk back. Who knew that a year has passed, and the ninja world seems to have changed. The ugly face of White Zetsu reminded her of Orochimaru, and then she found out about Kabuto Yakushi. Teiwaya didn't have a good impression of Kabuto Yakushi. That person had always been an assistant to Orochimaru, and his smile gave people a very hypocritical feeling. 3 of the 4 sound ninjas had a good impression of Kabuto Yakushi, but Teiwaya didn't like him, and looked at Kabuto Yakushi with disgust. Perhaps because she was simple-minded at the time, she could see through Kabuto Yakushi's performance at a glance. It's hard to say whether that person is good or bad, but he just gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. He doesn't look like a living person, but more like an empty shell. Now that she knows that these ghost things were made by Kabuto Yakushi, Teiwaya doesn't feel that surprised, because that person is a disgusting pervert. But there is one thing that makes her very concerned: Orochimaru disappeared and his whereabouts are unknown. Teiwaya she naturally wouldn't think that Orochimaru was dead, because she knew that Orochimaru must be lurking somewhere. When she thought of this, she shuddered. She was not afraid of Kabuto Yakushi, because he was just a madman, but she was really afraid of Orochimaru. She used to admire him, but now she was more afraid of him. After thinking for a while, Teiwaya decided to go back to the land of fire first. Well, go home first. She never had a home before, and she never thought about it. When she left home, she just regarded that place as a place to stay. Now that she decided to go back, she felt more at home. I don't know how he is, Teiwaya muttered to herself. After the 5 major ninja countries were attacked at the same time, Naruto's success in fishing in troubled waters was quite fruitful. In order to share the pressure, he also specifically told Hydrangea and the others to rob some property appropriately. Although it can't be hidden from those who are interested, it can also save some trouble. There are not so many smart people in this world. There are very few who are smart and know their own nature. Even if there are, most of them are on his side. Except Uchiha Sasuke, that loser. He doesn't want to deal with a madman, and he doesn't bother to pay attention to him. Anyway, Uchiha Sasuke can't do anything. Let him jump, just borrow his knife. With Kabuto Yakushi on the left and Uchiha Sasuke on the right, Naruto can jump back and forth and choose between them at will. He can frame whoever he wants, pretending to be one today and another tomorrow. After thinking for a while, he suddenly smiled. Thinking about the emptying of several Fire Country noble warehouses a few days ago, he couldn't help but want to roughly count how much money he had. But before Naruto started counting the money, Uzuki Yujao suddenly came. This time he still walked on the balcony. Maybe the people in the Anbu really regarded the balcony as a door. They all like to climb windows or walk on the balcony. I succeeded. Uzuki Yujao said calmly. What? Naruto was surprised to hear the news of Maki's death and looked at her for a while. I took advantage of the corpse of the reincarnated corpse to attack the sand village and sneaked into the sand village. I changed into ragged clothes and pretended to be a panicked woman. I rushed to Maki and stabbed him to death. The captain of the Anbu is still the captain of the Anbu. Uzuki Yujao has grown a lot in these years. In the past, she might not have thought of such a vicious and decisive plan. Did it really work? It worked. She looked very calm. Uzuki Yujao asked 2 days ago if she could give it a try. She wanted to kill Maki. It happened that Naruto was busy asking people to create chaos, so he agreed without thinking. At that time, Naruto didn't care at all. He got her some more people and let her play freely. He just promised at the end that it didn't matter if it didn't work this time, and he would find a suitable opportunity to kill Maki another day. Opportunities don't always come, but Naruto was so busy at that time that he didn't have the energy to deal with other things. In any case, he didn't expect Mao Uxian to be so decisive. Once Maki died, there was still a little benefit for Naruto, but not much. Well, that's fine. There wasn't much to say, Naruto responded, thinking about the next move in his mind. I know, you go and do your thing. He tapped the sofa with his fingers and said slowly. There's nothing for you to do in the sand village. You are the captain of the Anbu. If you are not in Konoha for 2 or 3 times, people will see it. You don't have to worry about the next things, just leave it idle for the time being. Ma Uxian knew that Naruto was giving her a holiday, and she also wanted to say no, she could help a little. But what Naruto said made sense. If the captain of the Anbu disappeared frequently, it would make people suspicious. Besides, she did have something to do. Okay. Ma Uxian had already gone out, half of her body was leaning out, and suddenly turned back and said thank you. Hat. Naruto leaned back and squinted his eyes on the sofa. Before leaving, Naruto had no time to make more arrangements, so they had to act according to circumstances. In short, the people of the 5 major countries had to know that it was Kabuto Yakushi who controlled the corpse. Not only that, Naruto also asked the women to leave clues, making the meaning of the name Kabuto Yakushi even more confusing. Kabuto Yakushi wanted to become famous and let everyone remember him. Naruto only did one thing, making everyone suspect that Kabuto Yakushi was not the name of one person, but a group of people. Using the name as a carrier, eat Kabuto Yakushi. The principle is also very simple, which is pure dirty water. Whatever Kabuto Yakushi wants to prove, Naruto will do the opposite, adhering to the principle of not giving up until Kabuto Yakushi is angry to death. Anyway, Kabuto Yakushi has always liked to lie, telling people what he wants to tell people, and telling ghosts what he wants to tell ghosts, and he is known as 1,000 Faces. Now he wants to wash his name and tell everyone that his name is Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto just spit on his face and cursed him, "You bitch, want to get ashore? Dream on," and then he ruined the name of Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi has many fake names, but this is the only real name, which was given by his mother, the welfare director, Nono Yakushi. He can't give it up, and it's impossible to abandon it. Black Zetsu listened to the angry roar of Kabuto Yakushi not far away, and couldn't help feeling a little bored. He didn't understand why humans always like to waste time on meaningless things. What's the point of caring about a name? He only has one name, Black Zetsu. He knows very well that he belongs to his mother. Part of it, living is to lift the seal and rescue his mother. For thousands of years, he has been fighting and working hard for this goal. Although he did not succeed, he was still quite proud. At least he is very persistent, isn't he? For creatures with a short lifespan like humans, they don't even know what 1,000 years means. Black Zetsu has been waiting for opportunities and taking action. Even if he fails again and again, he is still indomitable. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu looked down on Kabuto Yakushi even more, and felt from the bottom of his heart that humans were a group of inexplicable creatures. It's just a name, and he has changed it so many times. Besides, for a villain who has done so much evil, isn't it more convenient to act without a name? No one can understand the anger in Kabuto Yakushi's heart. After he calmed down, he almost guessed who the mastermind behind the scenes was at the first time, Uzumaki Naruto. The two of them have been at odds for a long time. This guy has been guarding against him in Konoha and has almost not left the village for a long time. Now, the revenge of that bitch Uzumaki Naruto is here. Boom! Kabuto Yakushi smashed a huge rock with one punch, but the anguish in his heart accumulated more and more. Uzumaki Naruto was too scary, almost always attacking his weak spot. He sent White Zetsu to attack the woman he cared about, thinking that the man would be more restrained, but he didn't expect that the man would hide in the dark and bite him hard. Name: Black Zetsu, a thing without feelings, how could he know what he lost? Uzumaki Naruto completely muddied the water, the impure world reincarnation army was ready, and Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but release it. But he thought that he was walking in front, and no one would know that he had prepared an impure world reincarnation ninja army. But the fact is that Uzumaki Naruto, this little beast, stabbed him hard in the back. Kabuto Yakushi rarely lost his composure, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself that Uzumaki Naruto, you are dead. Then make them nervous. Send out the remaining White Zetsu, and I will gather my impure world army. This time, we must kill Uzumaki Naruto and make him die. Yakushi Kabuto gritted his teeth and growled, his eyes caught a glimpse of a wild flower on the roadside, and he raised his foot and stomped it hard. Uzuki Yujeo carefully placed the bouquet in front of the tombstone of Moonlight Gale, with a sad look in her eyes, and slowly stood up and took 2 steps back. The sky of Konoha was gloomy, and there were countless tombstones densely packed in the grass. Uzuki Yujeo stood there quietly staring at the tombstones in a trance. Maki is dead, I killed him. The means I used were not glorious, assassination was my only chance, and fortunately I succeeded. The blood was very sticky, and I was so nervous that I couldn't even hold the knife. Speaking of this, Uzuki Yujeo smiled and held the purple hair blown by the wind. If my subordinates knew that their captain was as nervous as a rookie when killing a man, they would probably laugh at me for a long time. I was really happy when that man died. Hey 8. I avenged you, and this is also my own obsession. She murmured to herself, I can't do this alone, you have to forgive me. I can only do this, if you are still here, you will definitely think I am childish. But you know? A person's name is really important, but the people in the village don't remember you anymore. No one remembers that there was a jonin named Moonlight Hay-8 who died for the village. Only a few years have passed, and almost no one remembers you. So I can't wait anymore, you will understand me, right? Uzuki Yujeo stood in front of Moonlight Hay-8's tombstone and said a lot of things, as if she wanted to finish all the words she would say later. The more she spoke, the more guilty she felt, and finally squatted on the ground and cried. She really couldn't wait, and she couldn't blame her. Fortunately, everything was over. At night, Mao Uxian raised her head and wiped away the remaining tears. She took a deep look at the tombstone of Yu Guangjifeng and turned away. The past has become the past. She doesn't need to be laughed at by Naruto, nor does she need to bear the guilt at any time. She has done everything she can do, and the rest is only her own business. Back to Konoha Street, Mao Uxian wanted to go home, but after walking a few steps, she thought that going home would also be melancholy in the bathtub. After hesitating for a moment, she raised her feet and walked to the other direction of the village. At number 404, Konoha Street, Naruto was sleeping on the sofa and suddenly heard a movement from the balcony. He sat up in a daze, looked at the balcony, and rubbed his eyes. How do you have time to come here? Very free. Mao Uxian said concisely, pursed her lips, I'm very upset and don't know what to do. Going home can't relieve it. So you come to me, who do you think I am? Naruto rolled his eyes, got up and yawned, and was about to go back to his room. He turned his head and glanced, but stopped abruptly. Chapter 535, both naive and playful. It was late at night. Uzuki Yujao fell into a deep sleep. Naruto looked at her helplessly and got up to take a shower. This woman is both naive and playful. It's really troublesome. If it weren't for her revenge, he wouldn't bother to answer her. Standing under the shower head, Naruto was a little irritated. He almost didn't feel anything about these things recently. His desire was getting lower and lower. This person always ignites the fire but doesn't put it out. I am not good at it, or I'm too bad at it. He looked down at his solid abdominal muscles, and then at the well-proportioned muscles all over his body. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind: if you practice to the extreme, you will be invincible. It's just that being invincible is too lonely. If it goes on like this, he may really have no interest in those things in the future. Putting these messy thoughts behind him, Naruto sorted out his thoughts again. The Sand Village is no longer reliable. With the death of Maki, most of the Sand Village high-level officials are left with only rebellious bones. Fortunately, Naruto didn't have any expectations for those high-level officials. Now he can make up his mind to take away the tailed beast in Gaara's body. He doesn't need to worry about how to do it specifically, his subordinates will do it. What he has to do now is to coordinate the overall situation, fool Konoha with one hand, deal with Kabuto Yakushi with the other, and finally stabilize the rear to leave a way out for himself after the success. It's impossible to kill Kabuto Yakushi, destroy Otsutsuki, and wait until the end of the Ninja World War to work for the Land of Fire, right? It is impossible to stay in the Land of Fire or any other country. There are two nails in the rear, Yuyin and Yukigaku, one far and one near, nailed in the ninja world. Yuyin-goku is in a fortress, a place that must be fought for by military strategists. Yukigaku is remote, with natural snow-capped mountains on the periphery to defend against enemies. You can stir up trouble in the Land of Rain, and you can live a peaceful life behind thousands of snow-capped mountains. If you have a chance to be a human, why go back to Konoha to be a dog with your tail between your legs? If you have some ideas, you will face moral judgment at any time. This is a bond and that is a bond. Just walk away and there will be no trouble. As for Ino and Hinata, Naruto does not believe that they can abandon their children. Konoha should keep the will of fire burning. He will slip away first. The next day, in the Hokage building, Kakashi looked at the four bulky monitors in front of him with snowflakes flashing and felt helpless. The ninjas of the intelligence department were busying around with sweat on their heads. The person who knows these machines best in the intelligence department is Ino, but she is now pregnant and has not participated in the work of the intelligence department. At present, these people in the intelligence department are not incompetent, but a little nervous. Perhaps they are all thinking about the 5-cage talks, which is a big thing that will go wrong in their hands, and they are even more trembling. In fact, Kakashi doesn't think these video conferences are important at all. Even if he is late, the other 4-cage will certainly understand him. After all, Konoha's technology is backward. The machine has not been debugged yet. Kakashi yawned at the table, thinking about the news he just received from the Anbu. Recently, a new group of Impure World reincarnation troops have appeared, and tens of thousands of white Zetsu have gathered on the plains. This is a serious war, and the 5 major countries will naturally respond. In this regard, Kakashi is a little helpless and has to be serious. It is related to the rise and fall of the village, and he cannot be careless. The final result is naturally to send troops. War is a protracted fight, a round-robin battle, and the enemy is a monster that will never stop. The other side doesn't even need supplies or repairs. The ninja coalition needs to transport food and grass, and the most important thing is food and grass. War is originally fought with people's hearts. The side with stronger will has a greater chance of winning. Common sense is like this, but if the other side is not a human at all, or a monster that can't think, they only obey orders and don't fear or retreat. Then how to deal with it? Hokage. It's connected. The newcomer of the intelligence department said with sweat on his forehead, quite happy. The snowflakes are no longer flashing on the display screen. On the other 4 display screens, the wind shadow, the water shadow, the earth shadow, and the lightning shadow are sitting at their desks with serious expressions. Hokage, you are late. The earth shadow Onoki sneered and said mercilessly. Sorry, there is a technical malfunction. Kakashi has already handled the apology for being late very well, as if it has become an instinct to enter the field. Okay, now the most urgent thing is to come up with a solution. Seeing that the Tsuchikage Onoki was about to make trouble again, Kazekage Gaara interrupted him. This old guy has always been afraid of chaos in the world, and his words are always full of gunpowder. He is against everyone he sees. He is completely a stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. It is a fact that the Hidden Rock Village is in a period of transition, and it is no longer a secret. This old guy still looks arrogant every day. I really don't know what this person is thinking. Does he want to leave a deep hatred for future generations? No one of the other four shadows paid attention to Onoki. They knew that this person had a bad character, and secondly, they didn't want to play tricks with this old lunatic. Since the Hokage is here, let me briefly state the results of our simple discussion just now. The 5 major countries must jointly form a ninja coalition to fight the enemy together. Mei Terumi is quite calm. She briefly explained the situation just now and gave her own opinions. The enemy's target is the 5 major countries. Judging from the direction they are heading, the enemy will reach the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning in 7 days. Therefore, I suggest that the location for the 5 major countries to form and assemble the coalition forces is preferably in the wasteland north of the Land of Wind, and the assembly will be completed in 3 days. Arrive at the battlefield 5 days later and set up camp. Afterwards, the Reikage and Kakashi expressed their opinions respectively, mainly to negotiate their respective rights and interests. First, it is convenient for coordination, and second, it is convenient for post-war division. It is not known how many times the 5 shadows talks were held on this ordinary afternoon. The 5 shadows talked in detail until late at night before deciding on the general details. At the end, Mizukage Terumi may seem to mention, Konoha no longer has tailed beasts, right? Yes. Kakashi did not hide it, thought for a while and said, we no longer use ninjas as carriers to accommodate tailed beasts, this it is inhumane. Except for Mei Terumi, the other 3 cages' faces suddenly changed, and they secretly thought that the Hokage was worthy of being the Hokage. This mouth really perfectly interprets what the art of language is. It took the initiative to point out the 3 cages, and the tailed beast Jinchuriki was inhumane. Gaara was fine, without too many emotions, he himself was the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Besides, the Fire Country and the Wind Country were still allies on the surface, and with the blessing of 2 layers of buff, they pretended not to hear what Kakashi said. Reikage frowned, thinking that Kakashi was really a bit unkind. Konoha couldn't control the tailed beasts themselves, and they made up such a shameless reason. When did Konoha manage the rights of the Jinchuriki? Didn't they hold them firmly in their hands and use them as tools? At least Kumagakure would not do this, and the Jinchuriki still had dignity. So Konoha has no tailed beasts? Reikage asked with a sneer. That's not the case. Konoha has changed a mode of getting along with the tailed beasts. Kakashi said slowly, the Nine Tails has reconciled with Konoha and stayed in Konoha to receive worship. In the next war, if necessary, the Nine Tails will also join the battlefield. Reikage. Mizukage. How could this be possible? Tsuchikage Onoki said with a hint of sarcasm, the tailed beasts can hardly communicate with humans, only the Jinchuriki can communicate with them. Lord Tsuchikage is too absolute, after all, the times are different. Kakashi said with a smile, the tailed beasts are indeed difficult to tame, but they are not unemployable. Kakashi's words were really pretentious, and with his indifferent tone, it felt like I had become awesome by sneaking around. The 4 cages were shocked and fell into deep thought. Since the appearance of the tailed beasts, it has always been a consensus among countries to tame the tailed beasts with the help of the Jinchuriki. But the reality is that the tailed beasts are immortal, and the human lifespan is too short. Even if the tailed beast Jinchuriki has no illness or disaster in his lifespan is only a few decades. From being close to the tailed beasts to being familiar with them and then close to them, most of his lifespan has gone. When the next generation of Jinchuriki takes over, the tailed beasts are often very irritable. As a result, the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki seem to have fallen into a vicious circle. When they heard Kakashi say that the Nine Tails accepted Konoha's offerings and even accepted to be employed, their cerebellums almost atrophied. This is simply a fantasy, and it is also a path they have never imagined. Kuroma, you are so shameless. Naruto kicked the fat fox lightly, and they walked towards the flower shop in the mountains, 1 person and 1 fox. What's wrong? Nine-tailed fox puffed up its fat belly, with a look of disdain, this is what Konoha owes me. I have been locked up for so many years, can't I enjoy it? Oh? You can fool your buddy, but don't fool yourself. Naruto's mouth is very poisonous, aren't you just attracted by the tribute of Konoha to you? I have never seen such a spineless-tailed beast like you, really. Hehe, isn't there an old saying, anyway I do whatever I want? Nine-tailed fox looked disdainful, why do you care so much about me? I don't care about you, it's good that there is a village to take over, your good days are numbered. Naruto muttered. What? I said you are full like a pig. Get out. Damn human kid. The nine-tailed fox shook his head, don't force me to do it, I can slap your head off with one slap. Naruto didn't bother to care about the dog's self-satisfaction. He went to the battlefield to harvest the white Zetsu, and he actually gave it confidence. This dog fox is just a younger brother among younger brothers, and he can't see his own strength clearly. But he didn't bother to care. The village worshipped the nine-tailed fox, and it didn't do any harm to him anyway. But what will happen next is still the same. If it comes to the time to gather all nine-tailed beasts to open the seal, the nine-tailed fox still needs to contribute its strength. At most, it will suffer a little, anyway, the tailed beasts are immortal. The nine-tailed fox didn't know that it had been arranged clearly, and was still fantasizing about the beautiful life in the future. Suddenly, Naruto kicked it again. I'm going to see Ino, why are you following me? I didn't want to come here, your human owner asked me to go. Kyuubi said confidently. If you don't need your brain, you can dig it out and throw it away. You have only remembered the title of a human owner for so many years. What else do you remember? You also remember how many dogs you stepped on. You want to die. Kurama. Naruto drew his knife and put it on the neck of the Kyuubi, with a cold face. I know a tailed beast who was beaten by several male dogs because of talking nonsense. Gulp. Kyuubi swallowed his saliva in fear, feeling terrified and a little angry at the same time. This man is really worse than a dog. I will definitely not talk nonsense. The main thing is I went there just to drink some good wine. The Kyuubi still gave in and said with an embarrassed smile. You'd better. Naruto put away the knife, with a smile on his face. You really deserve to die, Uzumaki Naruto. It said secretly in its heart. Time passed little by little in company. Ino insisted on dragging Naruto to play games. Kyuubi glanced at the childish game played by these two humans and couldn't help but look sideways. Buttons are pressed one after another. What's the point of the little man flying around on the screen? I can do it too. It was not until late at night that Ino reluctantly let Naruto and Kyuubi go back. The night wind was howling. Naruto looked at Kyuubi with some disdain. He was drunk. He was drunk like a dog. Where are you going? Home. Naruto said unhappily. The next day. The Konoha troops transporting food and grass have set out. This batch of food and grass is provided by the capital of the Land of Fire. The Konoha ninjas will also set out from the village at noon to assemble on the battlefield. The village was bustling, but Naruto slept until he woke up naturally. Yesterday, he went to accompany Ino, so he couldn't favor one over the other, so he went to the land of snow after washing up. He even had a chance to talk to Fenghua Xiaoxiu in his busy schedule. As usual, when he asked the child, he said he didn't have time. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was really wronged, so Naruto sighed and told the truth. Recently I don't know what happened, but my body seems to improve on its own. He scratched his head and said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to, it's that you're too weak. You have to do that if you want a child, but I don't think you can do it. Your body is not good enough. Hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoxiu became excited and thought to herself that I have lived for more than 30 years. I finally have spring, and you say I can't do it. I won't let you today. Stop. 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 Fenghua Xiaoxiu huddled in the corner with the quilt in her arms, looking at Naruto with fear. Do you want to kill me? I told you that you couldn't, but you insisted. Naruto rolled his eyes, looking bored. It's only been a few minutes, not even 20 minutes. You are a devil. Fenghua Xiaoxiu hugged the quilt tightly. You what? I can't help it, who made me young, and my body became strong again. Naruto sighed, I don't want to be like this, it's so lonely to be invincible. What should I do? Fenghua Xiaoxiu bit her fingernails, looking tangled. I want a child. Then come again. No, no, no. Fenghua Xiaoxiu stepped back and waved her hands desperately to refuse. Wait, I can't now, really, I will die. Naruto pouted, that's it, let's talk about it later. Fenghua Xiaoxiu bit her lower lip, looking helpless. Although she knew that this man was in good health before, she had never been so. This man, when he gets serious, is simply deadly. Chapter 536, Niji was left with a hidden injury. Tsunade had no idea what she was about to face. Fenghua Xiaoxiu couldn't swallow this breath, but she had no choice but to watch Naruto whistle away. Suddenly she realized that the road to becoming an heir was long and arduous. Back to Konoha, he didn't have time to drink a sip of water. Someone from the Anbyo came to the door. This time it was not Uzuki Yujeo, but a new face that had never been seen before. With a white animal mask on his face, he conveyed Kakashi's question. Battlefield, are you going? When the Anbyo brought the news back to the Hokage building, Kakashi stopped drinking water from the glass. You mean, he agreed. Yes, Hokage. This is weird, it shouldn't be like this, how could he agree? Kakashi was surprised, he didn't have much hope, who knew he actually agreed. Hokage, I'll go down first. The Anbyo members followed suit, knowing that they shouldn't listen to topics that had nothing to do with them. The more they knew, the more trouble they would have. Okay. Kakashi responded, and stopped drinking tea, thinking hard, this is not right, how come this person suddenly got wise, there's something strange. What bad intentions can I have? Naruto was a little speechless, looking at Koji and said, can you not think so outrageously of me, I just want to do my part for the village. Naruto, I'm really happy that you have this intention. Koji said earnestly, frowning, but I'm really nervous to fight side by side with you. What you said makes me feel very cold, Koji. He grinned and punched Koji, I didn't take the initiative to come this time, if it weren't for Ino. That makes sense. Koji breathed a sigh of relief. Fatty, what do you mean? Naruto looked unfriendly. Nothing, nothing. Shikamaru, who was in the distance, looked at the two people chasing and playing, and couldn't help but sigh softly. The ninja coalition was about to set off, and this number of people alone was far from enough. Ordinary ninjas don't have much chance of winning against that kind of monster. When the war starts, people are crowded together, and you can't see whether your troops are winning or losing. Even if you are on the front battlefield, it is impossible to line up and fight. The ninjas in front may be fighting, and the people behind may run half a quarter of an hour later. The ninjas at the front of the line will fight at the first time, and more people can only stand in line and wait, listening to the screams from their companions and feeling panic. If the morale is high, there will be no tens of millions of people like the raging sea. If a ninja can't hold it first, once chaos breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. The so-called war depends on people's hearts. Those who are brave and fearless can win with fewer people, while those who are timid and fearful will be defeated even if their numbers are several times that of the enemy. The ninja coalition is still a coalition after all. There are many people and their hearts are mixed. They are not even an army with the same goal. Imagine a ninja from another country standing in a queue, hearing only the deafening shouts and screams, and seeing only the backs of his companions' heads and the enemies that suddenly rushed up. People. Will he suddenly collapse at some point and turn around and run back? Thinking of this, Shikamaru couldn't help but sigh. The name of the Ninja Alliance just sounds more domineering, and it's hard to say how much effect it will actually have, but the 5 major countries are a solution for the same difficult enemy. To say something that goes against his ancestors, Shikamaru has no expectations for this war and even thinks he will lose. Who else is there besides you? Where is that guy Inyazuka Kaiba? Naruto suddenly remembered something, didn't he say he was going to get married? This year has passed, why is there no movement? Don't mention it, he had a big fight with his family. Koji wiped the sweat from his forehead. Run away from home. That's not that serious. Koji waved his hand and said, it's just that his leg was broken. He recuperated at home for 2 months. This time he didn't talk much. Fuck, so cruel. Naruto was shocked and thought to himself that the Inyazuka clan could do such a thing? Yes, now the Inyazuka clan can hardly hold their heads up in the village. Koji lowered his voice, looked around with his small eyes for a while, and said with relief when he saw that no one was looking at him. After all, whose young generation doesn't go to the battlefield? The Inyazuka clan's method is indeed a bit impatient. But it is understandable, after all, Inyazuka Kaiba is not married yet and is pregnant first. These two things are actually quite bad, and it's not nice to say. Koji glanced at Naruto by chance and saw that Naruto's face looked a little strange, so he hurriedly said. I'm not talking about you, I mean anyway, I'm not talking about you. Ino's incident was an accident, I know, it's normal for young people to accidentally fire a gun. It's not an accident. Naruto suddenly said, confusing Koji, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Hinata is also pregnant. Koji blinked, looking shocked. Did you do it on purpose? Not really, I was just lucky, but it's impossible that I didn't know. Naruto stroked his chin, to tell you the truth, I deliberately staggered the time during that period and didn't take any measures. That wouldn't be so accurate, although the result may not necessarily happen as I imagined, the probability is still very high. After all, I am young and strong, and I get enough sleep every day. Is there any connection between the two? Koji scratched his head. Well, the activity is definitely different. He explained, you eat a lot and don't like to exercise, so how long can it last? Activity, hehe. I originally thought that only Ino was pregnant. After all, it's not easy for me to go to Hinata's place often, and the opportunities I can find are really limited. He said with a smile. But in the end, Hinata is also pregnant. This is one of the best news I have heard this year. Is it because you don't have to go to the battlefield? Koji was silent for a moment. Don't you even have any hope for the battlefield, Naruto? Yes, the battlefield is so obvious. He patted Koji's shoulder. Don't be so naive all the time. The battlefield is not entirely determined by the battlefield. Why is this the case? I still have great confidence in this war. Koji muttered a little unconvinced. You can't look at things superficially. The rebellion of Kabuto Yakushi is really nothing. The main thing is that the 5 Kage are not united. Naruto sighed. Anyway, it's not time yet, don't think too much. After listening to Naruto's words, Koji still felt a little confused, and his head was slightly swollen. What is not time yet? When is the time? However, Naruto did not give him a chance to think carefully, turned around and walked into the camp and disappeared. The camp was divided into several areas. The medical team area was in the southwest corner. The flag of Konoha medical team was flying on the top. It was the most conspicuous signpost. However, Sakura had already returned to Yugakure and was not in this team. Naturally, Naruto would not go to the medical team. It was just used to determine the location. He vaguely remembered that Koji said that the third team seemed to be to the east of the medical team. He planned to go see Niji. He heard that this man was seriously injured. He was also his brother-in-law. Although it was a little late to visit him, at least he got the idea. The moment he raised his foot, Naruto suddenly thought that Konoha seemed to have taken away the backbone of the intelligence department and the backbone of the medical department. Ino was pregnant at home, and Sakura simply half disappeared. Take a deep breath, he suddenly felt that his sin was a bit serious. But on second thought, he suddenly found that he was still restrained. At least he did not harm Tenten. Otherwise, the 12 little strong men of Hokage would be missing 4 directly. After all, for someone like him who was welcomed by the Mizukage Mei Terumi, how could he not harm anyone if he really wanted to? Speaking of Mei Terumi, this woman seemed to have forgotten that incident. But it was okay, it was just an accident, and the ninja didn't have to mind it. The Mizukage is worthy of being the Mizukage, and it's not unreasonable. After searching several large tents in a row, Naruto finally found Niji in an inconspicuous tent, but Niji was the only one there. Where are they? He directly lifted the thick curtain and walked in. Who? Xiao Li and Tian Tian. He looked around. They went on a mission. They are responsible for escorting food and grass. They should be back at night. Niji looked a little pale, coughed, and the candle light flickered. Why is there no light in this broken place? Naruto took out a candle from the sealed space. He took out a generator and ran to a deserted place with it without saying a word. The oil poured out with a gurgling sound, and he pulled the rope with a ferocious face. The earth-shaking sound attracted countless people. While no one noticed, Naruto quickly pulled the line back. I didn't expect this tent to be soundproof. Look, there is a light, right? He installed the light bulb skillfully, and took out the kettle to boil water and make tea. Originally, he was going to take out the gas stove to grill meat, but then he thought about the lack of ventilation in the tent, so he decided to forget it. Why are you here? Hyuga Niji was a little amused. This person always did not follow the rules, but he was extremely loyal to his friends. Isn't there a war? Come and see. Naruto grabbed a can of tea and opened it with a bang. It's mainly because Hinata heard that you were injured and was worried about you. I'm fine. Hinata is thoughtful. Niji knew that it was useless to praise this person, so it would be better to praise Hinata, which would have a better effect. You are fine, but you look like this. Did someone take out your kidneys when you were on the battlefield? He took the lid of the boiling water, took a look and then turned off the power. The boiling water poured on the dry tea leaves, and a mist rose instantly. Several ribs were broken, and the medical team didn't have the conditions to treat it, so it took a while. Ninkai was short of breath when he spoke, and he was a little weak. Can't you go back to the village to recuperate? Naruto was a little surprised. Ninkai shook his head, his eyes dimmed for a moment. I am the head of the clan, I can't hide behind the scenes, otherwise all the efforts I made before will be meaningless. Naruto understood this. After all, he was also the first-person perspective leader at the time. The grievances between the main family and the branch family of Hyuga were not so easy to reconcile, even if the caged bird was abolished. But the problems faced by Hyuga will not be fewer, but more. Even if the caged bird is abolished, the hatred of the branch family for the main family will not decrease. Only Ninkai can mediate and even suppress it. The old guys in the main family are used to being served and looking down on others. They wish Niji would die soon. If they knew that he was injured and was recuperating in the back, they would probably do something weird. I say, why didn't you just listen to me? You just need to stir up the conflict between the new and old generations of the main family. Why would you worry so much? Naruto blew a sip of hot tea and said slowly. It's not good to do this, Niji sighed, and his sigh frequency became higher and higher. These methods can't be hidden, and they will be revealed in the future. Who will reveal it? Naruto glanced at him, thinking that Niji was still too young. Time will erase everything. By the time they react, the old stubborn people of the main family will have been buried. Hyuga can't be established without breaking it. If you want to break the cage, you have to be thorough. There is no benefit in being timid. What you fear, they will come. Isn't history written by the victors? As long as the overall Hyuga is moving upward, the family is thriving, and everyone can walk in the sun. Who will reveal those adult stories? So what if it's revealed? Who would want to be a slave after living a good life? Ninkai was silent. What Naruto said made sense, but he didn't have the courage for the time being. He was still hesitating, struggling to hold on, wondering if he could take the second path. Naruto was also observing Niji, and suddenly realized that the once proud genius now seemed to be weathered. He didn't know how to describe it, he just felt a little heavy in his heart. Forget it, it's meaningless to keep talking about this. He waved his hand. Sorry, Naruto. Ninkai sighed. It's okay, let's not talk about this today, let's talk about something useful. Naruto said, I want to think of a way to see if I can invite the 5th generation back to heal your hidden injury. The 5th generation Hokage. Ninkai raised his teacup and paused. Didn't she leave the village? Yes. Do you know the whereabouts of the 5th generation? I don't know. Naruto shook his head honestly, but I can always find it. The 5th generation woman, she didn't deliberately hide her tracks. But even so, it's troublesome to find someone from the vast crowd, right? Ninkai said. Yes, fortunately I have money. What? Ninkai was stunned. I have money. I have plenty of money. I can just find someone to spread the news and attract Tsunade to come to me. Naruto looked proud. Unless that old woman lives in the mountains, she will come back to me sooner or later. Ninkai's mouth twitched slightly. Naruto, this is not good, right? What's wrong with it? Well, where did your money come from? Niasai's eyes were meaningful, but he didn't say anything else. But it's okay, let's try it first, and don't make a big fuss. He knew that Niasai had guessed where his money came from, and the subtext was to tell him not to take the risk of making it public, so as not to cause trouble. It's okay, there won't be any trouble. He said, and at the same time silently added in his heart that the money of those nobles will belong to me before the end of the war. Ahem, don't worry about it, drink tea. Naruto smiled, and suddenly heard a movement outside, so he simply got up. They won't come back early, will they? I'll go out and take a look. Chapter 537 Tian, believe me, I'm really innocent. Xiao Li was walking back with a look of annoyance on his face, and Tianatian's face was not very good either. Both of them were injured, and it seemed that they had not had time to clean up before they returned from the battle. What if we lose the food and grass? Will we be punished? Xiao Li said with a look of grief and anger, tears streaming down his face. Are we going to be punished to fall around the camp? Walk 500 laps on the spot. It won't be that outrageous, Xiao Li. Tian rolled his eyes. Most of the food and grass we escort are fake, they are just bait. Don't worry, it's okay. Really? Tian. Xiao Li suddenly became energetic. If he wasn't so dusty now, he would probably want to cheer a few times. Tian looked helpless, not happy at all. He was just glad that the mission they received this time was to pretend to be bait to test the enemy, and the fake food and grass would be lost. All in all, the mission was not a failure. Xiao Li. Tian. This way. Naruto saw them with his sharp eyes and stretched out his hand to greet them. Come over, it's a good time to eat together. This guy has no sense of going to the battlefield, but the camp did not restrict them from speaking, as long as they did not make any big noise. Besides, Naruto really eats when he has food, no matter what the occasion is. He looks like he might as well eat first since things have come to this point. Ninkai is recovering from his injuries and can only eat some light porridge, and he refuses to go home to recuperate. He abstains from food and does not eat with them. Xiao Li is careless and forgets about the failure of the mission. Tenten sighs all the time, which makes Naruto unable to do anything. What's wrong with you? He put down his chopsticks and said unbearably, didn't you go on a mission with Xiao Li? Why, did you fail alone? No, that's because Tenten repeated the story. That's it? He asked in surprise. But the mission failed, that's a fact. Tian was a little depressed, and regardless of the camp's rule of not drinking, he picked up the wine glass and took 2 gulps. Don't think too much, it's just a small mission, anyone will fail. Naruto didn't say anything like the mission is not important, the mission is work for Tian. By the way, why are you here? Tian calmed down and asked after realizing it. No reason, I was recruited, Kakashi asked me to come. Naruto picked up a chopstick of meat, the tableware, food and even the fuel on the table were all prepared by him from the sealed space. Oh, this is not like your personality. Tian was a little confused. Xiao Li didn't feel anything wrong. Aren't ninjas supposed to be recruited? Now the 5 major countries are going to form a ninja coalition, and ninjas from various countries have been drawn and sent to the front line. What you said? Naruto laughed and made a vague answer. He participated in the war just to take some time off. Fortunately, he had a suitable excuse to disappear for a while from Ino and Hinata. There were some things he didn't want to be known to everyone. In fact, during this period, Naruto has been accustomed to spending time with Ino or Hinata almost every day or every other day. Sometimes he even wondered why Kabuto Yakushi didn't just run into a head and die. But there is no way, things that need to be faced must be faced. Ninkai's injury. Tian mentioned Ninkai's injury, and he couldn't hold it anymore. If it weren't for me holding him back, Ninkai wouldn't be so seriously injured. Tian, don't say that. There was nothing he could do that time. Xiao Li put down his chopsticks. Ningji did that so that the 3 of us could come back alive, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Although Xiao Li was emotional, his mind was also very rational. He also cried when Ningji was injured, but now he is much calmer after accepting it. Naruto rested his hands on the table, inviting people to drink and eat, while skillfully changing the topic. He would say so much when he was drunk, but it was actually nothing, it was better to say it out loud than to suppress it in his heart. The night was deep. Naruto couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, he drank too much, and when he got up to pee, he happened to see a familiar figure under the moon, walking unsteadily in the camp. Who is it? Drinking in the middle of the night, isn't it forbidden? He muttered, and without thinking much, he went to find a place to drain the water. When he returned to the tent, he was about to enter the door when he suddenly felt something soft under his foot, and he was immediately startled. He looked down and saw a dark figure lying on the ground. He squatted down to check, and his face suddenly became interesting. It happened that someone was patrolling at this time, and Naruto did not hesitate, stepped into the tent and then stretched out a hand to drag the man in. Under the dim light of the candle, Tianation's uncomfortable look of wanting to vomit but unable to vomit was reflected, and her little face was pale. Naruto was going to wake her up, and was afraid that she would vomit on him. Even if she vomited in the tent, it would be a bit disgusting. Seeing that she would not wake up for a while, he opened the yellow spring gate and stepped in with Tian in his arms. Kyuzagakuer building. Boom. A flash of lightning rushed towards the Kyuzagakuer building, and the sky became gloomy in the afternoon. The dark clouds in the sky could no longer hold thousands of tons of rain. Billions of raindrops fell straight from the clouds like swords, neatly cutting the sky with silk threads. Jin, the battle in front of the ninja coalition is tense. I order you to leave for the Kugong front in 3 days. The half-fat face of the bloated mission officer was hidden in the darkness, and his eyes were extremely fierce, like a beast that was choosing its prey. May I ask? The female ninja raised her head. It was the 6-year-old. She was a subordinate of Orochimaru who was electrocuted by Naruto in the Chunin exam. At that time, she failed the mission and disappeared. Military information is as important as a mountain. Do you want to disobey orders? The mission officer glanced at her, the fat on his face trembled, and his eyes were gloomy, as if he was going to pull out her bones and smash them in the next second. No, I just want to ask if you can. Jin's thin body trembled slightly, and he lowered his head again, unable to tell whether he was angry or afraid. The curved bow front is the forefront of the fierce battle between the Ninja Coalition and the White Zetsu Army, and it is a meat grinder on the battlefield. The Grass Country also sent troops to participate in the Ninja Coalition, but the number of people is not large. Within 3 days, the curved bow front. The fat pig mission officer looked ferocious, and stood up like a meat mountain, with the noble accessories on his head shaking violently. Who do you think you are, bargaining? I gave you a chance at the beginning, but you didn't want it. Now it's useless even if you kneel down and beg me. Get out. Boom. The door was shut heavily. The change came too suddenly, disrupting all her plans. 6 years ago, Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse operation ahead of schedule. Jin, who failed in the mission, witnessed the death of his companions and realized that he was just a cannon fodder. In extreme fear, she did not look for Orochimaru but took advantage of the chaos to escape from Konoha. Over the years, she has been in many chaotic countries, such as the Rain Country and the Tea Country. Later, she got some opportunities by chance and found that she seemed to have a talent for assassins. But a few days ago, the fat pig noble mission officer came to her and said that he wanted to taste the taste of a female assassin. Damn, Jin almost killed the fat pig on the spot. It was just because of the influence of the fat pig noble in the grass country and thinking that he would have to mix in the shabby big family of Kyuzagakure in the future, so he just turned his face and left. But unexpectedly, something happened a few days later. She suddenly felt dizzy during a mission and was almost killed by the enemy on the spot. After a narrow escape, she found that someone had poisoned her supplies. She was so dizzy at the time that she relied on muscle memory and survival instinct to move, which saved her life. But when it rains, it pours. The ninja from the medical team told her with regret that although she was alive and her body was not seriously ill, but the poison had already penetrated her bones, and I was afraid that her ninja journey would end here. That damn fat pig mission officer bullied her because she had no backing and no future, and when one plan failed, he came up with another plan, preparing to send her to the front line as cannon fodder. She hadn't recovered from her injuries yet, and she would be in danger of death if she went to the front line. She knew it was useless to make a fuss, so she resisted the urge to vent, and walked out the door with a calm face. She stopped until she turned into a long, empty corridor, her face suddenly darkened, and she spat fiercely on the ground. You fat pig! You're taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Compared to you, even a pig is considered slim. You're so fat and still want to taste good. In the distance, the sky was still gloomy, and there was no end in sight. Looking up a little, you could see a vast expanse of white water vapor and some thick grey-black clouds. Around the Kyuzagakure building were some low red houses, crowded together, and alleys and paths were densely connected. Without any sign, a branch-shaped lightning bolt fell heavily from the sky, and with a bang, spring thunder rolled. The female ninja Jin Namikaze looked at the heavy rain outside the corridor, and her mood became heavier. In 3 days, she would be sent to the Kugong front line, which was the front line of the battle and could be called the meat grinder of the Fire Country battlefield. This world is unfair. If you don't want to be bullied, you can only climb up. One day, when I have power, I must kill them one by one. Anyway, I have to go to the front line in 3 days, and I have nothing to worry about. At such a young age, with a lot of hidden injuries, it would be a waste if she went up with just an assassin talent. She knew the situation of Kyuzagakure village best. It would not last long if it was in a precarious situation. She stayed here because it was profitable, waiting for the building to collapse. But now she was a little angry. Why did it have to be her? At this point, she finally understood that in Kyuzagakure village, without power, she was nothing. How unwilling. It was late at night. The fat pig mission officer walked out of the courtyard of Kyuzagakure building with a bulging belly, holding an umbrella and swaying for a second, and had no intention of going out. He was waiting for the guards to come and carry him home. The mission officer never had the habit of walking alone. The light was dim, and it was rolling like soybeans in the drizzle. The female ninja Jin of Namikaze quietly turned over and flipped from the other end of the wall to the side of the mission officer, holding a cloth bag in her hand, with a cold look. Hula, the cloth bag was like the wind, and it was put on the fat pig mission officer's head. The female ninja Jin could no longer bear it and kicked the bagged mission officer fiercely. She stopped only when the blood splashed through the sack and soaked her hands. She raised her kunai and stabbed it into the sack, and the fat pig mission officer was dead instantly. It was raining at night, and the female ninja Jin turned around and left, turning into the alley quietly and disappearing. A whole night passed, the clouds disappeared, and the rain stopped, and the sky was bright. The cement wash basin was half a foot deep with water, reflecting a girl's clean face. Tian Tian scooped up a handful of clean water and splashed it on her face, carefully washed off the stains on her clothes, wrung out the water from the clothes and hung them in the yard to dry in the wind. The sunlight was a little dazzling, passing through the gaps between the heavy leaves and hitting the cement floor in patches. She stood in front of an old building. There was no courtyard wall in front of the door, only an old tree growing beside the alley wall. Several three-story bungalows with red roofs are crowded together. The first floor is the grocery room. The yard is completely open, with 3 gravel paths in the middle and a row of white and green pine needles planted on both sides. She didn't know where Naruto found the small yard from. She only remembered that she was drunk yesterday and opened her eyes in a daze and found that her clothes had been changed. It seemed that she had vomited all over herself and the dirty clothes were thrown aside. Naruto was sleeping on the sofa. Seeing that she woke up, he had nothing to say, so he asked her to wash her face and prepare to eat something, because there was still something to do later. "What is this place?" she asked. "The land of grass." Naruto made a shushing gesture. "You were drunk yesterday, and I really didn't want you to vomit in my tent, so I just took you out. Aren't we at the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning?" Tian Tian was stunned, looking at Naruto with a confused face. "Are we going too far?" "Don't worry about this, anyway, you can see that I'm not really here to participate in the war." Naruto pouted, but Tian Tian did know him very well. As early as when he was working with the third team on a mission, Tianation's predictions of Naruto's various outrageous behaviors were also outrageous, sometimes even Niji couldn't guess. It can't be hidden, and Naruto is too lazy to hide it. Anyway, Tian Tian knows his secret and won't tell it to others. "Don't we go back directly? What if they find out that we are not here?" Tian Tian looked worried and tangled at Naruto. "What are you going back for?" He rolled his eyes. "Since we're out, we can't go back empty-handed. Otherwise, what can we say? Are you running away?" "I was drunk." I wasn't. I was here when I woke up." Tian Tian was anxious. "Oh, so, then you talked to the executive officer." He looked indifferent. "Anyway, I have to finish my work before going back. You can do it yourself." Fortunately, Tian Tian accepted it quickly and didn't ask Naruto how he brought her here. After washing the clothes, she looked around, looking here and there, as if she was visiting. Naruto had already prepared breakfast, and the two of them gathered at a table to eat slowly. "Why did you come to the land of grass?" Tian Tian asked. "Of course you came here for something. You don't want to fight a muddled battle, do you?" Naruto glanced at her. The idea of the ninja coalition was not good to begin with. It was a helpless move. The grass country has just experienced a great turmoil. It's hard to say whether it is an enemy or a friend. They dare to accept it, and they are not afraid of being stabbed in the back. Chapter 538 Tian Tian breaks the defense. "Naruto, I can't live with evil. Then what should we do?" Tian Tian looked confused and looked back at Naruto. "The grass village is too chaotic. We can't put a knife on the necks of their senior leaders and ask them if they have bad intentions, right?" "Why not?" he asked back. "What?" Tian Tian looked at Naruto in surprise. "Are you serious? There are ninjas from the grass country in the Ninja Alliance, right? If we do this, what if?" "No what if, oh, Tian Tian, are you stupid?" Naruto held his forehead, seemed to understand something, and said helplessly, "You don't think I'll just go like this, do you?" Then yes. Disguise, isn't this the basic skill of a ninja? He stared at Tian Tian for a long time. "You haven't been quite right lately, Tian Tian." "Why what?" Tian Tian felt a little guilty when he looked at her, and couldn't help but take a step back. "It seems that your brain doesn't work well recently, and you're not very smart." Naruto said casually while walking forward. "It seems that you have something on your mind, and you got drunk last night. You weren't like this before, it's just weird." "No, then what was I like before?" Tian Tian walked slowly behind Naruto, and his voice didn't sound so full of energy. "Before, it wasn't like this." He thought for a moment and said, "Tian Tian, don't think too much. Things on the battlefield are not something you can decide. I don't know what happened recently. My emotions are easily affected. Tian Tian lowered his head, but this is not something I can control. I seem to be left far behind. Before, everyone was talking and laughing together, but in the blink of an eye, you got married, and the clan leader became the clan leader, and I was the only one left. And Xiao Li. He reminded. Xiao Li doesn't care at all. He is heartless. Tian Tian muttered softly and rolled his eyes. Tian Tian, I have to remind you that Niji is married. Naruto suddenly stopped and looked at Tian Tian with a strange expression, and the latter blushed. No. It's not what you think. You are so perverted. She waved her hand hurriedly. What's wrong with me? Am I a pervert? Naruto paused and continued to walk forward. Can you hide your thoughts? You couldn't hide them before. Something was wrong with you when Niji got married. Tisk, what qualifications do you have to say that to me? You're a pervert. Tian Tian pouted. What? What? How am I a pervert? He looked unconvinced. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You are slandering me. That's right. You and Sakura are also. Tian Tian stopped talking halfway. How can they be the same? Naruto stopped again and looked back at her. Did I confirm my relationship with anyone at that time? Who did Sakura confirm her relationship with? We are both single. What's wrong with our mutual consent? Besides, these are two different things. Have you ever seen me fall in love with a married woman? You are making a sophistry. Tian Tian was a little unconvinced. Don't worry about what the argument is, just tell me whether it is right or not. He grinned, thinking that when his buddy was stuck with a bug, you didn't know where to play with dolls. Yes, and no. Tian Tian said puffily, you are just changing the concept. You have deceived us like this before, anyway, I won't listen to you. Okay, you have a bad temper, I will listen to you. Naruto looked indifferent, and walked forward with his hands in his pockets. Hearing this, Tian Tian was stunned, frowning slightly. According to her understanding of Naruto, this guy would never be so easy to talk to. How could he swallow this breath? Sure enough, only a faint voice came from the front. Anyway, I am not interested in married men. I am not interested either. Tian Tian almost exploded, her chest heaved, she wanted to jump up and beat him up. I'm not interested in married men. Who knows? This guy has the ability to be weird, how could a girl like Tian Tian be his opponent? You. They were noisy all the way, and Tian Tian didn't seem to be as unhappy as at the beginning. Occasionally, there was silence between the two of them, and Tian Tian didn't show that dull look again. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the outskirts of Kyusagakuer village with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Naruto pointed to a tall building from a high position and said, that is the center of Kyusagakuer village. Although we don't know which group of forces is leading the government now, we don't need to care so much. He pinched his fingers and showed a cruel smile on his face. To treat the people in Kyusagakuer village, we don't need to give them face. We just need to put the knife on their necks, and they will naturally know what to say. Will this not be too good? Tian Tian looked worried. Although she was not a rigid person, she had never done such an exciting thing. At the least, this was an accidental intelligence penetration, and at the most, it was to destroy the unity within the ninja coalition. Especially at this critical juncture in the ninja world, doing these sensitive things was really a bit of a death wish. Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course it's not good. We all put knives on other people's necks, how good can that be? Naruto curled his lips. But isn't that what you said? Put knives on the necks of the high-level officials of the Hidden Grass Village. Tian Tian was not afraid of him, and glared at him, obviously a little dissatisfied. Are you stupid? Naruto was speechless. What does what Uchiha Sasuke did have to do with my Uzumaki Naruto? As for you, aren't you the Kaoru from the Hidden Grass Village? Tian Tian Yama was stunned, and for the first time, she doubted her life in this world full of routines. Kaoru, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear and turned to look at Naruto. Is this okay? Try it and you'll know. Naruto didn't explain why he used Uchiha Sasuke's name, because most people didn't care what the truth was. Otherwise, who asked Sasuke to come out and refute the rumor? Brothers are in the heart. Even if they are far apart and haven't seen each other for many years, he still thinks of Uchiha Sasuke when he has something to do. He doesn't believe in the saying that if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend others. In order to prevent Sasuke from provoking him, he has to provoke Sasuke first. Anyway, just throw any dirty water on Shizuke and it's done, don't worry about the consequences. The Uchiha clan is crazy, the harder you treat them, the less crazy they will be. He really doesn't want to face an Uchiha clan that will go crazy at any time and involve him. If Shizuke has a child, it will be even more damnable. He must stay away from Shizuke. Why do you seem to be against Shizuke Naruto, weren't you partners before? Tian said hesitantly, why do you seem to have a grudge? Nonsense. Naruto said righteously, Shizuke has betrayed me, betrayed the village I cherish most, I will never forgive evil. Tian. The two entered the village, and before Naruto could use the transformation technique to transform into Shizuke, Tian pulled him and whispered. Something seems to be wrong. I can see that this village seems to be looking for someone. Naruto lowered his voice and said, something must have happened. I'll go and ask around first. Afternoon. Naruto stood in front of the Kyuzagakure building, looking up expressionlessly. The dazzling sunlight almost made it impossible for him to open his eyes, and he could only vaguely see the Kyuzagakure logo hanging high. He now looked like Uchiha Shizuke, with a smile on his face. The office door was pushed open, and he spoke like an old friend visiting. Have you found the person who beat you up yesterday? Naruto glanced at the mission officer, his eyes swept across his fat cheeks, and his voice was calm. Bang! The meat mountain stood up, shaky. It's you. The angry roar was deafening, and the fat pig mission officer's fat and thick fingers like carrots kept shaking, pointing at Naruto and gritting his teeth and cursing. Vile beast! Do you know who I am? How dare you beat a noble for no reason? Do you know who I am? Who are you? The fat pig was stunned. Yes, who is this person? There is not even a forehead protector on his forehead. Since you ask sincerely, then I will tell you mercifully, I am Uchiha Shizuke. Naruto said, and slapped the man hard again. Tell me. Did you ask someone to join the Ninja Alliance? Was it your idea? Do you want to die? Naruto stepped on the fat pig's face, but he didn't use much force. The fat pig mission officer didn't feel the threat to his life, and immediately cursed. I'll have someone kill you now. Damn it. Trash. You damn civilian. Who do you think you are? I can step on you to death with one foot. The mission officer was so angry that he was shaking all over. The 200-pound meat mountain could only curse people with some non-aggressive words such as beast and bitch. Tisk, Naruto just casually said something to inquire about it, and the fat pig mission officer was like a brainless person, and his anger rose immediately. But it's better for the fat pig mission officer to be a little stupid, so he can just get some words out of him. Naruto stood there lazily, and took advantage of the fat pig mission officer's breathing to glance at him, and replied elegantly and casually. What a motherless thing! Come here! Come here! Get him! Pa! Naruto walked directly in front of the fat pig mission officer and slapped him hard with his backhand. The mission officer's face was hideous and he was beaten to the ground. Didn't you eat? Naruto jumped onto the table, pulled the fat pig's collar and shook it viciously. You shouted so softly, louder. I don't know if you thought you were crying for your mother? 3 or 5 ninjas rushed in from outside the door. The fat pig mission officer's face turned red like a twisted tomato, pointing at Naruto and yelling. The ninjas pounced on him and Naruto was pinned to the ground. Throw him in jail. Kill him for me. Damn it. Lowly beast. Wild dog. From Naruto's perspective, the world seemed to be slowed down countless times, and the angry roars and scoldings gradually faded away. The fat pig mission officer's angry voice became more and more deafening, like the sound of nature. It's done, the rest depends on Tian. When Naruto was taken to the dungeon, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Was he training a good girl to go down the dark path? Crazy, he's crazy. An old voice laughed dryly twice, and then choked on phlegm as if the tape was stuck. In the dungeon of Kyuzagakure, in a cell for 3 people. There was only one oil lamp in the corridor of several cells, and the wick was as big as a soybean, which could only cast a heavy shadow on the cell. The ventilation window was opened high, and it could be blocked with 2 fingers. Can you shut up? I know he is crazy. Naruto couldn't help but speak, sitting on the half-wet straw, frowning slightly. The old man was a little embarrassed, his dirty white eyebrows drooped, and his face looked like dried bacon. The face was completely unclear in the dark, but it was roughly known that he had few front teeth left, and when he opened his mouth to breathe, it leaked air like an exhaust fan. The madman in Kusanaga's mouth was a middle-aged man with a big skeleton. It was unknown how long he had been locked up, and his body was covered with luxuriant hair. He exuded a foul smell all over his body, like a black bear. His name is Hwimkuma Ichi. He killed all 4 members of his family, killed 4 or 5 Chunins and escaped. Hehe, guess what he was doing when he was caught? The old man's voice was intermittent, like a drop of urine, and he seemed very proud. Eating meat. Hehe. Don't sleep too deeply at night, the old man's meat is dry when he is old, and children like you with delicate skin and tender flesh are the most tender and delicious. Why don't we take turns to keep watch at night? You keep watch for the first half of the night, and I keep watch for the second half of the night. Naruto thought about it and nodded, okay. Smart. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. In the second half of the night, Naruto's breathing gradually became even. The old man occasionally glanced in the direction of Hwimkuma Ichi, his eyes alert. Only when he looked at Naruto would his face show a loving look. The old man silently got up, took out a kunao from under the wet thatch, and moved silently. Holding the sharp kunao, he turned over and stabbed the black shadow lying on the thatch fiercely. The old man's movements were swift and smooth, but boom! There was no feeling of stabbing the human body, it was empty. He was startled, and his old eyes frantically searched for Naruto's figure, but the cell was only this big, where could that person go? The ground was dark, and the walls of the cell were not clear. There was a gap behind the madman Hwimkuma Ichi. But when did he pass by? The old man did not dare to touch Hwimkuma Ichi for the time being. What he said just now was not all lies. Hwimkuma Ichi was indeed a complete madman. At the moment, he could only grope his way forward along the wall little by little. He took a step forward, and the rustling sound in the darkness made him extremely uneasy. Fortunately, no one was woken up. The old man adjusted his breathing and took another step forward. This time, he didn't make any sound. He couldn't help but smile with relief, and his tense muscles relaxed subconsciously. Hey! Naruto fell from the sky, crossed his hands and twisted the old man's head neatly with a snap. Without even giving the old man a chance to scream, his whole body softened like a sack. Naruto held him up and quietly dragged the old man to the ground. This filial and loving scene fell into Hwimkuma's eyes. At some point, he opened his eyes early. Perhaps it was when Naruto silently climbed to the top of the cell, or perhaps it was after he was awakened by the sound of the old man poking at the air. Hwimkuma Ichi stared at Naruto with burning eyes. After Naruto noticed it, he turned his head and took the initiative to show a close smile on his face. What a coincidence, you can't sleep either. Hwimkuma Ichi looked like a black bear. He sat there motionless, but gave people a strong sense of separatism. His turbid eyes swept over, and people's goosebumps stood up. However, Naruto didn't care. He put the kunao into his clothes and talked to himself. I offended someone, a fat pig. That person arranged this old man to pretend to be a death row prisoner to kill me. I am unlucky, but not stupid. Although this old man looks skinny, his muscles are full, fine and tough. He doesn't look like a death row prisoner, but more like an assassin. The old guy thought I couldn't see it and took advantage of my young age and ignorance, hehe. Chapter 539, When the heart is disturbed, the wind changes its direction. Naruto stretched his body, took a look at the dungeon that was as brittle as paper, grinned at the sturdy cellmate, and twisted the railing with his backhand. Boom! The explosion in the dungeon broke the tranquility of the night, and the fat pig mission officer woke up from his sleep, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back like a wall of flesh. What happened? He shouted loudly outside the room, but the only response was deathly silence. At this moment, he finally felt fear. Recalling the scene when he faced the young man who called himself Uchiha Sasuke, he suddenly felt cold all over. That man! Tian stood outside the door of the fat pig mission officer, listening to the roar from inside the door. Her eyes were particularly complicated, and there were corpses lying on the ground behind her. According to Naruto, just put the knife on the neck of the fat pig. At that time, Tian still thought that Naruto's behavior was not good, but in the end only then did he realize that he was the clown. The guy spread his hands and said, "It's you who goes, not me." Tian was naturally unwilling and refused without hesitation. As a result, Naruto said directly, "You don't want to go back like this, do you? How can you explain leaving the camp without permission with empty hands? They can't do anything to me, and they can't punish you." Hearing this, Tian's face fell immediately. Facts have proved that you should never trust Uzumaki Naruto's character. This guy's bottom line is unbelievable. Every time Tian Tian thought she knew him, Naruto always gave her a surprise in the end. This bastard! Uzumaki Naruto, you deserve to die! Tian Tian cursed, looked at the door in front of him angrily, and kicked it hard. Ah! The mission officer was frightened and kept shrinking back, and finally found that there was only a little girl standing outside the door. You deserve to die! Tian Tian pulled out the sword from his face and walked towards the mission officer step by step, like a demon or a ghost. The fat pig was originally happy, but when he saw Tian Tian pull out the sword, he shuddered and shrank back with trembling. Buzz! When Tian Tian put the sword on the fat pig's neck, he softened directly, knelt on the bed trembling, and his nose and tears kept flowing. Don't kill me! Please! Don't kill me, I will give you whatever you want. Really, I have money and power, everything, don't kill me. Listening to the fat pig mission officer's panicked plea for mercy, Tian Tian suddenly had an idea that he had never had before, and thought secretly in his heart. These people have everything, money and power, and they have everything they want. The most precious thing is only one life. Only when you are alive, power and wealth will have meaning. At this point, the entire ninja world has gathered together to face a common enemy, and ninjas from all countries are fighting bravely. But for these nobles, it seems that war is nothing more than this. They only care about enjoyment. But you can enjoy it only when you are alive, right? Now whether he lives or dies is just a matter of my thoughts. This feeling of controlling other people's life and death seems to be somewhat comfortable. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Tian Tian shook her head vigorously, wondering why she had such a perverted idea in her mind. She came to. Yes, business is more important. She suddenly woke up, and the blade sank a few inches into the flesh of the mission officer, scaring the fat pig to scream. He was really afraid that he would die like this. The greatest pain for a person is that he has money and power, but his life is gone. Speak. Tian Tian looked like a fragrant girl at this time. She had a stern face and a fierce tone. Is it your idea to let the grass country join the ninja coalition? You are a third-rate country, a small place the size of a palm, why are you joining in the fun? Hey? Have you had enough of living so you want to die? No. The fat pig mission officer didn't dare to look up, and said with tears streaming down his face, how dare I? The grass country sent troops out not to go against you adults, but just to get some benefits. Benefits? Tianation's heart trembled, and he looked at the fat pig mission officer with incredible eyes. Yes, yes. The mission officer heard that Tianation's attitude seemed to be loosened a little, and he was overjoyed and said as if to take credit, of course it's to get benefits, otherwise why would we send troops? If you ask me, the purpose of the 5 major countries launching a war is not so pure. For a small country like us to take advantage of their casualties to get some benefits, it would be a huge fortune. Besides, the 5 major countries usually act arrogantly, and now that something has happened in the ninja world, they naturally have to take the lead. We just need to watch from the side, and I don't plan to help. When they fight each other to the point of being defeated, we will take the opportunity to annex some land and forces, and the grass country may be able to grow stronger. The more Tian Tian listened, the more her body trembled. She suddenly thought of her guilt for not completing a bait mission perfectly, but what did she hear now? After thinking about it, she killed the mission officer with a knife. Outside, Naruto was having fun, using illusion to transform into Sasuke's appearance, driving the transformed Susanoo to destroy the military strongholds of the grass village. He stepped on it here and punched it there. When he finished playing according to the list given by Hydrangea, all those who disrupted the situation in the grass village were dead, and there was no one alive. And all this was done by Uchiha Sasuke, and had nothing to do with Uzumaki Naruto. Soon, the Shrine Maiden will descend on Kusagakuer village, using the evil god belief as a sharp blade to clear away all the dirt. Kusagakuer, there can only be one voice in the future, Uzumaki. It won't be long before the Shrine Maidenshin will know what a social animal is. After she has felt the beating of the 007 of society, she will surely be able to dispel the confusion in her heart. Naruto couldn't help but silently give himself a thumbs up in his heart. This was a great plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Turning his head, he was happy again. Tenten, is the matter done? Yes, it's done. Tenten looked absent-minded, and looked up at Naruto blankly. The person is dead, I set a fire. Yes. Naruto was a little surprised, and smiled. I almost thought I heard it wrong. This is not like your style, but it seems like something I often do. Alas. Tian Tian sighed, let's leave here first, I don't want to talk now. The two took advantage of the chaos to leave the Kyuzagakure village, and their figures slowly disappeared into the night. Along the way, Tian Tian told her what she heard one by one. In response, Naruto just smiled and said nothing. This operation would indeed seem outrageous if it were placed on the 5 major countries, but if it was the grass country, it would be a basic operation. This small country, the size of a palm, has almost integrated shamelessness into the genes of the people of the grass country. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The village is in a mess of internal and external troubles. It would be a ghost if it could hold the righteousness in its heart. However, this phenomenon will soon change. Just now, Naruto has smashed all the wandering ninjas and Kyuzagakure nobles, killing some and injuring others. The glory of the evil god is about to enter the Kyuzagakure battlefield, and there is only half a day left in the countdown. The people will get a sum of money to repair the village, provided that they believe in the evil god. In this chaotic place in the ninja world, only the beam brought by the evil god can pierce the darkness and illuminate the village. In the past, Naruto always liked to fight alone, punish the thief and kill the chief criminal, and capture the thief first. I always like to solve problems from the source, which feels really good, but it is not completely useful. Governing the people requires not only money and power, but also not enough to let the people live and work in peace and contentment. If you want to occupy this place, you must achieve justice. Find an excuse to take over Kyuzagakure, an excuse that everyone in Kyuzagakure believes. For example, Zhang Jiao's thunder god helps me, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang's book in the belly of the fish, the emperor's authorization from heaven, Konoha's will of fire, and Uegakure's will of stone. In short, blah blah, if the name is not right, the words will not flow, and if the words are not flowing, the things will not be accomplished. Facts have proved that people can only eat enough when they listen to advice. When he realized that his casual style of doing things would not work, Naruto decisively chose to join the army of faith. Thinking that there is an evil god belief around him, he just uses it. No matter what belief it is, as long as it can help him achieve his goals and get things done, one more belief is not a burden. Hey, how can they do this? Haha, I don't know. Naruto responded, changing the subject, are you still obsessed with a married man? You're so busy. Get lost. You're the one who's obsessed with him. Tian Tian pushed him unhappily, you're not a good guy either, stop meddling in my business. I don't care, it's just that I see something's wrong with you. The two of them walked in the mountain stream, talking to each other, Naruto in front and Tian Tian behind. Before they left, they had to climb to the top of the mountain in person and take another look at the reaction of Kyuzagakure. Tian Tian could see Naruto's back when she looked up, which felt a bit strange, and she muttered. Is that kind of thing so interesting? Why are you all so anxious to get married? Shikamaru and the others are like this, and even Niji is like this. Hey, don't ask me about this kind of thing. Naruto looked back at her lazily, I think it's meaningless, it's really too tiring. Tian Tian, you. After she finished complaining, she suddenly said another sentence. I won't die alone, will I? No. Hearing this, Naruto was stunned, and suddenly remembered that Tian Tian seemed to really die alone in the main storyline. The friends around him, even Xiao Li, got married and had children, but Tian Tian was still alone. If no one wants you, you can find me. Anyway, I don't mind too much. He grinned and said shamelessly, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Go to hell. Bastard Naruto. Tian Tian kicked Naruto on the back, no one wants you. Even if I jump off this mountain and die, I will never find you to make do. Lie. Shameless. Tisk, you still despise me. Naruto curled his lips, patted the footprints on his back, and continued to walk to the top of the mountain as if nothing had happened, but he didn't notice that Tian Tian behind him blushed for a moment. Which little women don't have spring feelings? It's just that Tenten is unlucky. She met Nisi, who had a bitter but pure life. Because of his bitter life, Tenten has a little extra care for Nisi and is full of expectations for him. She wouldn't have expected Nisi to make a big splash since the Chunin exam, but she didn't expect that in the end. Because Nisi is pure, when he saw the opportunity to change the fate of the Hyuga clan, he grabbed it without hesitation, became the clan leader and got married. He didn't seem to care about anything outside the Hyuga clan at all, and didn't have any romantic feelings. This was cruel but also fortunate for Tenten. The cruel thing was that the hazy thoughts were completely cut off, but fortunately it was much easier. After she calmed down and thought about it, she suddenly felt a little childish. Nisi's life was decided by himself, and Nisi didn't show those emotions from the beginning. Besides, she only thought Nisi was reliable, and it seemed that she had never seen Nisi from the perspective of a partner. Nisi suddenly got married just because he was uncomfortable. But after that period of time, she didn't seem to be too difficult to let go. What does it feel like to be in love? Naruto should know a lot, but he's a scumbag. Tian thought so and clenched her fists again. Climbing to the top of the mountain, Naruto stared at the movement in the hidden grass village for a while, and then relaxed his pursed lips. It's okay, let's go. Oh. Tian nodded reluctantly, but she couldn't help thinking about what happened just now, muttering that this guy was really shameless. But this guy was like nothing happened, as if he was just joking. Pa, Tian fell on the simple bed in the camp and rolled around, shouting ah, ah, ah for a long time in annoyance. Until she hit the bed railing with a thud, she finally stopped. What does Naruto mean? Saying that kind of thing, could it be? She sat up suddenly, covering her red cheeks with a look of horror. I'm not really going to live out my life alone, am I? No, I haven't tasted anything. After shouting for a while, she stopped. 5 days have passed since she inexplicably entered the hidden grass village that day, and the front line has already started. It's just a small-scale exploratory confrontation for the time being, and it hasn't reached the point of a full-scale war. The war is indeed different from what she thought, but what makes Tian more concerned is that Guy disappeared again, but no one is investigating his whereabouts. Since she left the hidden grass village, she can feel her own changes more and more. It seems that many of her thoughts have changed. It's hard to say that it's negative, but she doesn't care so much about the noble country. The more she doesn't think about it, the more she cares, as if her soul has been aroused. It's not that she cares about Naruto, but she cares about what Naruto said. She just can't help but become more curious about what it feels like to be in love. Once the desire is aroused, the heart feels surprisingly uncomfortable. No. Absolutely not. Tian patted her red cheeks and said seriously, you can't think about it anymore, he must have done it on purpose. But it's okay to think about it occasionally, after all, that guy is not a good person. A black villain jumped out of her mind and bewitched. But that's why you should stay away from him. Don't be fooled, that guy did it on purpose. The righteous villain warned seriously, do you want to be eaten? But isn't Sakura doing well now? The evil villain said word by word beside Tianation's ear in a charming voice. Do you want to work for the nobles? Chapter 540, Covering Eyes, take this test? It's easy for people to convince themselves, all they need is a tenable reason. Long time no see, Jin. Naruto smiled at the person across the table and pinched his sleeves. Mountains and rivers meet again, you are not dead. The female ninja Jin's face changed several times, but finally calmed down and looked up at Naruto. How could you be the controller of Kyuzagakure village? What you said is meaningless. It's not me, it's the evil god. Naruto spoke without leaking a single drop of water. He leaned back and said with a smirk. What does the evil god's followers have to do with me, Uzumaki Naruto? Don't pretend. Since I'm in your hands, you can kill me or cut me up as you like. The female ninja Jin gritted her teeth and stared at Naruto fiercely, extremely angry. She didn't want to compromise anymore. This world is really unreasonable. She has already landed on the shore. She just wants to find a peaceful place to live a good life. How can there be so many bad things? However, a shameless villain like Uzumaki Naruto is free and happy. He does whatever he wants and is the main goal of getting what he wants. Don't let good people live, right? You are really inexplicable. I didn't say what I would do to you. Naruto stroked his chin and recalled the scene during the Chunin exam. But you fell into my hands again, this is really a bad fate. In the small interrogation room, the female ninja's golden hands and feet were trapped by chains, sitting on a regret chair that exuded a metallic luster. The table in front of her was too narrow for her to lie down and rest. Naruto suddenly felt that this scene seemed familiar. After careful recollection, he suddenly remembered that it was an ordinary afternoon before the time travel. He accidentally opened a hot-blooded ninja mobile game when he was free, and the content in it really made him excited. Coincidentally, when he saw this female ninja 6 years ago, it seemed that she also used the lightning escape paralysis combo, which was shameful. A pool of nutrient solution was irrigated on the forest grass of the training ground. Hehe, what do you want? The female ninja said coldly with a frown, stop pretending and say it directly. You are quite a character, but can you respect me? Naruto looked at her playfully, tapping his fingers lightly on the iron table, you also saw that the current Kyuzagakure village is temporarily under my control. I don't know why you have such a big grudge against me. All your companions are dead and abandoned in Konoha by Orochimaru like garbage. If you really hate me, why didn't you fight for Orochimaru? You should have died a long time ago, but the fact is that you are alive and well now. Hehe, so what? She said. This proves that you don't want to die, on the contrary you want to live well. Naruto frowned. Let me tell you directly, the fat pig mission officer who made things difficult for you is already dead. I don't want to kill you, to be exact, I don't care about your thoughts at all. What you have to do now is to show your value, and you also want to continue living, right? If you are useless to me, well. Hearing this, the female ninjajin looked up at Naruto in disbelief, and then fell into deep thought. After a while, the chains rustled, followed by the sound of "oh-at-at." Fuck, why are you taking off your clothes? Naruto stood up directly, raised his hands to cover his eyes, revealing a big gap. What are you doing? What are you doing? The tables and chairs in the interrogation room are somewhat round, and the iron chains are shining white. You look down on me too much, don't you? Take this as a test for ninjas. Which ninja can't stand such a test? The female ninjajin didn't say anything, but frowned, with a puzzled look on her face. If you don't want to see it, why do you leave such a big gap between your fingers? Her name is Oto no Jin, she has no surname, and even her name is just given by Orochimaru. Names like experimental subjects 1 and 2 are perfunctory and cheap. It's just that she likes this name very much, not because it's so nice. It just happens to be because it doesn't sound good, it doesn't sound like a girl's name, it's like a weed. So, she can be insidious and untrustworthy, and jealous. These not so good qualities have allowed her, a lowly person like weeds, to live smoothly until now. Weeds grow in the wild, can take root anywhere, and are as tough as a rock and cannot be moved. What you said doesn't make sense. You can do it, but I can't watch it. Naruto said seriously, but I don't like it. Hearing this, Otoko put on her clothes and pondered Naruto's words. It's not that the man doesn't like it, but it's obvious that he doesn't want her body. She silently wondered what on earth was worth the man's interrogation of her alone. All the high-ranking officials of Kyuzagakure disappeared, leaving behind a village without power. Could it be that this man wanted to control Kyuzagakure village? This seems unlikely. Even though the power structure of Kyuzagakure changes very quickly, no one has ever controlled Kyuzagakure for a long time. Over the years, she has seen at least 20 coups of all sizes in Kyuzagakure village, either successful or failed. But in the end, without exception, none of them could last long. In the final analysis, there are only 3 reasons. First, the interests of the nobles are intertwined. The high-ranking officials of Kyuzagakure are changing, but the Kyuzagakure nobles are ironclad. As long as the country of grass can breathe, it is the living animal of the Kyuzagakure nobles. Their wealth and power far exceed any group of Kyuzagakure high-ranking officials. Every time there is a change in the top leadership of Kyuzagakure, everything that is beneficial to the Kyuzagakure nobles will be peaceful, and the Kyuzagakure nobles will naturally take advantage of this opportunity to further plunder. It is no exaggeration to say that the tax revenue of the Kyuzagakure country has been received after 100 years. Secondly, Kyuzagakure does not have a mature ninja village system, its strength is weak, and its ninjutsu is complicated. Most of the ninjutsu that Kyuzagakure is proud of are stolen from other ninja villages, not to mention the inheritance, which is simply a mess. As a result, Kyuzagakure, whether it is ninjas or ninjutsu, has actually been moving towards the wandering ninja system. To put it bluntly, it is not up to the standard, with a certain combat power but not much. This also leads to the fact that Kyuzagakure ninjas do not actually listen to the top leaders that much. After all, this is a small country that started out by plagiarism. Who knows what the wind will blow next year, and ninjas naturally follow their own interests. Their purpose is to be loyal to the emperor and eat the emperor's salary, and to put it bluntly, they will move closer to whoever throws more bones. Third, and most importantly, Kyuzagakure is a mixed bag. Over the years, too many rebellious ninjas and wandering ninjas with murders on their hands have hit here. This is a quagmire full of villains. No one who stays here is a good person. The combination of these 3 points has resulted in rampant crime and low tax revenue. If the top leaders of Kyuzagakure can't get money, they will automatically disband without external help. Based on the above points, Oto no Jin felt that this person's purpose was probably not to firmly control Kyuzagakure, but after excluding this option, there is no other option. She recalled what Naruto and his group had done in the past few days. Even if she didn't want to believe it in her heart, she still came to the almost absurd conclusion. You want to completely control the Kingdom of Grass? She looked up and asked in astonishment. If you answer correctly, you will be rewarded with exposure. Naruto the man almost swallowed his tongue halfway through his words, but fortunately he stopped in time. I've watched too much Intimate Paradise these days, and Jiraiya's old man is comfortable, traveling and collecting folk songs everywhere. Not to mention, this old man is good at tasting women, and the plot is flying, which is awesome. He coughed to cover up his embarrassment, and then said. Guess why I found you? You want someone familiar with Kyuzagaku to be the insider, so I am the insider. Oto no Jin was still smart, and the answer in his mind almost came out. Almost, as for what to do, that's your choice. Naruto said, leaning back, either help my people eat up the Kingdom of Grass, or die. That will offend those nobles, and I won't survive either. After she finished speaking, she looked at Naruto again. The Kyuzagaku village is full of mixed people and it's hard to chew, let alone the Kingdom of Grass. Do you think you are smart? Naruto asked. I just want to do my best. The current situation. I said, either the nobles die or you die. Naruto knocked on the iron table, you know my background, either stay or be buried in the ground. If you want to live, show your true ability. After that, Naruto stood up and left without giving Otagami any time to react. In the cell, Otagami fell into deep thought. She was weighing the conditions given by Naruto. Although she had no choice, she might not be unable to flatter and agree to it and then find a chance to escape. But should she really do this? For 6 years, she had been wandering in many places, from small villages to big cities. She finally took root in Kyuzagaku and put in so much effort, and there were wars elsewhere. Where could she go after leaving Kyuzagaku? She didn't think she was so outstanding, but she was young. A young girl in her 20s, with a proper and naturally beautiful appearance. What kind of life would she live in the future? Displaced and humiliated, the fat pig mission officer died, but there may be such people elsewhere. Only by holding power in your own hands can you control your destiny. Is she really reliable? Hydrangea asked with a worried look. It doesn't matter, as long as she is useful. Naruto waved his hand, there are not enough people now, as long as she can be useful, as for the others. It doesn't matter whether the grass country is good or not. What matters is that there are no grass country nobles. Only by driving them away can we make profits, and there will be many places to spend money in the future. Then what about management? Should we follow the previous rules of those nobles for the time being? Hydrangea frowned slightly, as if she was a little reluctant. There's no need to be so greedy. We took over the grass country to gain more territory, not to squeeze blood. He ordered, change the rules and bury all those who don't obey. Don't waste time on indifferent people. Whether the grass country is good or bad, we have to control it in our hands. Even if we earn less or even lose no profit, we should not be restricted. If killing one of those bastards is not enough, just kill them all. At worst, we can transfer people from the rain country. The important thing is that this place lacks everything in the ninja world except people. Hearing this, Hydrangea nodded and understood. How is Kurama Yakumo's side with the evil god's followers? Naruto suddenly remembered and asked one more question. All the damned people are dead, so the promotion of faith is going smoothly. Hydrangea replied, Kurama Yakumo has gathered a group of grass god operators, and they are very enthusiastic. Won't their beliefs conflict? Naruto was surprised. No, because we offer a higher price. Hydrangea said calmly, they are devout believers and they are quite professional in their work. Naruto was a little embarrassed. They were indeed very professional after receiving the money. It doesn't matter whether they are believers or not. Even if these clergy know that this is just a trick to fool the people, it doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone gets the results they want. Work is work, there is no need to think deeply. In comparison, Yun's hygiene seems to be more dull. But Naruto doesn't mind such dullness. Such people are useful and will not be shaken at will. Where did you go? Tian Tian asked quickly, why haven't I seen you for several days? I went to fight the boss, swipe monsters on the battlefield, etc. Naruto was vague. Anyway, no one in the Ninja Coalition headquarters investigated why he left his post without permission. Kakashi never thought that Naruto would agree to go to the front line, and there was no mission for him for a while. The main reason was that the battlefield situation was not mature and the ninja coalition did not have mature tactics. In this situation, only a fool would send out his important combat force to clear mines. Is it true? Tian Tian looked surprised. Of course it's true, I'm loyal to the village. Naruto said this, but his footsteps were walking in another direction. He had just backstabbed a wave of friendly troops. The grass country ninjas who are still trying to fish in troubled waters in the Ninja Alliance are probably also very distressed. They came out to fight a war and wanted to make a profit. But who would have thought that when they turned around, their home was gone? It was really a strange story. Before the war was completely started, their own crystal exploded first. The old and young wives and children were all in the rear, and it was unknown which force controlled the grass country. The grass country soldiers were extremely anxious and eager to go home, but the news from the front line was blocked. This is really a war that lasted for 3 months, and a letter from home is worth 1,000 gold. And the driving force behind all this was standing in the fire country camp not far from the grass country camp. At the edge of the field, he leaned against a wooden fence and chatted with a lively girl. The man occasionally looked at the camp of the grass country, and when he saw the scene of the grass country warriors not interested in the war, a smile would unconsciously appear at the corner of his mouth. What are you laughing at? Tian Tian asked curiously. Nothing, what have you been doing these 2 days? Naruto came back to his senses and asked with a cough. Not 2 days, but many days. Tian Tian corrected, the battlefield is fighting every day, but we haven't received any missions to go out, so we stay in the camp every day. Isn't that good? What's good about it? Living in the camp doesn't sleep well, and it's boring all day long. She complained, it's okay for a while, but it's too uncomfortable for a long time. Naruto, what's going on in the battlefield ahead? Why is there no movement all the time? Tian Tian put her hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, and said seriously. Chapter 541 Tian Tian knows it all. Naruto, I feel uncomfortable if I don't spend money for a day. What else can we do? A fight has broken out. Naruto said casually, but don't you think the ninjas from the grass country across the street have been acting a little strange recently? Why are they weird? Tian Tian was stunned, wondering why he changed the subject. The grass country has no intention of fighting anymore, and they will probably run away in the next 2 days. He grinned and pointed towards the grass country camp. How do you know? Use your eyes to see, it's past mealtime, and these people haven't made a fire yet. Naruto smiled, something must have happened, probably an internal conflict. Why do you care so much about Kyuzagakur? Tian Tian felt a little jealous. Don't you care? He asked back, you dealt with the Kyuzagakur mission officer yourself, wasn't it to prove that they would rebel? I don't care. Tian Tian folded his hands and turned away. After returning that time, the camp did not pursue the disappearance of Tian Tian. To be more precise, they did not notice that Tian Tian was missing. At that time, the management was quite chaotic, and it was hard to tell who was who for a while. Well, let's go back. He shrugged and called Tian Tian to go back. The two of them walked back again, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. He occasionally looked back at her and talked about some extremely sparse and ordinary topics. Slowly, he also found a clue that Tian Tian seemed to be a little bit wrong. Every few seconds, she seemed to look at herself. Could this person like me? When this thought just emerged in his mind, he subconsciously broke it. He thought it was impossible. Anyone could like him, but it definitely couldn't be Tian Tian. He never concealed his scum in front of Tian Tian, and was completely open. Now the state is that Tian Tian knows that he is a scum, and he also knows that he is a scum. Even if he jokes occasionally. Wait, an absurd thought flashed through Naruto's mind, thinking that Tian Tian could not take it seriously? It shouldn't be, Tian Tian is so sober. Could it be that Hinata is possessed? Why do you always look at me? Tian Tian frowned and looked at Naruto with a bad look. You are not planning to take advantage of me, are you? I warn you, don't think of having any bad intentions towards me, I won't be fooled. Even if you pester me, it's useless. Even if I don't hate you, I can't accept it. Give up. Naruto. This guy has his own progress bar. Is he so good at it? No, I always treat you as a buddy. Naruto waved his hand and smiled, it's not like we haven't slept together before, I really don't have any bad intentions. What nonsense. Tian Tian glanced at him, but didn't care too much. The relationship between the two is relatively simple. Before this, they were indeed good friends who could talk about everything. In fact, Naruto had told Tian Tian everything he couldn't say to others. He believed that Tian Tian would not cheat him, and Tian Tian also enjoyed the feeling of being trusted. Especially since that person was a person who didn't like to tell the truth, she felt an incomparable sense of satisfaction. If it weren't for the incident with Niji, perhaps Tenten wouldn't have thought about the future. For her, time passed slowly, and life with her friends was fun. But since Niji got married, everything has changed. People around her have started families one after another. It's as if they grew up overnight, and she is the one left behind. After experiencing all kinds of things, Tenten has also let go, but she doesn't want to change her life trajectory. Just as some people accept growing up but can't accept falling in love immediately, Tenten is the same. Compared to falling in love, she prefers to live her own life. Some things between adults don't need to be said too clearly. Tenten didn't say it directly, and Naruto didn't try to understand her meaning. But he felt the feeling that Tenten expressed, and many things are actually not difficult as long as he takes the initiative. The wind blew at the edge of the camp, and the big green trees were blown rustling. Naruto said, "Oh," but didn't continue the topic. He just reached out to help her lift the curtain when he sent Tenten into the tent, and his palm was pressed against the top of the tent entrance. Tian Tian stumbled, but she didn't feel any pain on her forehead. She looked up and fell silent. "Then I'll go back first." Naruto took a few steps back and slowly turned to leave. She raised her head in the strong wind and only saw a tall figure slowly leaving and the corner of his clothes blown up by the wind. She didn't feel excited, but a little nervous. At that moment, Tian Tian felt like a long time had passed, and the skin on her forehead seemed to be hot. Her heart was beating fast. He should know what she meant, but I know what Naruto means. Ambiguous tacit understandings are always kept secret and cannot be spoken directly. Once spoken, it is like a porcelain kettle falling to the ground, it can only fall into pieces. In short, today I will stop here for now. Uzumaki Naruto. You really deserve to die. Sasuke cut a green tree with a knife, with nowhere to vent his anger, and roared at the sound of the wind coming from the forest and pine waves. Don't be angry, Sasuke, that guy has always been like this. Xiang advised, there will be a breakthrough on the front battlefield soon, and the ninja coalition can't hold on any longer. How can it be impossible to hold on? The five shadows haven't made a move yet, and Uzumaki Naruto has disappeared. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were gloomy. He's not even on the battlefield. He turned around and went to the grass country. Who can tell me how he shuttled back and forth between the two places? This Xiang felt that Sasuke was a little too crazy. He seemed to care about Uzumaki Naruto. In fact, Sasuke didn't need any good reputation now. They were planning to destroy the 5 major countries. Compared to this, the trivial things in the capitals of the grass country and the fire country were nothing. But she couldn't say these, she could only helplessly watch Sasuke lose his temper. Sasuke seemed to be a lot more irritable recently, and his temperament was not like this in the past. Maybe the battlefield was too depressing, and the people of Kabuto Yakushi and Zetsu had their own ulterior motives. Although the ninja coalition on the other side is not a monolithic entity, the other side is still clear about the priorities of the contradictions, knows that they cannot lose, and dares to fight hard on the battlefield. On the other hand, the old waste reborn from the impure world reincarnation is useless in their own camp. Although it can indeed cause heavy losses to the ninja coalition, it is limited to this. Reikage and Kazekage swept the camp. Generally speaking, the losses of the ninja coalition were not great. Now both sides are competing for patience. Kabuto Yakushi is waiting for the ninja coalition to lose patience. After all, it is a temporary army. Failure to win in one go, continuous small defeats, and morale will always collapse. But everyone understands the truth, but it is hard to say how the situation will go. Although White Zetsu has no heart and absolutely obeys orders, Kabuto Yakushi is the only brain that controls them. Although the ninja coalition has a chaotic mind, it may not be impossible to fight if it is used well. The most uncomfortable is Uchiha Sasuke. He not only needs to wait, but also has to endure the provocation of Uzumaki Naruto. All these things are understood by Naruto, but she can't do anything about it. The leader of the battlefield is Kabuto Yakushi. Now the only thing they can do is to defeat the ninja coalition as soon as possible and speed up their collapse. The Snow Country. How is the ninja coalition? Hinata Hanabi asked curiously. Nothing, with the care of the high-level officials, the situation is relatively stable. Naruto answered casually, carefully moving his head away from Hinata's belly. After he got up and washed his hands, he took a plate of grapes and sat next to Hinata to peel them carefully. Hinata sat there quietly with a peaceful smile on her face. The scenery of the snow country is very good. There are majestic snow-capped mountains and long rivers frozen for thousands of miles outside the capital. However, the capital is like spring all year round and is very lively. There is also a Hinata Hanabi chirping beside her. The two sisters go out to play from time to time. They have been here for a month or two, and they haven't even visited a corner of the capital. Naruto would come to accompany her whenever he was free. Sometimes he didn't even have time to change his clothes, and his hair was messy. Hinata was actually very satisfied with her current life and felt happy. I'm just worried about the village. I don't know if my father has gone to the front line. Hanabi muttered, it's said to be the ninja coalition, but there's no news after fighting for a long time. How could Lord Hayashi go to the front line? Niji has already gone to the front line, so Lord Hayashi must sit back. Naruto snorted and fed a grape to Hinata's mouth. Ah, open your mouth. Hinata's eyes narrowed into crescents and she opened her mouth obediently. I can peel it myself. I'm not a child. How can I let you do it? It's not a big deal. You have a baby in your belly. Naruto said softly and fed another grape to Hinata's mouth. Let me do this kind of small thing, it's okay. Hinata Hanabi got goosebumps when she heard this. If she didn't know that her brother-in-law was not a good man, she would really believe that he was a good man. However, her sister didn't care about sharing a husband with others, so why should she mind? And even though Hinata Hanabi was unhappy with Naruto, she had to admit that her cheap brother-in-law did pay attention to the details and took everything into consideration. If she put this thought somewhere else, no, it can't be put somewhere else, otherwise what will happen to her sister? She shook her head and looked at Hinata's smiling face, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She thought to herself, my silly sister, have you forgotten that there is another Ino? In fact, if Hanabi didn't think about it carefully, even she couldn't remember that her cheap brother-in-law had a little Ino besides Hinata. This guy really did a great job with the details. He never mentioned Ino in front of Hinata, and even more amazingly, he created a feeling of rushing home every time he came back. It makes people feel that Naruto seems to be busy on the battlefield, but he only has one thing to do. He was worried about Hinata, and his eager look could win a performance award. What impressed Hanabi even more was the details. Although this guy's clothes would get dirty and messy sometimes, there would never be blood stains, whether it was his or someone else's. Are you going back to the battlefield later? Hanabi asked narrowly. You are so disrespectful, what are you talking about? Naruto also noticed the aggressiveness in Hanabi's words, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Call me brother-in-law. You wish. Don't you like Princess Fenjiun? Do you think I can help you get her autographed poster? Naruto smiled contemptuously. There are many ways to deal with this restless sister-in-law. Really? Hanabi's eyes lit up, and she stood up from the sofa, stepping on the floor with her bare white feet. I heard that she stopped making movies 6 years ago, and she disappeared. Hehe, I took a mission 6 years ago, guess who it was related to? Naruto carefully grasped Hanabi, and did not directly say that Princess Fenjiun was the queen of the capital of the snow country. He had to grasp the measure, and could not let Hyuga Hanabi get satisfied all at once, and had to let go a little bit. Otherwise, there would be nothing to shut her up in the future, so that she would not talk nonsense around Hinata. What is it? Princess Fenjiun's commissioned mission. I just happen to have some signed gifts, such as the theme-signed posters of the Princess Trilogy movie. Naruto said lightly, I can't remember them usually, and I don't know what they are for. If no one wants them, I have to throw them in the fireplace and burn them. Me. I want them. Brother-in-law. Hanabi's eyes were full of stars, jumping high, and the main point was to follow her heart. Well, since you want it, I'll give it to you. Naruto scratched his head pretending to be distressed. As for the other peripheral gifts, I don't know where I put them. Where can I put them? Hinata Hanabi blinked her eyes, looking like she understood immediately. Don't worry, brother-in-law, take your time to look, I want them all. I'll take care of my sister here and wait for your good news. Tisk, little guy, I can't cure you. Naruto can beat 10 of these naughty kids like her, just ask who else. Time flies, the ninja coalition has been fighting for almost a month, and the strength of both sides is rapidly decreasing. Naruto's daily routine is to walk around the battlefield, clean up the white zetsu around the camp, and support the besieged ninja team. Take time to shuttle back to Konoha, talk to Ino, or go to the snow country to accompany Hinata. Occasionally, he will visit Sakura in the rain country, but she is also busy, so he doesn't go there often. The reconstruction of Yuyan village was much faster than he expected. After all, it had an industrial foundation, and everything would be easy once the money was in place. Raw materials were continuously transported to Yuyan village, and the reconstruction work was in full swing. Are you still short of money? I have it. Naruto said. Konan was a little embarrassed. This was the first time that Yuyan village was so rich. No, not for now. The current budget is enough. During the war, people did not have high expectations for the future, and the unit price of materials and labor was very low. Is it really enough? Do you want to invest more? Naruto turned around, looking confused, like a nouveau riche. Konan could never guess how rich the guy in front of him was. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was rich enough to rival a country. After all, most of the snow country belonged to him. In addition, this guy also liked to rob nobles and frame Uchiha Sasuke. All in all, his wealth was simply incalculable. If he didn't spend money every day, he would feel uncomfortable all over. The money was getting more and more, and if he didn't spend it, it was no different from waste paper. Really? Then why not invest more? Zionin saw that his expression was not right and changed his words, I'll try to increase the budget. Chapter 542 The Bird Country Toki, the completely bewitched female daimyo. That's right, if you don't increase the budget, how can I spend the money? Naruto said seriously, even if you save money for me, the people under you need to eat. If you don't reach out to take it, how can the people who work for you take it? You have to understand this principle, sort out your thoughts, and hurry up to join this relationship. If the people can't make money, how can they spend money? Now is a time of war, and the people have low expectations for the future. If they can't make money, they will naturally choose to spend less. Think about it, we are doing a business without capital, and we have sufficient funds in our hands. The people are definitely not aware of this. But there will always be smart people among the people, and they will try to figure out the strength of the Hidden Rain village. As for how to figure it out, it's nothing more than judging from the money flowing out of our hands. So don't be afraid of budget overspending, just add as much as you can. Konan was embarrassed, thinking that he actually said this business without blushing and heartbeat. Stealing money from other countries to support his own small country, is he a genius? Okay, I understand. She replied, but then she hesitated and said, the Land of Rain is too small. Even if the Hidden Rain village is equipped, it can only protect itself at most. No matter how much money is spent, it will offend the three major countries next door and cannot resist their deep strategy. Regardless of winning or losing, the Land of Rain will be beaten to pieces anyway. So I understand equipping the Hidden Rain village, but why should the Land of Rain be included? I'm not saying that we don't need to care about the Land of Rain, I just think. Naruto knew what Zionin wanted to say. No matter how much money he had, he didn't spend it like this. The Land of Rain is small, and the armies of the three major countries lined up to kill it, which is enough to smash the Land of Rain to pieces. If there is no way to resist the crushing of the troops of the three major countries, it is useless to build asphalt roads. It's all a waste of time. But we have to do it anyway, right? He thought for a while and said, although defending the hinterland of the Rain country is stable, it can only achieve the degree of self-protection. But we can't hide like this all the time. Nagato and Yahiko are dead, but their wishes are still there. We who are alive should also do what we can, right? For some reason, he originally wanted to say that he had his own way. But when the words came to his lips, he habitually stacked a few layers of buffs such as friendship villages and said it out loud this time. Although I don't know what these buffs are for, I still stack them if I can, just in case there is a miraculous effect. After all, the ninja world likes this. Get down on me. He thought so in his heart, and when he turned around, he saw that Zionin's eyes were red, and he was stunned. He couldn't help but think in his heart, am I really a genius? Thank you. Zionin wiped her tears and said with a sniff. He said it was okay, and patted Zionin's shoulder gently, thinking to himself, I am a damn genius, invincible. Then again, there is a way out of this problem. Naruto returned to his seriousness, and suddenly said, if the place is not big enough, then why not rob the three major countries? We rob. Zionin was a little surprised, she wondered if Naruto was drunk. What can't be taken? Naruto looked indifferent, now the five major countries are forming a coalition to fight White Zetsu, how can they have time to look back? Besides, even if the three major countries win, won't they still have to borrow the road from small countries like grass country, bird country, and river country? The grass country has been taken, and now there is only bird country, river country, and taki country left. I happen to have some friendship with the daimyo of bird country, so let's use courtesy first and then force. I also have some relationship with the land country, and there is a high probability that Uegakure will cede some land. The situation is similar in the wind country, and some land can be obtained. The fire country is not very good. Although I am with Konoha anyway, Konoha will not take the initiative to give it, so I can only think of a way to make him spit it out himself. Konan was shocked and looked at Naruto with surprise, thinking how this man has some friendship with everyone. How many people does he have connections with? How come he has connections with the 3 major countries and several small countries? Is this really okay? Zionin was stunned. It can work. He said firmly, don't be afraid of spending money, just get things done. If you run out of money, you can continue to get more. Once the opportunity is gone, it will never come back. Aren't you worried about the situation in Konoha? Zionin asked. Don't worry about so much. Get our things done well, and there will be fewer wars in the ninja world in the future. Naruto said firmly, wars will come every few years. This is our only chance. Yet. The Kingdom of Birds. It's just a small country in a place. It's too poor to have much money. In addition, there are records of the establishment of a country in this place since ancient times. None of the 3 major countries want to touch the Kingdom of Birds. After all, they just need to borrow the road. But Naruto doesn't want them to borrow the road. He wants to be a nail and choke the throats of the 3 major countries. The Kingdom of Rain is weak, the Kingdom of Birds is poor, and the Kingdom of Grass is in chaos. There may be 3 major countries behind it, but in any case, as long as they are merged. Thinking like this, Naruto walked into the capital of the bird country. After a quarter of an hour of waiting, Naruto met the daimyo of the bird country, the once arrogant and domineering ibis who was slapped by him. Now, it seems to be more beautiful. Uzumaki Naruto? Long time no see. Ibis wore the colorful clothes of the daimyo, a tall hat, light makeup on her face, and a pair of impressive breasts on her chest. Naruto had forgotten her name at that moment, so let's call her Little Watermelon for now. Anyway, the 2 of them are also acquaintances, either friends or enemies, it doesn't matter if they have a nickname. Little Watermelon smiled brightly, and her red lips were pursed into a thin line. Why did you come to the bird country? It's been 6 years, and you finally came once. You may not have read any of the letters sent to Konoha. Naruto didn't say anything, but just looked at the guards on her left and right. The latter understood, dismissed his attendants, and told them that Naruto was an honorable guest of bird country. He didn't know whether he was honorable or not, but he knew that the daily expenses of bird country were quite expensive. What was even more terrible for them was that they simply couldn't afford the war expenses. I came here this time to tell you something, one is good news and the other is bad news, which one do you want to hear? He said. There is also bad news. Zhu Lu looked puzzled. The bad news is that you can't be a daimyo anymore. Bird country will be annexed by rain country. There is no room for maneuver. If you don't agree, the war will come soon. Hearing this, Zhu Lu's face changed drastically. War. Yes. But why? Our bird country has never been rich. Why would the rain country want to attack us for no reason? And Naruto, you are not from Konoha. Can't you just rebel temporarily? Why are you talking so much? Naruto's attitude was lukewarm. He didn't want to care about the name of a small country, and the crested ibis didn't leave a good impression on him. If it weren't for Little Watermelon, he wouldn't have said so much nonsense. Then what's the good news? Zhu Lu asked, looking a little nervous. She finally realized what Naruto's purpose was to come here, to annex the bird country. The good news is that the rain country will provide financial support to the bird country, and together with the grass country, they will build a vertical defense belt to jointly resist the invasion of the 3 major countries. In simple terms, it is a deep alliance between the rain country, the grass country, and the taki country. But doesn't this mean handing over the control of the bird country? Zhu Lu took a step back. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to make the decision on this matter alone. You are the daimyo, what can't you decide? Naruto's tone suddenly softened, and he walked forward a few steps, and very naturally pulled Zhu Lu to sit next to the chair. Besides, your brother was the last daimyo, and the Kingdom of Birds was his hard work. Now that you have inherited your brother's will, can't you see the plight of the Kingdom of Birds? The nobles have completely controlled the interests of the kingdom of birds, and they are greedy for pleasure and do not seek progress. If you have been the daimyo for 6 years and still cannot control the kingdom of birds, it means that you have not reached the level of governance that your brother once had. Since you can't control it, the kingdom of birds is actually still in the hands of those nobles. Ordinary people are in dire straits, so why do you insist on the kingdom of birds? This is not a unilateral annexation, but a deep alliance. You may not quite understand what a deep alliance means, I can explain it to you. Naruto stared at her and spoke slowly. We have cleared out those who didn't cooperate in the kingdom of grass. It only took 1 day. What we need is that the kingdom of birds is 100% under control, but we don't want your ownership. Governance and other things can be left to you. Do you understand what I mean? It's only left to you. Those nobles can't get involved. As for how you cultivate your confidence, that's your business. We just need the results. The alliance means that the kingdom of birds also has obligations and can be used at will. This is only good for you now, and you should know it. Moreover, in the long run, it is also a good thing for the development of the kingdom of birds. If small countries don't unite, they will never be able to stand out. You should understand the truth that the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. Ibis seemed a little at a loss. She originally came to see Naruto happily. 6 years is really a long time for her. Every day is an endless official business. It's not as easy to be a daimyo as she imagined. Although the kingdom of birds is not a large place, many institutions are controlled by nobles, and it is common for them to be idle. Those accumulated affairs will eventually be judged as unmanageable, and must be handled by the daimyo himself to be safe. In the final analysis, it is bullying Zhu Lu's shallow foundation. The daimyo is nothing, with no soldiers and no money, and taxation is not her responsibility. It is just a mascot, dealing with official documents day after day. Zhu Lu looked guilty and lowered her head. I actually really don't have any power. I just deal with some affairs every day. I am too busy to have time to sort out the village. It doesn't matter, you are the daimyo, right? He asked with a smile. Yes. Zhu Lu raised her head, not quite understanding what Naruto meant. I am the daimyo, but I am just an empty title. They have made me empty. Leave professional matters to professionals. As long as you nod, the nobles of the bird country will agree. Naruto thought for a while and said. I will give them an offer they cannot refuse, don't worry. Zhu Lu was stunned. She didn't know what Naruto's offer was, but she could guess from his few words that it was definitely not a friendly one. Her eyes were confused. Zhu Lu, you don't want to disappoint your brother, do you? Naruto leaned over and put his hand on her shoulder, his eyes swept over Little Watermelon. Times have changed, it's time to make the right choice, continue to numb yourself and sink, and watch the bird kingdom decay step by step. Or fight back and take back what belongs to you. After all, those nobles, what are they? His voice seemed to be naturally bewitching, and he said softly. The world is in turmoil now. The kingdom of birds may not feel it in its remote corner, but the outside world has already changed. The nobles of the 5 major countries are unable to protect themselves, like meat on a chopping board. What's more, the nobles of the small kingdom of birds, how much power do they have? Can they gather 100 jonin to do it? 200, 500, 1000, 10,000. Can they do it? They hold silver parties every day, and they can only bully others. It's just a dream to raise a few dogs and think that they can hold on to one place and sleep soundly. The two people's faces were very close, and Naruto's voice became lower and more urgent, guiding the young girl to another path in life. It was like the whisper of an evil god, bewitching his believers to get closer to their hearts step by step. If your brother were still alive, would he watch you being bullied by them? You have lost your dignity as a daimyo, so what do you want in the future? Not now. I will help you kill them all, rob their money, and put it all into the treasury of the bird country. It's really not difficult to do all this, just nod. Really? Zhu Lu looked a little dazed. She thought of her dead brother and the injustice she had suffered in the past 6 years, and clenched her fists. Little Watermelon stood up and nodded firmly. You are right, solve there. Naruto grinned and laughed silently. This is the troubled times. The ninja world is about to explode. There is no time to come bit by bit. Get rid of the nobles and move forward to gather people's hearts. If the money is not enough, add money until it is enough to move people's hearts. Zhu Lu made this decision, which also means that she has to rely entirely on Naruto. All her foundations in the future will be obtained from this man. Naruto was very pleased. He stretched out his hand to pinch Zhu Lu and said with a smile. You will see the result before tomorrow night. The next day, Zhu Lu suddenly opened her eyes from her residence. She could vaguely hear the messy noise coming from a distant place. She walked out of the bed barefoot and stepped on the floor. She approached the curtains lightly, squinted her eyes slightly to adapt to the light, and then saw the fire in the noble palace not far from the capital of the bird country. Is this the troubled times? It's crazy. Ibis grabbed the curtains, her heart pounding. It turns out that the bird country is so vulnerable, it's really. Chapter 543 The Raikage and his 13 disciples. There seems to be a traitor among us, I suspect it is me. The kingdom of birds is not rich, and cannot afford many nobles, most of them are poor nobles. Under the luxurious clothes, there are all rotten rags that are unsightly, and you can't squeeze out much oil. But they are keen to deal with people of lower status than them, robbing and plundering. Naruto was too lazy to deal with them one by one, and directly looted all their property at once. He directly chopped down the ninjas who blocked the road and drove all the nobles out. The poor nobles who were willing to cooperate were thrown aside, waiting for the red ibis to do the identification and treatment, and he just rushed through all the wooden fences like a beast. Use absolute power to break their psychological defenses and break their dreams of vanity and enjoyment. He doesn't need to worry about the rest, someone will naturally beat the dog when it's down. He only wants a result, and doesn't care if anyone escapes. As long as the land of the kingdom of birds there were no nobles on the ground, and it didn't matter if they hid, the goal was achieved. One day and one night passed quickly, and bonfires were burning everywhere in the capital of bird country. People walked on the streets, looking at everything happening in front of them in a daze and helplessness. The nobles disappeared, all of them were hiding, escaping, or dead. No one came out to urge the people of bird country to work day and night, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Someone shouted that all the treasures of the nobles had been robbed. Under the cover of the noise, it was not very clear, and you could vaguely hear the fragments of words about the nobles' treasures. The bonfire burned in the capital all night, and Naruto walked up the stairs of the daimyo's mansion step by step with a bloody knife, and the red ibis was waiting respectfully in front of the daimyo's mansion in gorgeous clothes. With a bang, he threw the bloody disposable ninja sword on the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. I have kept my promise and done what I want to do, and I hope you can do the same. I will. Little Watermelon bowed and saluted heavily, with the collar of his clothes lifted. The kingdom of birds completed the cleansing in a very short time. Without the interference of the nobles, Ibis showed her excellent talents as a daimyo. At the same time, the 5 shadows of the Ninja Alliance received the news of the cleansing of the nobles from the kingdom of birds, but few people took it seriously. For them, the war in front of them is the most important. There is no need to waste time on a country the size of a small market town in a place. They like to make trouble behind the scenes. Tsuchikage Onoki snorted coldly, with a bad tone. When the war is over, I want to see what they can do in the kingdom of birds. Such a small country can be destroyed with a backhand, but there is no need. Kurotsuka stood aside, feeling somewhat guilty listening to her grandfather's judgment. She knew what Naruto wanted to do, but because she had signed the evil god contract, she could not reveal any information. She could only nod helplessly, thinking that it was probably so. She didn't know what would happen if her grandfather knew that she supported ceding part of the border of the land of Earth as a buffer zone. This matter could not be done openly. The fate of the land of Earth she was actually not sure if it was right to do so, but she had no choice. She could only pray in her heart that the ninja world could truly usher in peace. She could no longer go back, sinking deeper and deeper. Every time she leaked information about the land of Earth, her heart was always filled with struggle and great pain, but she could not stop it. Uzumaki Naruto, you deserve to die. In the Konoha tent. Should we send someone to check it out? Shikamaru looked at his father and asked hesitantly. What to check? Narashikako glanced back at his son. The land of birds is just a small country. Apart from a little punishment, many things cannot be done openly. Besides, it's a wartime now. In comparison, as long as the bird country doesn't show any signs of causing trouble, there's no need to waste energy on it. You have to learn to focus on the big and let go of the small. The biggest threat in troubled times is the big countries of the same size as the fire country. They are also eyeing the fire country covetously. The bird country has not done anything out of the ordinary. There's no need to worry so much. In comparison, allies are more dangerous than those small countries. Hearing this, Shikamaru said nothing more and turned away. After leaving the big tent, Shikamaru still felt something was wrong. The bird country has always been stable and would not deliberately do something weird or commit suicide. Could it be because of the war? But this information is obviously a bit unusual. How could the bird country, which has always been weak, purge the nobles on a large scale? There must be someone behind the scenes. He thought about the information he had seen a few days ago about the turmoil in the land of grass, and his eyes suddenly became clear. Shikamaru hurried to the map he had marked and looked at it carefully. The land of grass is here, the land of rain is over there, the land of birds is over there, and the land of Taki. He muttered to himself, and used a pen to outline the 4 small countries along the borders little by little. Impossible? This is... Shikamaru stared at a large piece of land next to the 3 major countries of fire, wind, and earth in a daze. If just assuming that these small countries were annexed and united. Things seemed to be getting a little troublesome. He glanced at the shaking lights on the table and frowned slightly. It was at this time that several small countries that served as the buffer zone of the 3 major countries had problems one after another. It was too unusual. Did my father really not see it? Or was this simply an open conspiracy? The fire country cannot send out the last of its guarding force to the north to penetrate this buffer zone to suppress the rogues. The ninja army is now fighting fiercely on the front battlefield with White Zetsu. Not only the fire country, but none of the 5 major countries can easily withdraw. Is there no way out? Kanjuro slammed his fist on the table in the Kazekage's tent and said angrily, "What does the bird country mean? There is no way to send troops. It's too far away. There is a whole desert between them." Gaara said calmly, pointing to the extremely empty defense line in the middle, "The bird country is the throat of the wind country. Foreign entry can only be borrowed from the bird country. It's gone now. The bird country has obviously been controlled by someone." Kanjuro said, "Either the grass country or the rain country. The Akatsuki organization is gone. What is left of the rain country?" A high-level sand village official next to him interrupted and said, "The grass country is despicable. It is very likely that they will do such a thing. These are just speculations, right?" Kanjuro was a little unhappy. "Then what evidence do you have for what you said?" The sand village senior stroked his beard, narrowed his eyes, and said bluntly. He had long disliked this sand village prince. As a puppeteer, he did not strive for progress, even if he could not reach the level of the old advisor Cho when she was young. As the brother of the Kazekage and the first prince of Sand Village, he should at least work hard. As a result, this person likes to pick up rags, and the puppets he uses are all left over by other people's grandchildren. This person does not care about such a great shame and humiliation. It is really ridiculous. Does this need any evidence? The nobles of the bird country Kanjiro blushed. It can be seen that someone is controlling it. The grass country is a group of trash. How can it succeed? It must be the Akatsuki organization of the rain country that has revived and is controlling all this behind the scenes. In fact, Kanjiro's thinking is still very clear. Although his perspective on the problem is strange, it is extremely accurate. This guess is very close to the answer. It cannot be said that the enemy is too cunning, it can only be said that the enemy has not yet left his camp, and is too confusing. Who would have thought that Naruto would have so many people under his command, whether it is Otagami, Toki, or the Uzumaki Tenyangs he signed a contract with? None of them are simple characters. It is not difficult to clear obstacles in a small country like the grass country where there are all kinds of people. But who can put together Shin, the priestess of the demon country, and Yakumo Kurama, who is good at illusion, to tame the people's hearts? I dare not think about it. Besides, who would use evil gods as a belief if they are not seriously ill? But Naruto did it for some reason, one for convenience, and the other just happened to be professional. His mouth-to-mouth tricks came in handy and fooled more people. Although his idea was a bit crooked, for ordinary people in the grass country, the bird country, and the rain country, at least they really lived a good life. The nobles disappeared, and now they looked up and saw only the evil gods and angels. The people of the 3 small countries don't care whether you are an evil god or an angel. As long as the money is in place, they will call you daddy. Who cares about so much mess? The world is so chaotic. Let's eat first. Hehe, what Akatsuki organization, it's ridiculous. The high-level officials of Tsunagakure were quite disdainful. The rain country is still building a defense line, just afraid that the 3 major countries will attack. If the Akatsuki organization really revives, what's the point of building a defense line? They don't know how to manage a country at all, and they even rely on missions to earn money. Okay, stop arguing. Kazekage frowned. Let's put this matter aside for the time being, and now move on to the next topic. The front battlefield is now the camp of the water country. What do the people of bird country want to do? Qing fell into deep thought. If they continue to indulge like this, grass country, rain country, and bird country will be connected. Not only these three small countries, but also Taki country and Tea country. Terumi may gently tap several areas on the map. Do they want to form a big country, or an alliance? They can't do it, they are just a few weak small countries, so what if they even form an alliance? Qing put forward a different opinion. They are not strong, and they don't have war funds. If they really fight, they will be completely vulnerable. That's what I said, but we still have to be vigilant. Kojuro has obviously matured a lot, looking at the map on the table and said. Once this, if several small countries are really connected, it will not be bad for us, but if we want to enter the territory of the three major countries in the future, we will have to borrow the passage. We are taking the waterway, what passage do we need to borrow? Qing asked. We also need to borrow the passage on the waterway. The tributaries that can pass large ships must pass through the territories of these small countries. If they block us, we will be in trouble. Kojuro said hesitantly, anyway, if we leave it alone, there may be trouble in the future. That is also a matter for the future. The situation on the battlefield is tense now. Mei Terumi held her forehead with her hand, her face a little tired. Last time I made a mistake in judgment, and Kabuto Yakushi was not dead or seriously injured. Now Kabuto Yakushi is leading the White Zetsu and the Impure World Army to fight the Ninja Alliance. The four major countries have become passive because of our intelligence and can't take care of the things in the rear at all. Are we just going to let those small countries do whatever they want? Qing asked. Let the three major countries solve it themselves. We can only give them some water support from the rear and urge them to organize their own ninjas to quell the rebellion. Terumi Mei said. That's the only way for now. It will be troublesome to do more. Compared to the atmosphere of discussion inside the tents of the other four major countries, the atmosphere in the Land of Lightning was quite strange. The Raikage and his 13 confidants gathered at a long table. The burly fourth Raikage AI stood in the middle of the long table, and his 13 confidants stood on both sides of him. There was a huge long map on the long table, spread out on the tabletop. People, tables, maps, formed a famous painting of the world of ninja. I suspect there is a traitor among us. Hearing this, the 13 confidants under the Raikage looked at each other in bewilderment. The two Youmuren, Ma Bai, and Samui were even more cautious, feeling somewhat guilty for some reason. It's not easy to be a traitor, especially to be a traitor around the Raikage, but with more people, there's nothing to worry about. But I believe it's definitely not you. The Raikage panted a little. Today's topic is mainly about the situation on the front battlefield. Our ninja troops are already very tired, and we have to come up with a specific plan to get through this difficult time. The second is the matter of the bird country. Our news is a little delayed. The grass country, the rain country, and the bird country have obviously united together, and there must be someone behind the scenes. Tell me what you think. Mabi breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She was the secretary of the Raikage and did not need to speak. Her only duty was to stand aside and take notes. The confidants took turns to express their opinions, including the two Youmuren and Samui. Their opinions were almost the same. There are forces secretly occupying the territories of these small countries, taking advantage of the fact that the 5 major countries are too busy to unify the 4 small countries. The rain country, the grass country, the bird country, and the Taki country, once united, are no longer a battleground for military strategists. It is a nail stuck in the feet of the 3 major countries of wind, fire, and earth. For the thunder country, it actually does not want to see such a situation has happened, although it has no great impact on the Land of Lightning for the time being, and it may even be beneficial. But over time, with one more force, the Land of Lightning will have less say in the ninja world. In the long run, it will do more harm than good. The 5 major countries are still having a headache, while the Land of Birds has already completed the cleanup. If Zhu Lu was still hesitant about the future outlined by Naruto a day ago, then after witnessing him clean up the Land of Birds in one day, now he is a mindless supporter. What a joke, the status of the daimyo is false, and what is true is what is true. Everything has been handled, and people have been sent to appease the people in the capital. Zhu Lu bowed his head and saluted, and all he could see was the bulging fabric, and he could not see his toes at all. Well done, you don't have to be so restrained, come over and talk. Naruto had changed into clean clothes and waved at her. Chapter 544 Suzuki, I heard you said I was full of evil. Okay, Zhu Lu was indeed a little nervous. Overnight, her authority as a daimyo turned from virtual to real, and the people below seemed to rely on her to give orders. The original tedious official duties were already handled by someone else, and she only needed to sit in the Mingtang and not be affected by the wind and snow. All this was thanks to him. What she had tried to do for 6 years seemed to be completed with just some effort in his hands. The ninja world is still the ninja world, the weak are the prey of the strong, and one force can break all laws. You just need to keep an eye on the defense line of the bird country. Now it's too late for the 3 major countries to react and contain you, he said after thinking for a moment. The bird country retains the autonomy of small countries, and the 4 small countries are also the same. The Taki country is now estimated to be about to attack. The 4 small countries have only one purpose, to plant the flag. Plant the flag? Ibis blinked, and Little Watermelon said that he didn't quite understand. I have never looked back and forth when doing things. I have no plan to let the 4 small countries alliance continue for hundreds or thousands of years. I just need to make the 3 major countries suffer until I close my eyes, or even before I get old. Why? Ibis asked again. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ibis in confusion. As the daimyo of the bird country, don't you even know what the most important strategic significance of the bird country is? Hearing this, Ibis blushed instantly, and Little Watermelon shook slightly, and said with a somewhat embarrassed look. Use troops to borrow the road. That's it. As long as the 4 small countries alliance exists for 1 day, the bird country cannot open the way for the troops of the 3 major countries for 1 day, not even 1 day. I understand, Master. Ibis's face was still flushed, and it had not faded. What did you call me just now? Master, isn't that right? Zhu Lu knelt in front of Naruto, looking a little nervous, and stammered to explain, I saw that they all called him that, so I followed. They? Naruto said, Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo did call him that. After all, when he signed the evil god contract with the 2 women were not very good, and even so, he had to use some tricks to make them obedient. At that time, the title of master was left, and I was too lazy to change it after getting used to it. However, when he signed the contract with the 2 Yamoren and Xiaonan later, he did not have any special requirements for them, which was almost the same as a worker who signed a forced confidentiality clause. After a while, he almost forgot that there was such a legacy title. Okay, call me whatever you want. Naruto thought that he would forgive you for the sake of Little Watermelon, and then he said a few more words and left. He had more important things to do. The fire country was going to counterattack on the front battlefield, and he had to contribute. If he didn't contribute, Nisi would probably go to the battlefield with injuries. Although he always believed in respecting the fate of others, considering that Nisi was his brother-in-law, Hinata couldn't stand too much stimulation in this state. So he chose to go himself and stop Nisi. Anyway, they had to fight sooner or later, morning and night sooner or later, they have to roll up their sleeves and fight. But he has been dragging it out, hoping that Kabuto Yakushi can make the 5 major countries suffer a little, preferably making them busy. For him, Kabuto Yakushi is a man-made disaster, and the 5 major countries are also man-made disasters. Wars every now and then, attacks are launched at every turn, which is completely boring. The power of ninjas is expanding year by year, and finally it is out of control. Since the disasters are destined, Naruto is determined to quell these disasters. To accomplish great things, no matter how many people die, Naruto no matter what price the 5 great nations or even the ninja world will have to pay. He only knew that if he continued to wait like this, everyone would die. Instead of doing this, it is better to give it a try. Anyway, he has the capital to fight against the Otsutsuki, so he should take a long-term view. Besides, this is the best situation now. The 5 great nations are fighting with Kabuto Yakushi on the front line, and it seems that they have fallen into a disadvantage. The more this is the case, the more confident Naruto can be in building a large rear area. However, the 4 small nations cannot be called a large rear area. The last retreat is in the land of snow. The 4 small countries headed by Yuyan are more like a spear in his hand, making the 3 neighboring countries feel like a thorn in his throat. If there is not enough money, just ask the nobles of the 5 major countries for it, and it will be great. He just carries the burden forward, and someone will naturally bear the bad reputation. Uchiha Sasuke, full of evil. However, what does this have to do with him, Uzumaki Naruto? He is an outstanding citizen who has made outstanding contributions to Konoha. Where have you been again? I can't find you anytime. Tian Tian ran over panting, her little face flushed, looking like a red apple, very cute. What's wrong? What happened? Naruto resisted the urge to stretch out his hand and asked in a low voice. The war is about to start, Kakashi teacher is looking for you. Tian Tian said puffily, the Anbyo can't find you, and you let me find you. Then you have found it now. He said calmly, hasn't the fight started yet? Why are you so anxious? It's not like they haven't fought before. It's different. This time it seems that the 5 great nations are going to use the tailed beasts. Tian Tian looked around and said in a low voice, the 9 tails has been secretly escorted here. Hey! Naruto's heart suddenly jumped. He was really afraid that Kabuto Yakushi would lose. But then he thought that Uchiha Madara's ultimate killer move had not been sacrificed yet, so how could he lose? Let the 5 great nations use the tailed beasts. It has nothing to do with him anyway. Tension, which unit are you in? The ninja coalition had more than 10,000 people. After being disbanded, they were reorganized into 5 different mobile units, led by the 5 shadows to rush to various defense lines to fight the enemy. 5th. Tian Tian said truthfully, it's only responsible for roaming support. It's likely that it's running around. Which unit are you in? I don't know yet. Kakashi didn't inform me. Naruto was a little embarrassed, actually, with the 9 tails here, I'm not that important. It doesn't matter where I go. This can only fool Tenten. Every soldier on the battlefield plays a vital role, not to mention Naruto, a top ninja. It's just that Kakashi selectively ignored him. After all, he didn't expect him to really contribute much. The situation on the battlefield is tense now, and Konoha only needs to have a tailed beast. Can it be like this? Tenten was stunned. You have little experience, you will know when you go to the battlefield. Naruto patted Tenten on the shoulder, according to my many years of experience in carrying out missions outside, when you go to the battlefield to deal with White Zetsu, you can just use a large-scale killing move. Facing the enemy of the impure world reincarnation, there is only one word, delay, as long as you can delay. Why? Anyway, you have to wait for the sealing squad to seal it. Even if you beat a reincarnated impure world reincarnation enemy, it will only attract more people. In short, it's just a matter of dragging it out, going back and forth, and waiting for the sealing squad to take action. It seems to make sense, then you know more, I'll come back and tell you after the battle is over. Naruto hurried to find Kabuto Yakushi to fight, or he would not go to the battlefield, and if he went to the battlefield, he would have to find the opponent's commander. He really wanted to know how Kabuto Yakushi, whose name he had erased, felt now. Once this war was over, no one would remember his name. In addition, he had other means, and he was not afraid of Kabuto Yakushi. The defense cannot be broken. Tian Tian. Why are you running so fast? Are you picking up money? She muttered, turned, and walked in another direction. The army was about to gather. Tian Tian had not been on the battlefield before, but she was a little nervous when she saw that the ninja coalition seemed to be going to a decisive battle. The battlefield was crowded with people. Once the charge started, Tian Tian shook her head and stopped thinking about those messes. Boom! A huge rock with fire fell from the sky and suddenly disintegrated before it fell. The airwave of the explosion lifted a circle of white Zetsu heavily, and the ninja coalition swarmed up. We are going to attack. Xiao Li took the lead from the team and rushed out. The green figure left a residual image and immediately left his teammates far behind. Konoha whirlwind. Li, don't run too far. Tian Tian was almost mad at Li for not listening to orders. Without Niji, no one could suppress Li. She knew how to fight and how to cooperate with teammates, but she didn't know how to fight. On the battlefield, she couldn't see the boundary between the enemy and us at all, and she only knew that there were people everywhere. If she left the team, she might go deep into the enemy's hinterland. Once she was cut off and surrounded by the White Zetsu army, she would basically have to wait for death. Fortunately, Tian Tian recalled Naruto's warning, gritted her teeth and rushed forward to pull Li back. Tian Tian. Don't be impulsive. She said with a straight face, it's too dangerous for you to do this. Our team is still behind. It's easy to die if you keep rushing. No way, I feel that my condition is still. Xiao Li felt a little guilty. He felt that Tian Tian was fierce, and the Tian Tian in his memory seemed to have returned. Have you forgotten how the third Raikage died? Tian Tian warned. How did the third Raikage die? Uchiha Sasuke turned his head and looked at Kagawa and asked. Without waiting for her answer, he spoke first. He died of exhaustion on the battlefield. Who do you want to trap to death? Kagawa asked. Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while, and slowly uttered a name, Kakashi. Fuck, Sasuke, you are still such a beast. A white Zetsu suddenly spoke, with a vivid expression on his face, and said sarcastically. Who? Kagawa jumped away. She was like a cat with its fur standing on end, her heart pounding, and her pupils shrinking. It was as if she had just watched a horror movie. No, it was 100 times more terrifying than a horror movie. As a perception ninja, there is nothing more terrifying than the enemy appearing next to you, but you don't notice it at all. Enemy attack. Jago's body was instantly covered with curse seals, and he almost instantly entered the first state of curse seals. Shuiyu turned back suddenly, and his fingers had liquefied 2 seconds before Jago was alert, and the liquid gun was ready to go. Sasuke was very calm, his body didn't even shake, he just stared coldly at the suddenly transformed white Zetsu, and uttered a name. Uzumaki Naruto. Tisk, since you asked sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. The coquettish white Zetsu released the transformation technique with a bang, revealing a head of golden hair. Long time no see, Sasuke, what a coincidence, you are not dead either. Sasuke's face was expressionless, and he didn't seem to care about what he said at all. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and his hand was always on the handle of the knife at his waist, as if he was ready to draw the sword and kill him at any time. I heard you've been saying outside that I'm doing evil everywhere. No need to hear, this is the truth. Naruto stroked his hair, raised his head and looked coquettish. Sasuke, you are indeed full of evil in the ninja world. The evil Uchiha is indeed well deserved, but can you stop staring at the people around you? Be a human being, Kakashi didn't offend you. Hat. Sasuke looked at him coldly. I don't need to explain to you, what is your purpose of revealing yourself? How can there be so many purposes, but I just think you are too beastly when you talk, Naruto said perfunctorily, without revealing any truth. He knew Sasuke was a smart man, and once he revealed any information, the other party might guess his intention directly. Don't say it, then don't think about leaving here. Sasuke pulled out the knife from his waist with a swish, and the knife light was as bright as the first snow. Naruto turned around and ran without saying a word. His purpose this time was not to see Sasuke. Only a person with a broken brain would choose to fight with the second pillar on the battlefield. The best strategy is to run away. Sasuke's sword missed, and when he wanted to strike again, he found that the opponent had already used Flying Thunder God to move away, and disappeared like a slippery mouse. Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Uzumaki Naruto, you really deserve to die. Shin opened her hazy eyes from the bed, and her long golden hair stretched lazily. The white pajamas slipped 3 fingers from her shoulders, and the delicate skin above the clavicle exuded a soft, white and red edible color in the hazy morning sunlight. The girl stretched lazily, and the pajamas slowly stretched up a few centimeters with her movements, revealing a delicate white waist without any defense. Washing and brushing in front of the mirror, her mouth was full of foam. The thin black stockings were stretched a little bit, and put on the slender calves in a perfect slightly stretched state, on the full of faint circle of fine lines appeared on her round thighs. After showing off in front of the mirror, she slapped her head. Oh, I'm no longer a witch from the land of demons. Since Naruto forced her to come to this broken place, she knew that her life peak would end here, and the last trace of distracting thoughts in her heart completely disappeared. That man really used her like a cow and a horse. Are his 2 big eyes like light bulbs blind? How could a witch from the land of demons help the evil? However, the reality is that she is now helpless. She wakes up full of energy every day, goes home with a pale face at night, and is more tired than cows and horses all day long. She suspects that Naruto is targeting her and constantly taking revenge on her. The witch who should have been extraordinary, the witch who should have saved the world, now wears black until the threads are drawn. She works hard every day to preach, woo woo woo. It's too hard, it's really too hard. Fortunately, these routines are effective. The land of grass has indeed stabilized as expected at the beginning, and the people's emotions have also stabilized a lot, and they have started to live a normal life. These may not be a lot of knowledge for Naruto and Konan, but they are very different in Shin's eyes. Chapter 545 Sasuke, I predicted your prediction, Naruto, I'm a bastard. Naruto has no time to pay attention to the Miko. He is now busy shuttling quickly among the white Zetsu, looking for the traces of Kabuto Yakushi hiding among the thousands of troops. This bastard is like a snake, who likes to hide and stalk people. He is very angry about this. It should be him who does this normally. The team of white Zetsu is as long as a river. Naruto, a white Zetsu going against the flow, is as eye-catching as a wolf sneaking into a team of huskies. At first, he would pay attention to avoiding the swarming white Zetsu and make way for them. As time went on, Naruto, who couldn't find Kabuto Yakushi, became increasingly irritable and his movements became reckless. Later, he simply stopped looking for it and drove the bloody Nine-Tails directly, dispersing the white Zetsu team like a Gundam on the battlefield. What is that? Someone in the ninja coalition looked up and suddenly saw a blood-red Gundam crashing low on the battlefield, and his scalp went numb. The main force of Konoha is here. That thing doesn't look like a tailed beast. Does the Nine-Tails look like this? It's not the Nine-Tails at all. The Nine-Tails is on another battlefield, damn it, don't get close to it. The Nine-Tails also died, his body was like a mountain, and he turned his head to see a blood-colored shadow with a strong sense of chakra oppression rampaging not far away. Even though the Nine-Tails pig was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but be stunned at this moment, with a head full of question marks. This ferocious thing looks like himself, but more like a shadow. Why does this thing look more and more familiar? It can't be, it's a little confused, this shadow is stronger than it. Boom! Killer Bee, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumagakure, also joined the battlefield. The giant octopus buffalo fell from the sky in its complete form and directly sat on the pile of white Zetsu into a pulp. I'm here, cool. The pressure of the eight-tailed was obviously stronger than that of the nine-tailed pig. The moment it came on the field, it flattened a group of white Zetsu. In response, the nine-tailed just sneered, thinking, where did this big idiot come from? This eight-tailed oxtail was tamed by humans like a dog, and now it is mixed with Ishibai. It's really mean and useless. Unlike himself, who is worshipped by human slaves and is high and mighty. Every day, there are fine wines and live in a big house. Even when going out, there is no need to rush. You can directly reach the battlefield using the teleportation array. This treatment and conditions are better than the cow ghost. But then again, as a worshipper, work is work. Just move around, so why work so hard? The treatment will not double, it's really stupid. The Jinchuriki looked stupid, and the eight-tailed oxtail looked abnormal, too. It was really despicable. The eight-tailed naturally saw the nine-tailed, and it immediately saw that there was no Jinchuriki in the nine-tailed. In other words, there was no dog chain tied around the nine-tailed's neck. It was stunned for a moment, and wanted to ask the nine-tail why, but when it thought of the nine-tailed's temper, the thought disappeared in its mind. What is that? Killer Bee also saw the bloody nine-tailed in the distance, and communicated with the eight-tailed with his consciousness, and asked. I don't know, it should be the nine. The eight-tailed thought for a while, and stopped talking again. That's not the nine-tailed, it should be something that Konoha made. Before the eight-tailed finished speaking, a purple chakra shot up into the sky. With a bang, the complete Susanoo descended from the battlefield, and the huge air wave lifted the white Zetsu and the ninja coalition team indiscriminately. Everyone's eyes were attracted to a corner of the battlefield again, and they all turned their eyes to look over. The purple Susanoo looked like a Gundam, full of armor and weapons, and rushed towards the bloody shadow, holding the ten-fist sword in his hand. From this moment on, the battlefield entered the Gundam style. The bloody shadow collided with the purple Susanoo, and the battle was fierce, attacking anyone on the battlefield indiscriminately. Whether it was white Zetsu or other ninjas, they were all blown away by the blast. That's Naruto, and Sasuke, right? Tien saw the bloody shadow and Susanoo above another battlefield on the other side, and was speechless. She suddenly understood why Naruto asked her to stay away and not go too deep into the enemy's position. This has completely exceeded the scope of ninja fighting, it was simply a fight between gods. Uchiha Sasuke. Are you sick? Why are you jumping out? Naruto fired a tailed beast ball directly at close range. The power was not great, but it caught Susanoo off guard. With a bang, the black-tailed beast drew a black line on the battlefield, and with a milky white streamer, it directly penetrated Susanoo's shoulder. Susanoo's purple shoulder fragments fell off, turning into purple chakra fragments scattered, like a purple rain. However, this chakra disappeared immediately after falling for 2 seconds, and then reappeared on Sasuke's Susanoo shoulder and condensed. Stop you! Sasuke didn't waste any words, and directly controlled Susanoo to stride across the battlefield, and didn't care how many white Zetsu he trampled to death and directly chased Naruto. Raised the purple sword in his hand and slashed Naruto's face, with a fierce momentum. Without holding back at all, he chopped at Naruto with murderous intent. Naruto's mouth was slightly grinning, his face showing madness, and he controlled the blood-colored phantom to move forward instead of avoiding. The sky-high air wave surged up, avoiding Suzanu's purple sword, and another tailed beast ball was close to his face at a short distance. With a loud bang, it was as if 1/3 of the blood-colored phantom's body exploded, and the tailed beast ball was also fully charged at the last moment. Boom! A larger and stronger black chakra light column shot up from the side of the purple Suzanu's body. The hot-tailed beast chakra light column almost swallowed up half of Suzanu's body, and the blast of wind expanded rapidly in the sky. The white Zetsu, who was closer, was almost wiped out. This explosion was much more violent than the previous 2 times. Many ninjas realized something was wrong before the explosion and ran back frantically. Xiao Li was still standing there looking up stupidly, and was suddenly grabbed by Tian Tian and dragged back directly. With a cry of awe, he was dragged headfirst and hit a protruding stone on the ground. Ah! It hurts. Tian Tian, what are you doing? Tian Tian didn't have time to pay attention to him. If she didn't run, she would be blown away. She now regretted not listening to Naruto. If she had stayed away from the battlefield, she wouldn't have to run for her life. Not good. Run. Those who were slow to react finally realized what was going to happen on the battlefield. They didn't care about their comrades or white Zetsu, and turned around and ran like crazy. Unfortunately, it was too late. The bulged air collapsed instantly, followed by a bang. A dazzling white light flashed, and the air wave generated by the explosion came flat like a landslide. The 8 tails and the 9 tails were not affected. The aftermath of the battle was just a small wind and waves for them. The 9 tails even squinted his eyes in comfort. Kulama. The 8 tails communicated with the 9 tails in a muffled voice. What are you doing? Kyuubi said in a domineering tone, with an arrogant look, almost exactly like a certain yellow-haired guy. Bullhead, don't talk to me with your consciousness, go to the toilet and speak. What, is there anything that you can't let your Jinchuriki hear? I'm not afraid of it. Oh, I forgot, I don't have a Jinchuriki at all. No way, isn't the Jinchuriki a dog chain? No. 8-tailed was a little embarrassed and didn't want to pay attention to Kyuubi's ridicule. After not seeing him for decades, the face of this dog is getting more and more annoying. Kyuubi wanted to say a few more sarcastic words, but suddenly heard 8-tailed ask again. Kyuubi, that red shadow over there should be your former Jinchuriki, right? Why did you fight with the Uchiha kid so fiercely? Is there any deep hatred between them? Hearing this, Kyuubi pondered for a while, touched his round belly, but found that he couldn't reach it at all. It could only touch its neck awkwardly and said. Deep hatred, humans are so boring, it's just a woman. The 8 tails looked puzzled, the tailed beasts have no concept of male and female. Killer Bee blushed, looking at the two fiercely fighting in the distance with a strange look. It turns out there is a reason, so the battle scene is a little strange, for a woman. Well, Killer Bee decided to tell this important information back to his brother, the 4th Raikage. At the other end of the battlefield, half of Susanoo was rotten, Sasuke spit out blood, and his whole face was bloody. Naruto was not much better, his face was pale, and his fingers kept bleeding. Neither of them hid, using the strongest power in the ninja world to fight the most primitive fight. Every punch hit the flesh, every move was fatal, leaving no backhand for the other party and no retreat for themselves. The bloody 9 tails and Susanoo collided at the same time, both were injured, and each was half rotten. Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Sasuke. The two roared, and their bodies burst out with vigorous chakra again. Sasuke controlled Susanoo to fly forward and swung his sword without hesitation. Naruto also used up all his chakra to directly shoot a tailed beast ball, without any intention of dodging. The aftermath of the explosion once again threw the climbing white Zetsu away, and the ninja coalition ran back desperately. In the distance, Kabuto Yakushi looked at the explosion with mixed feelings in his heart. Is this Uchiha Sasuke an insider sent by Konoha? If the fight continues like this, the friendly forces will be greatly damaged. This man 2 arms. Driving a Gundam in the rear of his own, he is trying to annihilate all the friendly forces of White Zetsu. There is no such bad way to destroy a house, it is simply outrageous. Hurry up and make him stop. Black Zetsu said coldly on the side. You go and make him stop. Kabuto Yakushi could no longer bear it, and turned to look at Black Zetsu, who can make these 2 crazy people stop. The battlefield has become a meat grinder. Didn't you collect a few tailed beasts? Release them to create chaos and stop them. Black Zetsu was silent immediately. What a joke. The tailed beasts are used to unlock the seal. How can they be wasted in such a place? White Zetsu is also a consumable material, so let's fight. In the direction of the Ninja Coalition, the 4th generation Reikage AI wanted to rush out several times to personally meet Naruto and Sasuke, who were fighting desperately in the rear of White Zetsu, but was stopped by his men. Lord Reikage, please calm down. This is a man's battle. The Reikage yearned for it and sighed. If the art in Deidara's heart is explosion, then in the eyes of this rough man, the art of the ninja world should be sacred fighting. Please calm down. The Wind Shadow Gaara looked at the scene in the distance and couldn't help but frowned. The battlefield affected the enemy's rear, which was good for the Ninja Coalition. At least the one who was most affected was the White Zetsu, but the Ninja Coalition also lost a lot of people. Hokage, those are your Konoha people over there. The old Tsuchikage Onoki said maliciously, turned his head and looked at Kakashi, and said sarcastically. As expected of you, Lord Hokage, those 2 people seem to be your disciples, right? Ah, Konoha neither admits nor denies it. Kakashi spoke diplomatically skillfully and did not answer directly. This issue should be viewed dialectically. Who can decide what happens on the battlefield? Uniki. After being perfunctorily treated with a bunch of nonsense, old Deng simply stopped talking, snorted, and left. Before turning around, Kuratsuka looked at the battlefield with complicated eyes. In the past, she always liked to review the original battle, and every day she thought that if she had not been deceived at that time, maybe. Now that she has seen the real battle in the ninja world, she finally understands the gap in strength between herself and Naruto. This huge gap, like a natural moat, cannot be made up by luck. Mizukage Terumi stared at the battlefield in the distance, with more complicated emotions in her heart. She and Uzumaki Naruto only met that one time, and it was also the most ridiculous one. Looking back now, this Uzumaki Naruto seems a bit outrageous. If she hadn't continued the search, would it be she shook her head and dispelled this unrealistic idea in her heart. Look, is it over? The battlefield was filled with smoke and dust. Naruto and Sasuke fell not far away, both of them were covered with wounds. Sasuke sat up with all his strength, staring at Naruto. Stop pretending. Your chakra is exhausted. Can you still fight with such injuries? Naruto grinned and mocked, Uchiha Sasuke, are you good at fighting? What's the point of being a fighter? Everyone in the ninja world knows that you are full of evil. I am a hero. He wiped the blood from his head and spat out a mouthful of blood foam, the revenge of your parents, the revenge of your family, the revenge of Uchiha Itachi. Have you avenged it? Do you want to die? Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke drew his sword tremblingly. Seeing this, Naruto laughed and mocked even more wantonly. It wasn't entirely you who killed Danzo, I also contributed, the 3rd Hokage died, Uchiha Itachi also died. But the dead can't be resurrected. His expression became ferocious, even if he laughed until he coughed and bled, he still didn't care, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Everyone is dead, then your parents, your clansmen, didn't they all die in vain because of Uchiha Itachi's momentary impulse? Who are you going to seek revenge on? They all died inexplicably. Buzz. Go to hell. Sasuke was furious and threw the knife in his hand with force. With a bang, Naruto dodged it by tilting his head. Naruto was still laughing until blood kept coming out of his mouth, until he saw Xiang hurriedly rushing over from the smoke and dust, and his smile froze on his face. Fuck. I forgot about this mobile blood bag. I asked for leave, and caught a cold. In short, I rode an electric chicken for 30 kilometers from Guangzhou to Foshan, and it happened to be cold. I was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and caught a cold in the wind and rain. Chapter 546. Everyone remembered that shuddering moment, and the dawn of victory was just around the corner. Watching Sasuke bite on the scarred arm of the Uchiha clan, Naruto couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This Uchiha Sasuke looked thick-browed and big-eyed, and he was not a good person either. Fortunately, he had Izanagi. Naruto immediately turned his worries into joy, and after spitting out a large mouthful of blood, he resolutely launched the unlimited Izanagi. This thing's main feature is invincibility. As long as you survive the CD time, you will be immortal. He was too lazy to think about why the system was so generous and gave him such a powerful plug-in, but when he thought of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan skills, he immediately felt that Izanagi was nothing special. The 2 old six used the recovery skills at the same time, but the difference was Sasuke chose to restore blood volume, while Naruto chose to return to the pre-battle state. Go stop them! Yakushi Dohwang panicked. He originally thought that the battle was over, but who knew that it was just a break and they were about to enter the next round. If we don't do something, the white Zetsu will be destroyed by them. Black Zetsu said. I know. Yaeshi Dohwang was extremely irritable. What could he do to stop it, two Gundams fighting? Suddenly, he had an idea, and raised his head abruptly and muttered. Let White Zetsu attack the Ninja Alliance directly. Uzumaki Naruto will definitely not sit idly by. As long as he withdraws from the battlefield, Uchiha Sasuke will stop. Then let the Impure World Reincarnation Army attack them first. Black Zetsu asked. No, I'll go myself. Kabuto Yakushi said resolutely. Hearing this, Black Zetsu just nodded and didn't respond. He is good at strategy but not fighting. Let Kabuto Yakushi do this kind of rough work, and he can just scout the side. It just so happens that he can take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the Ninja Alliance to collect intelligence, but the 5 Kage actually dispersed the troops of each ninja village, and there was no chance to sow discord. Uzumaki Naruto is even more decisive. The two weak points are nowhere to be seen. It is estimated that he didn't go to the battlefield at all. Now I don't know how to deal with him, I can only deal with the 5 Kage first. Not good. The White Zetsu army is coming. Assemble. The White Zetsu is about to charge. The ninja coalition was in chaos, but fortunately the 5 Kage were at the front, and as clear orders were issued. The brief chaos disappeared, and the ninja coalition once again became a human wall. Earth escape troops, stop them. Gaara issued the first order. Hundreds of ninjas used Earth escape and Earth flow wall at the same time, and the charging White Zetsu was directly washed away by the earth wall that suddenly emerged from the ground, and the suddenly collapsed ground took away another wave of White Zetsu. Kill. On the battlefield in the wilderness, the two guns collided like mud cows, and they fought each other in an instant. White Zetsu's fighting style is more rough, mainly based on the tactics of charging, deterring, cutting, and encirclement, just because White Zetsu is not afraid of pain or death. On the other hand, the most feared thing for the ninja coalition is to fall into the encirclement of White Zetsu. Once the monsters have completed the encirclement, they will definitely reduce the encirclement at all costs, and fight with the ninjas in a very small space, almost in a crazy one-for-one posture. Once the encirclement is reduced rapidly, the ninjas will be restrained when performing ninjutsu, for fear of hurting their companions. But the more restrained they are, the more fierce the counterattack of White Zetsu will be. The only hope is that someone will rescue them, tear open the encirclement with the troops, or break through at the cost of their lives. As long as the hole is torn open, there is hope of survival. From the beginning of the war to the formation of the ninja coalition, the haze of death and the fear of monsters have always lingered on these ordinary ninjas. The fight has been completely supported by anger and ninja pride. Everyone knows that if they take a step back, the village will be in danger. The ninja coalition mainly uses the tactics of deploying troops and dividing the ninjas into various mobile forces and special forces, and fights according to tactics on the battlefield. For example, earth escape troops, water escape troops, lightning escape troops. When they are needed, they can assemble themselves, but in the face of emergencies, they can immediately form other troops. Various ninjutsu flew around on the battlefield, and White Zetsu never retreated unless ordered. A team of 700 people led by Kakashi firmly suppressed the gap on the left side of the White Zetsu army, and the 900-man vanguard led by Akimichi Choza finally had the opportunity to fight out. They were responsible for dispersing the team on the left wing of the White Zetsu army, dividing and encircling them, and annihilating them one by one with more people against fewer people. People are always smarter than White Zetsu and know how to adapt to circumstances. No matter how smart Kabuto Yakushi behind White Zetsu is, the orders issued on the battlefield will always be delayed, which also gives the ninja coalition a chance to counterattack. Kakashi has only a few generals under him, and he has Gaara as the commander-in-chief. In this situation, this old-fashioned man who went to the battlefield at the age of 7 feels relaxed. At least it is much easier than going to work every day in the Hokage building, and he can handle battlefield tasks with ease. Shiranui Genjian chopped down 3 White Zetsu with 1 ninja sword. At first, he thought there were too many White Zetsu on this battlefield, but he was a jonin who had participated in the Third Ninja World War, so he had to set a good example for his subordinates. The people assigned to him were basically some chunin from the 5 major ninja villages, with average abilities and personalities. As the fight went on, he thought his side would suffer heavy casualties, but later he found that the White Zetsu were not as fierce as he imagined. It is true that they are not afraid of death, but they are stupid. Sometimes their actions are also incredible, such as more than a dozen White Zetsu rushing towards one person. This gave other ninjas the opportunity to deal with White Zetsu one by one. In front, a gap was created by the killing of White Zetsu, and it was getting farther and farther away from the flag of the 5 Kage Alliance. He knew that he was approaching the heartland of the White Zetsu army, which was an extremely dangerous move. At this time, he turned his head and saw that there were only a dozen people around him. For a moment, Shiranui Genjian almost broke out in a cold sweat. He looked back with his peripheral vision and could not see the flag of the ninja coalition. There were white Zetsu all around. Fortunately, Yamashiro Aoba, wearing sunglasses, brought people to come in time. Yamashiro Aoba, a Golden Generation Ninja number 009744, has much more experience than Shiranui Genjian. Whether in character or strength, Yamashiro Aoba has served as the guard of Hokage for several terms. Previously, Yamashiro Aoba and Hijo Lietong had always been the confidants of the third Hokage, and they were careful and reliable. No retreat order. Yamashiro Aoba shouted, the flank has been suppressed, kill over, knock down these monsters, and kill Yakushi Kabuto. Shiranui Genjian was refreshed. He had had enough of the invasion of these monsters during this period. He had been on the defensive almost all the time, and now he finally had the opportunity to counterattack. The two groups of people joined together, and formed a more powerful force. Shiranui Genjian thrust out several senbon, piercing 4 or 5 white Zetsu. Finally, he saw another team that was also killing from the flank. A closer look revealed that it was Might Guy, with only 2 or 3 people following him. They are there, join them. Bang! Might Guy kicked a group of white Zetsu away, and in the blink of an eye, he opened the 6 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and his whole body was filled with chakra. He drew a white line on the battlefield and rushed around. Black Zetsu, who was not far away, was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such a fierce person. What kind of lunatic is this ninja? In just a blink of an eye, there was only a bang. Might Guy swept in all directions, smashing hundreds of white Zetsu into pieces, and Black Zetsu was sweating profusely. Where did the Ninja Alliance find such a weirdo to go to the battlefield, a green-skinned fool who was not afraid of death, and completely ignored the rules of the battlefield? The few ninjas following him were almost dead. Among all the jonins in Konoha, Kakashi's generation is called the Golden Generation and the Hope of Konoha. Among all the ninjas, Might Guy is the one who often fails in missions. In terms of ninjutsu alone, he is the least talented person, even worse than some young chunin. In terms of strategy, his simple mind often prefers straightforward tactics. The top leaders of Konoha don't like Might Guy because he has no brains and always messes things up. But he can match or even surpass Kakashi's elite jonin with his physical skills alone, and no one can say that he is not brave. Even if he only brought 2 or 3 people, he still killed all the way from the right wing of the White Zetsu army to the left, which directly stimulated the low morale of the ninja coalition. Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! The ninja coalition shouted their own slogans and rushed towards the White Zetsu like crazy. They were fed up with those monsters and wanted to tear them apart. The left and right sides are defeated. Black Zetsu took a deep breath, thinking that it was incredible that the situation on the battlefield that was sure to win would change. At the same time, Naruto did not know the situation on the battlefield, nor did he know that Kabuto Yakushi drove White Zetsu to attack the ninja coalition. But even if he knew, he would only feel that it was meaningless. Before the war, he had already arranged for his family, mainly Hinata and Ino, so how could he turn back to help because Kabuto Yakushi fought against the ninja coalition? What a joke, the Nine Tails has been handed over, what else do you want him to do? So, Naruto opened the bloody Nine Tails again in front of Uchiha Sasuke, and pointed at Uchiha Sasuke. The meaning was very clear. Come again. Sasuke. Kane grabbed Sasuke and said anxiously, something is not right, let's retreat first. Uzumaki Naruto was just seriously injured, but now he has recovered. And the ninja coalition seems to be coming too. We have to retreat first, it will be very troublesome if we are entangled by a group of ninjas. I know. Sasuke responded, but pushed her away, wait until I kill him. The purple chakra flame of Susanoo burned again in the sky, and the 2 Gundams collided with each other, making a deafening roar. The air wave of the explosion scored twice, ignoring all targets on the battlefield and pushing forward again. Boom! After several collisions, Uchiha Sasuke was obviously at a disadvantage. At this moment, Sasuke did not entangle or hesitate, and turned around and left the battlefield. Naruto cursed that he was anticlimactic and did not continue to pursue. His target was Kabuto Yakushi. If Sasuke ran away, then so be it. Anyway, it was enough that the person who was in the way was gone. He could run away for a while, but not forever. Sooner or later, he would make Sasuke lose his mind. Black Zetsu was probably always very proud of himself. He could deceive so many people by himself. Naruto just wanted to laugh. Everyone can deceive people. The main point is the information gap. It just so happened that he had much more information than Black Zetsu. He could deceive Nagato and Uchiha Sasuke. In the distance, the sharp-eyed ninja coalition saw Sasuke retreating. Yamashiro Aoba had a bright mind, and the next moment he immediately shouted at the top of his voice. Retreat! The enemy retreated. Shiranui Genma was stunned for a moment, and immediately shouted, Retreat! The enemy retreated. Kill! White Zetsu would not be disturbed at all, but the ninja coalition trapped in the pile of White Zetsu was different. They could not see the situation on the battlefield, but could only see two huge shadows in the sky in the distance. At this time, they heard the enemy's retreat, looked up and saw the purple Susanoo flying far away, and cheered collectively, and their morale was boosted. At this moment, they firmly believed that they would win this battle. Kill! Kill! Uchiha Sasuke didn't know that his retreat was used as evidence of retreat by the ninja coalition. In fact, he only retreated 2 kilometers to the periphery and was still inside the battlefield. Kill! Kill out! Yamashiro Aoba shouted like crazy, and the ninja sword in his hand chopped down the White Zetsu one by one like cutting vegetables and melons. The morale of his team was also boosted. The soldiers didn't understand what the battle situation was, nor did they know how to predict the turning point of victory and defeat in the field. They could see the general's expression. Shiranui Genjian was also crazy. In this situation, only by killing out could he talk about the future. He simply tore off a piece of cloth, tied the ninja sword in his hand tightly, and rushed up with all his strength. Everyone went crazy. Naruto stared at the blood-red shadow in the distance, unaware that he was being watched by tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces. He was still trampling on White Zetsu frantically, trying to find the figure of Kabuto Yakushi by crossing the White Zetsu army. He had already made up his mind to laugh at that bastard Kabuto Yakushi, who had frightened him so much that he dared not even leave Konoha village. This matter was not over, Kabuto Yakushi must pay the price. Before joining the battle this time, Naruto had clearly told Tien Tien that he must pin the opponent's commander to the ground. Now the opponent's general Uchiha Sasuke has been defeated, and only Kabuto Yakushi is left. Shiranui Genma felt that he was going crazy, his body was tirelessly hacking at White Zetsu, and he didn't know how long he had been hacking. Looking back, he saw dense White Zetsu all around. They had already penetrated a long distance behind the enemy, and the headquarters of the ninja coalition forces had no idea that their team had penetrated so deep. At this time, if they were exhausted or timid, they would be tantamount to sending themselves to death. Suddenly, all the White Zetsu stopped. Even though the time was very short, only about half a second, they could all feel that the White Zetsu had a clear sense of pause. At that moment, Shiranui Genjian thought of a possibility. His back was covered with cold sweat. He had never felt such excitement in his life for so long. As soon as the thought came up, it instantly turned into trembling. What the Third Ninja World War, he added up all the life and death moments of all the missions he had experienced, and none of them were as exciting as today. He kept thinking about one thought. He almost shouted out uncontrollably. Enemy! Commander! Hit the commander in front of him. Chapter 547 Black Zetsu, it's not that I don't want to catch you, you have too many weaknesses. Naruto didn't hear the cheers of the ninja coalition. He had already found Kabuto Yakushi and was busy chasing and bombing this bastard with the tailed beast ball. He didn't worry about running out of chakra at all. The Uzumaki clan had a lot of chakra, the Nine Tails had chakra, and Izanaga had chakra. The battlefield of the ninja coalition over there was already boiling, and the White Zetsu was stuck one after another, and the difficulty of killing it dropped sharply. Seeing the dawn of victory in front of him, his blood was about to boil. Here, Naruto was unconscious and was madly chasing and hacking at Kabuto Yakushi, with a sick smile on his face. You bastard, I'll beat you to death. Kabuto Yakushi did not fight Naruto head-on, but showed his snake tail and fled to the open area to escape from Naruto's attack. Behind him was the gathering army of the impure world reincarnation. It was called a large army, but in fact there were not many people, a total of about 100 people. Kabuto Yakushi was really patient. He actually spent a whole winter digging graves. This man really lost his merits. Naruto didn't care about so much. When he met someone blocking his way, he would just shoot a tailed beast ball at him. He has always acted like this, and he was even too lazy to say hello to the people of the impure world reincarnation. There were even old acquaintances from Konoha inside. He took a quick glance and saw Gekao Gale and a bear-mate Tsuchiya, who was once a close confidant of Danzo. The dead cannot be resurrected unless they are cheating. The group of people who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation were indeed a bit tricky, but unfortunately they could not fly. Naruto directly ignored the corpses of these people and chased after Kabuto Yakushi relentlessly. He did not do anything else today, just to block Kabuto Yakushi. White Zetsu had completely collapsed. Kabuto Yakushi did not directly control White Zetsu, but controlled White Zetsu through a puppet installed with the Samsara Eye, and the disadvantages soon emerged. He could not control White Zetsu while fighting Naruto. The situation on the battlefield could often turn around in an instant. The morale of the ninja coalition naturally increased when White Zetsu was stuck. Ten finally came back to her senses from her astonishment. She had no room for thinking at all and was swept forward. There were still more than 100 steps left, and the troops of the ninja coalition began to throw earth escape and fire escape ninjutsu. Dozens of White Zetsu were instantly submerged in the sea of fire, and the high wall of earth escape blocked their way out of the sea of fire. The rest of the place was no exception, with earth escape, water escape, and lightning escape. Kabuto Yakushi realized that the battlefield was in chaos, and he did not hesitate to order the troops to withdraw. For him, there was no such thing as failure, and failure could be repeated countless times. Naruto chased for a while and found that Kabuto Yakushi was like a slippery snake-skinned monster. He had clearly beaten half of his body, but it grew back again. Even so, he still chased Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto wanted to know when Kabuto Yakushi was going to release Uchiha Madara. But after chasing all the way, Kabuto Yakushi just ran away. Kill. The small group of ninja troops led by Yamashiro Aoba finally killed through the heart of White Zetsu and completed the reunion with more than 1,000 people from the 3rd unit. The entire battlefield of White Zetsu has been divided into 3 parts, and everyone in the ninja coalition is very excited. After fighting with White Zetsu for so long, they finally ushered in a long-lost advantage. Surround them! Bingzu Lietong shouted, slashing at the oncoming White Zetsu. The battlefield is almost entering summer. If it drags on, the heavy leather armor and vests on the ninja coalition will become a heavy burden. Not breathable is a small matter, sweat will increase the resistance to fighting, and once caught in a fierce battle, it is almost a deadly situation. Today's battle situation turned around so quickly that no one expected it. After all, who would have thought that Sasuke and Naruto would fight in the rear of White Zetsu, and who would have thought that the two of them would fight at the level of gods? Yamashiro Aoba risked his life to cross the White Zetsu army from east to west and complete the encirclement. He knew how important momentum and morale were on the battlefield. He had just cut a White Zetsu in half, and immediately rushed forward again, holding a White Zetsu who was about to attack the fallen ninja and rolling twice circle, cut off the neck of White Zetsu with one knife. Boom! 7 or 8 White Zetsu rushed towards Yamashiro Aoba, and were instantly pierced by Shiranui Genma with Senbon. The slender Senbon was like a spear, piercing through and blasting the White Zetsu fiercely. On the battlefield, the densely packed White Zetsu made people look a little desperate. Kill them! Encircle! Encircle! With a bang, Might Guy hugged a White Zetsu and fell from the sky. At the moment when the lotus fell to the ground, the sound of the earth collapsing and cracking sounded like thunder, and the shock wave visible to the naked eye vibrated. The White Zetsu around Yamashiro Aoba was instantly cleared, forming a vacuum circle with a radius of tens of meters. Bingzu Lietong and Yamashiro Aoba didn't even have time to thank Might Guy, and rushed forward and shouted. Quick! Everyone, follow me and kill forward! Bang bang bang! The ninja swords and ninjutsu of the ninja coalition kept falling on White Zetsu, and the people behind them almost lost consciousness, just like hitting sandbags. Every second, a ninja fell to the ground, and the number of White Zetsu kept increasing. On the battlefield, the main force of the ninja coalition was still crowded on the periphery, and had slowly changed from square formations to the shape of a chain. From the sky, it had already taken shape. Yamashiro Aoba, Shiranui Genma, Bazuriya Jun, and Might Guy were running around behind the White Zetsu position. They did not retreat or flee, but were just gambling with their lives. Naruto finally let Kabuto Yakushi run away, but he blocked Black Zetsu. Seeing that Black Zetsu was about to escape, he only said 3 sentences and let Black Zetsu stay where he was. Neither running nor leaving, just staring at him blankly. Really? Black Zetsu asked. Kabuto Yakushi has already lost, are you going to wait for the next chance? Naruto asked, what chess pieces do you have left? I will smash them one by one. You have no choice now, you can only cooperate with me. Hearing this, Black Zetsu's face was complicated. What is your purpose? It's very simple, I want Kabuto Yakushi to die. Naruto said, I will use the Shikigami Fujin to harvest his soul and seal him forever. But he can't just stand there and surrender, I need your help. I don't care about the tailed beasts, but I will be uncomfortable as long as Kabuto Yakushi is alive. How can I trust you? Black Zetsu asked. You either believe me or wait another 100 years. Maybe you still have a chance after I die. Naruto said recklessly, otherwise, I will target you. Don't think you can run now and I can't catch you. If I really want to catch you, I have plenty of ways. I have money and people. I can take over half of the ninja world in 3 to 5 years. No matter where you run to, I will definitely find you. Even if I do nothing in this life, I will keep an eye on you. Aren't you a little too extreme? It's Kabuto Yakushi who has a grudge against you, not me. Black Zetsu was a little speechless. How could this man be so shameless? I don't care. Either Kabuto Yakushi dies or you die. He said in a firm tone, I have plenty of ways to seal you for hundreds of years, sink you to the bottom of the sea, and add a layer of seal every year. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was completely speechless by him. He had just wanted to threaten him, but then he changed his mind and thought there was no need to offend this lunatic. To be honest, Black Zetsu has not yet caught Naruto's weakness. It's not that I can't find it, but there are too many, and I don't know which one to catch to be the biggest weakness. But catching the weakness is to make the opponent afraid to use force. Black Zetsu thought he couldn't catch all of them, so he simply accepted his fate and didn't provoke the trouble of this fierce and evil spirit. But now, trouble has found him. Let White Zetsu retreat. Shiranui Genjian sighed. Don't sigh, at least it weakens White Zetsu's strength. Yamashiro Aoba bandaged the wound, turned back and said with a smile, if White Zetsu doesn't retreat, we will die. Yet. Shiranui Genjian's face showed the feeling of surviving a disaster. The battle on the battlefield has not ended yet, and White Zetsu, who did not have time to evacuate, was left behind by the ninja coalition. 1,000 ninja coalitions were responsible for blocking White Zetsu's way with earth escape, and another 700 fire escape ninjas were responsible for killing White Zetsu with a sea of fire. Don't let them run away. Bingzu Lietong hadn't left the battlefield yet. To be more precise, he was excited to lead his men back to fight. Might Guy followed him. The two were born reckless men, one was brave and the other was calm and brave. Xiao Li had already retreated. Tian Tian dragged him down by force. The battlefield is not a joke. A novice ninja will die there if he is unlucky. Xiao Li has no sense of proportion at all. Tian Tian saw that he was almost exhausted and still rushed forward. He couldn't bear it. Can you see your situation clearly before taking action? Are you going to die? Xiao Li, Tian Tian, you are coming down too. Naruto came over from the next tent. He didn't look like someone who had just come down from the battlefield. To be suitable for the occasion, he leaned against the curtain and yawned. Naruto. Tian Tian was a little surprised. She looked him up and down and asked, are you okay? What can happen to me? He asked back, but I am a little tired. I am tired from fighting on the battlefield. You guys talk first and I will go back to rest for a while. Hey, Tian Tian hesitated to speak. Just seeing him leave without looking back, she frowned and wondered why this person left so quickly. I wanted to ask him something, but now there is no need to ask. Tian Tian, what's wrong with you? Xiao Li, seeing that Tian Tian looked unhappy, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing, I'm just too tired. Then go back and rest, I think I can still. Xiao Li clenched his fists, looking excited. No. Give up on this idea. Tian Tian said angrily, come with me and retreat. I can discuss the next thing with Ninkai. What happened next? Xiao Li scratched his head, looking puzzled. Are you going to keep fighting on the battlefield? Tian Tian turned back and rolled her eyes at him. The war is far away, so of course we should discuss when to retreat and rest. The village has a rotating force, otherwise how can we replenish the consumed personnel? We are not sick or injured, why should we retreat? Xiao Li was even more confused, with innocence written all over his face. I think we can still. Are you stupid? If the two of us don't retreat, how can you let Niji go back to the village? Tian Tian sighed, with his personality, he will never accept going back to the village alone. Oh. Xiao Li looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He looked at Tian Tian and thought that Tian Tian was still as careful as ever. If it was him, he would not have thought of this. Naruto did not go back to rest, but just washed and changed his clothes. As usual, he went to see Ino first and then Hinata. They talked to each other and stayed for a long time before leaving. At this time, he was exhausted and did not go anywhere. He fell asleep directly in the cold house. No matter how good the nest outside is, it is not as comfortable as sleeping at home, so he slept until noon the next day. He woke up slowly until the sun was high in the sky, staring at the sunlight outside the window. He has been too busy during this period, and rarely has he been alone. Now he suddenly feels relaxed, and he still feels that this kind of leisurely and relaxed life is more suitable for him. It would be great if a savior fell from the sky now. I don't know if the lecherous sage has found a new child of prophecy. If there is really a child of prophecy, then I will do my best to help him save the world, as long as I can withdraw to enjoy the sunshine and free time to be in a daze. Speaking of the lecherous sage, Naruto narrowed his eyes and was originally planning to find Tsunade. He has been delayed by something, and now he is dealing with Kabuto Yakushi and can't leave. He sighed faintly, what he hates most is trouble. The current life is not what he wants at all. Saving the world should be the savior's business, not to make himself a salted fish with nothing to do, busy. The ninja world is too chaotic. If he wants to save the world and stop the war within the ninja world, he will have to be busy all his life. Be a sword holder and keep an eye on the inside and outside of the ninja world. Naruto would never do that kind of thing even if he was beaten to death, even if it wasn't because Ino and Hinata were pregnant. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Kabuto Yakushi and would just withdraw his hands to deal with the Otsutsuki. Man-made disasters can never be eliminated. The only thing he is worried about is the Otsutsuki clan. Shaking his head, Naruto struggled to get up and dispel all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter what should be done must be done. Whether it is for Ino or Hinata, he has to get rid of the potential threat. At least after this turmoil, he hopes to get rid of not only the Otsutsuki, but also the killing war embryo. He wants to live a leisurely life lying down quietly, not watching the 5 major countries fight internal wars every day. He needs peace. After washing up, Naruto opened the door and walked towards the mountain flower shop. At the same time, Duiu also withdrew her eyes from the battlefield in the distance. She did not see the camp of Konoha. The ninjas in front of her seemed to be temporarily organized together, including ninjas from the 5 major countries. This made it more difficult for her to distinguish which side was the ninja of Konoha. After thinking about it, she decided to ask someone. After wandering outside for a long time, she had already learned how to hide and disguise. She successfully blended into the crowd with a ninja forehead protector. After asking several times and listening to some ninjas chatting from the battlefield, Duiu was more certain that Naruto was in this battlefield. It's not that Konoha doesn't have a camp. According to his habits, he probably went back to sleep. Chapter 548 Ino, if I were Hinata, I would definitely smash your dog head. Naruto has always believed in one thing, that troublesome things must have the opportunity to cheat. For example, pulling out the 9 tails, and for example, Izanagi. If he knows that he is in the middle of a group of wall hangers, but does not use external plugins, then he will definitely not be able to beat that group of perverts. Therefore, when he encounters trouble, he will subconsciously think about how to cheat. Kabuto Yakushi is too cunning. This person is pure evil, and the things he pursues are illusory. This kind of person has fewer weaknesses and will not be obsessed with success or failure. In other words, sacrificing White Zetsu to escape is no psychological pressure for Kabuto Yakushi. In this way, it is more difficult for Naruto to block Kabuto Yakushi, who is slippery. Then he can only choose to cheat, so he found Kabuto Yakushi's ally and asked him to be a traitor. Naruto made a condition that Black Zetsu could not refuse, 9-tailed beasts. He is not afraid that Black Zetsu will not agree. Carrot and stick, can't he find Black Zetsu if he can't find Kabuto Yakushi? This person has always been a rogue. In one sentence, if he can't cure Kabuto Yakushi, can't he cure you? Black Zetsu was speechless. After thinking about it, it would not be a loss to agree, so he reluctantly agreed. He will not follow the rules go to find Kabuto Yakushi in a proper manner. The affairs of the ninja world have never been just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. After all, Black Zetsu and Kabuto Yakushi cooperated only because they needed 9-tailed beasts. Naruto could also give him the tailed beasts, and in the matter of resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki, their goals were temporarily the same. Black Zetsu was committed to resurrecting Kagaya, and he was committed to resurrecting Kagaya as consumables. Naruto only needed one chance. As long as Black Zetsu cooperated with him to trap Kabuto Yakushi for a few breaths, he was confident that he could swallow Kabuto Yakushi's soul into the belly of the god of death. When will the war end? Ino looked down at her gradually bulging belly and worried, "You are going to the battlefield again, can't you change someone?" "This I want to too." Naruto touched her head and said, "Wait a little longer, it won't be too long. If I don't go up, will I let Heiichi go to the battlefield?" Hearing this, Ino couldn't help but be moved. She didn't want Naruto to take risks, and she didn't want to watch her old father go to the battlefield at such an old age. Just because Naruto went to the battlefield, Kakashi arranged Yamanaka Inoichi to stay in Konoha as if to take care of him. In fact, this is against the rules. Akimichi Choza and Narashikaku have been active on the battlefield for a while. The Ino, Deer, and Joe trio have always been united. How could the Deer and Joe both go to the battlefield, and the Yamanaka family rest in the rear? However, considering that Ino is pregnant and Yamanaka Inoichi has only this one daughter, Narashikaku and Akimichi Choza don't care much, only Yamanaka Inoichi feels bad. Yamanaka Inoichi is also an honest man. He feels uncomfortable, so he goes to the Hokage building to work overtime every day. In fact, he doesn't need to be like this, but he is such an awkward person. But I am also worried about you. I am scared every day. Ino sighed and said. I'll come back when I'm free. What's there to worry about? Naruto hugged Ino and comforted her, there are not many people in this world who can hurt me. Besides, you know me. At worst, just run away. Okay. Ino grumbled, you must be safe. I finally have a child. I don't want you to get into trouble. If you get into trouble, I won't. Okay, don't say these discouraging words. Naruto interrupted the spell, I'm actually very strong. I just have a lot of cards that I haven't used yet. If you don't believe me, I will. Don't. Ino held him back, your own cards are related to your life. Don't tell anyone. I just want you to be safe. One more thing, how is Hinata recently? Hearing this, Naruto's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, what's wrong with Hinata? A hand reached out and pinched Naruto's ear directly. Ino twisted it angrily, but didn't use much force, and said. Do you really think I'm stupid? Konoha is not small, but Hinata and I are connected. She can't hide her pregnancy from me even if she wants to. I just don't want to talk to you. But I can't contact Hinata recently. You must have taken Hinata to some remote place and hid her. Do you really think I don't know? Humph. She snorted unhappily. Naruto couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Sure enough, what is coming will come. You can't hide it. You can't let Hinata and Ino never meet. That will inevitably lead to one of them living in a completely unfamiliar place. No matter who that person is, it is too cruel. He naturally won't do that. He can only plan for the worst. Well, in the snow country, she and her child are living well, and Hanabi is there too. Naruto avoided the main point, the main reason is that the Hyuga clan is too busy to protect Hinata. Humph. Then there is no need to send her to such a far place as the snow country. Ino folded her hands and glanced at Naruto, it's so far, I will definitely miss home. You are just bullying Hinata because she is soft-tempered. If I were Hinata, I would definitely beat your dog head. Yes. Naruto was already sweating profusely. By the way, are you listening? Ino couldn't help but pinch him, and said a little angrily, how could you be so excessive? You should visit her often, do you know? Ah. Naruto was confused. He didn't expect the wind direction to be like this, and he even thought of what posture to make the ground seat more round. After all, the people he cares about most are Ino and Hinata, and the conflict between the two is not irreconcilable. But something seems to be wrong now, why is Ino? I know you are afraid that I will be unhappy, but you can't send Hinata so far. With her personality, she will definitely not say anything, but you have to spend some time with her, after all, her future children will call me stepmother. You can't be too partial, come to me every time you have time, you have to. Ino was still talking about something, Naruto lowered his head with disbelief, and even wondered if he had hallucinations. Time management finally worked wonders, although it appeared in an inexplicable place. But who cares, as long as it works, at least Ino's attitude has eased. Naruto knew that all this was not so easy to achieve, but because of the double pregnancy and the unprecedented war in the ninja world, he was always at the forefront and in danger. In this case, things that were originally unacceptable did not seem so difficult to accept. This is the so-called broken window effect. If she was unwilling to break the window at first, when she decided to break the roof, even breaking the door would not seem so unacceptable. Ino knew very well that if something happened to Naruto, all the disputes would be meaningless. Even if she didn't want to share her boyfriend with others, she now wanted to hold Naruto with Hinata. Thinking that if something happened to Naruto, she was thinking about the baby in her and Hinata's belly, thinking that the four of them might be able to make it. After she got pregnant, she did like to think about random things. Fortunately, Naruto took the trouble to take time to accompany her every day, and even accompanied her as soon as he came down from the battlefield. People are all made of flesh and blood. Ino couldn't help being moved in the long run. But she could never guess that what Naruto had was not ninjutsu, but a real cheat. Some things can be faked, but feelings can't. He really cares about Ino and Hinata. Every time he spent his thoughts, it was just to make the two of them happy, or to avoid conflicts. He never paid much attention to other people, or he didn't care that much. Did you hear that? Ino was angry when she saw him, and couldn't help pinching him angrily. You're just daydreaming again. I heard it, I heard it. Naruto acted reluctantly, afraid that he would be exposed if he continued, so he quickly changed the subject. The battle on the front line is almost over, and Shikamaru and the others will probably be rotated down. They? Ino was stunned for a moment. How can they be willing to come down? If Uncle Shikaku and Uncle Koji don't withdraw, they will stay there. Of course their father asked them to withdraw. What do you think Shikamaru and Koji look like when they fight on the front line? Naruto seemed to find that Ino had some misunderstanding about the two guys. Brave? They hold very important positions, which are very dangerous but indispensable. Ino seemed to realize the problem and asked hesitantly. You're thinking too much. How could it be dangerous? Naruto waved his hand. They did go to the battlefield. Because you're missing, they actually spent most of their time observing and learning on the battlefield. They didn't carry out any dangerous missions. They were similar to Tenten and Lee. Niji was also injured. So the four of them are actually dispensable. Konoha doesn't need them. When the situation on the battlefield becomes clear, I guess these guys will be replaced. It's just right to have a few more people to talk to you. Ah. Ino couldn't help but cover her face. Her filter for the battlefield was broken. That's fine. The battlefield is always dangerous. By the way, help me get a towel. Oh. White Zetsu retreated and disappeared. There was nothing to do on the battlefield for the time being, but it was not as easy as Naruto said. He said that just to coax Ino. He said what was about to happen in advance because he was about to kill Kabuto Yakushi. When Kabuto Yakushi disappeared, the battle situation would naturally enter a stable stage. He had thought of everything. He killed Kabuto Yakushi, and he became Kabuto Yakushi to collect the remaining tailed beasts. Then he woke up the sleeping Kagaya Otsutsuki and conducted containment research. When the Otsutsuki clan arrived in the ninja world, hell would be waiting for them. This was not his previous plan, because Naruto did not want to do everything by himself and wait for the next child of prophecy to take over. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, there was no good news from Jiraiya. Naruto sighed secretly, knowing that none of them were useful. Back at the edge of the battlefield, he stood on a high place and looked at the devastated battlefield, thinking that being invincible was really lonely. Today's achievements were all due to his own efforts, and the system was just an embellishment. Task 4, collect all 9-tailed beasts, 2/9, reward, evil god prop filth, disorder madness potion. He thought about it, and Black Zetsu should also have a few tailed beasts, so he had to trick them from him. The most difficult tailed beast actually only has one tail left, Shikaku of the Sand, which has to be taken out from Gaara. He had already arranged this matter, and was just waiting for Temari to be ready. The way to convince Temari is also very simple, telling her that Gaara will not live long with a tailed beast in his body, and will die suddenly in his 30s at most. Then he said nonsense such as the tailed beasts of the 5 major countries will be dealt with in a centralized manner, and Temari naturally believed it. After all, although Naruto likes to draw cakes, he has basically achieved it. In fact, Naruto didn't think that far at all. His idea was to get it first and talk about it later. Another difficult tailed beast is the 8-tailed beast. The 4th generation Raikage AI was also lucky and did not die on the battlefield. He regarded Killer Bee as his brother, and he also valued the 9-tailed beast very much, which was really difficult to deal with. If it really doesn't work, he can only forcibly withdraw it. You ask me why I didn't appear on the battlefield. The two Yukito stared at Naruto for a long time as if he was looking at a fool, frowned and said. The two-tail is gone, do you think I can be trusted? It should be okay, this matter. Naruto was a little embarrassed. He just pulled out the two-tail at the beginning, and didn't think so much about it. You didn't doubt me, you just didn't use me. The two Yukito folded his hands and said a little coldly, when are you going to take action against Killer Bee? Soon. How soon? The two Yukito couldn't wait. It's hard to say, we have to deal with Kabuto Yakushi first. Naruto didn't hide it from her. After signing the evil god contract, the two Yukito would not betray him. After that, you have to wait to extract the tailed beast from Killer Bee. How long will it take? Are you in a hurry? Naruto was a little surprised and turned to look at his most capable general. I want to be the Raikage. She frowned and said bluntly, if I have no effect in this war, how can I convince the people? Even if I become the fifth Raikage, I will not be able to manage the hidden cloud village. Darui is stronger than me, more trusted by the Raikage, and is also one of the leaders in this war. Hearing this, Naruto's face finally became solemn. There were so many things that he actually forgot about this. If this continued, Yukito might indeed miss the throne of Raikage. Not to mention that Naruto originally planned to let the second Yukito become the fifth Raikage, not to mention that when the second Yukito submitted the letter of surrender, he had already promised to help her become the fifth Raikage. Naruto naturally couldn't break his promise, although the second Yukito had no way back, even if Naruto ignored her, she couldn't violate the evil god contract. But even the evil god is a man of his words, and he doesn't treat his own people like this. After a moment of silence, Naruto had an idea. So, let's put the matter of killing Kabuto Yakushi aside. I'll find an opportunity to create chaos and extract the eight-tailed beast from Killer Bee's body. As for Darui, don't worry about him. Darui is not your competitor. You are devoted to Kumagakure. When I help you to the position of Raikage, he will be your most capable general. Chapter 549. It's bad, I have become an evil god. But I am no longer the two-tailed Jinchuriki, and my strength has been greatly reduced. The two Yukito hesitated slightly, I am afraid. You can't go far on the road of Jinchuriki. The container of the tailed beast is just a container after all. Naruto explained, that is not your power, but the power leaked by the tailed beast. Don't worry about your strength. Signing the contract will not let you suffer any loss. Yes. The two Yukito nodded obediently. She was a smart person and knew what to ask and what not to ask. Even though she was still skeptical about Naruto's words, she still left first. The decline of the two Yukito's strength was easy to solve. Naruto immediately called up the system panel and opened the two Yukito's panel under the evil god contract. Operational options. He clicked it directly, thinking that it was convenient to have a cheat. A long list of operation options popped up, but the more Naruto looked at this option, the more familiar it felt. Evil god blessing, evil god blessing, evil god. Oh no, I became an evil god? He had never clicked on this operable option, but this was too outrageous. It became like this after not looking at it for a while. All evil god skills, this isn't he just saying that he is an evil god? Is he an evil god? Naruto shook his head. He would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. He had once cursed the evil god as a bitch, and now the boomerang hit him? What a joke, he is not and cannot be an evil god. After calming down, he decided to do the most important things first. His eyes swept across a row of options, and finally stopped at gift from the evil god and clicked it. Take the 9 tails chakra and give it to believers. Confirmed. Naruto didn't care about chakra at all, and he didn't care about chakra at all. He was not stingy in giving benefits to his subordinates. The evil god contract guaranteed their absolute loyalty from the source, and giving them power was to share the trivial matters for Naruto. From a certain perspective, he even wanted to give all his power to them now, and then let a group of subordinates go to continue saving the world. And he only needed to hug Ino Hinata and continue his shameless life. Recuperate and directly expand the Uzumaki clan that was about to be extinct. But the reality was that he couldn't do it at all, because he hadn't thrown away his conscience. The correct approach should be to set up a trap to fool Sasuke, let him take the task of saving the world on his behalf, and he only needed to be responsible for the key steps. Even this key step can be done by his subordinates. It doesn't matter if there is no child of prophecy, Sasuke can fill this gap. It's a pity that Naruto didn't do this, because he was afraid of torturing Sasuke crazy. A person who has been deceived and stimulated by his relatives since childhood, after knowing the truth, all his enemies are dead. Take a step back and say that he and Suzuki have no hatred, they just don't get along. Suzuki is a principled person, unlike Kabuto Yakushi. There is no need to take risks, just deal with Kabuto Yakushi and take in Kagaya Otsutsuki, and leave the rest to time. When Momoshiki and Kinshiki come to the ninja world, they will find that the former human pasture has become an Otsutsuki slaughterhouse. Then again, the matter of killing Kabuto Yakushi cannot be put aside, and he must act immediately when Black Zetsu receives a reply. But at the moment, he really needs to extract the eight-tailed beast from Killer Bee to help the two wooden men gain a foothold. In fact, the two are not in conflict, but just a matter of order. Anyway, the tailed beast in Killer Bee will be extracted in the end, and the key is that it is not convenient for him to take action. Under the watchful eyes of the public, there is no preparation. Uchiha Sasuke's identity has long been suspected, and it would be impolite to use it again. Moreover, it would be easier to be exposed once the diamond seal is taken out. He would definitely prefer to deal with Yakushi Kabuto first, but this side also we can't just leave it like this, we have to find another way. After Naruto went back, he really thought of a way. He disguised himself as a ninja from Kumigakure and deliberately said something about the beautiful world outside when he passed by Kirabi. It seems that the war is about to be won, and we can go home. I don't know when we can get out. The small village is too boring, isn't it? Is it just a matter of enduring time day after day for the rest of my life? What's the meaning of living? Ah! Confused, so confused. I don't know if Naruto is confused, but Kirabi is confused. When he thought about being locked up again when he returned to Kumigakure, he suddenly felt depressed. After going back and forth several times, Kirabi's eyes were obviously not so clear. Even if there was someone watching Kirabi, they didn't find any clues. They just thought that Kirabi was a little irritable because he stayed on the battlefield for a long time. On the other side, after the two of them returned from the wooden man, they inexplicably found that their bodies were hot. After taking off a few clothes, she still felt something was wrong. When she looked down, she suddenly saw a faint vortex pattern on her belly. Yukito! What is Uzumaki Naruto doing again? What did he do to his body? It's really she felt her belly was a little hot, and then she fainted. When the two Yukito woke up, they subconsciously circulated their chakras, and they were stunned. It's full, the chakra in the body is full? The abundant chakra was almost overflowing, from the belly to the meridians of the hands and feet, the manic chakra kept rolling in her body. She looked down again, looked at the faint vortex pattern on her belly, and frowned slightly. This feeling is too familiar, and the Jinchuriki is also like this when infusing the tailed beast. It's just that it's much more uncomfortable to infuse the tailed beast. The tailed beast is manic and difficult to tame, and you have to suffer a lot in the early stage. Unlike now, it's just that I was fainted by the abundant chakra. And this power seems to be pure and more powerful than the power of the tailed beast. Tailed beasts, with the word beast in their names, are not very smart except for Shikaku of sand. Most of the time, the tailed beasts will only provide sufficient chakra to the Jinchuriki, or fully develop the tailed beasts like Kumigakure, so that the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki can fight together. But now, the two Yukitos feel that their bodies seem to be infused with more than just chakra, but also something else. For example ninjutsu. She raised her hand and subconsciously made a seal. Now she was even more confused. She was just complaining about the difficulty of her work, and he gave her too much. The two Yukitos hesitated a little. Did he misunderstand what she said? She just wanted to recover some strength, as long as he could give her some help. But why did he seem to give her all his wealth? This was too heavy. For a moment, the two Yukitos didn't know whether to be happy or sad, so they could only put on their clothes first. At the same time, Hydrangea and Kurama Yakumo also received gifts from the evil god. The two were relatively weak, but they just felt their stomachs heat up, lifted their clothes and looked down. There is an extra line. After dividing the three people, Naruto did not continue to divide them. It was not that he was reluctant, but he did not need to divide so much power for the time being. He would deal with Kabuto Yakushi first. As for how to deal with Kagaya Otsutsuki, he had his own way. The completion condition of Task 4 was to collect 9 tailed beasts, and the reward was Chaos Madness, which was effective in restraining the pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan. The road was really getting smoother and smoother. Everything that was worried about in the past was now solved. After about a day or two, Black Zetsu contacted Naruto and indicated that the opportunity had come and he could prepare to take action. Naruto was overjoyed. Black Zetsu might not be very strong, but he was a master at pitting his teammates. He was not worried about the other party setting an ambush. As long as Black Zetsu had a good brain, he could see that there was no future for him to follow Kabuto Yakushi and go hungry for 3 days. It was impossible to collect the tailed beasts. Now he couldn't even find the two-tailed beast. The two-tailed beast was locked up in the sealed space by Naruto and is still in jail. So Naruto went to the appointment happily. As expected, he didn't smell any trace of conspiracy, which made Naruto a little uncomfortable. Black Zetsu stood there and met with Naruto honestly. "What are you looking around?" Black Zetsu looked puzzled, and then reacted, "You are not suspecting me of cheating, are you?" "I want to suspect, but I can't find any evidence," Naruto said jokingly. "Black Zetsu, I'm not so stupid to do these meaningless things." Black Zetsu waved his hand, "Speaking of which, there is one thing I can't figure out." "What is it?" "Uzumaki Naruto, do you also have a Sharingan?" Black Zetsu suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" "When you fought with Uchiha Sasuke, you were obviously seriously injured, but you recovered quickly." Black Zetsu said seriously, "If I'm not mistaken, that was the trick of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi." Guess. Naruto would never reveal his trump card to Black Zetsu. Now they are allies. When Yakushi Kabuto dies, he will attack Black Zetsu's mother Kaguya. Black Zetsu was speechless, guessing poorly. "It's so obvious, you say you don't have any Sharingan, I will shake my brain for you." "My guess is useless, guess what Uchiha Sasuke will think when he comes to his senses." Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly, with a gloating expression on his face. "No matter what he thinks, Uchiha Sasuke will be in trouble. He himself has not figured out the mess of the clan." Naruto did not answer directly, but urged vaguely. "Stop talking nonsense, lead the way, I'm in a hurry." Yet, Black Zetsu turned around and couldn't help showing a barely perceptible smile on his face. He did not play tricks, but gave Uchiha Sasuke some hints. After cooperating with the bitch Uzumaki Naruto, he must find Uchiha Sasuke to backstab him, otherwise it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. Naruto followed behind Black Zetsu and rolled his eyes. He thought that this group of Kaguya remnants was still so insidious. They actually used Uchiha Sasuke to attack themselves. What's the use? Sasuke can't beat him, and besides, who dares to guarantee that you must use Sharingan to activate Izanagi? This changed the name of this thing, I said this is Sunbin's time travel. Want to disgust yourself? You are really worthy of you, Black Zetsu. Just wait, I will beat your mother in front of you in the future. If I hold back a little, I will write my name Uzumaki Naruto upside down. You son of a bitch, I will deal with you sooner or later. The so-called allies are partners who plan to stab each other in the back next time. Black Zetsu likes to backstab people, but fortunately Uzumaki Naruto is not a good person either. Two people with flexible moral bottom lines get together, which can be regarded as a match made in heaven. Yakushi Kabuto was injured and has not shown up for the past 2 days. Even I couldn't find him. Now he has almost recovered and started to contact me again. Black Zetsu explained as he walked, and finally stopped at the bottom of a cliff, looking up and continued. Up there. As soon as the voice fell, Naruto had already activated the Bloody Nine Tails Gundam mode, and a mountain-like blood shadow rose from the ground. The ground shattered in an instant, and the blood shadow bounced out in the blink of an eye. A thunderous explosion came from the horizon, and the sound of sonic booms was endless. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes. The next second, the expression on his face froze. Half of the cliff was flattened by the tailed beast ball, leaving a neat cut like a knife. How could it be? Black Zetsu was stunned. This was not what he imagined. The Nine Tails no, this was no longer the power of the tailed beast. That damn Uzumaki Naruto, what on earth was he? Can the tailed beast ball have such an effect? Yakushi Kabuto was even more confused. He just felt something was wrong, and a tailed beast ball flew towards him. The word traitor just appeared in his mind, and he had to face the sudden disaster. He thought that Black Zetsu would stab him in the back, but he never thought that the way Black Zetsu would stab him in the back was to collude with Uzumaki Naruto. This he gritted his teeth and dodged, thinking to himself that 2 bitches. 100 kilometers away from the main battlefield, in the border mountains of the Land of Lightning, the 3 ninja villains met here in victory, and staged infernal affairs in the game within the game. If Hanzo of the Salamander was still alive, he would definitely say that this was the most despicable meeting he had ever seen. If he was given another chance to start the Ninja World War, he would never want to face the 3 ninja villains. In front of the 3 villains, his proud political experience was as simple as a child. If he was given another chance to enthrone the 3 ninjas, he will definitely take back his childish ideas and re-ennoble the 3 ninja emperors of the ninja world. When he is still, he will stab his teammates. When he is active, he will harm the opponent. He will harm the 3 sages with one plan. When Kabuto Yakushi saw Naruto, the first thought that came to his mind was not to escape, but to fight. But when he saw the phantom of the god of death on the opposite side clearly, he was directly wilted. The so-called tailed beast ball Gundam was all to attract his attention. The biggest mistake Kabuto Yakushi made in his life was not to turn around and run away immediately. He had already run away twice, but he didn't want to run away this time. People can't help but believe in the power of desperate, but the premise is that the opponent can't do forbidden techniques. Forbidden. Shiki Fujin. The huge phantom of the god of death appeared in the sky, and the dark wind like the hell of Senro howled. The white-haired god of death opened his bloody mouth and took out the white short knife in his mouth. What is it? Yakushi Kabuto already knew the answer, but he couldn't believe that Uzumaki Naruto would be so crazy that he actually chose to exchange one life for another. Did he break the law of heaven? As for the face-to-face attack, it was an unsolvable forbidden technique of the Shikigami Fujin. This he wanted to move, but his body couldn't move at all, and half of his soul was instantly pulled out. Uzumaki Naruto! He shouted, "Are you crazy? What for?" Naruto ignored him and controlled the phantom of the god of death to raise his hand and cut his soul. Chapter 550. This ninja is obviously very strong, but he wants to retire. Do Yakushi was very decisive. The Shiki seal doesn't like to be reasonable, and Naruto doesn't like to be reasonable either. Before, Do Yakushi had never shown up, and this time Naruto found an opportunity and naturally took it all. He didn't even use much chakra, just used a forbidden technique without cost. It was precisely because of this that he dared to distribute chakra to the 2 Yokotos so unscrupulously. He no longer needs these fancy fighting skills, just use the forbidden technique when he meets. If one forbidden technique can't solve it, then use more forbidden techniques. Compared to the mess in the ninja world, he cares more about caring for others now. He has been waiting for this day since 6 years ago. If he is half invincible, he can solve the trouble and live a retired life before he is 20 years old. After fighting for so many years, can't he enjoy himself? If a person starts to struggle when he is young, then earns everything he needs, retires when he is young, and spends his life eating, drinking and having fun. Then when he looks back at his old age, he will find that this life is really nothing to regret. Before Naruto crossed over, he was a beast of burden. After crossing over, his only wish was to lie down. Now he is finally close to this goal, and it is almost within reach. Once Kabuto Yakushi died, the only thing left to do was to resurrect Kaguya. Black Zetsu originally just stood aside and watched the fight, hoping that the dog-eat-dog fight would continue for a while, and it would be best if one of them would end in a loss, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. He stayed with Kabuto Yakushi for a whole winter, so he naturally knew how difficult Kabuto Yakushi was. Compared with Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi was more cowardly and was a person who would make several backup plans for his own plans. But such a person was killed in seconds now. All his preparations and plans turned into a dream. At the moment when the forbidden technique Shiki Fujin was activated, he was as weak as a child. What surprised Black Zetsu even more was that this person was still alive. When Shiki Fujin cuts off the soul of others, shouldn't the god of death also cut off the soul of the caster? What's going on? Black Zetsu was confused, and his eyes changed when he looked at Naruto. But Black Zetsu was not too scared, after all, he had no soul. Naruto's forbidden technique Shiki Fujin might be enough to deter ninjas, but it was nothing for him. Kabuto Yakushi has been dealt with, now it's time to fulfill your promise, Uzumaki Naruto. Black Zetsu said with a relaxed look, not noticing the strange expression on Naruto's face at all. Okay. Naruto scratched his face, thinking, isn't it just beating your mother? Wait, but before that, we have to make it clear that I am only responsible for 4-tailed beasts. The collection of the other 5-tailed beasts is yours, is that okay? He asked. 4. Black Zetsu looked puzzled, wondering why this man went back on his word. He looked at Naruto and asked, so how many tailed beasts do you have now? 9-tailed and 2-tailed. Naruto said without any burden. When he heard about the 2-tailed, Black Zetsu's face darkened instantly, thinking that this man had hidden the two-tailed. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find the shadow of the two-tailed. This unique little thing is really good. Who are the other two? One-tailed Shikaku and eight-tailed Jayaki. I'll take these two-tailed beasts. I hope you can collect the other five-tailed beasts as soon as possible. Naruto walked forward and patted Black Zetsu's shoulder casually. You don't have much time left, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's face was a little strange. No one had ever dared to pat his shoulder like this, but when he thought that this man was a madman who didn't play by the rules, he was relieved immediately. Of course I know, you'd better move faster. Black Zetsu dodged his claws without leaving a trace, and said a little unnaturally. Of course, it's a deal. Naruto said with a smile. Yet. Black Zetsu nodded, and found that the atmosphere began to become awkward. I hope you don't delay like Kabuto Yakushi, otherwise. He wanted to say something harsh, but when the words came to his lips, he found that there seemed to be nothing to threaten the other party. He was suddenly a little stuck, stood there for a second, and finally said nothing. I know. Naruto answered perfunctorily, without letting the words fall to the ground. The moment the two turned around, they rolled their eyes at the same time and cursed in their hearts. Bitch. The next day, the ninja coalition found that White Zetsu seemed to have retreated, and they were a little confused. They were afraid that it was a trick played by White Zetsu, and the Ninja Alliance was surprised to find out until the news came from the commanders. They won, and the 5-month-long war was finally over. Cheers spread from the 1st to the 5th troop of the Ninja Alliance like a tsunami. They thought the war would continue, but they didn't expect it to end directly. Naruto returned to the village directly, accompanied Ino to relieve her boredom, and then turned around to accompany Hinata. 3 days passed in this way, and the news of the victory of the Ninja Alliance in the main battlefield came back. Victory. Ino was a little surprised. How did they win suddenly? A few days ago, my father said that the situation on the main battlefield was getting more and more complicated, and he wanted to go to the front line. With Kabuto Yakushi dead, there is naturally no one to command White Zetsu, so it's a victory. Naruto spread his hands. Isn't this a good thing? You can't really let your father go to the battlefield. He's already old. Lie, don't let my father hear this, otherwise. Ino patted him, reached out and took another piece of dessert, took a bite herself and handed it to him. Your father is still in the Hokage building, how could he know if you don't tell him? Naruto took the dessert and took a bite, it was a little sour. Then I'll tell him. Ino said coquettishly. Then I have to hide when I come to your house next time, so as not to be hit on the head by a flying plate. Ino chuckled for a while. My father would never do that. He has been serious all his life, and the most important thing in his life is work. He would never do such an indecent thing. If he was found out, he would be too embarrassed to see anyone. I am different from your father. I don't plan to work. Naruto smiled. He said, he knew what Ino wanted to hear, I will always be with you, and take you and the children to play everywhere in the future. Really? Ino's eyes lit up, and she said happily, then I want to go to the Kingdom of Wind to have a look. I heard that the oasis there is very fun. Who said that? Naruto was stunned. Why haven't I heard of it? What oasis? Red Bean said that. I met her a few days ago and chatted with her for a few minutes. Ino said, there is indeed an oasis in the Kingdom of Wind, but you will definitely not pay attention to such things. Red Bean? Did this woman sneak out of work again to play? Naruto was stunned. It's possible, it's really possible. Ino smiled, the village is a bit chaotic recently, and there are actually not many classes in the ninja school. The war is over, and it will slowly stabilize in the future. He comforted. What about you? Me? Naruto was a little confused. I will definitely stabilize too. Didn't I just say that I won't go anywhere and will just accompany you? What about Hinata? She asked with her head tilted. Then I'll stay with you. Naruto changed his words, anyway, I'll just stay with you and do what I want to do, and I won't consider other things. When will you bring Hinata back? Ino frowned and said, I remember where you took Hinata, the snow country. Wait a few months, bring her back after the baby is born, it's actually quite good there. Naruto said, Hanabi is there to accompany her, if we bring her back now. The war has just ended in the village, and the Hyuga clan is famous for being old-fashioned, always you can't stop Hinata from going home. Now that she's back in Konoha, there's no reason not to stay home. That's right. I was thinking about Hinata coming back so she could be with me. Ino nodded. Now that I think about it, it's troublesome to come back. I can't let Hinata live alone in a place. Yeah, it's troublesome and it affects my mood. Naruto echoed, and after a moment of silence, he asked carefully, do you really not mind? What? Hinata. Is it useful for me to mind now? Ino rolled her eyes at him, and Naruto suddenly felt sad. He was about to say something else to change the subject, but suddenly, Ino said, it's not that I mind or not. I used to feel uncomfortable, but now I think it's not that. Ino said, Hinata is at least someone who knows everything about me, and she has a good personality and a good temper. I can't handle you alone. When the baby is born, most of your attention will be diverted by the baby. By that time, I can't care about you so much. It's always boring to take care of a child alone. Even if I find someone to share the burden, I might feel better if someone is with me. Besides, I am sometimes very willful. I don't know if my temper will get worse in the future. If Hinata is here, at least she can hold me back. Anyway, there are many benefits, I don't care about it a long time ago. Now my only thought is to wait for the baby to be born and watch the baby grow up healthily. Hearing this, Naruto was a little embarrassed. What about me? I don't know. It depends on your performance. Ino snorted. Hearing this, Naruto felt both happy and depressed. He was happy because, with his experience, this meant that he still had room for maneuver. If he behaved better in the next 1 or 2 years, he could get along with Ino and Hinata and become a harmonious and friendly big family. There were only 2 key points. One was companionship, and the other was to deal with the father-in-law. He could do the former, and the latter was even simpler. As long as the father-in-law was a human being, he would definitely have something he wanted. Naruto only needed to cater to his preferences, and now the matter was settled. Naruto was glad that this was the ninja world, and there was really a way to have both. Even the Land of Fire did not have a mandatory number of partners, but it was a convention that there could only be one. But if the law needed to be amended urgently, Naruto could do it. After all, the name of the Land of Fire was nothing, and he could be robbed of his head one day. It was just that some things could be changed and obtained by external forces, but only feelings Naruto couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ino was definitely disappointed in him. Fortunately, this is the ninja world. Naruto can only think so. Fortunately, this is the ninja world. Power and authority can change many things, can change the customs and views of a country, and can also do things that seem impossible. Leaving the flower shop in the mountains, the wind blew, and Naruto's eyes became firm again. Things that should be done must be done, and things that should not be said must not be said. I am destined to disappoint many people in my life, but I can also accomplish many things. As the saying goes, extraordinary people do extraordinary things. From the beginning, Naruto knew that he was not a pure person, but he could put Ino and Hinata first. He never hesitated to spend time and feelings on Ino and Hinata, but the total was only 95% of his sincerity, and the other 5% was scattered into fragments. Along the way, he has been bound by too many people, and the life of a ninja is not the same as that of an ordinary person. For them, fragments are hope. Many things cannot be sorted out by reasoning. The only thing he can do well is to sort out what he should do in Konoha and what he should do outside. The Uzumaki clan needs to be rebuilt, but is it necessary to let everyone know about this? It seems unnecessary. Naruto has all the abilities now, but what about in the future? Of course he is not worried about the future of the ninja world now. Anyway, in the future, all the 5 shadows will have his people, with complete 360-degree control, focusing on caring. But things are not absolute. After 100 years, he also hopes to leave something to the ninja world. The most indispensable thing in the ninja world is the ninja clan. Naruto also knows that the most powerful families are the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. If you go further up, you'll be a pure blood. The so-called ninja is the hybrid of Otsutsuki. Naruto doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. As long as the blood is not continuously purified, it will not become a monster. Hybrids, also known as ninjas, generally have a longer lifespan than ordinary people, and even those with extraordinary talents, such as Tsunade, can even stay young forever. Then, to establish a ninja clan, the premise is that the future of the family will not evolve in the direction of pure blood. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are 2 good examples, and they are also 2 extremes. It is said that the Thousand Hands clan was lost to everyone and disappeared without a trace. Only the Uchiha clan is getting stronger and stronger. If traitors hadn't appeared, the Uchiha clan would have decided to become the strongest family in the ninja world. But Naruto doesn't think so. If you look at things from another angle, the conclusions you draw will be much more interesting. From the beginning, he had a bold guess in his mind. The first generation Senju Hashirama was almost a god in the ninja world when he was alive, but why is the Senju clan gradually weakening? Is it really because all their luck has been sucked away? Suppose Senju Hashirama has long been aware of the nature of the bloodline limit, and intentionally or unintentionally diluted the Senju clan's bloodline. This is something that the generation has been advocating. Go to the ninja clan and stay in the village. The Uchiha clan refused to listen. In just a few decades, several geniuses emerged, but each one became more insane than the last.